Some have perished, yet not entirely. After an endless haze of unconsciousness, Shiyu abruptly awoke, rising from his bed. He inhaled deeply the fresh air, his chest heaving with each breath. Confusion and bewilderment surged within him. Where am I? Instinctively, Shiyu surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself further perplexed. A single dormitory? Even if he had been successfully rescued, he should have been in a hospital room. Moreover, his body. How could it be completely unscathed? With a sense of unease, Shiyu's gaze swept rapidly across the room, ultimately resting upon a mirror at the head of the bed. The reflection revealed a youthful visage, perhaps 17 or 18 years of age, strikingly handsome. But therein lay the conundrum: this was not his face. This appearance resembled that of a mere high school student. This transformation left Shiyu in a state of shock. He hoped against hope that the surgery had been remarkably successful. His body and visage had changed so drastically this was beyond mere surgery. It was as if he had become someone entirely different. Had he transcended into another realm? Aside from the ominously positioned mirror, Shiyu noticed 3 books nearby. Curiosity piqued, he picked one up, only to fall silent at the title. The Essential Guide for Novice Beast Caretakers. Postpartum Care for Pets. Guide to Evaluating Beast-Eared Creatures of Exotic Races. Shiyu. Cough. Shiyu's expression hardened, his hand extending, yet his arm soon stiffened. Just as he contemplated opening the 3rd book to discern its nature, a sudden wave of pain surged through his mind, inundating him with a torrent of memories. Icefield City. Pet Beast Rearing Base. Intern Pet Beast Caretaker. Beast Master. What a cacophony of nonsense. This influx of memories left Shiyu grappling for comprehension for several minutes. Eventually, he lifted his gaze, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He was correct. It seemed he truly had traversed to another world. Not only did the memories confirm this, but his striking appearance could not deceive him. It is a well-known adage that those of less than attractive countenance lack the privilege to traverse realms. This had become a universal law. His handsome visage was a clear indicator of his otherworldly journey. After an unforeseen demise, he found himself in a realm dominated by beast masters. Though the room appeared to be a modern single dormitory, he was no longer upon Earth, but had arrived in a place known as Blue Star. This world was extraordinarily unique, its culture starkly different from that of Earth. Since ancient times, extraordinary powers had existed here. However, these powers were not the martial arts, magic, or celestial cultivation of various media. Rather, each being possessed the potential for extraordinary evolution. Through continuous evolution, most animals and plants could awaken higher intelligence and formidable abilities. Even beyond flora and fauna, mountains, lakes, and storms could evolve into sentient beings. These extraordinary creatures wield immense power, akin to the divine beasts of Earth's mythos. In the ancient epics of this world, feeble humanity could only cling to powerful beings as guardians, barely surviving in tribal formations. However, through prolonged development, humanity gradually unearthed their own extraordinary capabilities, known as beast mastery. Some individuals, through meditation, could create a spatial realm within their minds, capturing extraordinary beings within this cage-like dimension. Initially, humans forcibly captured weaker extraordinary creatures, subjugating them as servants for labor and combat, unable to resist the might of stronger beings. Yet, in time, it was discovered that extraordinary creatures grew exponentially faster in the beast mastery space, making it easier for them to transcend their racial limitations. This revelation ignited hope among humanity, prompting them to delve into the study of beast mastery. Consequently, a plethora of powerful battle companions were bred, leading to the emergence of the profession of beast masters on the world stage. With the ascent of beast masters, many extraordinary beings began to willingly forge contracts with humans, eager to leverage human prowess for rapid growth and to transcend their own limitations. Now, millennia later, humanity has constructed a resplendent civilization centered around beast mastery, commanding the most resource-rich regions of the planet. In this era, beast masters have naturally become symbols of status and class. Every industry is intertwined with the presence of beast masters. Only by becoming a beast master can one ascend to elite status in various fields. The appearance fees for renowned beast master competitions soar to astronomical heights. A city with a powerful beast master at its helm can directly elevate its economic standing. In the vast majority of sectors, beast masters occupy pivotal roles, and the highest positions are invariably held by them. Nevertheless, despite humanity's rise, countless ferocious beasts roam freely, untamed, frequently wreaking havoc upon human cities. This explains why many cities aspire to enlist formidable beast masters. Moreover, in his memories, his previous family perished in a beast tide. The world of beast masters. I think I understand. But why has my reincarnation turned out to be so grim? Shiyu inhaled deeply. If he had indeed transcended, he would have preferred to embody the life of a privileged second-generation beast master in such a perilous world. Yet, alas, reincarnation, much like the act of being born, is a skillful endeavor. He still bore the name Shiyu, but his identity had shifted from that of a mythologist on Earth to an utterly unremarkable intern pet caretaker at the Icefield City Pet Beast Rearing Base. Not a beast master, more akin to a mere aide to beast masters. This locale was specifically dedicated to the rearing of pet beasts, where he was currently acquiring experience in their care. His daily tasks consisted of feeding young pet beasts, cleaning their waste, and maintaining hygiene, a quintessential existence at the societal bottom. However, this context illuminated the content of the aforementioned books, revealing their purpose as educational material. The previous individual had aspired fervently to become a beast master, yet reality proved harsh. As an orphan, he struggled to sustain himself, let alone nurture pet beasts. Given Shiyu's circumstances, the ambition of becoming a beast master seemed insurmountable. Nonetheless, he counted himself fortunate. A modicum of talent coupled with diligent effort afforded him a tenuous connection to the realm of beast masters, leaving open the possibility of one day achieving that status. He had even made significant preparations, resolving to take out loans to acquire quality pet beast offspring in pursuit of becoming a beast master. At such a tender age, he had resolved to bear the burden of pet beast debts. Shiyu felt utterly defeated indeed. His plight was quite disheartening. With a mountain of mortgage and auto loans, he found an unexpected sense of empathy. Who could have anticipated that even in this new life, he would still bear the weight of debt? But I digress for the moment. Shiyu remained merely a humble laborer. Additionally, he had tasks awaiting him. The 6-6 work schedule was strictly enforced. To be candid, aside from his high school days, it had been ages since he had risen at 6 in the morning. Shiyu rubbed his throbbing head, then approached a wall adorned with a work schedule. This was the weekly task list issued just yesterday. As an intern at the rearing base, his daily duties were preordained. Today's tasks. Shiyu glanced at the entries corresponding to Monday morning. Morning. Feed the snow wolf pack individual task. Transport feed group task. Afternoon. Record the growth data of the blue silkworm group task. If his memories served him correctly, snow wolves were pack creatures, notoriously fierce and predatory, weren't they? The task appears perilously daunting. Is it truly meant to be undertaken alone? Taimu fell into contemplation. Having been bitten by a dog in his youth, he naturally harbored an inherent trepidation towards canines, rendering this mission somewhat toxic for him. However, it should not pose too much of a problem. Suddenly, Taimu recalled his gift of telepathy, which enabled him to communicate normally with any creature, instilling a sense of assurance that matters would not go awry. His presence here for an internship was not solely due to his outstanding theoretical exam scores, but also because of his unique beast taming ability known as telepathy. When humans successfully establish a beast taming space through meditation, they simultaneously awaken a beast taming talent. Although he had yet to contract an initial pet, Taimu had already successfully opened his beast taming space and had smoothly awakened his talent. There exists a plethora of beast taming talents, primarily categorized into two main types: enhancement and special talents, with an awakening ratio of approximately 9-1. Enhancement talents, such as flame enhancement, are best suited for beast tamers who seek to cultivate pets with flame abilities, as they can amplify the potency of their pet's fire-based skills during combat. In contrast to enhancement talents, special talents are extraordinarily intricate and lack uniformity, with substantial variations in the manifestations of their abilities. For instance, the special talent sharing allows a beast tamer to share one skill from a contracted pet, thereby acquiring an extraordinary ability themselves. Generally, beast tamers possessing such sharing talents exhibit significantly stronger self-defense capabilities and combat prowess than their ordinary counterparts. Another special talent, fusion, permits the beast tamer to temporarily merge with their pet, resulting in a new form. Perhaps the concept of beast-eared maidens truly exists. As for Taimu's telepathy talent, while it falls under the special category, it is relatively common, being one of the most prevalent special talents currently available. Once a beast tamer masters the telepathic ability, they can communicate with any sentient being without language barriers. Typically, beast tamers can only comprehend the thoughts of their contracted pets, but those endowed with telepathy can also converse with others' pets and wild creatures. In the historical development of the beast tamer profession, although telepathy does not directly translate into combat power, its significance remains unassailable and indispensable. After all, the ability to communicate with other species can potentially avert unnecessary conflicts. Professions within the Beast Tamer domain, such as caregivers, educators, researchers, and trainers, are predominantly occupied by those skilled in telepathy, making it an invaluable talent. Possessing such a practical beast-taming talent, Taimu reasoned that he should find it relatively easy to coexist with wild creatures. With this thought, he exhaled in relief. Regarding the application of telepathy, while he could not claim to be exceedingly adept, he was certainly competent. Instinctively, he endeavored to utilize his beast-taming talent, attuning himself to his surroundings, intending to familiarize himself with the process in advance to avoid potential mishaps later. However, at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. As Taimu's beast-taming space within his mental domain trembled, his vision suddenly blurred, and subsequently, a black stone guidebook materialized in his mind's eye. It seemed he had awakened a second beast-taming talent. Chapter 2. The Skill Codex. What transpired? Where did this codex originate? In a moment of bewilderment, Shiyu's mind was inundated with a plethora of information. This data manifested in his consciousness in forms of images and words that he found relatively comprehensible. After a brief spell of dizziness, Shiyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The stone codex that emerged in his mind instinctively imparted to him a portion of its functions. This function was remarkably overpowered, akin to a cheat code. The codex was dubbed the Skill Codex. It possessed the ability to replicate the extraordinary capabilities of transcendent beings and catalog them within its pages. Furthermore, Shiyu could freely impart the abilities cataloged within the codex to other extraordinary creatures, excluding humans. The potency of extraordinary beings stemmed from their mastery of various exceptionally unique skills. The notion of replication and teaching seemed utterly unscientific. Could the abilities of mythical creatures truly be replicated and taught to ordinary pets? The information relayed by the codex indicated that to successfully replicate the abilities of other extraordinary beings, 3 conditions must be met. 1. Witness the ability being employed firsthand. 2. Establish physical contact with the individual. 3. Complete the witnessing and contact within a 1-hour time frame. These stipulations delineated the conditions for copying and cataloging skills. Additionally, imparting skills to other beings necessitated certain prerequisites. Depending on the skill's level, a certain amount of the user's stamina would be expended during the teaching process. Moreover, the recipient of the teaching must possess a degree of compatibility with the skill. Although the restrictions were somewhat numerous, Shiyu remained silent. While he was not yet a beast master, he could clearly discern that this codex, with its ability to replicate, catalog, and teach skills, would undoubtedly leave all beast masters envious. The prowess of a beast master relies not only on the abilities of their pets, but is intricately linked to 3 aspects. Firstly, the innate talent of the beastmaster for taming and developing their abilities. For instance, a beastmaster endowed with a flame enhancement talent may experience varying degrees of power amplification based on their proficiency in harnessing that talent. Secondly, the availability of skill manuals. The majority of pets can only awaken skills inherent to their species, and the innate skills they can awaken serve as crucial indicators of their species level. The strength of a pet's combat prowess is fundamentally contingent on the potency of its skills. Typically, pets struggle to learn skills outside their racial abilities. Teaching a pet skills beyond its racial capabilities is akin to instructing a 7-year-old child to pilot an aircraft. However, through certain specialized teaching methods, there remains a slim chance for pets to acquire other skills. Such teaching methodologies are as coveted as martial arts manuals and wuxia novels, possessing the potential to rapidly enhance a pet's strength. Should a beast master grasp a method for teaching formidable skills and successfully impart it to their pet, the pet could potentially transcend species and levels to triumph over adversaries. Thirdly, the methods of evolution. The vast majority of pets possess the potential for evolution. Yet many evolutionary pathways remain shrouded in secrecy. A beastmaster who comprehends the methods of evolution can elevate the species level of their pet, thereby awakening even more formidable racial skills. Among these 3 components, the first pertains to the beastmaster's development of their own abilities, while the second and third involve the accumulation of knowledge and experience. In light of this, Shiyu's skill codex was akin to granting him access to a vast array of skill manuals. The skill codex. Is it a system? Or perhaps a second innate talent? Compared to the ethereal notion of a system, Shiyu preferred to believe it was an extension of his innate gifts. Yet, was not his original talent telepathy? Moreover, he had never encountered tales of such a cheat-like talent for beast taming, nor had he heard of anyone possessing 2 innate talents. A torrent of emotions surged within Shiyu. In a fleeting second, he envisioned countless possibilities. However, If it were indeed him, it seemed plausible. As a transmigrant, he was not an ordinary individual. With his telepathic talent, what did it matter if he, Shiyu, possessed a replication talent? That seemed quite reasonable. In any case, he needed to remain composed. Regardless of how one viewed it, this was undoubtedly a fortuitous development. It appeared to be his golden finger in this new world. From shock to elation, Shiyu felt a sense of relief wash over him. Ever since he realized he had traversed to this realm, a lingering unease had plagued him, as if something was amiss. Now, he finally felt at ease. The simple joys of being a transmigrant were indeed profound. Alas, time was of the essence. After immersing himself in the awe of awakening the skill codex for a while, Shiyu suddenly realized it was quite late. He donned his clothing and prepared to embark on his morning duties, even foregoing breakfast. At that moment, Shiyu was not focused on work, but rather on testing whether his recently awakened abilities were genuine. With anticipation in his heart, Shiyu swiftly exited his dormitory. The pet-raising facility in Icefield City was vast, encompassing diverse environments such as lakes, grasslands, forests, and snow-capped mountains, each habitat home to different creatures. To care for such a multitude of pets, the facility employed a considerable number of staff members. Nearby was a sprawling employee area, where various pet feed processing and transportation activities took place. Within the feed factory, numerous caretakers congregated, yet due to differing tasks, most had little interaction with one another. Upon arriving, Shiyu sought out the feed he was to transport, his objective clear. However, upon acquiring the feed, the specifications exceeded his expectations. It was no wonder that most individuals were unable to become beast masters. These creatures were fed better than humans. As Shiyu emerged while carrying two heavy refrigerated boxes, he could not help but reflect. Inside the boxes lay layers of fresh meat, comprising at least 7 or 8 different types, seemingly curated as a nutritional meal. Such refrigerated boxes were strewn about the facility, destined to feed the snow wolf pack for breakfast. Shiyu, are you headed to feed the snow wolves? While Shiyu transported the meat, someone, upon noticing the type of feed he was carrying, jested. Those creatures aren't very friendly. Be careful. Nevertheless, our facility's medical room is quite reliable. Don't heed his nonsense. With the Wolf King present, there's no danger at all. Others nearby reassured Shiyu. Just kidding. Once we're done, do you need any help? The initial speaker inquired again. Afterward, the trio ceased their conversation, recognizing they each had their own tasks to attend to. Once the others departed, Shiyu recalled that due to past family circumstances influencing his personality, he preferred solitude and shunned interactions. Consequently, he had not made any friends in his new work environment nor integrated into various social circles, often remaining a lone wolf. This deficiency in interpersonal relationships explained why he had little impression of his fellow interns, not even remembering their names. Yet, he retained a wealth of information about the pets in the facility. Shiyu shook his head. For the time being, this lack of social interaction was not detrimental. He decided to maintain this state for now, though the telepathic gift that led to his isolation was indeed peculiar. Ultimately, the urgent task at hand was to gradually acclimate to this world, leaving socialization for later. Upon reaching his destination, parking the vehicle, disembarking, and then moving the meat, Shiyu busied himself with his work. During this process, shadows of white mountains flickered in the distance, revealing the presence of dozens of colossal wolves. A chilling howl echoed, sending shivers down his spine. Accompanied by the wolf's howls, the snow-white giants descended from the mountain, initially sprinting but soon transitioning to a formidable walk. Yet, even at a leisurely pace, their presence exuded an undeniable pressure. Each of these giant wolves measured 2 meters in length and nearly 1 meter in height, displaying robust physiques. It was hard to fathom that they were merely cubs. Their bodies are adorned with long, white fur, while their tails, backs, and limbs are enveloped in a dense layer of ice-blue hair. As they approach, this pack of colossal wolves fixed their azure gaze upon Shiyu, their fangs bared, exuding an aura of frost. Named Snow Wolf, attribute, Ice, racial rank, high extraordinary racial skills, Ice shatter fangs, Ice crack claws, snow concealment. Cold breath, description, a beastly extraordinary creature evolved in the snowy mountain regions, with frozen fangs and sharp claws capable of effortlessly tearing through steel. Adept at stealth hunting in blizzard conditions, Shiyu possesses a commendable repository of knowledge, and the specific details of this creature spring to mind. Attributes signify capability categorizations, while racial rank denotes the growth potential of extraordinary beings, classified as low, medium, or high. As for skills, they represent the signature abilities of extraordinary beings that Shiyu aspires to acquire. Howl. At this moment, the giant wolves drool as they fixate on Shiyu, their pupils gleaming with anticipation. Evidently, they understand. Although it is clear that this pack of wolves is ravenous and eager for a meal, Shiyu can distinctly sense their intentions. This awareness of their communication instills both comfort and discomfort within him. Comfort in the sense of being on the same wavelength, and discomfort because one of the wolves expresses a desire to sample his flavor. Damn, what a predicament. Am I here as a caretaker or merely as potential sustenance? Where is the Wolf King? Shiyu endeavors to disregard this banter, peering into the distance in search of his ally. With a commanding roar, the pack of snow wolves forms an orderly line. Not out of fear of startling Shiyu or out of courtesy, but because their leader has yet to arrive. With a more imposing growl, a larger snow wolf, over 3 meters in length and standing at least 6 to 7 meters tall, strides forth. The Snow Wolf King slowly approaches, locking its gaze onto Shiyu. The other wolves regard their king with a mix of fear and respect. Snow wolves are highly social extraordinary species, and the Wolf King possesses unparalleled authority. Some Wolf Kings can even awaken a skill that generates an oppressive aura to lead their pack. This is not a fundamental racial skill of the Snow Wolves, but rather a high-level ability that requires exceedingly stringent conditions to awaken. Under this aura of intimidation, the Snow Wolves remain remarkably well-behaved, exhibiting a strong sense of order. Clearly, Shiyu and his fellow interns can safely feed this pack of snow wolves not due to any telepathic communication, but because of the Wolf King's formidable presence. This Snow Wolf King serves as a pet to a beast master within the breeding facility, tasked with assisting in managing the pack. At this moment, Shiyu speculates whether the Wolf King's master is covertly observing him to evaluate his performance. However, given the master's esteemed position within the breeding facility, the Wolf King is merely one of their many pets and is unlikely to be so idle as to scrutinize the interns. Could it be that this wolf is his evaluator? Shiyu's expression turns peculiar. Next, the Snow Wolf King strides closer, approaching Shiyu's side with a detached demeanor. A wave of tension washes over Shiyu as he gazes at this magnificent beast. The pressure emanating from the Wolf King is incomparable to that of the ordinary snow wolves. Just a single glance from it sends Shiyu's heart racing. At this moment, the Wolf King, too, observes Shiyu. It refrains from immediate feeding, instead enveloping itself in a chilling aura as it continues its advance. Then, it brushes past Shiyu, its head making contact with him. According to tradition, the Wolf King leaves its scent on the intern, endowing them with a unique aura of authority, thus ensuring that the snow wolves behave during feeding. Feeling the icy presence beside him, Shiyu realizes he has been marked by the Wolf King. Is this how it leaves its scent? Quite civilized compared to marking territory with urine. As Shiyu reflects, suddenly, his skill compendium activates, due to the Wolf King's instinctive release of intimidation and their subsequent contact. This remarkably smooth and dramatic process momentarily bewilders Shiyu. He had been contemplating how to seize an opportunity to replicate the Snow Wolf skills. Yet it seems that it was this simple. Moreover, it is the Wolf King's advanced skill. The compendium opens to its first page, showcasing an image of the Snow Wolf King at the top, followed by a plethora of text. Skill. Intimidation skill level. Advanced description. A mental type skill that can instill fear and commanding authority through sheer presence, capable of rendering significantly weaker beings faint. It symbolizes the qualities of a true king. Status. No teaching target available. Chapter 3 Initial Pet Planning. The illustrated guide has indeed been updated. Upon discovering this change, Shiyu's heart was immediately stirred. He had successfully replicated the intimidation skill. According to the rules, as long as he could find a target, he should be able to teach this skill to other pets at any time. The intimidation skill is the very ability that the Wolf King uses to command its pack. If he could impart the skill to ordinary snow wolves, wouldn't that mean he could manually produce a legion of Wolf Kings? Moreover, if he could also teach this skill to other species of pets, he could likely cultivate kings from those races as well. Upon reflection, what a remarkable exploit. Yet it is precisely such exploits that bring joy. Possessing such a formidable talent for taming beasts, he is truly deserving of it. A low growl emanated from the Wolf King, accompanied by a furrowed brow. Shiyu understood. The creature saw him grinning foolishly and suspected he was unwell. Let them suspect, Shiyu felt no anger. The joy he experienced was something the Wolf King could never comprehend. The delight between man and wolf was not meant to be shared. Having just taken advantage of the creature, Shiyu now found the Wolf King quite agreeable. Your intimidation skill appears impressive, but at this moment, it is already mine. The Wolf King remained oblivious to the fact that its skill had been replicated. After confirming that Shiyu was not frightened, it turned to devour meat voraciously. Only after it filled its belly did the ordinary snow wolves dare to approach. It was undoubtedly due to the Wolf King's lingering scent that, after its departure, the ordinary snow wolves appeared markedly less fierce in Shiyu's presence. As other interns had remarked, they were quite docile. This docility facilitated Shiyu's subsequent feeding process and the research of the illustrated guide in his mind significantly. Indeed, he could teach. After allocating food to each snow wolf, Shiyu felt exhilarated. Just moments ago, as he observed the snow wolves, the first page of the stone guide in his mind had changed instantly. The skill status shifted from having no teaching target to being teachable. This meant he could indeed impart the intimidation skill from the guide to each snow wolf he had just fed. True manual production of wolf kings. Of course, while the potential was there, Shiyu was not reckless enough to use this teaching ability without caution. Setting aside the unknown energy expenditure, randomly teaching the snow wolves at the breeding base the intimidation skill would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. Continuing to feed, Shiyu immersed himself in the task, and soon the work was completed. However, he lamented that during the feeding of the snow wolves, he had not managed to replicate any other skills from them. After all, aside from the ever-present intimidation of the Wolf King, the other snow wolves were not inclined to showcase their racial skills while eating. Still, he was not greedy. Having acquired a high-tier psychic intimidation skill was already a considerable gain. After finishing the feeding of the snow wolf pack, Shiyu turned to other tasks. Within the breeding base, he spotted the patrolling azure-backed eagles soaring overhead, with his gaze fixed and intentions locked, despite the considerable distance. The status of the intimidation skill in his mind's guide changed once again from having no teaching target to being teachable. Look, not only could he cultivate wolf kings, but also bird kings. Shiyu was truly eager to test this out. Yet, reason prevailed, and he chose to continue working. Interns bore the brunt of the most arduous tasks, and these were often devoid of any technical complexity. It was essential for interns like Shiyu to possess the requisite skills before being tasked with challenging assignments, such as training pets. Just as with the previous wolf pack, managing and training them would be exceedingly difficult without a wolf king proficient in the intimidation skill. Training these snow wolves to become suitable pets for tamers and to enter into contracts with them was the responsibility of the official trainers. Shiyu and his fellow interns were limited to performing more fundamental tasks. However, aside from these basic duties, the official trainers periodically led interns like Shiyu in other activities, providing ample opportunities for learning. With 3 months left in the internship, it was prudent to focus on solid learning. The previous incarnation had aspired to become a beast tamer and had made numerous preparations. The role of a pet caretaker served as a stepping stone toward that goal. Although he had acquired a golden opportunity, Shiyu reflected that his understanding of beast taming was still quite limited. Relying on scant memories would not suffice to unleash his potential. It was wiser to cultivate steadily. This skill guide was undoubtedly designed for aspiring beast tamers. Neglecting to become one would be a shame. Yet, aside from the teaching capability of the guide, he currently possessed no other substantial assets to become a beast tamer. Consequently, Shiyu resolved to treat the role of pet caretaker with diligence, seizing this opportunity to further explore the skill guide in this world before making further plans. Moreover, the pet cub he had reserved from the iron bamboo breeding base in Pingsheng required proof of his internship to be claimed. The breeding base, considering Shiyu's repayment capabilities, had yet to grant him eligibility to receive the pet. However, once his internship concluded and he obtained the caretaker certificate, he would qualify for the loan. Thus, for Shiyu, this internship was of utmost importance. If Shiyu's plans proceeded smoothly, becoming a beast tamer would be a certainty. However, a lengthy repayment journey awaited him thereafter. This process could either catapult him into success or lead to his undoing. After all, raising pets truly consumed resources. The Iron Eater. That was the name of the pet Shiyu had reserved. Name, Iron Eater. Attribute, metal, racial level, intermediate extraordinary. Racial skill, hardening the Iron Eater. Was essentially a giant panda. Shiyu had not anticipated that the giant panda in this world had evolved into an intermediate extraordinary creature known as the Iron Eater. Regarding the initial pet chosen by his previous incarnation, Shiyu felt a degree of satisfaction. The national treasure's aesthetic appeal and rarity were significant advantages, unless unforeseen circumstances arose. He had no intention of changing his choice, having already paid the deposit. Nevertheless, it was quite tragic that the national treasure of the past had fallen to such a state. Clearly, an ordinary panda could easily incapacitate a wolf with a single swipe. Yet, the Iron Eater was classified at a lower racial level than the snow wolf. However, Shiyu understood that this was related to their racial skills. In contrast to the Snow Wolf's 4 racial skills, Frostbite Fangs, Ice Shatter Claws, Cold Breath, and Snow Veil, the Iron Eater possessed only 1 racial skill. True to its name, the Iron Eater in this world could harden its body by consuming metallic minerals, rendering its form as resilient as steel. The skill level of hardening was not particularly high and was limited to close combat, categorizing it as low tier, thus naturally falling short when compared to the Snow Wolf. Favored by fate. Despite its low-tier racial skill, the Iron Eater's robust physical constitution placed its racial level at intermediate, which was not insignificant, albeit a tad disappointing. After all, in earthly legends, it was the steed of Shiyu, yet in this world, it bore no such prestige, mundane and unremarkable. Shiyu suspected that the giant panda's lethargy, being either occupied with bamboo or sleeping, combined with its gentle nature, contributed to its slow evolution. If only it had a bit more spirit. Was it necessary for it to become this way? Nonetheless, this was fortuitous. Otherwise, Shiyu could not have afforded the Iron Eater. It was only due to his residency in Pingqing and the local policy benefits that he could manage this purchase. Otherwise, it would have been an impossible dream. The Iron Eater was indeed an impressive creature. Its ability to consume metallic minerals and transform them into a hardened body provided both offensive and defensive capabilities. If his judgment was correct, the intimidation skill he had just replicated would surely be teachable to the Iron Eater, as compatibility should not pose an issue. Possessing a skill compendium, one can endeavor to master it. The deterrent skill, emblematic of a ruler's qualifications, can diminish an opponent's fighting spirit while simultaneously fortifying one's own resolve in battle. The hardening skill enhances both defensive and offensive capabilities, creating a perfect balance of attack and defense. These 2 skills together sparked a peculiar notion in Shiyu's mind. Would it not be advantageous to include a perception-based skill to augment speed? If only he could replicate a similar skill. In that case, the Iron Eater could very well be renamed the Panda King. This combination of skills is likely untested by any beast masters of the Iron Eater. Contemplating this, Shiyu felt it was certainly worth a try. Remaining at the beast-raising base not only serves the purpose of learning but also seems to provide a conducive environment for him to gather rare skills. By collecting a variety of skills now, he would be well prepared to swiftly compile an extraordinary set of techniques for his beasts when other beast masters struggle to teach their creatures various skills in the future. Chapter 4. The pursuit of a target. It was not until close to noon that he found himself with a moment of leisure, yet the afternoon was still meticulously scheduled. Following lunch and a brief respite, the interns in their dormitory building were assigned a singular task for the afternoon. This task involved observing and documenting the behavior and growth of the silkworms, as previously noted on the worksheet. In the afternoon, Shiyu discreetly followed the group into a forest teeming with silkworms. The forest was lush and dense, with sunlight struggling to penetrate the thick canopy. Silkworms were the most abundant creatures in this locale. Within the beast master base of Icebound City, there were only about 50 snow wolves. While the silkworms numbered in the thousands, one could succinctly describe their presence as overwhelming. Their abilities were lamentably feeble, unlike the snow wolves, which could reliably awaken 4 racial skills during their growth. Silkworms possessed only 1 skill, Silk Thread. Moreover, this skill, when perfected, could only rival the strength of common wire, rendering it rather trivial. The extraordinary abilities of these creatures were categorized by beastmasters according to their potency and efficacy, ranging from unranked, low-tier skills, mid-tier skills, high-tier skills, to super-tier skills. The Silk Thread skill of the silkworms did not even qualify as a low-tier skill, lacking any form of ranking. Thus, the racial tier of silkworms was lamentably classified as low-tier extraordinary, as they were hardly capable of overpowering even the most ordinary animals, though they did possess potential for growth. Nonetheless, depending on their cultivation methods, silkworms had a variety of applications for their silk thread. However, the Beastmaster base did not cultivate silkworms solely for the production of silk thread. The reason for raising such diminutive creatures was that silkworms were among the few beasts in nature that could naturally evolve once. Upon absorbing sufficient nutrients, they could metamorphose into wind crystal butterflies, with a chance to awaken a new racial skill, Windblade, thereby enhancing their combat prowess. Although their racial tier remained classified as low-tier extraordinary due to lifespan constraints after evolution, the wind crystal butterfly was one of the easiest insect-type beasts to rear, making it the preferred choice for most novice beastmasters. Thus, Shiyu and his companion's task was to observe and record the growth status of the silkworms, determining when they might successfully evolve. In comparison to the snow wolves, silkworms were far less menacing, given their palm-sized stature. With their verdant bodies and innocent eyes, topped with 2 yellow antennae. They bore a striking resemblance to the caterpillars of the citrus swallowtail butterfly found on Earth. After personally interacting with them, Shiyu understood why they were derided as the weakest of beasts. The untrained silkworms utilized their silk thread skill with such feebleness that Shiyu could easily sever it with a gentle tug of his hands. During the observation process, Shiyu found himself ensnared by a strand of silk thread. The silkworms, possessing lesser intelligence than the snow wolves, struggled to communicate effectively with him, and his unrefined telepathic abilities led to a display of resistance from the silkworms. However, their resistance was remarkably harmless. What truly left Shiyu speechless was the revelation in his mind's eye that the high-tier mental skill, dread, could also be taught to silkworms. A silkworm with the potential of a king? Was the standard of compatibility so lenient? Shiyu's gaze towards the silkworms shifted dramatically. It seemed the skill compendium was indeed a complex tool, especially since silkworms were reputed to be the most basic beasts, incapable of learning any skills other than silk thread before evolution. As Shiyu pondered this, a silkworm slipped from his grasp, prompting the compendium to shift once again. The second page of the stone compendium unfurled, revealing an illustration of a silkworm. Below it lay a collection of text. Skill, silk thread, skill level, none, description, an insect-type skill. Perhaps it may hold a semblance of utility when perfected. Status, no teaching target at present. Shiyu? Never mind. So, has this skill been recorded once more? It seems that the 3 conditions have been met. At that moment, the skill compendium successfully recorded its second utterly useless skill, silk thread. Yet, he found no joy in this achievement, for the skill appeared to be devoid of value. Or perhaps not. Such a feeble skill might still serve experimental purposes to test stamina consumption. Thus, throughout the afternoon, while others observed and documented the silkworms, Shiyu engaged in similar activities but also delved deeper into the study of the skill compendium residing in his mind. The only valuable discovery was that the silkworms who had already mastered the silk thread skill could also teach it. They had already learned the skill and remained in a teachable state. Upon further investigation, the compendium indicated that teaching repeated skills could enhance their proficiency. While Shiyu understood this, he hesitated to conduct experiments in this setting. As evening approached, he returned with a manual in hand, not a guide to assessments, but another tome. This manual documented 51 species of beasts raised at the Icebound City Beastmaster base, along with their racial skills. It was evident that Shiyu was beginning to select targets for covert learning. He intended to discover skills suitable for his own Iron Eater to acquire. The skill compendium could not conjure skills from thin air. He needed to devise means to record new skills. However, once he successfully recorded a rare skill, the compendium would become invincible. Which Beastmaster had ever cultivated a silkworm capable of utilizing the dread skill? Shiyu considered the skill compendium as a second talent for beast mastery. Possessing this talent allowed him to predict his forthcoming objectives with clarity. He aimed to replicate higher-tier skills, safeguarding them for future use and cultivating his own beasts once he became a beast master. Regrettably, after examining the 51 species of beasts at the breeding base, Shiyu found no perceptive skills that suited his needs. The skills that these juvenile beasts might awaken were predominantly basic low-tier skills, common and unworthy of replication. Of course, the more skills he could accumulate, the better. It was wise to be prepared. However, after recording silk thread, Shiyu suddenly pondered a question. Was there an upper limit to the number of skills that could be recorded in the compendium? Until he clarified this limit, he was reluctant to waste pages. It would be prudent to focus on mid-tier and high-tier skills. It seemed he would need to shift his focus. In truth, the Icebound City Beastmaster base, where Shiyu resided, not only housed a plethora of wild beasts, but also a significant number of beastmasters. The skills of their beasts could also serve as targets for replication, much like how he had replicated the dread skill from the Snow Wolf King. The likelihood of a beastmaster's creature possessing rare skills was considerably higher than that of the juvenile beast raised here. With this thought, Shiyu pondered deeply and conceived a bold idea. Chapter 5. 3 Skills at the Beast Breeding Base, Icefield City. Nightfall. A figure emerged from the dormitory building, heading straight for the infirmary. Within the breeding base, skirmishes among the wild beasts were a common occurrence, occasionally resulting in injuries to the caretakers. Consequently, the majority of reputable beast breeding bases are equipped with medical facilities. This infirmary is rather accommodating, offering treatment for both humans and beasts alike, employing straightforward methods. In the age of beast taming, it is naturally the healing abilities of the beasts that are utilized. Upon swiftly arriving at the infirmary, Shiyu spotted the on-duty doctor seated at a desk, engrossed in paperwork. "What brings you here?" she inquired, lifting her gaze upon his arrival. "Doctor, I believe I have sprained my wrist. I'm concerned it might affect my work tomorrow." Shiyu stepped forward, extending his hand, which was slightly swollen and trembling. "Let me take a look," the female doctor replied, her expression neutral as she examined Shiryu's wrist. Through his clothing, she discerned that he was an intern, a student fresh from school. Such employees often find themselves in mishaps, and she had grown accustomed to it. "I'll provide you with some basic treatment." After speaking, she murmured a few words. In the next moment, Shiryu felt a sudden drop in temperature, as a gust of wind seemingly materialized out of nowhere. The gentle breeze caused the curtains in the room to flutter. At the same time, with a thought from the female doctor, a vast white-green array, shimmering with countless specks of light, appeared in the air before Shiryu. The array emanated ripples akin to water's surface, from which a large white dandelion puff emerged. This dandelion puff, larger than Shiryu's palm and without a stem, directly settled onto the back of his hand after being summoned by the doctor. "It will be better soon," the doctor assured him. As her words fell, the dandelion puff emitted a faint white glow, enveloping the back of Shiryu's hand. In an instant, under the radiance, Shiryu felt himself being healed. While the sprain was genuine, it was not as severe as he had feared. He had sustained it on his way here. The prior pain had lessened, and now it was entirely gone. Shiryu marveled at the miraculous nature of the treatment. No wonder the previous intern had praised the infirmary's effectiveness. It truly was impressive. The existence of extraordinary beings holds benefits for humanity beyond mere detriment. In fields such as medicine, they can significantly assist humankind. Once the treatment concluded, the white dandelion puff floated away from Shiryu's hand. At that moment, the third page of the stone-like compendium in his mind flipped open, revealing the image of the plant-type beast, white dandelion, categorized as a mid-level species. Skill: rapid healing, skill level. Intermediate. Description: a wood-type healing ability that accelerates the recovery of ordinary injuries. Status: no teaching subject available. This rare healing ability had been successfully recorded and replicated, boasting immense value and versatility. The white dandelion not only utilized its skill but also made contact with Shiryu. Precisely as he had anticipated, the doctors at the breeding base's infirmary were all beast tamers, each contracted with rare healing beasts. Previously, other staff members had received treatment here for unexpected injuries, prompting Shiryu to contemplate replicating the healing skill. However, he chastised himself for being overly impatient. There were still 3 months left in his internship, with potentially more opportunities ahead, rendering his impulsiveness unnecessary. Moreover, he felt he had overreacted. The white dandelion had merely indicated it was a minor injury. Shiryu's expressive demeanor had led her to believe the situation was far more severe than it truly was. In reality, had she delayed treatment, he would have nearly healed on his own. Nonetheless, seeking medical attention for bodily ailments was commendable. She had encountered many beast tamers who neglected minor injuries, which could accumulate and evolve into more serious issues. Shiryu replied, "I apologize. I had to grapple with my concerns over this minor injury. I will be more cautious next time." "Thank you." He nodded appreciatively, feeling somewhat embarrassed for having disrupted her work. Perhaps he would purchase some treats favored by plant-type beasts as a token of gratitude tomorrow. Utilizing healing abilities to mend injuries was the modus operandi of the breeding base's infirmary. Even for minor wounds, the doctors preferred to employ beasts for treatment. And the rationale was simple. Repeated treatments also serve to enhance the skill proficiency of the beasts. Acquiring a skill does not automatically equate to mastery. It typically requires extensive practice to transform the skill into a personal asset. Thus, the method of repeating skills in the skill compendium to increase proficiency was somewhat advantageous, essentially accelerating the training efficiency of the beasts. Through the breeding base's infirmary, Shiryu successfully obtained a rare healing skill, lifting his spirits. As he prepared for bed, he began to anticipate the day he would become a beast tamer. Once he achieved that status, a multitude of paths would open before him, particularly if he could pass the professional beast tamer assessment. He would only need to fulfill a fraction of his obligations and would receive a monthly stipend from the Beast Tamer Association, representing a significant leap in social standing. A newly contracted beast tamer is classified as an apprentice beast tamer. Once both the apprentice and their initial beast meet certain standards, they can participate in the unified assessment conducted by the Beast Tamer Association. Passing this assessment marks their transition into full-fledged professional beast tamers. Shiryu pondered how long it would take him to progress from apprentice to professional, given that he possessed the skill compendium. With it, he would likely have a considerable advantage in nurturing beasts. At around 18 years of age, he was perfectly poised to become a beast tamer. Lost in thought, Shiyu drifted off to sleep. After traversing into this new world, he took a day to acclimate. Simultaneously, he solidified his upcoming objectives. The following morning, Shiyu rose early, embarking on a new day of work. He also seized the opportunity to purchase a small gift as a token of appreciation for the kind nurse who had treated his injuries the day before. Having adjusted his mindset and tempered his eagerness to become a beast tamer, Shiyu gradually began to integrate into this world. 3 months later, as his internship drew to a close, Shiyu was finally poised to receive his beast. Taking advantage of his work, he successfully recorded 2 additional skills during this period. The first was an intermediate skill, enhanced vision, derived from the high-level wind-type avian beast, azure-backed hawk, which patrolled the skies above the breeding base. As its name suggests, enhanced vision serves to augment visual acuity. The hawk's natural eyesight was already exceptional, and those who awakened the enhanced vision skill possessed even more remarkable sight, allowing them to see in the dark, perceive distant objects, and penetrate ordinary illusions. In their gaze, an opponent's movements would appear to unfold in slow motion. While this skill may not seem directly applicable in combat, its potential is vast. Many beasts employed for reconnaissance in various cities possess this skill. Unfortunately, this skill still fell short of Shiryu's ultimate goal of heightening sensory perception. If alternatives were available, he would not settle for this. Nonetheless, this skill was commendable. If the iron-eating beast could learn it, its combat awareness would undoubtedly increase significantly. The second skill was the advanced skill, absolute sleep. Originating from the high-level extraordinary beast, Dreamweaver. The Dreamweaver belongs to the necromantic category, possessing only 2 racial skills, the psychic hypnotic wave and absolute sleep. It was evident that the Dreamweaver was the pet of a particular caretaker, who frequently employed its hypnotic wave ability to help young beasts settle into a peaceful slumber, rendering it a valuable supportive skill. Regarding the skill of absolute sleep, it allows one to enter a profound state of slumber after its application, facilitating rapid physical recovery. It is a restorative ability. Very few creatures possess the capability to master this skill. However, considering the slothful nature of the iron-eating beast, it seems plausible. The reason Shiyu sought to replicate this skill was with the hope of achieving self-sufficiency in the future. As a beastmaster, he desires to expedite the growth of his companion beasts, which undoubtedly requires training. Yet, training is a taxing endeavor that depletes a creature's energy, necessitating rest. Those with wealth may procure nutritional supplements, but Shiyu's thoughts diverged. If only his cherished beast could learn absolute sleep, it would enable swift energy recovery, both cost-effective and labor-saving. After all, the iron-eating beast relishes slumber, so where it sleeps matters not. Even in the event of injury during training, there would be no need for medicinal purchases or hospital visits, for he could teach his beast healing skills, allowing it to mend itself. This would indeed save a substantial amount of expenditure. Truly, he considers himself a genius. Of course, Shiyu's endeavor to replicate these skills was not born of laziness, but rather necessity. He believes that the iron-eating beast yet to be encountered will understand his plight. Their financial situation is quite dire. He exerted considerable effort to replicate both skills, akin to surreptitiously learning rapid healing. However, he wonders why only 2 skills were acquired, as the skill chart seems to have reached a cap after 5 entries. This realization vexes him deeply. Although he anticipated a limitation, 5 initial skills felt rather scant. Fortunately, he refrained from hastily copying lower-tier skills, or else he would have incurred significant losses. At present, the upper limit for the skill chart stands at 5 skills. To add new entries, Shiyu surmises that he must elevate his beast master level, akin to developing certain unique beast-related talents. The method for a beast master to enhance their abilities is quite straightforward. Through continuous meditation, one can strengthen, transform, and expand their beast space. The more robust the beast space, the higher the level of creatures that can be contracted, and the greater the constraints imposed upon them. A more favorable environment within the beast space accelerates the growth of the beasts. Furthermore, a larger beast space permits the contracting of more creatures. Beast masters may selectively develop their beast space according to their own positioning, as it is not necessary to perfect all 3 pathways. As the beast space upgrades, the accompanying unique beast-related talents are likewise enhanced. Chapter 6. The Iron Bamboo Breeding Base. The 3-month internship passed by in the blink of an eye. At the pet breeding base in Icefield City, the dormitory for interns was bustling as the majority of the trainees packed their belongings. Like Shiyu, who eagerly anticipated the end of the internship and the receipt of his certificate, marking the beginning of his newfound freedom. Throughout the internship, Shiyu distinguished himself as a diligent and earnest worker, completing his tasks exceptionally well. While other interns indulged in leisurely games of cards, Shiyu remained solitary, embodying the reclusive nature of his former self, rarely engaging in conversations. However, this was not due to any social inadequacy. Rather, he deemed interactions with his peers less significant than nurturing his bond with the pet beasts. This approach not only honed his telepathic abilities but also provided opportunities to discreetly acquire new skills. If it weren't for the skill catalog's limitation on entries, he believed he could have replicated dozens of skills by now. Shiyu discovered that the combination of telepathy and the skill catalog yielded superior outcomes. In the event he encountered formidable, extraordinary creatures in the future, leveraging telepathy for connection while utilizing the skill catalog for skill acquisition appeared to be an astute strategy. In summary, he did not squander these 3 months. Upon successfully obtaining his internship certificate, Shiyu left the base with a sense of elation. Although he would no longer have convenient access to replicate skills, he was excited about the prospect of personally contracting pet beasts and utilizing the skill catalog. As he delved deeper into the intricacies of this world, he increasingly recognized the limited prospects of not becoming a beast master. To ensure a better future, he set a modest goal: to become a professional beast master within a year. The morning sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, casting a warm glow upon Shiyu. Logically, this place also served as a marketplace for the sale of pet beast cubs, boasting a diverse array of species. However, after his experience here, Shiyu understood that the prices for these pet beast cubs were exorbitant. This was not a flaw of the breeding base, but rather a reflection of his own circumstances. Hence, he felt a stronger affinity for his suburban hometown. While the variety of pet beasts might be fewer, local residents enjoyed favorable policies. Shiyu's current city, Icefield City, housed both a school and internship site. Within the nation, Icefield City was classified as a secondary city. There were over 100 secondary cities like Icefield City across the country. Nevertheless, Icefield City was relatively developed, as only a handful of 9 primary cities could surpass it in urban infrastructure. As is often the case, in more developed regions, the cost of living tends to rise, forcing Shiyu to seek more affordable options. His hometown, a suburb under Icefield City known as Pinching District, had also seen substantial growth in the Beastmaster industry following reconstruction efforts. Furthermore, to promote the local Beastmaster industry, residents enjoyed discounts when registering as Beastmasters and purchasing pet beasts. Shiryu's predecessor had taken advantage of a promotional event to place a deposit for an iron-eating beast cub. Now, the time had come to collect that cub. A decade ago, Pinching experienced a beast tide, devastating many families, including Shiryu's. However, after all this time, normalcy had returned to the area. The passage of 10 years brought significant changes. The once defenseless Pinching now boasted towering walls and housed a branch of the Beastmaster Association, along with a Beastmaster Corps. While Pinching might not rival the grandeur of larger cities, it had not fallen behind either. Transportation and communication remained adequate, though the entertainment industry lagged slightly. In Icefield City, various Beastmaster competitions were frequently held, whereas such events were relatively rare in Pinching. Shiryu's destination was clear: one of the 3 major breeding bases in Pinching, the Iron Bamboo breeding base. He had meticulously prepared all necessary paperwork in advance to ensure he could promptly acquire his pet beast. He could hardly contain his excitement. In Pinching, there were 3 pet beast breeding bases, all established through private-public partnerships. However, the variety of pet species was limited, with the highest-ranked breeds only reaching moderate extraordinary levels, far inferior to the official breeding base in Icefield City. The Iron Bamboo breeding base, which Shiyu intended to visit, was a family-run establishment located within the dense bamboo forest of the back mountains of Pinching, housing over 800 iron-eating beasts. These creatures were a local specialty, and across the nation, the number of artificially bred iron-eating beasts was likely fewer than 5,000. Comparatively, other countries had none. It is worth noting that this world differs from Earth, as the majority of its regions are inhabited by extraordinary beings, leaving humanity with only 7 nations. The nation Shiryu currently resided in is referred to by other countries as the Eastern Glorious Ancient Kingdom, one of the oldest nations, abbreviated as Dongwang. Before long, Shiryu arrived at the vicinity of the back mountains of Pinching via public transport, preparing to embark on his ascent. The mountains featured well-maintained paths, and in addition to serving as a breeding base, it was also open to tourists at designated times. After a short walk, he reached the entrance of the iron bamboo breeding base, the sole access point surrounded by secure fencing. He glanced at a nearby pavilion before approaching. At the pavilion's window, an elderly man clad in a green coat with thinning hair was engrossed in a newspaper. Upon noticing Shiryu's approach, he adjusted his reading glasses, straining to discern who was coming closer. Shiryu thought to himself, "So, this gatekeeper is quite serious? Ah, well, one must not judge by appearances. Perhaps a seemingly unreliable individual could effortlessly summon a dragon. Hello, I previously reserved an iron-eating beast cub here and intend to complete the collection procedures today." Shiryu announced loudly, concerned that the elder might not hear him. Oh, the elder, despite his seemingly disheveled appearance, was quite perceptive. Upon hearing Shiryu's words, he comprehended the situation immediately. After relaying the particulars over the phone, Shiryu began to wait patiently. He did not have to wait long before a figure nearly 2 meters tall, with a rotund body and a striking black and white appearance, ambled out from the breeding area. Shiryu gazed at this approaching creature, pondering deeply. Soon, the figure, which resembled a standing giant panda, opened the gate and approached Shiryu directly, pointing to a badge affixed to its chest that read, "Staff Member." "Greetings." It spoke, rubbing its paws together and emitting a voice that was neither distinctly masculine nor feminine. Shiryu was taken aback. Could we have someone a bit more conventional as a staff member? Do not be alarmed. This is merely a life-sized iron-eating beast costume. The staff member explained. It's because I wear this costume that you were surprised. Who in their right mind would don such attire in the sweltering heat? I am Lin Shouju, a staff member here. I am Shiryu, he replied, but donning such an outfit, doesn't it get unbearably hot? Alas. This is all in the pursuit of truly understanding the sentiments of iron-eating beasts, Lin Shouju remarked. To nurture these creatures effectively, one must gain a comprehensive understanding of them. This is a fundamental skill for any caretaker. That makes sense, Shiryu replied, though inwardly skeptical. I'll take your word for it if it pleases you. I recall from the records that you, Mr. Shiryu, are also a graduate of the breeding program. No wonder you grasp my perspective so well. It was clear that the individual had deduced Shiryu's identity from his name, as the number of recent reservations for iron-eating beasts was not substantial. Indeed. But I am merely a novice, far beneath the level of Senior Lin, Shiryu responded, noting that despite the masculine name, the voice belonged to a female, confirming her status as a fellow graduate of the breeding program. The moment the senior called out, it immediately bridged the gap in their relationship, hoping for some discounts later. Lin Shouju remarked, "You flatter me. This approach is something anyone can attempt. Once you receive your pet, I can offer you a discount on 2 sets of costume outfits." Shiyu responded, "A discount is a discount, but it's not entirely generous. Are you truly a commercial genius?" "I refuse." Shiyu withheld his thoughts for the time being, planning to decline once he had selected his pet. It was one thing to bundle food sales, but selling cosplay outfits alongside seemed rather absurd. Next, the staff member named Lin Shouju led Shiyu into a nearby pavilion. She began to remove her costume, revealing the individual beneath. Shiyu was taken aback to discover that the person inside the costume was a striking woman in her mid-20s. She possessed delicate features and a tall, elegant figure, adorned with long, lustrous black hair, though slightly disheveled from the earlier costume. Yet, she seemed unconcerned, her demeanor quite casual. At this moment, Shiyu was curious about her affinity for pandas, as her attire beneath the costume was also themed after the giant panda. She wore white shorts with black spots, a loose-fitting black and white hoodie that slightly bulged, and a hat adorned with panda ears. Would she also sell him a set of that outfit? Let us proceed with the registration. By the way, have you gathered all the necessary materials? She sighed deeply and addressed Shiyu. The process to acquire a pet from the breeding center was rather cumbersome, particularly for someone like Shiyu, who needed to take out a loan for the purchase. The breeding center required all documentation to be thoroughly completed. Fortunately, Shiyu had prepared all the necessary credentials while in Icefield City, so he should be well equipped. After ensuring everything was in order, Shiyu registered with Lin Shouju's assistants, and they verified the relevant documents one by one. Once the verification was complete, Lin Shouju nodded and said, "You should be able to receive your pet today." "Today? Can I select it now?" Shiyu was taken aback. The prior deposit did not specify a particular individual. Thus, the selection of which juvenile panda to choose had to be made by the Beastmaster, as mutual affinity was crucial. Lin Shouju shook her head. "You arrived rather late. If you had come a bit earlier, perhaps you could have made a selection. As it stands, there is only one juvenile panda left from this batch, and it has some issues with its constitution and temperament." Shiyu was momentarily stunned. What was this situation? Could it be that this unfolding was about me? Chapter 7. The iron-eating beast never becomes a slave. The environment of the iron bamboo breeding base is markedly different from that of the breeding base in Ice Plain City. Here, one finds only towering bamboo forests. In this world, Shiryu frequently encounters phenomena that defy logic. For instance, multiple ecosystems that could never coexist on Earth can seamlessly blend together in this realm. Upon closer examination, it becomes evident that this is the result of extraordinary beings exerting their unique influence on the environment. The atmosphere of this iron bamboo breeding base can be considered relatively normal, at least in comparison to the breeding base in Ice Plain City. The soil is rich and fertile, the forests are lush, and the iron bamboo thrives, nourished by abundant fresh water flowing through. This is precisely the habitat favored by the iron-eating beasts. At this moment, Shiryu, accompanied by the breeder Lin Shiyu, has entered the breeding area. Although only one cub remains, it is essential to take a look. Waiting another year for the new batch of iron-eating beast cubs to mature is simply not an option. Life is arduous, and Shiryu lets out a sigh. At the iron bamboo breeding base, there are not only cubs of iron-eating beasts but also many adult creatures. However, Shiryu has specifically reserved a cub. As a novice beast master, his capacity to contract a single pet cub is already a considerable achievement, while adult iron-eating beasts could also serve as potential contracts. Shiryu clearly lacks the confidence to handle them. Iron-eating beasts, truly, they are quite reclusive. During their journey, Shiryu observes many solitary iron-eating beasts nearby, all of which are peacefully asleep. Some are nestled in grassy nests, others are clinging to tree trunks, and some rest upon branches, all surprisingly tranquil. Lin Shiyu, leading the way, soon points out a noticeably smaller iron-eating beast. Is this the one? Upon seeing the diminutive creature, Shiryu's heart swells with joy, feeling that the 3-month wait was not in vain. This cub possesses soft black and white fur, and its short, swaying tail is utterly adorable. At this moment, it notices Shiryu and Lin Shiyu, its round cheeks and bright eyes sparkling with curiosity and earnestness. Lin Shiyu nods, affirming it appears quite normal. Shiryu adds, well, it doesn't seem very intelligent. Lin Shiyu sighs, covering her forehead. This cub experienced some complications during birth, making its arrival less than smooth. Its constitution is weaker compared to other cubs. While its peers awakened their hardening abilities before turning 1 year old, this one has yet to do so. Typically, among creatures of the same species, an earlier awakening of racial skills indicates superior talent, while a delayed awakening suggests poorer aptitude. Thus, this iron-eating beast was left behind. In summary, due to individual differences, its personality has diverged from that of other iron-eating beasts. The nature of iron-eating beasts is somewhat akin to that of giant pandas. Aside from spending half their time eating, they often spend the remainder in slumber. Generally, iron-eating beasts are exceptionally gentle, often obscuring their faces with their forepaws or lowering their heads to avoid revealing their true selves, rarely initiating aggression towards other beings. As such, they are highly recommended for novice beast masters. However, this particular iron-eating beast, due to its unique experiences, has developed differently. Initially slow to mature compared to its peers, it struggled with skills that others had mastered. Consequently, its personality underwent a transformation. It grew anxious and began to alter its habits, displaying unusual self-discipline and actively training in hopes of awakening its hardening ability and becoming stronger. It is a rare iron-eating beast with dreams, not lazy, but unfortunately lacking in innate talent. After evolving, iron-eating beasts exhibit above-average intelligence compared to other pets. The earlier incident of crashing into a tree was a means for it to strengthen its physical body. In essence, this cub, despite its poor aptitude, is remarkably hardworking, striving for improvement. What a delightful discovery. Shiryu muses with a smile. Although your description is somewhat exaggerated, it does encapsulate the essence, Lin Shiyu responds. However, there's no need for concern. It is merely a case of slower innate development. If placed in a Beastmaster's space for nurturing, it can quickly adjust. Furthermore, such self-discipline is indeed rare among iron-eating beasts, a commendable trait. Of course, there are drawbacks to this character trait as well, Lin Shiyu muses quietly, noting that irregular sleeping patterns lead to increased appetite. After all, training requires proper nutrition. I shall take it, Shiryu declares. While typical iron-eating beasts are quite appealing, he is not inclined to choose a pet that is merely docile and sleepy. That would be excessively lethargic. His own laziness is sufficient for one. Talent matters little, for he possesses a skills compendium. It is well known that hard work is the true path to success. Have you made your decision? Lin Xiaozhu inquires, puzzled, as most beast masters are usually concerned about their pet's innate talents. Otherwise, this iron-eating beast cub would not have been left behind. I greatly admire the industrious nature of this pet. I sense it and I will resonate well together. Indeed, it has already prepared its own training regimen. She confirms. So, are there any discounts available? Shiyu continues to inquire about potential offers. Lin Xiaozhu, somewhat speechless, understands Shiyu's situation given the details in his profile. This iron-eating beast requires more food due to its lesser sleep. As for discounts, we do not offer preferential treatment. Every iron-eating beast is treated equally. However, should you choose it, we can provide an additional month's supply of iron bamboo. The iron bamboo breeding base is not only a breeding ground for iron-eating beasts but also produces one of their favorite foods, iron bamboo. This bamboo, as hard as steel, belongs to a mutated species and is essential for nurturing the iron-eating beasts and mastering their hardening abilities. It is not inexpensive, especially considering the beast's substantial appetites. Thus, a month's supply of iron bamboo is indeed a generous bonus, being a necessity. Thank you. Shiryu expresses his gratitude. Lin Xiaozhu nods. Since Shiryu has made his choice, she approaches the slightly dazed iron-eating beast cub, who had been knocked about by the impact. 11. At last. A beast master has chosen you. Are you happy? She squats down, smiling at the cub. Each iron-eating beast is assigned a number for identification, including the cubs. This particular one, being quite special, is designated as number 11, and thus the caretakers refer to it as such. The little iron-eating beast silently sits up and gazes at Shiryu in the distance, blinking its eyes. Although it feels a surge of joy at being acknowledged by a beast master, it realizes it is too late. It sits on the ground, raising its arms high and lets out a cry. Iron-eating beast, never a slave. It believes it can grow stronger on its own. With that, it rises and attempts to flee, intending to escape before the staff of the breeding base. Iron-eating beast, fearless. If I must part with a beast master, so be it. However, before it can even make a run for it, Lin Xiaozhu swiftly seizes it by the neck and lifts it off the ground. With a mental connection. Shiryu observes, impressive spirit indeed. Meanwhile, Lin Xiaozhu sighs, pinning the troublesome iron-eating beast to the ground. Though she is merely a girl, her strength is unexpectedly great. Undoubtedly, she is a true beast master. After contracting a pet, the creature's power also enhances its master, augmenting their mental prowess and physical capabilities. While it may not elevate one to the level of single-handedly combating extraordinary beings, it is more than sufficient to overpower martial artists and athletes on Earth. Listen carefully. If you dare to run away, you shall receive no food. Once you become a Beastmaster's pet, not only will your growth rate multiply, but the hardening ability you could not awaken before will swiftly manifest. Moreover, there exists a far more comfortable resting environment and a greater variety of food, rendering it infinitely more blissful than remaining here. Lin Xiaozhu earnestly conveyed this to the young iron-eating beast, who, perhaps due to a latent telepathic ability or having assumed the guise of an iron-eating beast for too long, appeared to comprehend her words. Upon finishing her discourse, the young beast looked momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Shiryu. After a period of silence, Shiryu responded, all meals and accommodations are provided. With an unspoken addendum in his mind, as long as there are funds available. The young iron-eating beast emitted another howl, its expression now even more perplexed. It found itself torn, contemplating the superior environment and sustenance compared to the breeding base. Saliva uncontrollably dribbled from its mouth. Ultimately, however, the allure of the benefits that a beast master could provide outweighed its mental resolve, and the young iron-eating beast reluctantly nodded in agreement. It could no longer resist. An iron-eating beast shall never be enslaved, fearless and unyielding, unless, of course, meals and accommodations are guaranteed. Chapter 8. The contract. The iron-eating beast appears to have been intelligent since its youth. Shiryu observed with satisfaction as the young iron-eating beast quickly recognized reality amidst its initial resistance. Was it not merely a better environment for growth? Was it not an abundance of delicacies? Once he became a powerful beast master, he would undoubtedly have whatever he desired. However, until that time, he would rely on the iron-eating beast to sweat and toil alongside him to become a formidable beast master. Can we sign the contract now? Shiryu inquired, glancing at Lin Xiaozhu, the caretaker who was holding the young beast. Only by establishing a contract with the iron-eating beast could they forge a spiritual connection, thus truly becoming each other's beast master and pet. Only then could the unique aspects of the beast master system be revealed. Yes, Lin Xiaozhu replied, moving her hand away and nodding. You initiate the contract. I will oversee from the side. With that, Lin Xiaoju exhaled in relief. At last, a beast master was willing to take in this creature. Although many beast masters had previously dismissed the young iron-eating beast, deeming it to possess inferior talent, Lin Xiaoju held a different opinion. The beast's innate frailness was not a significant issue. With some nurturing in the beast's space, it could gradually recover. This was not an unprecedented situation. Moreover, amidst the disdain from various beast masters, the resilience and desire for recognition that the iron-eating beast had developed were, in Lin Xiaoju's eyes, quite extraordinary, an indication of remarkable talent. If the once lazy creature could cultivate self-discipline, it could potentially rival even those of higher racial standing, given proper training. Having grown up in the iron bamboo breeding base and lived alongside these iron-eating beasts, Lin Xiaoju was well acquainted with each one's circumstances. Initially, she had contemplated keeping the beast in the breeding base should no one wish to adopt it. However, with Shiyu expressing interest, it seemed a mutually beneficial outcome for both him and the young beast. Beast masters and their pets typically foster each other's growth. Furthermore, considering that Shiyu had been a victim of the disaster in Pingxing a decade prior, she decided to include an extra month's worth of pet food. Many families had been shattered, and numerous children had been left orphaned. Local policies were designed to support individuals like Shiyu, victims of that catastrophe. Without this context, even with his unique empathic abilities and an in-turn caretaker certification, obtaining the iron-eating beast would not have been easy. Society, in most cases, tends to care for the vulnerable. As one of those cared for, Shiyu did not scorn the frail iron-eating beast. Rather, he acknowledged it, which in turn led Lin Xiaoju to tacitly accept him. This was her rationale for providing an additional month's supply of food. While the food was not a significant burden for her, it would undoubtedly alleviate a considerable amount of pressure for Shiyu. May they have a brighter future, Lin Xiaoju silently wished, having developed a bond with the iron-eating beasts after caring for them for so long. Starting today, I am your beast master. Let us strive together. Your name is 11, correct? My name is Shiyu, which is quite similar to yours, indicating our fated connection. How about I continue to call you 11, or perhaps Shuri? At that moment, addressing the nervous 11, Shiyu closed his eyes and softly meditated. In that instant, it felt as though he was gazing inward, into the beast space within his mind, a white realm with transparent barriers, resembling a sea of clouds. As Shiyu connected with the beast space, employing the method he had learned, a gentle breeze stirred outside. As dust rose from the ground, countless specks of light twinkled before him, and two transparent circular arrays akin to star maps materialized, surrounding the young, iron-eating beast. In the next moment, the arrays began to emanate countless faint lights, enveloping the young beast as if attempting to shroud it completely. Relax, do not struggle, Lin Xiaoju reassured the young beast, sensing that Shiyu was not fully exerting his power to bind it. Thus, a slight struggle would break the contract. Meanwhile, Shiyu observed earnestly. The young iron-eating beast remained tense beneath the white glow. Yet in this state, the spiritual connection between Shiyu and the beast reached a higher level. The young beast could clearly sense Shiryu's emotions. He held a deep affection for it, understanding that this creature would likely accompany him for a lifetime. With a resolve akin to nurturing a child, he was determined to ensure the young iron-eating beast thrived. Alas, I have yet to find a wife. And now I have taken on a pet more challenging to care for than a child, Shiyu thought, feeling a twinge of exhaustion. Although he feigned nonchalance, it was his genuine heart that allowed the young beast to lower its guard and accept the contract, fully recognizing Shiyu as its chosen beast master. Before long, the white light enveloped the young iron-eating beast entirely, causing the arrays connecting to the beast's space to ripple. Under this ripple, the beast gradually transformed into a luminescent glow, vanishing from the external world and entering the beast space. Buzz. Everything transpired swiftly. Shiyu barely had time to react before a warm current coursed through him. Initially fatigued, his spirit rapidly rejuvenated, and he felt unexpectedly invigorated, as if his strength had significantly increased. Congratulations. You have successfully signed a contract with the iron-eating beast, came Lin Xiaoju's voice amidst the buzzing in Shiryu's mind. My suggestion is to allow it to acclimate to the environment of the beast space before frequently summoning it. If it adapts quickly, it should awaken its hardening ability within a week. Shiryu nodded instinctively, finally realizing the changes occurring within him. Having successfully contracted his first pet and become a beast master, he immediately received feedback from the pet's power, enhancing both his spiritual strength and physical capabilities. Despite the young, iron-eating beast's frailty, it still provided some degree of feedback. Even the tiniest mosquito is still meat, and for Shiyu, Experiencing this for the first time was quite astonishing. However, that was not what thrilled him most. The most delightful surprise was that with the successful contract, his improved physical attributes triggered new information in his skills catalog, indicating an increase in the number of skills he could acquire. What's wrong? Lin Shouju inquired. Noticing Shiryu's unusual reaction. Nothing, just feeling a bit overwhelmed by the enhancement in my physical capabilities, Shiryu replied promptly. Lin Shouju smiled. It is indeed common to feel disoriented the first time. You will become accustomed to it over time. Now, let me take you to complete the final procedures. I will also provide you with a cultivation manual. Additionally, please fill in your address. My iron bamboo will regularly arrange for fresh deliveries of food. This type of nourishment must be kept fresh and is unsuitable for bulk storage. Once you have consumed these supplies, you are welcome to return here to order more iron-eating beast food, but there will be charges then. That sounds good. Shiryu said. Actually, Lin, I have one more small request. Yes? May I take a look around here? To nurture the iron-eating beast well, I wish to understand its true living environment better. I won't be mooching off meals. By the way, is it permissible to touch the iron-eating beast here? Generally speaking, there should be no issue, as this is still a tourist attraction and the iron-eating beasts are quite docile. Moreover, you possess the gift of telepathy. Excellent. Your response has stirred something within me. Why wait an entire week? Today, I shall arrange for the iron-eating beast to undergo hardening, allowing it to recognize the prowess of its master. This is the first step in nurturing a bond. One must first earn its admiration, and once that is achieved, educating it will be a breeze. I wonder, however, whether the adult iron-eating beasts here possess any rare skills beyond their innate abilities. Nevertheless, let us focus on acquiring the hardening ability first. Chapter 9. The first battle 2 hours later, Shiyu emerged from the iron bamboo breeding base, thoroughly satisfied. On the 6th page of his skill compendium, he found the following entry: Skill, Hardening Skill Level, Low Tier, Description, a metal-type skill that enables the body to harden, functioning like an invisible armor, which can also evolve into an enhancement of attack power. Status: No teaching subject available. The process of Shiyu copying the hardening skill was remarkably smooth. He simply fed a wild iron-eating beast. Unlike the juvenile iron-eating beasts that gnawed on the bamboo as if it were bone, adult iron-eating beasts would first employ the hardening skill to fortify their teeth before consuming the iron bamboo, which is as hard as steel. This method greatly enhances their eating efficiency, allowing them to crunch through the bamboo with ease. After feeding a stalk of iron bamboo, Shiyu gently stroked it, and the skill was acquired. As a newly minted beast master, he left the breeding base with a sense of accomplishment. Alongside him was the young number 11 iron-eating beast, and he also carried a backpack filled with premium bamboo shoots, which would serve as its sustenance for the next day. Unlike the bamboo on Earth, the mutated flora of this realm is highly nutritious, rivaling even certain meats in nutritional value. Moreover, the digestive system of the iron-eating beasts differs significantly from that of ordinary giant pandas. Consequently, as long as the bamboo is of good quality, the beasts need not consume excessive amounts daily to meet their dietary needs. Regardless, iron bamboo remains merely the fundamental food for the iron-eating beasts. There are certainly more expensive and upgraded options available, though Shiyu may not be able to afford them just yet. Earning money. As a new beastmaster, it is imperative to devise ways to generate income. While his own sustenance is manageable, the swift growth of his iron-eating beast cannot rely solely on various skills. Proper nutrition is equally crucial. Food, drink, and shelter are all of utmost importance. Before long, Shiyu returned home. Pingcheng has seen the rise of numerous skyscrapers. Yet his childhood residence is a spacious, single-story courtyard. For Shiyu, living in a bungalow is preferable to residing in a high-rise. Being a beastmaster now, it is quite inconvenient to train his companion in an apartment, which would necessitate renting training grounds, an unnecessary hassle and expense. The old courtyard, though slightly worn, provides ample space and serves as an excellent training area. Upon returning, Shiyu casually dropped his belongings, only to notice the thick layer of dust coating everything. He resolved to conduct a thorough cleaning. However, it would be unwise to tackle this task alone. Panda 11, my companion. A translucent, circular summoning array appeared before Shiyu, rippling like water, from which the iron-eating beast 11 emerged. The color of the spatial barrier and summoning array varies according to the level of the beastmaster. For a novice like Shiyu, it is transparent and nearly colorless. At this moment, 11, summoned from the beast space, seemed somewhat disoriented, as if just waking from slumber. It shook its body vigorously, ruffled its soft black and white fur, and once feeling more at ease, turned to face Shiyu. With a gentle wag of its short tail, 11, now Shiyu's pet, no longer exhibited the defiance it once had. A natural bond had formed between them, one that transcended even blood ties. Instinctively, 11 approached Shiyu, nuzzling against his leg, melting his heart. It appeared much more obedient than before. Shiyu smiled with paternal warmth. Come, let me teach you the hardening ability. Cleaning is a task that he could manage alone. His adorable companion should not be burdened with such labor, especially when training is already strenuous. First, let us establish a commendable image in your heart. Woof? 11 stood up, inquiring about hardening. It raised its fist, and in an instant, its black-furred paw transformed, becoming even darker and harder, taking on a metallic sheen. This was the hardening ability. After a brief rest in the beast's space, 11 finally awakened. It felt incredibly comfortable there. Its hunger had dissipated, and it slept more soundly. Warmth enveloping its body and clarity returning to its mind. The hardening skill, which had previously eluded it, was now effortlessly grasped. Shiyu? Shiyu rubbed his eyes, staring at 11's paw. What? You awakened it by yourself? I was just about to teach you. Silence enveloped him. How reliable was Lin Xiuzhu, who had claimed it would take nearly a week for 11 to awaken the hardening skill? How had it happened so quickly? While Shiyu felt delighted, he also experienced a pang of disappointment, having anticipated the awe on 11's face upon mastering the skill under his guidance. Let us proceed with cleaning the courtyard. 11. Oh, cleaning? Well, never mind. Observing 11's bewildered expression, Shiyu decided to postpone the cleaning. There was no rush. He suddenly recalled that the skill compendium could be used to teach skills already mastered, and repeating the teaching of a skill could enhance proficiency. Skill proficiency is paramount. The efficacy of a skill can vary greatly between a newly learned technique and one honed through years of practice. It is entirely plausible for a low-tier skill with high proficiency to outperform a high-tier skill with low proficiency. Shiyu retrieved the foundational cultivation manual for iron-eating beasts that Lin Xiuzhu had provided him. The manual succinctly outlined that skill proficiency can be categorized into 5 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, perfection. Transcendent Shiyu was curious about how much proficiency could be gained from a single teaching session with the skill compendium. He glanced at 11, who was observing the surroundings, and fell into contemplation. Speaking of which, utilizing the skill compendium for teaching seems to consume stamina. How much energy would be expended in teaching the low-tier hardening skill? With no prior experience to draw upon, Shiyu was uncertain. Perhaps he had been too hasty. What if teaching a low-tier skill left him utterly exhausted? Perhaps it would be wiser to experiment with the least effective skill in the compendium, the unranked silk thread, and gauge the energy expenditure? After all, lower-tier skills generally require less stamina. It seemed worth a try. However, Shiyu realized he would need to find another subject for the experiment, as there was no compatibility between the iron-eating beast and the silk thread skill, making teaching impossible. It would be too much to ask of 11 to produce silk. Since you have already mastered a skill, why not engage in our first battle? Shiyu's gaze suddenly shifted to the 2 persimmon trees in his courtyard. More specifically, he focused on a certain tree where a green figure rested. A green caterpillar lounged on a branch, carefree and unafraid of the birds that occasionally flitted past. As a disgrace of the extraordinary realm, the combat prowess of this caterpillar was abysmal. Even an ordinary sparrow, which had not undergone any evolution, had a chance of defeating it. Commonplace and easily found. Upon spotting the caterpillar, Shiyu immediately deemed it the perfect experimental subject. This particular caterpillar appeared malnourished, noticeably thinner than those raised in the breeding base. Typically, such caterpillars have little hope of evolution, often becoming mere prey for birds. However, for this unfortunate caterpillar, encountering Shiyu was a stroke of luck. Here is your chance to gain proficiency in the silk thread skill without cost. Carefully catch it. With the command issued, 11 glanced at the caterpillar, slightly taken aback. The target for its first battle was this little creature? Nevertheless, as a beast master, Shiyu's orders must be obeyed. Without hesitation, it climbed the tree and struck the branch where the caterpillar rested, causing it to fall, along with the branch, to the ground. This fall momentarily left the green silkworm in a state of bewilderment. Aha! We won! The tree-dwelling, iron-eating beast exclaimed joyfully. In this inaugural battle, having hands was sufficient. Splendid! After all, the iron-eating beast was merely a child, and Shiyu offered a modest compliment. Raising a pet beast is akin to nurturing a child. One must offer ample praise and refrain from constant criticism. Green Silkworm. Chapter 10. Seizing the silkworm. The level of this green silkworm is likely at the first tier. After praising 11, Shiyu turned his attention to the green silkworm, the pet he had studied most extensively, owing to his 3-month internship experience. He had meticulously recorded numerous volumes of growth data on these silkworms. Judging by the patterns on this particular silkworm, which bore a single line, it had likely awakened only once, rendering it rather weak in combat. Thus, Shiyu boldly decided to engage with it. Pets are classified by both growth levels and species levels. Generally, a higher growth level indicates a stronger overall capability. In contrast, the species level primarily reflects the pet's potential for growth. The higher the species level, the greater the potential cap for growth levels. Currently, this green silkworm is at the first awakening stage of its growth level. Each awakening raises its level, enhancing its physical attributes and energy limits, while also providing a chance to awaken its intrinsic species skills. After 10 awakenings, it may aspire to reach the extraordinary level, becoming a true extraordinary being. This particular silkworm is at level 1, while Shiyu's contracted iron-eating beast stands at level 3, equivalent to having undergone 1 and 3 awakenings respectively. However, the number of awakenings does not solely determine a pet's strength. The power of a pet in the awakening phase is primarily linked to the skills it has awakened. In simpler terms, among pets of the same growth level, those with a higher species level possess greater combat prowess, unless a lower species pet has mastered formidable skills beyond its basic abilities. Therefore, even if a silkworm has awakened 10 times but only possesses the skill of producing silk, it could never defeat an iron-eating beast that has learned the skill of hardening, regardless of the latter's lower growth level, due to species suppression. The advantage of the green silkworm lies in its rapid growth compared to other high-species pets. After all, its brief lifespan necessitates swift maturation. In summary, this green silkworm is quite weak, and its inability to control its own fate has rendered it a subject for Shiyu's experimentation. Plop. The silkworm was dropped to the ground but, due to its light body, sustained no injuries. However, the abrupt encounter with the iron-eating beast startled it, leaving it in a state of shock. The silkworm, with wide eyes, gazed in panic at the towering giant before it and the iron-eating beast descending from the tree, instinctively scurrying away without even a thought of retaliating with its silk. Yet, Shiyu was swifter, stepping forward to seize it in his grasp. At that moment, the silkworm finally decided to resist. Silk. A pristine thread of silk erupted from its mouth, enveloping Shiyu's hand. However, it was effortlessly torn apart by Shiyu, who had become most proficient at this during his internship. Your silk is far too weak. Do you think you are Don Quixote, the silkworm? The silkworm, feeling desperate, was warned, behave yourself, or I shall feed you to that creature over there. Despite being an extraordinary being, the silkworm's intelligence was limited to instinctual emotional responses. Nevertheless, Shiyu's mental communication proved somewhat effective, transmitting a dialogue of thoughts. Although the silkworm could not grasp the meaning, it instinctively sensed a wave of panic, preventing it from acting recklessly. Skill. Silk skill level. None. Description. A silkworm skill. Perhaps it may have some efficacy when fully mastered. Status. Teachability. Shiyu, observing the silkworm before him, summoned the skill compendium in his mind, flipping to the second page. He designated the least effective skill among the 6 recorded, silk, toward this particular silkworm. The silk skill was innate to its species, so it was certain that this silkworm could utilize it, a fact Shiyu had recognized from the outset. Teaching. He murmured under his breath as he gazed into the bewildered eyes of the silkworm, attempting to trigger the compendium. This was his first attempt, and he felt a wave of trepidation. The outcome was not as Shiyu had envisioned, rather than the silkworm immediately mastering the skill. A radiant glow began to emanate from his hands. Subsequently, the aura from Shiyu's hands flowed into the silkworm upon contact, akin to a stream of water. The light dissipated from Shiyu's hands, enveloping the silkworm entirely, causing it to shimmer with brilliance. Thus, as the process concluded, Shiyu felt a portion of his vitality drain away. As if his mental state had plummeted, he felt hungry, fatigued, and drowsy. However, the subsequent transformation soon invigorated him with delight, for he witnessed the silkworm's body visibly beginning to evolve. The green silkworm was undergoing its second awakening, a second line of patterns gradually surfacing on its body. Shiyu hastily set it down to observe closely. From the silkworm's perspective, it too was bewildered, as the aura integrated into its being. Its physical attributes and energy limits surged dramatically. Simultaneously, in a vague awareness, the silkworm sensed that it had instinctively utilized its silk countless times. This newfound experience enhanced its proficiency in wielding silk. Although it remained unclear as to what transpired, the concept of becoming stronger was nonetheless grasped by the silkworm. However, these considerations were of little importance. It merely yearned to escape Shiyu's grasp. It remained oblivious to the fact that Shiyu represented a significant source of support, and it only sought to find a secure haven to relax. The silkworm turned to flee once more, but Shiyu intercepted it again. A fresh burst of white silk shot from the silkworm's mouth as it launched a second attempt at resistance. Yet, the silk was ruthlessly torn asunder once more. Although Shiyu felt weakened, he still had ample strength to manage the silkworm. In despair, the silkworm ceased its struggles, curling up in a corner. Its silk strength had indeed improved, and its application had become more adept than before. As Shiyu engaged in a battle of wits with the silkworm, he pondered its abilities. He glanced at the marks on his hand, then back at the silkworm. Could this reflect a level of proficiency in silk usage, transitioning from novice to adept? The strength of this silk was now comparable to that of high-quality silkworms cultivated in the breeding bases of Icefield City. While it may not surpass in growth level, its proficiency in silk was undoubtedly at its peak. Shiyu had anticipated the increase in the silkworm's silk skill proficiency, yet he had not expected its growth level to rise. Could it be that a deeper understanding of its species' skill had catalyzed its growth, facilitating its second awakening? Or might the act of teaching have inadvertently granted it a portion of its strength? Regardless of the cause, Shiyu was thoroughly pleased with the efficacy of the skill compendium. However, his expression suddenly shifted as he opened the compendium again. To his dismay, he discovered that all the pages had dimmed in color, and a countdown for cooldown appeared beneath each skill status. Cooldown time: 8 hours. This indicated that he would have to wait 8 hours before using the skill compendium again. Shiyu? There's a cooldown period? He was momentarily taken aback, yet it seemed reasonable. Though the recent experiment on teaching the unranked skill of silk had consumed a manageable amount of his energy, it had not reached a level that could be disregarded. This cooling period serves as a protective mechanism, preventing one from overindulging in the skill compendium to the point of depletion. 8 hours. A time frame that roughly necessitates a meal and a brief slumber for recuperation. To truly harness the potential of this skill compendium, one must also strengthen their physical condition. If a skill devoid of rank requires an 8-hour recovery, then lesser skills may demand 1 or 2 days. What of intermediate, advanced, and transcendent skills? Suddenly, Shiyu realized that the skill compendium was not as advantageous as it seemed. The comfort belonged to the summoned beasts, while the fatigue was his own. He pondered whether consuming nutritionally rich foods could expedite his recovery. If so, preparing some in advance might enable him to swiftly restore his state after the instructional skills concluded. Just as the beasts have their nutritional supplements, surely a beast tamer would possess similar provisions. Shiyu glanced at the bewildered iron-eating beast beside him, who remained oblivious to the endeavors of its master. The iron bamboo rod was indeed rigid, yet the bamboo shoots were entirely edible for humans and far more nourishing than common vegetables. Shiyu deemed it necessary to replenish his strength, ensuring he would be at peak condition for the next lesson on the iron-eating beast's hardening skill. Eat bamboo shoots? The iron-eating beast's eyes sparkled with excitement. However, it soon realized a grave concern. Oh, aren't bamboo shoots meant to be its own food? Chapter 11. Methods of earning money after the experiment. Shiyu felt both hungry and exhausted. Initially, he intended to tidy up the courtyard and the room, but given the current state, he decided to manage for one more night. Realizing that time was running late, he resolved to prepare dinner. 11. You can take a moment to rest while I call you for dinner, he said, turning to 11. The iron-eating beast behind the tree shook its head vigorously. Rest? How could that be permissible? Having just awakened its hardening ability, it could not afford to rest. It was already lagging behind its peers and needed to train diligently. Without completing 2 hours of training, it could not eat dinner with peace of mind. Shiyu, possessing telepathy, was astonished. Lin Shouju, the caretaker, was indeed correct. This iron-eating beast was somewhat peculiar. It was clearly eager for delicious food, yet it felt uneasy about dining without having trained first. You are being overly self-disciplined, Shiyu remarked. There is no need to rush. Today is an exception, and it's perfectly fine to take a good rest. The iron-eating beast shook its head vigorously. All right then, you can practice maintaining your hardening ability in the courtyard, Shiyu suggested. 11 nodded. Completely forgetting that Shiyu also wanted to partake in its bamboo shoots, its expression gradually turning serious. Let us practice. It gazed at the surrounding walls, causing Shiyu to flinch. Wait a moment. Focus on maintaining and retracting your hardening ability first. Aim to quickly harden a specific part of your body in the shortest time possible. We can set aside the other aspects for now. Practicing the hardening ability was quite simple. Such low-level skills generally have foundational training methods. The cultivation manual given by Lin Xiaozhu contained clear instructions. The proficiency of the hardening ability could be divided into 4 aspects: duration, coverage area, retraction speed, and hardness. The look in Eleven's eyes just now clearly indicated a desire to practice hardness. The fundamental method for practicing hardness was straightforward. Eleven had learned it at the breeding facility, which involved subjecting its hardened body to repeated impacts, akin to forging steel. Previously, when Eleven did not grasp hardening, it was manageable, but now that it had mastered it, allowing it to practice hardness unchecked would surely lead to chaos. Thus, Shiyu hastily intervened to prevent the eager iron-eating beast from proceeding with hardness training and instead suggested focusing on maintaining and retracting the ability, which required minimal commotion and could simply be practiced in the air. Training for hardness could wait. After Shiyu's persuasion, Eleven scratched its face, then nodded. All right then. At this point, Shiyu felt a sense of relief but was also slightly fatigued. It was undoubtedly a good thing for a pet to be self-disciplined. So why did he feel drained? Such a curious sensation. After arranging for the iron-eating beast, Shiyu turned his attention to the silkworm in the corner. He rummaged through his home for a bundle of wire and fashioned a simple birdcage to house the creature. After conducting experiments with the silkworm and observing the increase in its silk skill proficiency, an idea for making money began to blossom in Shiryu's mind. Depending on the cultivation method, the silkworm's silk had a wide range of applications in textiles, medicine, and industry. Consequently, specialized breeding facilities for silkworms existed in both Pingqing and Icefield City, dedicated to silk production. However, while the silk produced on an assembly line was of decent quality, it was seldom exceptional. The highest quality silk typically came from silkworms raised by skilled beastmasters. Numerous channels were willing to pay handsomely for silk produced by these beastmasters. The better the silk quality, the higher the purchase price. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Not only silk, but various body parts of pets had extensive uses. Many beastmasters viewed raising pets as a business. Beastmasters with contracts for wood-type creatures would hasten the growth of spirit plants, while those with healing-type pets would assist others with medical needs. These were all avenues for beastmasters to earn extra income. Thus, Shiryu pondered. Since enhancing the silkworm's skill proficiency was effortless for him and silk procurement was a prevalent business, why couldn't he first earn a small fortune through this method? While raising the iron-eating beast, he could also devote some time to nurturing the silkworm. After all, this creature only needed to consume ordinary leaves, which were abundant. By the time he perfected its silk proficiency, the silk quality would inevitably be commendable. This way, selling a bundle of silk would significantly alleviate his family's financial burden. The silkworm in the cage lay down in frustration. Shiryu smiled apologetically at it, explaining that necessity drove his actions. Unfortunately, the silkworm was not particularly intelligent. Had it been any other pet, they would have eagerly competed for such an opportunity to rapidly enhance their skills. As night fell, after dinner, both Shiryu and the iron-eating beast felt drained. The frequent use of the hardening ability during training had exhausted Eleven. Upon finishing its meal, it promptly collapsed into slumber. Its round body sprawled comfortably. Despite being in an unfamiliar environment, it slept soundly, even revealing a smile that was absent when awake. Shiryu, observing the iron-eating beast munching in its sleep, couldn't help but smile as well. Its delightful personality was a combination of talent and perhaps the result of its unique experiences. It relished food immensely, yet hesitated to eat without completing training, possibly fearing abandonment due to perceived inadequacies. As the beastmaster of the iron-eating beast, Shiryu could vaguely sense its thoughts. Eleven believed that the previous beastmaster's rejection stemmed from its poor performance. Rest assured, I will never abandon you, no matter what, he reassured. It was common for beastmasters to switch pets, especially as they grew and opted for higher-tier creatures to replace their former low-tier companions. Shiryu did not know what level of beastmaster he would ultimately become, but he was determined never to forsake any of his contracted pets. Even if the contracted pets were of a lower tier, he would risk being drained to learn a few exceptional skills. Speaking of which, did the iron-eating beast have an evolutionary path? Shiryu was uncertain. Afterward, he too lay down on his bed, lost in contemplation. Chapter 12. The Bug Catcher Boy. On the following morning, the sun shone brightly, and the sounds of chirping birds and the calls of silkworms echoed in the air. Oh, I must venture out shortly, he murmured to himself. At this moment, he had nearly fully recovered, glancing at his skill compendium, which indicated that the 8-hour cooldown period had elapsed, meaning he could once again utilize the teaching skills from the compendium. Today, He intended to experiment with teaching the hardening skill. However, even a skill without a rank required an 8-hour recovery time, and the consumption for a lower-tier skill would undoubtedly be greater. Therefore, he resolved to procure some nutritional supplements to use after completing the teaching of the skill. Consequently, not only did the creatures require various nutritional products and medicines, but the market also offered numerous supplements tailored for beast tamers. As Shiyu had only recently become a beast tamer and was not well-versed in this area, he was certain he could find what he needed. For advertisements for these medications were ubiquitous. He had studied the cooldown period of the skill compendium the previous day, concluding that the time was calculated under normal resting conditions. Consumption of supplements or deep rest could accelerate the recovery time. Thus, it was not a fixed cooldown but rather dependent on his current physical state. Once the skill compendium deemed his body sufficiently recovered, he could embark on the next round of teaching. In fact, this arrangement was quite favorable. In the future, he could carry a thermos, brew some otherworldly goji berries, and stow away a box of revitalizing medicine in his pocket. Even high-tier skills might prove manageable. Moreover, with his newfound status as a beast tamer, his constitution would only strengthen, and the arduousness of teaching skills might soon become a thing of the past. In summary, he needed to maintain a careful balance. Shiyu certainly did not wish to find himself wheeled into a beast competition by an iron-eating beast. 11. You may continue your slumber inside. I shall release you once I return from my errand. Suddenly, as he stepped into the courtyard, he remembered to greet his companion. He glanced up at the persimmon tree, where a silkworm had awakened in its cage. The creature appeared quite at ease, leisurely munching on leaves. Strangely, there seemed to be a pile of persimmon leaves inside the cage, some of which had already been nibbled. After some contemplation, Shiyu deduced that the silkworm had likely spun the leaves into its cocoon. Once its proficiency in silk spinning reached a certain level, such feats became effortless. The silkworm, however, paid no heed to Shiyu, blissfully gnawing on leaves while gazing skyward. Why was it, a mere insect, confined to a birdcage? Yet, from another perspective, one could argue that it had merely exchanged places with the birds, enhancing its security. This silkworm is rather peculiar, Shiyu mused quietly as he prepared to leave. Unlike other silkworms that sought out nourishing plants to pursue growth and evolution, this one seemed entirely unambitious, content to feast on the leaves of its domesticated persimmon tree, living in harmony with its surroundings. It was no wonder it exhibited signs of malnutrition. Had he not utilized the skill compendium to teach it silk spinning, it might never have achieved a second metamorphosis before its life concluded. The nurturing base he could provide was insufficient to acquire the rare plants and exquisite fruits that promoted the silkworm's growth. However, the ordinary plants lining the roadside were plentiful. As his future supplier of silk, he could not afford for it to perish from malnutrition. The silkworm species, once it reached level 10, would have a chance to cocoon and evolve. At that point, it would spin silk to envelop itself, and the higher its proficiency in silk spinning, the greater the likelihood of successful evolution and the more pronounced the individual differences would be. Thus, as long as this silkworm remained obedient within Shiyu's birdcage, it stood a chance of defying fate. Upon stepping outside, Shiyu strolled through the streets of Ping City, reflecting on the remarkable transformations that had taken place. The most striking manifestations of change, aside from the towering buildings, were the pedestrians populating the sidewalks. Whether or not they were beast tamers, it seemed that owning a pet had become a fashionable trend in this world. In locales where beast taming culture thrived, the bond between humans and their pets deepened. He observed a middle-aged man riding in a four-wheeled cart, a leashed Arctic dog resembling a Siberian husky pulling him along. Now that's truly green transportation, natural and pollution-free, albeit requiring considerable effort from the dog. Additionally, he noticed a girl chasing after a gym cat. If walking a dog resembled riding a horse, then walking a cat felt akin to bullfighting. It was usually the cat leading the person rather than the other way around. This uncontrollable situation likely arose from the cat owner not being a beast tamer. No contract had been established, and the gym cat was treated merely as a pet. The gym cat bore a resemblance to the Earth-S ragdoll breed, stunningly beautiful and possessing combat prowess superior to that of the silkworm. Similar to the silkworm, its evolution was well documented, with no low limits. As long as one possessed a rare cat's eye gemstone, the gem cat could attain different racial abilities based on the type of gemstone, thus completing its evolution. The quality of the gemstone determined the strength of the powers bestowed upon the gem cat, making it a formidable companion. Without a cat's eye gemstone, a gem cat could only serve as a pet, whereas one with the gemstone transformed into a premium battle companion. After all, the price of a cat's eye gemstone often surpassed that of the gem cat itself. Natural resources like gemstones were exceedingly rare, yet cats could breed continuously. Over time, the value of the cat's eye gemstones appreciated while the price of gem cats diminished. As Shiyu absorbed the ambience of Ping City, he searched for a pharmacy. Eventually, he arrived at a large pharmacy named Baikatang, situated 4 kilometers from his home. The layout bore little difference from pharmacies on Earth. Upon entering, he beheld various boxed and jarred medications within glass cabinets. If one saw distinctions, it was perhaps that this world's pharmacy catered to both humans and beasts alike. Due to cultural differences, even physicians specializing in human ailments possessed at least a modicum of knowledge regarding animal care. The reason was simple: profit. It merely required obtaining an additional certification, thus doubling potential income. "How may I assist you?" inquired a young physician at the front desk as Shiyu entered the pharmacy. "Do you also purchase silks?" Shiyu immediately noticed a sign within the pharmacy detailing various medicinal materials they procured, which included the silk produced by silkworms. "Indeed. But we require silk spun by silkworms fed specific rare materials, and it must meet a high-quality standard. Once the components pass inspection, we can directly acquire it. The list of materials was displayed above for your perusal." "All right." Shiyu nodded, attentively examining the information. The properties of the silk produced varied based on the silkworm's diet. For instance, some textile factories demanded silk with specific cold-resistant and thermal insulating qualities. Garments made from cold-resistant silk commanded a high price. Much like the snow-capped mountains outside the Arctic city, an essential for any beast tamer wishing to explore those treacherous terrains. The silk purchased for medicinal use necessitated specific components. The so-called high-quality standard likely required the silkworm's silk proficiency to reach an adept level. If it attained a perfect level of proficiency, the price would soar several times over. After surveying the acquisition prices, Shiyu swallowed hard, factoring in his inheritance and various subsidies, alongside the necessity of monthly repayments. He and his iron-eating beast would barely manage for a year. If within a year I fail to achieve any remarkable success, such as becoming a professional beast master, I shall have no choice but to earn a living at a breeding facility, which would inevitably sever the funding chain for nurturing the iron-eating beast. However, if I can cultivate the silk of the Qingmian worm to perfection, even when accounting for food costs, a single worm could sufficiently sustain the iron-eating beast. Establishing a breeding farm for the Qingmian worm would lead to absolute financial freedom. It seems I have truly discovered a lucrative opportunity. The insect-catching youth is none other than myself. Are you a beast master? Do you have any intention of selling worm silk? Not at the moment. Could you please bring me 2 bottles of that potion? Shiyu pointed towards a designated area. Physician. Chapter 13. From initiation to interment, the supplement he purchased was known as the Mingshin capsule, seemingly derived from the materials of several extraordinary plant-based organisms. Just as the physician at the breeding base in Icefield City effortlessly treated Shiyu, the efficacy of medicines in this world was equally remarkable. After all, in his previous life, medicinal materials were predominantly extracted from ordinary plants, whereas here, the majority of high-quality medicinal ingredients originated from extraordinary flora. Of course, the Mingshin capsule was merely the most common variety and did not possess any extraordinary qualities. The effects of the Mingshin capsule were straightforward. It was primarily used to alleviate symptoms of physical weakness and enhance one's constitution, allowing the user to maintain a state of alertness even when feeling feeble. It was said to be highly effective, and many beast tamers enjoyed taking one after battle, feeling instantly invigorated. However, it was advised against excessive consumption, as it was a medicinal product and overuse could lead to side effects. Moreover, Shiryu's financial situation did not permit him to indulge in these capsules like candy. Upon returning home, Shiryu first summoned the iron-eating beast. After a refreshing nap, the creature, 11, appeared quite spirited, gazing at Shiryu with bright, blinking eyes. It had enjoyed its sleep immensely, far more than during its time at the iron bamboo breeding base. 11 felt remarkably well, a testament to the astonishing effects of the beast taming space. In this invigorated state, 11 believed it could endure intense training for at least 6 hours. Furthermore, the most delightful aspect was that after completing its training, as long as it absorbed some energy within the beast taming space, it could recover swiftly from fatigue. Do not rush into training. Remember the importance of balancing labor and rest, Shiryu remarked, raising an eyebrow at 11's eagerness. Did this creature not realize that the energy it absorbed from the beast taming space partially stemmed from him, its beast master? It should consider its beast master's well-being more. On one hand, Shiryu had to meditate to strengthen the beast taming space, while on the other, he needed to utilize the skill compendium. He felt quite fatigued. Having a pet so disciplined in the early stages of training did not seem advantageous for a beast master. Clearly, he needed to arrange for absolute rest soon. A mature iron-eating beast should learn to manage its post-training fatigue independently. Meanwhile, 11 remained oblivious to Shiryu's contemplations. Upon hearing balance, labor, and rest, it immediately shook its head vigorously, its round head bobbing like a rattle. While the idea of balance was commendable, it could not afford to relax too much. Wasting time would hinder its training progress. Just wait until I recover and teach you absolute sleep. Then you can train however you wish, Shiryu replied. Skill, hardening skill level, low tier, description, a metal-type skill that can harden the body, acting as an invisible armor, and can even be transformed into offensive power. Status, teachability available. Shiryu was not inclined to debate with the diligent iron-eating beast at the moment. He intended to first attempt teaching the low-tier skill of hardening. Yesterday, 11 had made initial progress with the hardening skill, achieving a rudimentary level of proficiency. Through its practice, it could now utilize the hardening ability to reinforce its fists, claws, and teeth, although it could only fortify one part of its body at a time. The duration of the effect fluctuated based on the area covered, lasting only a few seconds, and the hardening ability would dissipate immediately after a single attack from the hardened part. It was a fitting assessment for its entry-level proficiency, with hardness commendable enough to withstand collisions with rocks. 11. Look here, Shiryu called out, and 11 raised its head in response. Compendium, add points. A white halo enveloped Shiryu's right hand, flickering with a soft glow as he reached out to pat 11's head. He applied pressure, rubbed, and kneaded. The white light caught the attention of the silkworm in the cage, and under its watchful gaze, the glow swiftly flowed from Shiryu's hand to 11, enveloping it in a faint white aura. Boom. In that moment, Shiryu felt as though he had not eaten in days, his condition quite poor. However, it was not as dire as he had imagined. The energy consumption between the silkworm and the hardening process was not excessively disproportionate. Seizing the opportunity while 11 absorbed the skill proficiency, Shiryu took a Mingshin capsule and swallowed it. Within seconds, the effect was immediate, although he still felt unwell. He suddenly felt capable once more. 11. Use hardening. After reviving himself, he immediately turned to the bewildered and astonished little iron-eating beast. Much like the silkworm from the previous day, 11 had seemingly undergone a similar transformation, as if it had unconsciously utilized hardening countless times, significantly increasing its proficiency. Additionally, its physical quality and internal energy had slightly improved, as if it was on the verge of a further awakening. In mere seconds, the petite iron-eating beast was entirely enveloped in the hardening ability, resembling a fortified panda. The sheen suggested that the strength of the hardening had also enhanced. This transformation astonished not only 11 but also delighted Shiryu. Can you still move? Shiryu hastily inquired. 11 struggled to shake its head, then exited the hardening state, its expression still lingering with excitement. It was puzzled as to why it had suddenly become so formidable. What had Shiryu done? At this moment, Shiryu was lost in thought. If the entry-level proficiency of the hardening skill was characterized by localized hardening, then the mark of proficiency was full-body hardening, though moving in this state was quite challenging. However, this was not an insurmountable issue. It still indicated a significant enhancement in 11's hardening capability, as full-body armoring was seldom required. Presently, the proficiency level of hardening was still capable of achieving multiple localized hardenings. Thus, the hardening ability had begun to embody both offensive and defensive qualities, without compromising agility. Just as with the silkworm, teaching a skill at the entry level only required one session for it to reach proficiency level. The hallmark of mastery in hardening was full-body armoring with fluid movement, which 11 had not yet attained. Nevertheless, even so, Shiryu had experienced the immense power of the skill compendium. After all, according to the foundational nurturing manual for iron-eating beasts provided by the Iron Bamboo breeding base, even with a beast master's assistance and ample nutritional support, a typical iron-eating beast would require at least a month of arduous training to achieve proficiency in hardening. For those without resources, an iron-eating beast could languish for a year without attaining such proficiency, as they rarely utilize this ability apart from feeding. With this, 11's combat prowess was likely to double. It was undoubtedly dazed by the sudden increase in ability. Shiryu eagerly glanced at the little iron-eating beast, anticipating its look of admiration. How about it? Are you still eager to train? You now recognize my prowess, don't you? While 11 was undoubtedly thrilled by its newfound abilities, upon hearing Shiryu's question, it immediately became confused. Iron-eating beast, Why has my hardening ability improved so much without any effort on my part? What exactly has my beast master done? This was unscientific. The rapid increase in proficiency left it feeling unsettled and uneasy. Shiryu? This is the result of my considerable effort. Iron-eating beast. D. No. Please don't. Just leave it with me. It's perfect as is. This newfound proficiency did not align with its belief that effort equated to reward, yet it could still make up for it. In order to punish itself for its idleness today, it shall endure a grueling 24-hour training session, foregoing sleep for the night. How foolish Shiryu truly is. This creature, a voracious eater, has reshaped Shiryu's understanding of self-discipline. Never has he encountered such a disciplined beast, as if it were endowed with extraordinary capabilities. If only the authors of the novels I avidly pursued in my past life possessed even half of your discipline, I would not be facing a dearth of reading material. Shiryu feels a pang in his stomach. Moderation. A 24-hour intensive training session is not merely a progression from novice to adept. It is a journey from initiation to entombment. Chapter 14. Training and Growth at Midday. Shiryu, once again replete, opened his skill index. Cooldown time, 24 hours. This meant he would have to rest for another day before initiating the next round of skill instruction. Shiryu surmised that he should venture out again in the afternoon. Primarily, 11 was too disciplined. It became restless if it didn't train for a while. There was no harm in enjoying training. 11's self-discipline was something Shiryu appreciated. If it were a lazy, unambitious pet, Shiryu would be less willing to expend so much energy teaching it skills. Although the skill index was convenient, he couldn't rely on it entirely. A pet's basic training was still beneficial. This process was also a refinement of the mind, spirit, and will. However, since training was being done, the efficiency needed to be improved. Otherwise, it would be futile. Therefore, he planned to find some training equipment for 11. Pet training equipment seemed quite expensive. He needed to find a cost-effective training method. After careful consideration, Shiryu went out in search of options that afternoon. Throughout the day, 11 diligently practiced maintaining, releasing, and covering with its hardening ability. Having reached the proficient level, it could maintain hardening for half a minute without the hardening being cancelled by slight impacts. The speed of release and application had also improved. 11's primary training now focused on quickly hardening multiple areas simultaneously, which was crucial in combat, ensuring both offense and defense. This constituted the entire training regimen, still lacking hardening intensity training, as the house was too fragile to withstand the destruction. Regardless of completeness, 11's training volume was substantial, leading to an increased appetite and greater energy consumption within the beast taming space. This situation helped Shiryu determine his future cultivation path. A beast tamer's responsibility extended beyond just feeding and planning training for pets. They also needed to develop their own beast taming abilities. Aside from talent, upgrading the beast taming space was unavoidable. Intensity, environment, and scale were the three key elements of the beast taming space. Beast tamers could choose to focus on one or pursue all. Naturally, pursuing all required more effort than focusing on a single aspect. Those who frequently replaced pets, continuously substituting stronger ones for weaker ones, tended to develop the intensity of their beast taming space, increasing its binding force. This made it difficult for forcibly contracted pets to rebel. Conversely, some beast tamers emphasized emotional bonds with their pets, ensuring loyalty even without the binding force of the beast taming space. The environment of the beast taming space determined the efficiency with which pets digested food and absorbed combat experience. A better environment accelerated their growth, making it a primary focus for beast tamers. The area of the beast taming space indicated how many pets a beast tamer could contract. Some specialists who focused on nurturing a single pet ignored this aspect, while those who preferred group battles developed this area. Currently, Shiryu needed to prioritize the environment of his beast taming space. 11, raised in a proper breeding base and suitable for novice beast tamers, had received excellent early education. Unlike forcibly captured wild pets, it rarely disobeyed. Furthermore, Shiryu had given it the choice during the contract, so he felt he could disregard the binding properties of the beast taming space, ensuring only that its intensity was sufficient for 11's growth. He also had no immediate plans to contract a second pet, so the scale of the beast taming space could be ignored. Therefore, his priority was to create a comfortable growth environment for the little iron-eating beast. With the beast taming space and the skill index, combined with its self-discipline and sufficient nutrition, 11 would grow rapidly. The next day, Shiryu, clutching a thermos, meditated in the courtyard, modifying the environment of his beast taming space. Nearby, 11 diligently practiced its hardening ability. Occasionally, Shiryu opened his eyes to check its progress and record it, creating a sense of nurturing. A green caterpillar in a birdcage watched alongside Shiryu. Its diet expanded from persimmon leaves to bamboo leaves and leftover cabbage leaves from Shiryu's lunch. This routine continued for another day, with Shiryu and 11 gradually adapting to their new lifestyle. In the blink of an eye, a new day dawned. Iron-eating beast, roar. 11 was exceptionally excited early that morning. After reaching the proficient level with its hardening ability, its growth grade had immediately improved after a day of digestion. It underwent its fourth awakening transformation within the beast taming space, enhancing its physical fitness and internal energy. Reaching awakening level 4. Not only was 11 happy, but Shiryu was also excited. He was one step closer to becoming a professional beast tamer. Excellent. I'll buy some good food today. In addition to the usual fare, I'll give you a celebratory treat, Shiryu generously declared. Iron-eating beast nodded frantically. Also, I think it's time to put hardening intensity training on the agenda. But you know, this environment isn't suitable for you to use your hardening ability destructively. 11 looked at Shiryu with a determined expression, suggesting that he could use hard equipment to hit it, which would also train hardening intensity and might be more effective. It could endure it. Brave iron-eating beast, unafraid of pain. No, I can't bear to hit you, Shiryu said, shaking his head. 11 was touched. However, the truth was that Shiryu was worried about exhausting himself hitting the hardened iron-eating beast. Wouldn't that numb his body? Too inefficient. Well, I've prepared equipment for you to train hardening intensity yourself. It should be delivered soon. As soon as Shiryu finished speaking, a knock came at the door, and several movers carried a pile of high-strength alloy steel plates into his house. Looking at the pile of steel plates, 11 wore a bewildered expression. These are high-strength alloy steel plates. You can't smash the walls, but you can smash these. Also, if you feel your strength isn't enough and the training is ineffective, you can spread them on the ground, several layers thick. Then, use the force of gravity. Let this planet assist your training. Jump down onto them from the trees or the roof with your whole body hardened. An ordinary iron-eating beast would be fine falling from a tree. But if it falls onto steel plates in a hardened state, it can't use its cushioning abilities, so the impact. Isn't that more effective than hitting it with a mace? When you can jump from the clouds unscathed, you'll have mastered it. On the other side, 11's eyes lit up as it understood the training plan. Listen, what a brilliant method of training. How could it not have conceived of this? Chapter 15. Occupational branches. 11 felt an extraordinary sense of genius as a beast master. Could an ordinary person conceive such a harsh and brutal training method? No. 11 eagerly anticipated the opportunity to enhance its hardening strength through this approach. Yet, despite the excitement, a flicker of concern lingered. The intensity of this training method would undoubtedly exert significant strain on its body. It sounded excruciating and was bound to result in injuries. However, 11 was not entirely averse to the idea of injury. After all, if one does not sustain injuries during training, they would suffer far more severe wounds in battle. Such sacrifices were merely investments toward a brighter future. The primary worry was that if injuries were not treated promptly, they could impede training progress. Any delay in training would inevitably diminish efficiency. Your considerations are indeed thorough, remarked Shiyu, his eyelids twitching as he observed the little iron eater. If you are not included in this year's selection of the world's top 10 diligent pets, I might just storm the television station. Do not fret. I have also prepared healing skills for you, so train with peace of mind. 11's meticulous thoughts mirrored Shiyu's own. Skill, rapid healing skill level, intermediate, description, a wood-based healing ability that accelerates the recovery of ordinary injuries. Status, teachability confirmed. Shiyu first consumed 2 mind capsules, then dramatically pressed his glowing right hand against the little iron eater's head. He proceeded to massage in a spiraling motion. In fact, his skill catalog had reset its cooldown yesterday. And with 11 reaching level 4, both its physical fitness and mental acuity had improved. This encouraged Shiyu to attempt teaching an intermediate healing skill. Since it was inevitable, it was better to teach sooner rather than later. Given the catalog indicated teachability, theoretically, even if he attempted to instruct advanced skills, he should not suffer dire consequences. At worst, he might need to recuperate for a few days. As the brilliance faded, the cooldown for the skill catalog reappeared, now extending to 48 hours. Shiyu was indifferent to the duration. As long as he survived, it mattered little. What truly moved him was the little iron eater's compatibility with learning rapid healing. It seemed that a diet rich in bamboo had indeed imbued it with a touch of the wood element. However, perhaps this also hinted at the possibility of the iron eater evolving toward the wood attribute, a druid panda? To Shiyu's knowledge, beyond wood attributes, The Iron Eater also possessed the potential to master lightning and fire abilities, as certain beast masters in Pingqing had successfully cultivated related skills. In the future, he might delve deeper into this to enrich his Iron Eater's skill set. At this moment, following the completion of the lesson, Shiyu felt utterly drained. A fatigue that even the mind capsules could not alleviate. The intensity was overwhelming. He decided to postpone teaching advanced skills for at least a month, lest he encounter real trouble. One day, I shall cultivate a physique capable of hand-to-hand combat with an Iron Eater, Shiyu resolved with lofty ambitions. Meanwhile, as the energy transmitted from Shiyu to the little Iron Eater began altering its constitution, Eleven's mind gradually clarified the applications of rapid healing. The wondrous effects of this entry-level healing ability instantly enlightened Eleven to its benefits. The scene from 2 days prior replayed in its mind. The Beast Master had inexplicably enabled it to learn a new ability, leaving Eleven bewildered. This is the power to heal injuries? The Iron Eater looked toward the weakened Shiyu, its thoughts momentarily tangled. The one thing it comprehended was that this daunting training regimen was unavoidable. Otherwise, holding on to this healing ability felt precarious and unsettling. Bang, bang, bang. In the room, Shiyu lay peacefully. Outside, the sounds of Eleven's vigorous training against the steel plates echoed, accompanied by the heart-wrenching cries of a certain silkworm. The silkworm, witnessing Eleven's training method, was utterly astounded. What kind of peculiar family was this? Would they also subject it to such torment? Not only the silkworm was astounded, Shiyu himself felt a sense of bewilderment. Eleven's acceptance of this training method was unexpectedly high. Although he had conceived this training regimen, Shiyu found himself slightly fearful. If this pattern of training continued, what kind of pet would he end up raising in 10 years? The little Iron Eater, I'm training so hard that even my Beast Master is afraid of me. Regardless, why ponder so much? In any case, the dual training of hardening and rapid healing would undoubtedly escalate the nutritional demands of food. After a brief rest, Shiyu planned to embark on another shopping excursion. The provisions provided by the Iron Bamboo breeding base were evidently insufficient to meet 11's monthly consumption. Exhausted, Shiyu dozed off. Yet the cacophony outside prevented him from slumbering deeply. This incessant noise led him to engage in restless musings. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Despite having traversed into this realm for 3 months, lying on his bed, he still felt an emptiness, a sense of lacking. The profession of Beast Master was indeed intriguing and enriching to life. While the Iron Eater was undeniably adorable, he found himself yearning for a smartphone. It felt so uncomfortable to be without one. He had been disconnected from the internet for 3 months. Shiyu shifted his thoughts, feeling increasingly agitated. If he had a smartphone, he could effortlessly order training equipment, food, and medicine online. Instead, he had to make repeated trips outside. It was not that this world was technologically backward. Televisions, computers, and smartphones existed. However, Shiyu had primarily focused on schooling and internships, never finding the need to purchase such devices. Though he was still quite poor, Shiyu had resolved, once he acquired wealth, he would equip himself with the finest technology, specifically, a super smartphone capable of detecting the energy levels of beasts. In a certain sense, while the technology in this world was not widely accessible, it was indeed advanced. Not only had animals and plants evolved into extraordinary beings, but in recent times, machinery had also ascended to remarkable life forms, with artificial intelligence reaching impressive heights in certain nations. In some areas, beast masters even contracted mechanical life as their companions. Furthermore, compared to beast masters, they preferred to refer to themselves as mechanics. In truth, the term beast master was merely an archaic designation. Throughout history, many specialized beast masters had adopted various titles based on the types of creatures they contracted. Those who specialized in taming and contracting dragons were known as dragon tamers, while those who communicated with and contracted the undead were called necromancers. Mechanics, who improved and contracted mechanical life, had also established new professional identities. However, at their core, they remained beast masters. Yet, despite the similarity in essence, a hierarchy of disdain often emerged due to differing titles. Among them, necromancers, who specialized in the undead, garnered the least respect, as not many wished to interact with the deceased. Mechanics were highly intelligent individuals, with the highest professional thresholds, creating a significant gap between them and ordinary beast masters. Dragon tamers, due to the formidable nature of their dragon companions, could belittle all other branches of beast masters. Conversely, beast masters who contracted extraordinary animals were the most common, as animal companions were the easiest to breed. Shiyu found this hierarchy of disdain he had come to understand rather juvenile and tedious, as he, being an ordinary beast master, occupied the very center of this disdainful spectrum. It matters little. A beast master is still a beast master. At this training intensity, I believe it won't be long before 11 can tear apart a giant dragon. After this round of training, he resolved to seek out a genuine combat partner to test the waters. Chapter 16, Mastery Level on July 7th, 177 years into the Alliance's history. 3.5 months had passed since Shiyu arrived in this world, and he had been a beastmaster for 4 days. On the first day, his contracted pet, Iron Eater 11, awakened the skill of hardening and triumphed in its inaugural battle against the most common and numerous pet, the green silkworm. On the second day, Shiyu utilized the skill encyclopedia to elevate 11's entry-level hardening skill to proficiency. By the third day, 11 was engaged in daily training to enhance its hardening capability. On the fourth day, Iron Eater 11 reached level 4 and, through the skill encyclopedia, learned the intermediate skill of rapid healing, commencing its fall training. Fall training proved to be an excellent method. If the steel plate at the landing point remained intact, it indicated that 11's hardening strength was still insufficient, warranting further practice. Conversely, if the steel plate was damaged, it signified progress in training, and there was no concern about the broken plate being wasted, as it could serve as nourishment for Iron Eater. By that time, it should have developed the ability to gnaw and digest metal substances. Thus, Shiyu had not only purchased training equipment, but had also acquired a backup food source for 11, an exceptional cost-benefit ratio that left him feeling astounded by his own ingenuity. In the subsequent 5th and 6th days, Shiyu focused on recovering from the weakness induced by teaching rapid healing. During these 2 days, 11's appetite doubled again, as the frequent use of 2 skills led to significant energy expenditure and a growing reliance on the Beast Master's space for swift nutrient absorption from food. On the 7th day, a week after becoming a Beast Master, Shiyu made an astonishing discovery. The consumption brought about by utilizing the skill encyclopedia was not solely detrimental, as it also harbored hidden benefits. Provided that nutrition was adequate, each time he recuperated, his physical condition seemed to improve slightly, akin to the effects of physical exercise. This revelation made Shiyu reconsider the frequent state of weakness incurred from teaching skills, realizing that the body was indeed the foundation of a beast master's capabilities. On the same day, Shiyu once again employed the skill encyclopedia to teach 11 the hardening skill. Following this session, while the proficiency of the hardening skill did not reach the mastery level, 11 had indeed become more adept in its application compared to before the instruction. At this moment, it could skillfully harden multiple body parts simultaneously under various conditions without hindering its movement. This enhancement left 11 feeling uneasy, prompting it to train even harder. For the first time, the alloy steel plate bore clear marks from its strikes. On the 8th day, Shiyu rested. On the 9th day, he continued to teach 11 the hardening skill, and this time, 11's proficiency reached mastery level. The hallmark of mastery and hardening allowed Iron Eater to engage in combat fluidly while fully hardened. Following the skill's proficiency increase, 11's growth level surged again, achieving awakening level 5. The little Iron Eater lamented, "I truly haven't cheated." 11's anxiety intensified, and the marks on the alloy steel plate grew deeper. If one considered that reaching proficiency in hardening required a month of rigorous training under optimal conditions, then attaining mastery necessitated a year of dedicated practice. Rigorous training implied minimal rest. Typically, a normal pet would not endure such intensity, and at present, they had accomplished this feat in just 1 week. In the courtyard, Shiyu reclined in a chair, analyzing 11's growth, increasingly convinced that his transition to a professional beastmaster was becoming a certainty. Both he and 11 were on a promising path for the future. On the 10th day, he continued to rest and recuperate. Shiyu chose not to use the skill encyclopedia to further enhance 11's hardening skill proficiency. Transitioning from entry-level to proficient required just 1 teaching session, while advancing from proficient to mastery appeared to necessitate 2. He pondered how many teachings would be required to elevate mastery to perfection. The hallmark of perfect proficiency in hardening was fluidity. Mastery allowed Iron Eater to harden its entire body, while perfect proficiency would enable the hardened material to flow swiftly like liquid across Iron Eater's form, layering to create even stronger effects. When an attack was necessary, all hardened material would concentrate in its claws, forming a more potent weapon. In defense, the hardened material would coalesce at vulnerable points, creating the thickest armor to absorb the lightest blows. Essentially, this represented an enhancement in the efficiency of power usage. allowing all strength to be concentrated at a single point for maximum output and defense. Achieving perfect proficiency was the pinnacle of skill mastery for ordinary pets, undoubtedly requiring more teaching sessions. Shiyu planned to experiment with the green silkworm first, given that the cooldown time for teaching silk thread was relatively short. Moreover, he had been nurturing this green silkworm for 10 days. Despite the agreement to cultivate silk thread, he had yet to take action. Procrastination was not an option. On the 11th day, Shiyu removed the birdcage from the tree, and the green silkworm, feeling the need to do something, calmly flipped over and changed its resting position. Initially, it had shown some resistance when captured by Shiyu, but now, after daily exposure to the sounds of 11 colliding with the steel plates, it had lost any desire to resist. Besides, it now had nothing to do. Shiyu consistently provided food in the cage, creating a perfect living environment that was previously unattainable. Additionally, over the past 10 days, Shiyu had been practicing telepathy with this not-so-intelligent green silkworm, leading it to have no inclination for aggression towards him, making it particularly obedient. That day, Shiyu once again conducted a teaching session on silk thread with the green silkworm, which subsequently underwent its third awakening transformation, reaching awakening level 3. However, the proficiency of silk thread likely remained at the proficient level. On the 12th day, Shiyu conducted a third teaching session on silk thread with the green silkworm, and predictably, the silkworm underwent its fourth awakening transformation, achieving awakening level 4. The growth rate of insect-type pets indeed proved to be remarkably swift. Concurrently, the strength of silk thread also underwent a qualitative change. At this point, its strength was comparable to that of fishing line, and it could be manipulated with the same dexterity as human hands and feet. For instance, tying a flower knot with silk thread was no longer a challenge for the green silkworm, which clearly indicated that its proficiency in silk thread had progressed from proficient to mastery level. Having watched hundreds of episodes of Conan, Shiyu understood that this development meant the silk thread now possessed preliminary potency. However, its effectiveness remained limited due to the green silkworm's minimal strength. The difference in using fishing line as a tool between an adult and a creature no larger than a palm was enormous. Nevertheless, it was undeniable that the quality of the green silkworm's silk thread had reached an exceptional standard. Generally speaking, even a level 10 silkworm preparing to cocoon would rarely achieve such proficiency. This level of silk thread proficiency, provided its growth level kept pace, nearly guaranteed its transformation into a butterfly. By then, not only could silk thread be sold, but it might also yield the sale of crystalline powder from the wind crystal butterfly. If the silk thread reached perfect proficiency before cocooning, or even higher, the phenomena during evolution would only become more astonishing. Depending on the cultivation method, unique evolutions might even emerge. In just 12 days, the teaching of 2 pets had led Shiyu to ascertain the effectiveness of the skill encyclopedia. If a pet had not previously mastered a skill, the first teaching session would grant it entry-level proficiency in that skill. The second session would upgrade it from entry-level to proficient. The fourth session would elevate proficiency to mastery. Shiyu intended to press forward and determine how many teaching sessions were required to elevate the mastery level of silk thread to perfection. However, prior to that, they had been cooped up at home for far too long. Shiyu resolved to engage in some practical training. Having mastered the advanced level of hardening and reached level 5 after a week of rigorous training, 11 was poised for what should be a flawless execution of their skills. With formidable combat capabilities that should not be underestimated, the moment to assess their progress had arrived. Shiyu opened the birdcage, and the green silkworm instinctively burrowed inside, finding it much safer than the outside, free from the fear of becoming prey for birds. After resting for the entire morning, Shiyu called for the small iron eater, currently in training. 11, let's take a break from training this afternoon. Make sure to rest well and eat plenty at noon, for we shall soon engage in practical combat. Huh? Practical combat? The youthful and diminutive iron eater, clutching a steel plate, began to thump it excitedly, instantly igniting a fervor within. Chapter 17. Practical combat. For a pet beast to grow, there are essentially 3 pathways: nourishment, training, and combat. The most effortless method is to absorb nutrients from food, transforming them into the necessary materials for growth. Training, while somewhat arduous, hones one's innate abilities to a higher level, thereby promoting development. Combat, however, is the most perilous, particularly in life and death battles that require intense focus of spirit, will, and mind. Such encounters provide the greatest refinement for a pet beast, with the experiential growth from high-intensity combat far surpassing that from basic training. To cultivate a formidable pet beast, ample and nutritious food, reasonable training, and appropriate combat practice are all indispensable. Currently, Shiryu intends to take 11 into a balanced combat scenario. Naturally, it is not a life and death struggle, but rather a regulated beast battle conducted in an official venue under established rules. Even if such dangers existed, Shiryu would not recklessly seek peril. He is a sensible individual, equipped with a skill compendium, and prefers steady development. He would absolutely avoid any life-threatening situations. For a flourishing city, several critical establishments are essential. These include the administrative units for Beast Tamers, the Beast Tamer Association, and the Beast Warrior Corps stationed at the city's periphery to protect it. Additionally, schools, breeding bases, dojos, and martial arts halls are ubiquitous in every city. Moreover, an equally vital component is the battle arenas, where Beast Tamers can engage in combat practice. These arenas are generally managed by official entities, serving as the sole venue within the city for Beast Tamers to battle. If Shiryu wishes to find an opponent for practical combat, this is one of the options available to him. He could venture into the wild to seek out more formidable creatures, but that would be quite dangerous, especially considering that neither he nor 11 has reached maximum level. Thus, Shiryu temporarily abandons that choice. However, it seems that mastering wilderness survival skills is a prerequisite for becoming a professional beast tamer. From what Shiryu knows, the examinations for professional beast tamers include basic assessments, practical evaluations, and wilderness survival tests. To obtain that coveted certification, it appears this aspect cannot be sidestepped. Ultimately, they are simply too weak at the moment. If they were capable of effortlessly overcoming all dangers, there would be no need for hesitation. If Shiryu's memory serves him right, the Beast Tamer Association regularly organizes wilderness training for apprentice beast tamers who can sign up voluntarily. During these activities, high-level extraordinary creatures within the training zones are typically cleared, and there are also high-level beast tamers and rescue teams stationed at the rear to respond to any unforeseen dangers. Should he decide to embark on wilderness training, Shiryu believes that joining a group would be a prudent choice, as it offers more safety compared to venturing alone. Although participation requires self-funding and incurs expenses, if he can gather rare materials or learn unique skills in the wild, it might not be a loss after all. After spending some time, Shiryu arrives at a battle arena situated far from his home. Ping City has a resident population of 130,000, with a significant proportion being beast tamers, particularly apprentices. While professional beast tamers may be scarce in each city, apprentice beast tamers are abundant, resulting in numerous battle arenas. At the Ping City Battle Arena, Yuyong Road Branch. Hello, welcome. Upon entering the arena, a young female receptionist at the side desk greets him with a smile. Following her voice, Shiryu looks around, noticing 4 front desks, with only the receptionist who greeted him not currently engaged in any transactions. The others are busy processing registrations with beast tamers of varying ages, revealing a larger crowd than Shiryu had anticipated. Hello. The receptionist, observing Shiryu, inquires. How may I assist you today? Shiryu replies, I wish to engage in a battle, but it's my first time here. Could you provide me with a brief introduction? The receptionist nods with a smile, saying, Our arena offers combat venues for extraordinary level battles and below. Here, you can choose between agreed-upon battles or random matchups. An agreed-upon battle means you arrange your opponent beforehand, and we merely provide the venue, referee, and medical services. In contrast, for a random battle, you will need to fill out your basic information, and we will randomly assign you an opponent while providing other necessary services. Random battles are categorized based on the pet levels of the beast tamers, divided into levels 1 to 6 and 7 to 10. We will match you with an opponent within the appropriate level range based on your pet's level, regardless of the mode chosen. The venue usage fee for each battle is 100 yuan per person. 100 yuan? Shiryu winces at the thought. 100 yuan for a single battle. How exorbitant. I could live for 3 days on that. Nevertheless, considering the costs of venue maintenance, referee fees, and even medical expenses, this price seems reasonable. Such arenas would likely charge even more if not supported by official entities. Oh, and there is also the option for wager battles, the receptionist adds. Before combat, both parties can place bets, with the losing side covering the venue fees for both, meaning the defeated must pay 200 yuan, while the victor enjoys free access. I'll opt for a random wager battle, with a pet level limit of 6. Shiryu promptly decides. Currently, his little iron eater has reached level 5, mastering the advanced hardening ability and even possessing an extraordinary speed of healing. Even against a level 6 high-race pet beast, they might not necessarily lose. To save a little money, he apologizes to his opponent in advance, and as for the possibility of losing, if that happens, Shiyu will simply have to accept it. He hopes his opponent is weak, yet not too weak. Very well, please fill out this form. The receptionist hands him a form. Shiyu takes it, examines it carefully, then picks up a nearby carbon pen and begins to fill it out swiftly. The essential information includes his name, ID number, pet species, and pet growth level. The remaining fields are mostly options, such as selecting random battle and confirming wager battle. Since I'm placing a bet, let us go big. Pokemon trainers can earn money from winning battles. Surely Beast Tamers can too? Apologies. That's beyond our services. Shiyu. Another method of making money has slipped away. Next, based on the information Shiyu provided, the young receptionist begins entering the data on her large computer. Meanwhile, she states, "Here is your card number. You may wait in the lobby for a while. Once we match you with a suitable opponent, your name and the battle venue number will be displayed on the lobby screen." Thank you. Receiving the card, Shiyu nods and walks over to a chair in the lobby, waiting to be matched with an opponent. Simultaneously, a boy dressed in a blue and white school uniform, wearing glasses, is also registering at the front desk. Name, Shinkai Pet Species, Ice Armored Beast Pet Level, Awakened Level 6 Battle Mode, Random Wager Battle. After completing his information, the boy feels a surge of anticipation. As a top student in his class, he finds his classmates to be inadequate, providing him with no pressure whatsoever. In such a nurturing environment, when will he ever become a professional beast tamer? He needs challenges. Thus, he has come to this battle arena, which imposes only level restrictions without age limitations, hoping to encounter some apprentice beast tamers from society to challenge him. That said, Shinkai believes that as an exceptional student, losing seems rather unlikely. Chapter 18. The Iron-Eating Beast and Human Kindness in the bustling arena hall. Shiyu sat on a public bench, fixated on the large screen mounted on the wall. The atmosphere was vibrant, filled with a multitude of spectators. Given that this battle arena boasted 4 such halls, the matchmaking process should be swift. Indeed, Shiyu did not have to wait long. Scarcely had he settled in when the machine began to announce the matchups. ID 4399, Beastmaster Shiyu. Please proceed to Battle Arena 11. ID 4401, Beastmaster Shinkai. Please proceed to Battle Arena 11. Battle Arena 11, Shiyu vs. Shinkai. As his name appeared alongside that of another Beastmaster, Shiyu promptly rose and made his way to Arena 11. The number 11 seemed auspicious, indicating a home ground advantage. However, with his pet named 11 and his first rented arena also being number 11, he couldn't help but wonder if he would forever remain unpaired in life. Upon reaching Arena 11, a young referee, clad in officiating attire, concluded the previous match and awaited the next participants. The beasts involved were all below level 6, and the Beastmasters were still in their youthful and naive phase. Suggesting yet another bout of inexperienced contenders, the referee mused. Shortly thereafter, Shiyu and Shinkai arrived simultaneously at the entrance, colliding unexpectedly. They exchanged a brief glance, devoid of conversation, before stepping into the arena. This outdoor battleground resembled a tennis court, enclosed by an energy barrier resembling a grid. While there were indoor arenas available, their limited quantity necessitated prior reservations. The primary distinction between indoor and outdoor venues lay in their levels of privacy. Indoor matches were typically more secluded, with only referees present, while outdoor arenas allowed spectators to observe the battles in full view. "Greetings," said the young referee as they entered Arena 11. "You are the participants Shiyu and Shinkai, correct?" "I am Shinkai," the boy in the blue and white school uniform spoke first. "And I am Shiyu." Shiyu followed suit. As they introduced themselves, Shinkai felt a pang of disappointment. Why had he been matched against someone of his own age? His luck seemed woefully poor. He had anticipated a more challenging opponent to test his mettle, if his opponent was indeed of the same age. The outcome appeared all but certain, as he prided himself on being the top student at the best school in Pink City, believing few peers could rival his skills. Unless, of course, Shiyu was a senior, but given that his beast was only level 6, that possibility seemed unlikely. "I am the administrator and referee for Arena 11. By sure, you will have temporary use of this arena for 1 hour. You may commence your battle whenever you are ready, and I will act as your referee," By sure announced. Although the time limit was set at 1 hour, such matches typically concluded within mere minutes, leaving additional time for preparation and post-match discussions. "I'm ready to begin at any time," Shinkai stated. "So am I," Shiyu nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us commence immediately," the referee confirmed. Before long, Shiyu and Shinkai positioned themselves on opposite sides of the arena. Given their unfamiliarity with one another and the absence of any pre-battle pleasantries, they opted for a straightforward approach to the duel. The referee appreciated such taciturn competitors. Standing at the referee's platform, he signaled readiness and blew the whistle. Both parties prepared. The battles between beast masters do not allow for pre-summoning of beasts, as the manner in which a beast is summoned reflects the mastery of its trainer. Some adept in the art of ambush could summon their beast so swiftly that their opponents would scarcely perceive the act before being defeated. However, such direct engagements against the beast masters themselves were rare in the Eastern Huang ancient nation, particularly among novice competitors. Both Shiyu and Qin Kai, still in their early stages, responded to the battle's commencement by executing basic summons. With a rush of wind, countless luminous points flickered before them as they opened their respective beast summoning spaces. These points swiftly coalesced into a grand circular formation, resembling a celestial map suspended in the air. Following this, the formations rippled like a tranquil water surface, and their respective beasts emerged from the summoning arrays. From Qin Kai's array emerged a slender, nearly 1 meter long beast, adorned in ice blue scales and possessing short, stout limbs and a long tail, with its conical head raised. Its small eyes sparkled with intensity. Name: Ice Armored Beast. Attribute: Ice. Species level: Intermediate. Extraordinary species skills: Ice Shatter Claw, Ice Armor. Shiyu, upon witnessing this creature resembling a pangolin, immediately recalled its characteristics. In the Icefield City region, ice attribute beasts were quite prevalent, standing in stark contrast to his own iron-eating beast. On his side, the summoned creature was, of course, the diminutive iron-eating beast, still not fully matured, closely resembling the ice-armored beast in stature. Upon its summoning, 11 gazed curiously at its opponent, having never encountered such a creature before. Your opponent possesses abilities akin to yours, capable of encasing itself in ice armor. Be cautious of its claws. Do not absorb attacks when it is not in hardened form. Shiyu telepathically cautioned 11. Meanwhile, Qin Kai required no such warning for his ice-armored beast, as it was well acquainted with the iron-eating beast, a hallmark creature of Ping City. They had faced this beast before. In terms of species level, both beasts were evenly matched. However, in terms of skill advantages, the ice-armored beast held the upper hand. The defensive capabilities of the iron-eating beast primarily revolved around protection, lacking any special effects. Whereas the ice-armored beast's ice armor and ice shatter claw not only served defensive purposes, but also endowed it with the ability to freeze its adversaries. Consequently, Qin Kai felt disheartened, unsure how he might lose. 11. Your opponent is formidable. Stay sharp to avoid mishaps. After all, it's a wager of 200 yuan. If you falter, it will come out of my meal budget. Shiyu communicated through their mental link. 11 responded with indignation. What? Deductions from my meals? The iron-eating beast glared fiercely at the ice-armored beast, embodying the spirit of camaraderie with its human partner, save for the instinct to protect its territory from threats. Chapter 19. VS Ice-Armored Beast AU. It seems there's a battle over there, and it hasn't even begun. Outside the arena number 11. Two young girls of similar age strolled along a path beside the venue. Through the mesh fence, they were suddenly captivated by the commotion of summoned beasts inside. Instinctively, they glanced over and caught sight of the recently emerged ice-armored beast confronting a steel-eating beast. Is that person Qin Kai? The girl referred to as AU was taken aback upon recognizing the boy in a school uniform alongside his beast. Do you know him? Yes. There is indeed someone who appears to be wearing your school's uniform. He is my classmate and exceptionally powerful. Who is stronger between you two? I cannot compare. There are hardly a few in our grade who surpass him. Zhuang Yu quickly replied. His ice-armored beast has already reached level 6. And he has mastered the racial skills Ice Shard Claw and Ice Armor with remarkable proficiency. Oh, I didn't realize he is such an academic achiever. Do you know his opponent? The beast is a steel-eating beast, just like yours. I don't know him, but based on my experience raising steel-eating beasts, that one's growth level likely has reached 6. It's probably going to lose. Unless it has mastered the hardened ability, it will struggle to breach the ice armor, and steel-eating beasts are notoriously lazy. This one at its growth level likely has only mastered the introductory stage of hardening. Zhuang Yu sighed with deep understanding, lamenting the pain of training a steel-eating beast. If given another chance, she would never choose it simply for its cuteness. Such a creature is far too indolent. Qin Kai himself shared a similar assessment. Generally, steel-eating beasts at this growth stage rarely manage to cultivate their hardening ability to proficiency. At least none of his classmates have. Moreover, even if they achieve proficiency. It doesn't guarantee they can contend with an ice-armored beast, given that both of its racial skills are also at a proficient level. While it is true that the overall quality of an adult steel-eating beast surpasses that of an adult ice-armored beast, this particular steel-eating beast is evidently still a juvenile. Ice-armored beast, Ice Shard Claw. The Beast Master and their contracted beast can communicate telepathically, akin to a form of mental empathy. As the battle commenced, Chen Kai commanded the ice-armored beast to initiate the attack. Whoosh! The ice-armored beast surged forth, its icy blue body dashing towards the 11. Its front claws enveloped in frost, leaving a trail of white ice beneath its feet. Swiftly, it leaped and swung its sharp, icy claws towards the steel-eating beast. Exuding a fierce momentum. Impressive burst of power, it has been well-trained, a testament to being a student from a prestigious school, judged by Shiyu noted. Recognizing the ice-armored beast's formidable strength. Harden. On the other side, Shiyu issued the command. Though proficient hardening is undoubtedly powerful, it was their first battle, and they had no prior combat experience. For Shiyu in 11, claiming victory was an exaggeration. Could the hardened body defend against the opponent's attack? Could the hardened strike breach the opponent's ice armor? These uncertainties loomed over Shiyu and 11 as they embarked on this practical test to gauge their strength. It must be said, the drop training method is quite effective. Apart from the final impact, the descent also serves as a mental fortitude exercise for 11. Knowing that a severe impact was imminent yet still having the courage to leap and successfully utilize their abilities midair is no small feat for developing a steadfast will. Thus, when faced with the ice-armored beast's claw, 11 exhibited remarkable composure, undeterred by the impending challenge, and swiftly initiated the hardening process. Proficient hardening releases swiftly, almost instantaneously, enveloping its entire being in a metallic sheen. The black fur glistened with a deep metallic texture, while the white fur shone like brilliant silver. With a roar, 11 completed its full-body armament. Crack! In the next instant, the ice-armored beast's ice shard claw collided with the fully hardened 11. Within a mere second, the ice-armored beast's claw shattered upon contact, as if it had struck an impenetrable object. Simultaneously, the searing pain surged from its paw to the beast's spring. Counterattack. In a flash, 11 turned its gaze towards the opponent. After feeling the strength of the attack, confusion clouded its mind. The power of this attack seemed less potent than what it had experienced during training. Under Shiyu's command, 11's eye sharpened. Confusion dissipating as it let out a fierce cry, maintaining its hardened state, and swung its arm with all its might. This sudden shift caught Chen Kai and the ice-armored beast off guard, their expressions changing in shock. Ice armor. Chen Kai transmitted his thoughts, panic evident in his demeanor. Hiss. The ice-armored beast did not disappoint. It successfully activated its ice armor, the icy blue scales shimmering and emanating a chilling aura. Not only did the scales harden, but the energy released could also freeze any adversary that touched it, showcasing the ice armor's effectiveness. However, as 11's massive paw struck the ice-armored beast, there was a cracking sound, and the ice armor disintegrated like paper. The outer layer crumbled swiftly, similar to the frost from the ice shard claw, followed by the frost encapsulating the steel-eating beast, which shattered under the immense force. Bang! Under the colossal impact, the ice-armored beast was sent flying by 11, tumbling several meters before rolling to a halt. Witnessing this scene, Chen Kai felt his heart stop, darkness enveloping his vision. As the beast master of the ice-armored beast, he sensed that it had been knocked unconscious by a single blow. This defies logic. His meticulously cultivated ice-armored beast lost so easily? How could this be possible? At this moment, Shiyu also felt his heart stop. The practical performance of proficient hardening seemed overwhelmingly powerful, had he known. He would have preferred a normal display and not invoked 11's competitive spirit over dinner. Is this it? This outcome does not align with his expectation of a balanced contest. It appears to validate the need to seek stronger opponents for further assessment of strength. Is it over? The bewildered judge by Shiyu rubbed his eyes vigorously, mouth agape. What just transpired? He gazed at the overwhelmingly powerful steel-eating beast cub, feeling it diverge significantly from his initial assessment of its innocence. Surely, the strength of an adult steel-eating beast couldn't be this impressive. Could it be proficient hardening? By Shiyu and Zhuangyu, the beast master outside the fence, both exclaimed in astonishment. They were dumbfounded, utterly unprepared for a steel-eating beast of merely level 5 and still youthful to develop its hardening ability to such an extent. Your academic achiever classmate is lost. Apologies, I mistook him. He is not my classmate, Zhuangyu replied after a moment of silence. A level 5 steel-eating beast mastering proficient hardening is simply absurd. This talent is extraordinarily formidable. Moreover, could that beast master be a hidden high-level beast master training a new companion? Otherwise, they must be a privileged heir, possessing top-tier nutritional products and specialized training methods. Judging by Chen Kai's expression, it was evident how exaggerated Shiyu and 11's performance was, prompting Zhuang Yu to hope her seemingly illustrious classmate could withstand this pressure. At this moment, Chen Kai felt an urge to vomit blood, perplexed as to why he had come to seek an opponent in such a place. This steel-eating beast. This beast master was entirely unreasonable compared to opponents he had previously encountered. Losing is one thing, but the experience offered no training value, having been defeated in an instant. Damn, how was this steel-eating beast raised? The most absurd moment occurred when Chen Kai glanced at the herbivorous beast, and at that instant, 11 involuntarily broke into a smile, revealing an innocent grin, while simultaneously plunging a metaphorical knife into Chen Kai's heart. Regret washed over him, indeed. School was where he truly belonged. The world beyond was filled with peculiarities, leading him to question the very essence of life. 11 remarked, "Have you ever encountered steel plates at 4 in the morning?" At that moment, Shiyu, Chen Kai, and those surrounding them each displayed an array of emotions. Yet the one who felt the most elation was undoubtedly 11, for he had successfully preserved his dinner. Safeguarding one's supper felt like a monumental victory, surpassing even the thrill of winning a battle. Chapter 20, Beast Tamer Association. Following the battle, Shiyu turned his gaze towards the referee, Bai Shi, who seemed momentarily dazed before belatedly announcing the outcome, a display of unprofessionalism. "Hurry and declare it already," Shiyu mused. "The ice armor beast must be in considerable pain, and its beast tamer is undoubtedly eager to seek treatment. Ice armor beast is incapacitated, therefore, the victor is Shiyu." Bai Shi, regaining his composure, promptly declared, "We won." Upon hearing the verdict, Shiyu immediately summoned 11 and commenced a vigorous, spiraling massage on its head as a gesture of encouragement. Despite the rumor that such affectionate head-rubbing stunts growth, Shiyu couldn't resist, primarily due to the irresistible tactile sensation. Is he a student, or something else? Chen Kai wondered, seeking clarity in his defeat. "I'm a beast tamer from Pingqing, a recent graduate this year, though I attended school in Bingyuan City." Shiyu replied with a subtle smile, acknowledging the other's attempt to glean information. His words prompted a moment of surprise from both Chen Kai and Bai Shi. Pingqing, being a suburb of Bingyuan City, naturally possessed a less advanced educational system. Thus, while Chen Kai was considered an outstanding student in Pingqing, his merit might pale in comparison to students from the city. This revelation shed light on the disparity for Chen Kai, though the extent of the gap remained perplexing. He could only surmise that even within the city, Shiyu must be among the most exceptional young beast tamers. In a sense, Chen Kai's conjecture was not entirely unfounded. Despite his unassuming demeanor, Shiyu was indeed an academic achiever. Even within Bingyuan City's top schools, his grades consistently ranked high, with exceptional scores in various written assessments. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had the opportunity to study in the city and in turn at the Bingyuan City breeding base. Becoming a beast tamer is a demanding pursuit, as the sheer volume of information to memorize, encompassing tens of thousands of common beast species, their appearances, and skills, can overwhelm the average student. And this is merely the foundation. Ascertaining growth levels from a beast's physical condition, understanding their weaknesses, habits, and dietary preferences are all essential aspects of the curriculum. Whenever Shiyu encountered a new beast, relevant data would involuntarily surface in his mind, a testament to his scholarly nature. It could be said that had Shiyu not been constrained by financial limitations and certain unmet criteria, his academic record would have qualified him for further studies at a higher institution, rather than directly applying for graduation after his internship. This world lacks a unified college entrance examination. Most students enter society at the age of 18. Instead, assessments such as the Professional Beast Tamer and Professional Breeder exams serve as alternative gateways to higher education, requiring independent registration from graduates of various disciplines. Success in these exams not only unlocks more desirable employment opportunities but also grants access to advanced academic institutions. This explains Shiryu's keen interest in obtaining certifications as a professional beast tamer and breeder. Without a professional certificate, one can't even afford to keep a pet, he lamented. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Shiryu bid farewell to Bai Shi and Chen Kai before departing. Oh, Chen Kai nodded absently, sensing something amiss. Wait a minute, I'm also a prospective graduate from this year, and graduation isn't for another month, Chen Kai suddenly realized. How did Shiryu say he just graduated? The graduation date you're referring to is for the combat specialization. Students in other specializations, such as refereeing, medical care, and breeding, graduate earlier due to internship arrangements, by Shi clarified. Qin Kai was bewildered. He gazed at Shiyu's departing figure, inwardly exclaiming, "So Shiyu isn't a combat specialization student? Mr. Qin Kai, would you like to take your ice armor beast to the medical room? Also, since you engaged in a wager battle, please remit the double venue usage fee." Qin Kai groaned. "I'll head to the medical room first." Beast spaces not only facilitate growth, but also decelerate the progression of injuries within them. Moreover, at higher levels, they can even accelerate the healing process. However, unless a beast tamer possesses exceptional medical talents, the healing effect of a beast space is typically slow, providing only temporary relief. Therefore, having already spent 200 yuan, Qin Kai couldn't justify forgoing the medical room. Upon departing the battle arena, Shiyu felt a sense of ennui. He may have underestimated the combat prowess conferred by proficient level hardening. It seemed that unless he participated in arena battles in the 7th to 10th level groups, finding suitable opponents would be challenging. However, he had inquired beforehand, and beast tamers are restricted to selecting groups based on their beast growth level, precluding cross-level matches, as opponents may not wish to engage with weaker adversaries, unless you were to personally bring opponents to the arena and rent the venue. But the issue was that you had no idea where to find opponents. He didn't know anyone. Oh well. I'll go take a look at the Beast Tamer Association. As the battle concluded sooner than anticipated, and Shiyu deemed it unnecessary to linger at the arena, he resolved to explore other avenues for suitable combat practice. After some time, he arrived at the Pingqing District Beast Tamer Association, a sprawling complex situated in the district's heart, with a sizable 13-story building at its center. Shiyu had frequented this place to complete various procedures, hence, he was familiar with the route to his destination, the mission hall. The Beast Tamer Association also functions as a hub for receiving and issuing mission bounties. Beast Tamers can accept tasks here and receive compensation upon completion. These missions are carefully curated by the association to cater to apprentice Beast Tamers, aiming to hone their various abilities. Regardless of the city, there is a desire to increase the number of professional Beast Tamers and enhance their strength. Missions and trials serve as foundational training for apprentice Beast Tamers. Initially, Shiyu hadn't intended to visit, as the association's missions for those below the extraordinary level primarily focus on training the Beast Tamers and their beasts, essentially providing training grounds that are both arduous and poorly compensated. Spending the same amount of time having the iron-eating beast haul bricks might be more lucrative. However, his current objective wasn't financial gain, but to ascertain whether any of the missions could lead to suitable combat practice, even if there were no combat opportunities. Other tasks beneficial to 11th's development would suffice. Considering 11th's physical and mental well-being, Shiyu felt it was imperative to prevent it from becoming a shut-in. Jumping off buildings every day will eventually lead to brain damage. Exposure to external stimuli is beneficial. Shiyu could clearly sense 11th's delight during the previous battle. 1-star mission, capture stray cats. Mission description: recently a well-organized and extensive stray cat theft ring has emerged in the district. Standing before the mission board in the mission hall, Shiyu was perplexed. Stray cats can have organization? Well, considering the intelligence of some extraordinary creatures, it's not impossible. What did they steal? Seafood, cat food. Never mind then. 1-star mission, combat sparring. Mission description: requires a wind-type beast with a growth level of 6 or higher as a sparring partner. The reward for this mission is decent, but unfortunately, 11 can't fly. Pass. 1-star mission, wilderness escort. 1-star mission, capture live grasshoppers. 1-star mission, eliminate mole rats. With a multitude of tasks, Shiyu began to scrutinize them meticulously. Chapter 21. Extermination of the gophers. Although numerous, the tasks available seemed ill-suited for 11. The assignments here were merely opportunities for individuals seeking to hire beast tamers at minimal costs. For instance, the task of capturing live locusts was commissioned by a restaurant through the Beast Tamer Association. Locusts are extraordinary creatures, agricultural pests, and sought-after delicacies. Acquiring live locusts through this task was more economical than purchasing them directly from breeding farms. The only drawback might be the slower efficiency, however. This was evidently not an urgent time-sensitive mission, but rather one that favored a steady approach. Capturing flying locusts posed a considerable challenge. Despite being only slightly more capable than silkworms, their agility was remarkable, and their racial skill, wind wings, granted them impressive speed. Upon reflection, had it not been for 11's inability to fly, Perhaps Shiyu would have opted for this task. In the recent battle, although victory was achieved with relative ease, Shiyu found himself pondering. The ice-armored beast exhibited swift attack movements, and with little combat experience, 11 could only instinctively harden its defenses. Yet, there was an alternative choice at that moment, assessing the opponent's attack trajectory and executing localized defenses instead. While the mastery of full-body hardening endowed them with the means to engage in such a manner, attaining victory with minimal cost undoubtedly illustrated superior combat acumen in their companion. Perhaps the next skill to be learned could be supervision. Though the iron-eating beast demonstrated rapid explosive speed, its reaction time and vision were lacking. Shiyu mused that even wearing sunglasses would grant him better eyesight than 11. This inherent flaw hindered 11's ability to accurately gauge the enemy's attack trajectory during the recent skirmish, compelling it to resort to full-body hardening. However, with the introduction of supervision, this situation could be significantly ameliorated, allowing it to effectively discern enemy attacks during combat. Additionally, tasks such as capturing agile locusts provided excellent training for enhancing supervision and reaction capabilities, making them a natural consideration for Shiyu. In truth, the task of exterminating gophers could also serve as viable training for 11. Given that 11 could not fly, Shiyu turned his attention to another task. Gophers, being low-tier creatures within the beast realm, possess the racial skill of earth escape, excelling in subterranean evasion. Their combat prowess, at the awakening stage, was akin to that of wild dogs. An adult armed with a weapon could easily manage a one-on-one encounter. However, the troublesome aspect of these creatures lay in their rapid reproduction, overwhelming numbers, and nimbleness. When faced with danger, they often relied on teamwork, rendering conventional growth levels inadequate for assessing their threat potential. Fortunately, unless cornered, their instinctive response to encountering other creatures was to flee, which mitigated potential damage. Nevertheless, these creatures were even more troublesome than locusts, classified among the four pests. They were frequently active, indiscriminate in their foraging, and relentlessly sought food. Their activities extended beyond mere theft of grains and destruction of crops. Their earth escape ability could also inflict damage on structures. While they might be less prevalent in urban areas, gopher populations surge in rural locales, making eradication a daunting challenge. The extermination task for gophers was jointly issued by several townships in Pingqing District and was a long-term undertaking, with Beast Tamers frequently organizing groups to eliminate the nuisance in the countryside. Eradicating gophers was not necessarily easier than capturing live locusts, and it appeared to offer an opportunity to hone 11's reaction skills. This reminded Shiyu of a game, whack-a-mole. Spotting a gopher and eliminating it before it burrowed away was reminiscent of the playful game. The remuneration for this task would be calculated based on the number of gophers exterminated, and the compensation was relatively modest, less than that for capturing locusts. Shiyu speculated that the primary reason for the lower pay was the gophers' resemblance to clods of earth, rendering them unappetizing compared to the more delectable locusts. Taking 11 to hone its reaction speed for a few days seemed a commendable idea. To cultivate a companion beast, one must embrace comprehensive development. After deciding to accept the gopher extermination task, Shiyu prepared to register with his identification. However, while queuing, he noticed someone familiar ahead. What a coincidence! Has the ice-armored beast recovered? The individual was none other than Chen Kai, the exemplary student whom Shiyu had effortlessly defeated earlier. Recovered, huh? He remarked, somewhat discontented. Are you here for a task as well? Shiyu inquired. Chen Kai nodded, explaining that after being treated by a beast tamer skilled in healing at the combat venue, he felt increasingly frustrated about his loss. Consequently, he resolved to work harder and seize the weekend to take on a task for self-improvement, arriving here faster than Shiyu, who hesitated to spend on transportation. What about you? What task are you planning to undertake? Chen Kai asked after nodding in acknowledgement. He was curious about the training tasks a skilled individual like Shiyu might choose, hoping to glean some wisdom. Extermination of gophers. No, wait, it's gophers, Shiyu replied. Alone? Chen Kai asked, taken aback. Shiyu nodded. Is there a problem? Not really. Typically, a few individuals work better for this task, as gophers are quite cunning, and teamwork often facilitates more effective extermination. How about teaming up? I'll take on this task too, Chen Kai eagerly suggested. Shiyu thought to himself, why the eagerness? He wasn't exactly a beauty, and Shiyu had just bested him. Is there really any difference between working alone and in pairs? I could call on 2 more classmates. With one controlling, another drawing aggro, and someone dealing damage, efficiency would certainly improve. Shiyu retorted, are we fighting a boss here? After some consideration, he realized that a few gophers posed little threat, But should he encounter a horde, it could indeed be troublesome. Teaming up appeared to be a favorable option. He couldn't afford to retreat into solitude as he had previously. All right, Shiyu conceded. Let's accept this task together. Great. I'll gather 2 more classmates tonight to form a standard 4-person team, Shinkai replied with a smile. Had it been anyone else's age, Shinkai would not have been so eager, but Shiyu's prowess had genuinely inspired him to further investigate how he trained his beast. A lethargic iron-eating beast, how could Shiyu possibly train it to excel? After finalizing their plans, the two agreed to meet here again in the morning. Back again, are we? The young pharmacist remarked with a peculiar expression upon seeing Shiyu. This marked Shiyu's 3rd visit within the fortnight. What on earth was he up to? The pharmacist suspected Shiyu possessed a unique talent for fusion. Well, my beast training and combat workload have increased a bit. Coupled with my poor health since childhood, there's little I can do, Shiyu explained. The young pharmacist empathized, offering Shiyu some supplements. Meanwhile, Shiyu contemplated whether he should seek a different pharmacy. Otherwise, he risked damaging his reputation. Chapter 22. Super Sight in the evening. After the little iron eater had finished its meal of iron bamboo, Shiyu consumed 2 mind capsules. He then called over 11, intending to teach it a new skill. 11. Come here. Having satisfied its hunger and thirst, 11 was ready to celebrate today's victory, and its chosen method of celebration was to intensify its training tonight. With nourishment secured and the sole focus on rigorous training, it could gain formidable strength and achieve effortless victories in battle. This lifestyle felt immensely fulfilling to the little iron eater. The only slight discomfort was the unease it felt when Shiyu utilized the skill compendium. Skill, Super Sight, Skill Tier, Intermediate, Description, a mental type skill that enhances vision through the extreme consumption of mental energy. Status, Teachability available under the bewildered gaze of 11. Shiyu proceeded to impart the Super Sight skill to it. At this moment, 11's heart skipped a beat. It yearned to proclaim to everyone, all of my abilities. 11's prowess stemmed from my own hard work. Yet, alas, it found itself unable to articulate those words. This newfound strength felt far too unsteady. What I just taught you is the Super Sight skill. You can activate it by consuming mental energy. Your vision should have significantly improved. And you should even be able to see clearly in the dark now. Huh? Initially conflicted, 11's expression gradually turned serious upon hearing about its enhanced vision and the prospect of night vision. Woo. Rubbing its dark circles, 11 dashed outside. Gazing into the inky blackness of the night, its expression transforming into one of exhilaration. It leaped with joy. Hooray! Training at night just became so much easier. It was anticipated that it would take until the next morning for 11 to partially recover its mental energy. Shiyu merely hoped that 11 wouldn't make a racket tonight, allowing him a good night's sleep. With this energy conserved, tomorrow would be perfect for catching groundhogs. Not far from the Beast Master Association in Pingqing, in a luxurious residential community, Shinkai had just returned home. He was about to message his classmates in the group chat to gather for groundhog hunting the next day when a private message popped up on his communication app. Zhuangyu, I saw you at the battle arena this afternoon. Shinkai? Shinkai, what did you see? Zhuangyu, everything that needed to be seen. Shinkai's lips twitched at his once stellar reputation. He envisioned his classmate Zhuangyu, with her glasses, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. She saw it, which meant all the girls in class would know, and soon the whole class would learn about how he was defeated by a passerby. Zhuangyu, do you know that Iron Eater is Beast Master? Shinkai, what? Do you want to ask him for tips on raising Iron Eaters? Zhuangyu, something like that. He left too quickly yesterday. I couldn't keep up. Shinkai, you've come to the right person. We're short 2 for groundhog hunting. Are you in? Also, find a Beast Master with a contract beast that has control skills. We have enough output. We don't need more. The following day, at the usual spot, the task hall of the Beast Master Association, Shiyu arrived early. But Shinkai was even earlier. Didn't he sleep well last night? Shinkai inquired, noticing Shiyu yawning his way over. Indeed, he had rested well. However, it was of little consequence. Although 11 had been obedient and considerate throughout the night, the aftermath of teaching an intermediate skill was still substantial. Nevertheless, Shiyu could accept this state, having adapted to it during his senior year in high school. A little fresh air would revitalize him. After all, his student days before crossing over had been characterized by excellence in academics, health, and a well-rounded development, making him resilient against such fatigue. Where is the person you called? Shiyu asked next. Shinkai, they haven't arrived yet, but should be here soon. After a brief wait, the individuals Shinkai mentioned arrived. They were 2 girls roughly his age, clad in ordinary sportswear. One had a round face, wore glasses, and sported a single ponytail. The other had a standard oval face, short hair, and was of considerable height. Shiyu, this is my classmate, Zhuangyu. The other is her friend, Yu Jingjing, a beast master from experimental high school. Hello. Shiyu nodded. Greetings, esteemed master. Both girls chorused. Shiyu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him at such a title. Clearing his throat, Shinkai interjected. Both of them passed by the battle arena yesterday and witnessed our match. All right, let us each introduce our situations. Not wanting to dwell on yesterday's battle, he swiftly redirected the conversation. My beast is a level 6 ice-armored beast, proficient in Ice Shatter Claw and Ice Armor. My beast is a level 6 Iron Eater, proficient in basic hardening, Zhuangyu stated. After saying this, she glanced at Shiyu, feeling somewhat diminished in comparison to his advanced hardening skill. My beast is a level 6 Thorn Beast, skilled in the proficient level binding skill, Yu Jingjing added. The Thorn Beast, a plant-type wooden creature, resembled a thorn and was akin to a snake, covered in spikes, capable of freely controlling the thorns it produced. Any prey ensnared would be left either dead or severely injured. My beast is a level 5 Iron Eater, proficient in advanced hardening. Shiyu also introduced himself, and upon finishing, the three fell into a stunned silence. The disparity in growth levels and skill proficiency was simply too stark. That is quite astonishing, Zhuangyu could not help but exclaim. Shiyu felt indifferent. He anticipated that once they observed 11's dedication to training, they would eventually understand. He looked forward to seeing their astonished expressions when they witnessed the little Iron Eater's relentless self-discipline training. Please make haste to register for the task. We will depart promptly at 8 o'clock, Shinkai instructed. At 8 in the morning, the group boarded a bus, setting off for the outskirts of Pingqing. They were headed to a place called Baishi Village, which fell under the jurisdiction of Yuanan Town in Bingyuan City, a relatively underdeveloped village. The area primarily focused on agriculture, making it particularly troublesome with the presence of pests like locusts and groundhogs. On the bus, with some idle time, the four of them began to chat. Shinkai was the first to pose a question to Shiyu. I forgot to ask yesterday. You mentioned you've already graduated. Are you not a battle specialist? Not a battle specialist. Zhuangyu and Yu Jingjing seemed to have caught wind of something sensational. You can be this strong without being a battle specialist? No. I specialize in breeding, Shiyu replied calmly. Compared to battling, nurturing and raising beasts was his true forte. There was something crude about fighting. Mastering breeding was the true path. It was entirely reasonable for a beast master specializing in breeding to train an advanced hardening skill. The other three fell silent. Chapter 23, Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall. After approximately an hour, the four individuals arrived at Baishi Village. Upon disembarking at the bus stop near the village committee, they were promptly received by the committee staff. Although none of the four were professional beast tamers, their willingness to assist in eradicating the burrowing mice was warmly welcomed by the village. Due to the urgency of the situation, the four did not engage in pleasantries. They headed straight to the epicenter of the infestation, specifically the agricultural fields and wooded areas. The expansive farmland stretched endlessly before them, and outside the forest, an uneasy silence enveloped Shiyu and his companions. Where should they begin? In truth, many of the less clever and weaker burrowing mice had already fallen victim to the farmers' pesticides and the hunting prowess of domesticated dogs and cats. Thus, the ones they were tasked with eliminating were predominantly older and craftier mice. Such mice were elusive, adept at concealment, and possessed formidable combat abilities, making them particularly challenging to eradicate. Let us summon our beasts first, Shiyu proposed. In such a complex environment, it was undoubtedly 11's extraordinary vision that would be essential for pinpointing the burrowing mice. Agreed. Upon Shiyu's suggestion, the four communicated with their beast taming spaces and summoned their respective beasts. Before Shiyu and Zhuangyu appeared a ferrous beast, while Shinkai summoned his ice-armored beast, and the other girl, Yu Jingjing, conjured a thorny serpent-like creature. As soon as the beasts were summoned, Zhuangyu's gaze was drawn to 11. Having only observed from a distance the day before, she had not truly noticed until now that Shiryu's ferrous beast was remarkably well developed. Its coat shimmered with vitality, and its physique was robust. Master, did you acquire your ferrous beast from the iron bamboo breeding base as well? She inquired. Indeed, Shiryu nodded. All ferrous beasts in Icefield City should be bred at the iron bamboo breeding base, including yours, Zhuangyu. However, Zhuangyu's ferrous beast was evidently larger and older than Shiryu's, suggesting they were not from the same litter. Meanwhile, Shunkai's ice-armored beast appeared to be apprehensively eyeing 11. seemingly on the verge of melting under pressure. Wait a moment. Master, you aren't an apprentice at the Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall, are you? Zhuangyu suddenly speculated. Shiryu's formidable prowess seemed to necessitate such an explanation. No. Shiryu shook his head. The Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall and the Iron Bamboo Breeding Base are operated by the same individual. The hall is dedicated to training beast tamers who have signed contracts with ferrous beasts, while the breeding base specializes in their cultivation. The current master of the Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall is a master-level beast tamer renowned for cultivating ferrous beasts. His ferrous beasts possess not only hardening abilities but also command the forces of lightning and fire, employing exceptionally unique breeding techniques. It is widely acknowledged that in Icefield City, the most knowledgeable individuals regarding the cultivation of ferrous beasts are the beast tamers from the Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall. Zhuangyu's suspicion of Shiryu being an apprentice at the hall was entirely reasonable. Even if Shiryu claimed to be a direct disciple of the hall, she would likely believe him. However, although Shiryu currently had no affiliations with the Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall, it was only a matter of time before he sought their wisdom, perhaps for mutual enlightenment. I thought you must surely be a direct disciple of the Bamboo and Stone Martial Arts Hall, Zhuangyu chuckled. Currently, the most formidable beast tamer in our Ping City is Master Lin, isn't it? Chen Kai remarked. Indeed, he continued. There are various ranks, apprentice, professional, master, and among professionals. There are junior, intermediate, and senior levels. The Master Lin Chen Kai refers to is a master-level beast tamer, whose prowess ranks among the elite in Icefield City. I cannot say whether Master Lin is the strongest, but I believe his daughter is the youngest professional beast tamer in our Ping City, Yu Jingjing added. I heard she passed the professional assessment at the age of 18 and later enrolled in one of the 9 major academies. She should have graduated by now. I wonder what level she has attained. However, I fear it may still be too challenging. Master Lin has spent a lifetime cultivating ferrous beasts and has yet to discover any potential for their evolution. It seems they may remain as they are. Besides, even if such potential were found, it would not concern us. Zhuangyu's ferrous beast dozed off, exuding an air of indifference and tranquility. Enough chatter. I have spotted a burrowing mouse, Shiryu announced. While the group conversed, 11, utilizing its extraordinary vision, had already identified a burrowing mouse. It remained unconcerned with notions of evolution. The current state sufficed for it. Following 11's indication, Shiryu directed his gaze toward a corner of the farmland, where a burrowing mouse, approximately 30 centimeters in length and devoid of fur, stealthily plucked red fruits with its earthy, stone-like texture. There it is, Shiryu pointed out. And the other 3 followed his gaze. Judging by its size, it seemed to be at level 4, and being solitary posed minimal threat. The challenge lay in eliminating it before it could react and burrow away. The texts indicate that burrowing mice are extremely vigilant. They are more sensitive to temperature than to sound or light. As the ferrous beast and ice-armored beast approach, the temperature difference may alert it, Yu Jingjing stated. I will have my thorny creature disguise itself as a plant to approach it and see if it can ensnare it directly. However, I am unsure if the thorns will penetrate its earthen shell. You all should follow closely. The other 3 concurred with this strategy. Under Yu Jingjing's command, her thorny creature began to mimic a plant, inching its way across the ground. The thorny creature bore an uncanny resemblance to vegetation, being a plant life form itself. And the burrowing mouse remained oblivious, perceiving it merely as a source of food. Advanced hunters often approached their prey in disguise. Meanwhile, 11 and the ice-armored beast had already readied themselves for the hunt. Only Zhuangyu's ferrous beast remained oblivious, squinting with its dark-ringed eyes, desperately searching. Where's the burrowing mouse? I cannot see it. Such blindness was typical for a standard ferrous beast, as the burrowing mouse's camouflage was remarkably effective. Soon enough, the thorny creature neared the burrowing mouse, extending its spiny appendages, locking onto its target. Swish. The thorny creature unleashed a deadly entanglement. However, a level 4 burrowing mouse, having thrived in such an environment, was no easy prey. Sensing danger at the last moment, it abandoned the red fruit and bolted away. Whoosh. It turned and dashed, evading the attack with remarkable speed. Typically, when burrowing mice forage, they prepare escape routes in advance, avoiding direct burrowing in place. The latter would not be as swift and could easily be captured. It was far more effective to utilize an emergency route. With one failed attempt, the thorny creature ceased its stealthy approach, manifesting more thorns to impede the burrowing mouse's movements and speed. Simultaneously, 11 and the ice-armored beast had already unleashed their full might. Run! Do you think you can escape? Chen Kai shouted. The ice-armored beast was adept at digging. Given time, it could carve through ice mountains. Even if the burrowing mouse managed to burrow underground, capturing it was not out of the question. Of course, the ideal outcome was to eliminate it before it reached its burrow. However, the ice-armored beast was a moment too late. The burrowing mouse successfully reached its escape hole, just as the burrowing mouse reveled in its triumph. Ready to dive into its refuge, 11, who possessed far superior explosive speed, descended upon it. In their previous encounter, 11 had remained stationary and swiftly dispatched the ice-armored beast, but that did not imply it lacked explosive speed. Boom. As 11 began to run, it quickly surpassed the ice-armored beast and closed in on the burrowing mouse. It leaped into the air, delivering a hardened blow directly to the entrance of the burrowing mouse's impending escape. Like a colossal mass of steel plummeting from the heavens, a tremendous impact arose alongside a cloud of dust, creating a vast crater upon the earth. Through enhanced vision and explosive agility, it sensed a newfound nimbleness compared to the previous day, even outpacing the thorn beast and the ice-armored beast in locating the entrance to the cave. 11 displayed a proud expression. Meanwhile, the sand shrew stood frozen in place, bewildered, pondering the whereabouts of its home. Oh no. In an instant, it was ensnared by the thorn beast. However, the attention of all present was fixated on the enormous pit beside 11. What kind of force is this? It felt reminiscent of an object falling from great heights. The other three felt a shiver run down their spines as they gazed upon the squat, pudgy iron eater cub, sensing that with its presence, they could easily confront a horde of sand shrews. Chapter 24. Unusual combinations. These gophers would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge for an ordinary person to handle. However, in the capable hands of Beast Tamers, even novice apprentices like Shiyu and his companions can manage them with remarkable efficiency. The gophers, having grown in a relatively nourishing environment, possess combat capabilities comparable to that of wild dogs, making them quite formidable. In contrast, an ordinary person encountering a wild dog, even armed, would likely feel trepidation. Yet, for the now battle-hardened iron-eating beast with its exceptional vision, these gophers are merely unfortunate. One swift strike, and they are down. The gophers might consider themselves fortunate not to be bamboo rats, which are less palatable. Otherwise, they would surely face extermination. However, even bamboo rats might not entice Shiyu. In this world, iron-eating beasts have evolved to prefer metallic minerals over meat, which is rather intriguing. One wonders if there exist creatures akin to iron-coated rats. This particular gopher is considered Shiyu's, for without his iron-eating beast, it would have surely escaped. As the thorn monster released the gopher it had ensnared and incapacitated, Yu Jingjing spoke up. She had underestimated the gopher's reflexes. The thorn monster, a natural predator, failed to capture the gopher immediately, indicating that their training still requires refinement. Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu shared no objections. The reward for eliminating a single gopher is merely a few yuan, a paltry sum that even Shiyu dismisses, let alone the well-off students. In Shiyu's view, clearing 100 gophers in a day would barely balance the expenses incurred by Shiyu's consumption and nourishment. Let us proceed as discussed in the vehicle and split up, Shiyu suggested. Agreed, Chen Kai nodded. Let's regroup here for lunch. This approach would enhance their efficiency. Given the vastness of the farmland and surrounding forest, they would split up, addressing any solitary gopher they encountered individually, while calling for collaboration when faced with larger groups, as teamwork would undoubtedly yield superior results. Let us see who can eliminate more gophers, Yu Jingjing proposed. Zhuang Yu glanced at her iron-eating beast, lost in thought. If they were to compete, she had her doubts about not finishing last. She felt as though her iron-eating beast was of a different breed compared to Shiryu's. At that moment, Zhuang Yu's iron-eating beast had begun to doze, while Shiryu's remained alert, surveying its surroundings with keen interest. Good vision makes everything appear clear, while poor vision renders everything indistinct. Such was Shiryu's current sentiment. After establishing their objectives, the four parted ways. Let us aim for 20 gophers before noon. Shiryu instructed Shuri, who responded with an enthusiastic bark. No, I want to catch 200, Shuri declared, eager to take full advantage of its newfound vision. I don't mind how many you catch, Shiryu replied, gesturing toward a large hole nearby. But you must not damage the crops or fruit trees, understood? Otherwise, not only will we earn nothing, but we may also incur losses. We have limited funds, and any deductions will come from your food allowance. Shiryu's expression fell, its eager gaze dimming as it reluctantly acknowledged Shiryu's words. It's so hard, it lamented. Today, focus on honing your reflexes. With your physical capabilities, you can overpower the gophers without relying on skills, Shiryu reassured. This creature is now capable of leaving marks on steel plates. The fruit trees and crops would surely not withstand its strength. Regardless of how many gophers it catches, all rewards can be used to supplement its meals. Shiyu was clear about rewards and penalties, and Shiyu's spirits lifted at the prospect. Soon, Shiyu dashed through the fields with abandon. The farmer, tasked with guarding and patrolling the farmland, arrived late, trailing behind to tally the number of gophers they had cleared. These giant rodents were indeed troublesome. Those away from their burrows were manageable for Shiyu's explosive speed, allowing it to track and swiftly incapacitate them. However, those near their burrows proved more elusive. And despite Shiyu's relentless efforts, a few escaped, leaving it frustrated and wishing for Shiyu to teach it the skill of earth manipulation for burrowing underground captures. Shiyu was left speechless. Weren't you just complaining about wanting skills without effort? He teased. Now, you see the value of acquiring more skills? However, copying earth manipulation is impossible, given the skill cap in the skill catalog. After all, he had already exhausted his resources searching for commercial opportunities with the silk skill. Adding a skill for earth manipulation might lead him to inadvertently launch a subterranean construction business. Time flew by. By noon, Shiyu and Shiyu had captured 22 gophers, averaging one every 5 minutes. Unfortunately, they hadn't encountered any large groups, which would have increased their count. Meanwhile, Shiyu, brimming with energy, continued searching the fields for gophers, embodying the spirit of while the mice are active, so am I. Are you still catching gophers? Shinkai exclaimed incredulously. As the three gathered around Shiyu, they observed Shiyu's vigorous activity in the fields, and their morale was unintentionally affected. Had it really been over 2 hours? Was Shiyu truly this energetic? Zhuangyu wore a peculiar expression. After all, her iron-eating beast had barely been active before falling asleep. This is still a form of training. My iron-eating beast enjoys exercising beyond just eating, Shiyu eventually replied. In comparison to his previous training regimen, this was hardly substantial. The three were taken aback. Weren't you out of sorts this morning? How come you're so lively now? Shinkai asked, bewildered. It was one thing for the iron-eating beast, an extraordinary creature, to show no signs of fatigue. How could Shiyu remain so sprightly? Shiyu casually produced a vitality capsule, suggesting, would you like one? They work wonders. The three were once again influenced by this revelation. After all, a normal person would instinctively rest upon exhaustion. Yet Shiyu seemed to thrive on supplements instead. What a relentless approach. I think I now understand where I lag behind the urban Beast Tamers, Shinkai mused. Imagining city students burning the midnight oil while consuming stimulants for studying. It's not about fearing others' talents, it's about fearing their relentless efforts. How frustrating. You all. How many have you cleared? Zhuangyu inquired, glancing at Shiyu and his remarkably different iron-eating beast. What about you? Shiyu countered. I caught 6, Yu Jingjing reported. 7, Shinkai chimed in. Zhuangyu lamented. My iron-eating beast is too slow. It only caught 2. Hey, don't generalize all iron-eating beasts. Shiyu interjected. The differences in their physiques cannot be applied universally. But do not dismiss this little one. It has proven to be the most efficient pet I have seen. Capturing 22 gophers in just 2 hours, a remarkable feat. Such efficiency is something I have only witnessed in certain avian beasts. To imagine it in an iron-eating beast is astounding. 22? The other three struggled to comprehend. 22? Are you sure it's not 12 but 22? Zhuangyu was equally astonished, her own count seeming insignificant by comparison. Let us eat our boxed lunches and take a break, Shiyu suggested. They activated their enhanced vision. There's no point in competing further. Eating is important. Staff from the village committee brought them lunch, and after a light meal, they resumed their work. This was the initial agreement among the four. As they had come to train, a simple lunch sufficed, and there was no need for an extended break. Just a brief respite would do. Subsequently, the four each took their boxed lunches and enjoyed them, along with cold mineral water. After voraciously devouring a few bites of the bamboo shoots packed by Shiyu, the creature, in a bid to save time, dashed off to train diligently on its own. It felt that its explosive speed was still lacking. Otherwise, it would not have allowed so many moles to escape. Overcome by a sense of despair, Shiyu began to sprint back and forth along the rural path. This behavior left Shinkai and his companions utterly perplexed. Although they had bottled water, the meal was proving quite unpalatable. They glanced at Shiyu, who appeared unfazed by the situation. Doesn't your iron-eating beast need to rest? Zhuangyu voiced her concern. This is not scientifically plausible. Iron-eating beasts shouldn't behave like this. She had spent so long at the breeding facility, yet had not encountered such a vigorous iron-eating beast. Otherwise, why do you think it has mastered advanced hardening techniques? Shiyu remained composed throughout. The trio was rendered speechless, realizing the validity of his point. However, it was quite unusual for a beast tamer to carry supplements while their iron-eating beast practiced sprinting back and forth during the midday sun. Chapter 25. Professional Assessment. It has been proven that not only do idiocy and laughter spread contagiously, but so too does diligence. After finishing their boxed lunches, during a brief respite, Chun Kai and his companions observed the Iron Eater still training, feeling a sense of restlessness. If even the inherently lazy Iron Eater was exerting itself with such fervor, what right did they have to rest? At last, I understand why the pass rate for the Beast Tamer professional assessments in the city is so high. Are the Beast Tamers studying in your city truly this dedicated? And how have you managed to cultivate such discipline in your beasts? Shin Kai's face twitched in disbelief. Is the educational standard in the city really that much superior to the suburbs? Shiryu reflected on the phenomenon. He had never witnessed such dedication among the Beast Tamers in his vicinity. It's not that exaggerated, Shiryu remarked. Had he inadvertently elevated these three's perception of urban beast tamers? It was a misunderstanding, purely a misunderstanding. The supplements he carried were merely a necessity. He didn't wish to exert himself so vigorously, but the cost of utilizing his skill compendium was significant. What could he do? As for 11, it was merely a fortunate accident. It had innate diligence from the start, which had nothing to do with him. 11 was essentially a fortunate find, left behind by others. And the only ones who recognized its extraordinary potential were probably Lin Xiuzhu and himself. Lin Xiuzhu had extensive rearing experience, while Shiryu's confidence stemmed from the assurance provided by his skill compendium, allowing him to feel secure regardless of the beast he chose. By a stroke of luck, an unorthodox reaction occurred between Shiryu and 11. In summary, they need not emulate him. They were exceptions, and one should never blindly trust what their eyes perceive. It could lead to ruin. Despite this, Shiryu found it challenging to explain. He certainly couldn't advise others against striving for excellence. Not that exaggerated, but a touch of exaggeration might be beneficial. It could pave the way for a bright future. Enough of this. I'll require my ice-armored beast to train at this intensity from now on. I too shall venture to the pharmacy tomorrow to procure a box of mindful capsules and study late into the night. I refuse to believe it. We all possess 2 arms and 2 legs. I can do it too, Shinkai declared through gritted teeth. He shamelessly tagged along with Shiryu to undertake tasks, eager to uncover the secret behind Shiryu's strength and to discover the underlying reasons. Now that he had finally found it, he was determined to give it a try. Zhuang Yu and Yu Jingjing exchanged glances. Although they said nothing, they too felt they had perhaps been a tad complacent. There was still ample time to strive for improvement. Tomorrow, for certain, Shiryu remarked. Do you truly intend to exert yourselves to such an extent? Then I wish you success. After all, hard work was not a detrimental trait. Shiryu felt a sense of satisfaction knowing his admirable qualities could inspire others. Shiryu, are you preparing to participate in the professional beast tamer assessment? By the way, are you majoring in rearing, or do you intend to pursue the professional breeder exam? Shinkai inquired. Well, Shiryu began. The professional beast tamer path was the traditional route for advancement, assessing the combat prowess of beast tamers. In contrast, the professional breeder exam evaluated the rearing and cultivating skills of beast tamers, with most future work occurring at breeding facilities. More advanced practitioners could establish their own operations, assisting other beast tamers in caring for their beasts, or even branching into related professions such as skill instructors or evolution planners. Logically, since Shiryu specialized in rearing and possessed a skill compendium, taking the breeder exam would undoubtedly yield lucrative rewards. However, his secondary talent was rather peculiar, and Shiryu feared exposure would lead to dire consequences. Although this nation operates as a lawful society, a distinct class divide exists between high-ranking beast tamers and ordinary citizens. The absence of a relatively fair advancement route, such as the college entrance examination, underscores the severe monopolization present in this world. Numerous incidents of foul play among beast tamers during public battles, along with factional and national rivalries, posed significant dangers. Furthermore, certain highly intelligent extraordinary beings cast covetous glances at human territories. He had no desire to forfeit his freedom. Shiryu pondered. If the teaching method of the skill compendium could not be altered, he would never instruct others' beasts and skills until he possessed formidable self-defense capabilities. Even with moderately intelligent wild creatures, he would refrain from imparting knowledge. Unless, of course, it pertained to beasts with virtually no intelligence, like the blue silkworm, which would remain oblivious to the occurrences post-instruction, thus posing no safety hazards. In essence, Shiyu felt it prudent to first undertake the professional beast tamer assessment to enhance his combat prowess. Many exceptional beast tamers could teach skills outside their beast species, much like the Iron Eaters at the Jusher Martial Arts Hall, who could master lightning and fire skills. Even rare wild beasts with exceptional talents might acquire skills beyond their species. For instance, the Wolf King of the Snow Wolf clan typically possessed deterrent skills. Such private skill-teaching manuals, though seemingly extravagant, were relatively commonplace in the realm of higher-ranking beast tamers, making it a plausible endeavor. However, a talent that allowed for skill replication, teaching beasts upon mere contact, had yet to surface, especially considering he was a dual-talent transmigrator. In other words, he was an invasive species, which was perilous. In this relatively hazardous world, strength was fundamental. Prioritizing the enhancement of his own power was undoubtedly wise. Although my specialty lies in rearing, I intend to prepare for the professional beast tamer assessment, Shiyu asserted. Shinkai calculated, let me see, the next one, or perhaps the one after that, right? Perhaps we could participate together then. The professional beast tamer assessment occurred annually on January 1st. With July already upon them, there was less than half a year until the next assessment commenced. Shiryu's Iron Eater was currently at level 5 awakening, while Shinkai's ice-armored beast was at level 6, which did not meet the standards for the professional assessment. The first round of the foundational assessment required a minimum of extraordinary level combat power, which corresponded to level 10 awakening or higher. In 6 months, reaching level 10 would be a challenge, let alone attaining extraordinary status. Thus, Shinkai instinctively assumed Shiryu intended to participate in the subsequent assessment, just as he did. However, Shiryu clarified, if I fail the next assessment, perhaps we can participate together in the one after. He realized that his meager savings would not suffice to support Eleven's training for a year and a half without a subsequent source of income. Therefore, securing a professional certificate as soon as possible would alleviate Shiryu's financial burden. He resolved to participate in the upcoming assessment in half a year. Shinkai exclaimed, but your Iron Eater has only just reached level 5. Is it not a bit ambitious to aim for extraordinary status in half a year? The challenge of advancing through growth levels naturally intensified over time. The bottleneck from awakening to extraordinary level had stymied countless creatures. The metamorphosis between ordinary and extraordinary hinged entirely on the ability to traverse the extraordinary threshold. That is fine. While reaching extraordinary status may pose some difficulty, level 10 awakening should be manageable. As long as I continually reinforce Eleven's racial skills, its growth level will evolve accordingly. Shiryu was confident that achieving level 10 within 6 months was feasible, and extraordinary status was also a strong possibility, even if extraordinary status remained elusive. Awakening level still permitted participation in the professional assessment, as those with strength have always held privileges. Are you referring to that special assessment? Shinkai suddenly grasped the implication. The cross-level challenge? The other two girls were also aware of it. For exceptionally talented beast tamers and those with higher-level beasts, the professional assessment included a special criterion. Although the growth level has yet to reach the extraordinary tier, it is still possible to triumph over genuine extraordinary beings during the awakening phase. Pets endowed with extraordinary combat prowess and their respective tamers are eligible to participate in the forthcoming vocational assessment. Indeed, it is the very challenge of surpassing levels. If one is unable to attain the extraordinary level, this alternative route is indeed viable. Shiryu chuckled. With pets possessing high proficiency skills and advanced level abilities, overcoming challenges beyond their level should not be a formidable task, should it? At this moment, Shinkai began to grasp the situation. For a steel-eating beast capable of mastering proficient-level racial skills at merely level 5, surpassing levels was certainly not an arduous endeavor. He had already been outclassed. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he felt a twinge of regret for having asked so many questions. His mindset had faltered, as the competition between pets had begun to frustrate their tamers. Upon returning, the training intensity for the ice-armored beast would undoubtedly require a significant increase. In the eyes of these three, Shiryu remained an enigmatic and formidable figure, yet they were unaware if he could indeed pass the vocational assessment in the upcoming session. Chapter 26. The Beast Tide. After a brief respite, the group, influenced by Shiyu, resolved to continue their training by capturing more earth mice. Their aspirations for the future compelled them to make sacrifices, even at the expense of the earth mice. However, before they could embark on their task, the loudspeaker of the village committee in Baishi village suddenly blared to life. The announcement was so loud that even Shiyu and his companions, far from the village center, could hear it clearly. Attention all villagers! Attention all villagers! A yellow warning signal for a beast tide has been issued in the city. A significant number of ferocious beasts have gathered outside the city walls, with an escalating trend. All departments and individuals are advised to prepare according to the defense guidelines. Goodness! Chen Kai exclaimed, unable to contain his emotions. Zhuangyu and Yu Jingjing also displayed evident signs of confusion and anxiety on their faces. A beast tide? The term was not unfamiliar to them. 10 years prior, Pingsheng had been rebuilt following a devastating beast tide. Although they were young then, such events were impossible to forget. The beast tide had returned? As the four stood in stunned silence, a farmer patrolling the fields approached them. I'm not entirely sure, but it seems the animals from the Snow Mountain are restless again. A yellow warning sounds serious. If the situation escalates, we might have to evacuate. The farmer seemed bewildered, yet his expression revealed little panic. At that moment, Shiyu realized it was not yet time to panic. Unlike a decade ago, there were now towering walls erected between Pingsheng, its surrounding towns, and the Snow Mountain. The Beast Tamer Association's Beast Tamer Corps was stationed both inside and outside these walls, serving as the first line of defense against any beast tide. The warning was merely a precaution for the nearby townsfolk, not an indication of imminent danger. If true peril loomed, it would not merely warrant a yellow disaster alert. Shall we go take a look? Chen Kai suggested. Icefield City, located on the edge of the border, had Pingsheng and its surrounding towns neighboring the beast-infested Snow Mountain. This proximity was why only Pingsheng and its neighboring counties faced the brunt of the beast tide a decade ago. What are you looking at? There are surely barricades set up both inside and outside the walls during such times. Wouldn't you just be causing trouble? Zhuangyu responded. Although she felt that nothing serious would occur, the atmosphere was tense, and it was best not to leisurely disrupt others while they played whack-a-mole. At the Beast Tamer Association's front desk, the staff member shook her head. I'm not entirely sure either. However, it seems this isn't the first warning this month. The previous two were blue alerts, and now we have a yellow one? Just as Chen Kai was about to ask more, someone in the distance called out his name. Chen Kai, Zhuangyu, Shiyu, and Yu Jingjing turned to see a seemingly honest and earnest beast tamer, wearing glasses, entering the room. He appeared to be in his 30s, but his thinning hair suggested he was a formidable figure. Teacher Zhang, Chen Kai and Zhuangyu greeted. What brings you here? I was nearby and saw your chat in the group, so I came to check on you, he replied, surprised to see them. How is it that you're chatting in the group with a teacher present? Shiyu thought, observing these peculiar students. Typically, students would not include teachers in their private chats. Would they? With the way you're doing this, it's hard for your fellow group members to keep a straight face. Who are these two? Teacher Zhang inquired, glancing at Shiyu and Yu Jingjing. They're my friends, beast tamers from another school, Chen Kai introduced. Teacher Zhang smiled and nodded. You're discussing the beast tide warning, aren't you? Yes, teacher. Is the situation serious? Could it be like before? Chen Kai asked, knowing that his teacher, as a professional beast tamer, would have more insight. The noise here is too loud. Let us step outside to talk, Teacher Zhang suggested. No one objected, and they exited the mission hall, wandering around the buildings of the Beast Tamer Association. Although Shiyu didn't know Teacher Zhang well, he followed, eager to understand the circumstances. If danger truly loomed, he needed to prepare to escape to the city with Shi. As they walked along the cobblestone path, Teacher Zhang addressed the group of young people. You need not worry too much. The situation now is vastly different from what it was 10 years ago. The protective measures surrounding the Snow Mountain are quite robust. Even if danger does arise, the Beast Tamer Association can respond swiftly. If the forces in Pingsheng are insufficient, beast tamers from the city will come to assist. Should the city's Beast Tamer Corps be unable to defend, reinforcements from nearby cities will arrive promptly. Currently, the creatures of the Snow Mountain pose little threat to Icefield City. Chen Kai asked, so, does that mean a beast tide is possible again? Right now? It's merely a small-scale gathering of ferocious beasts, far less formidable than the sudden upheaval we faced a decade ago. Zhuangyu interjected, but why? Aren't those beasts primarily ice-type creatures? Shouldn't they prefer the Snow Mountain environment over the city? Books state that food shortages, resource scarcity, and intense competition are the primary catalysts for a beast tide. Shiyu glanced towards the Snow Mountain. However, this shouldn't be the main cause of a beast tide from the Snow Mountain. After all, such events typically occur with frequency and signs, rather than erupting suddenly like it did a decade ago. Teacher Zhang nodded at Shiyu's insight. Indeed. However, we remain uncertain as to the true cause. The trigger for the beast tide 10 years ago is still a mystery. Nonetheless, there is a prevailing theory within Icefield City regarding this. Are you familiar with the history of Icefield City? Teacher Zhang inquired, to which the group shook their heads. Well, it's not entirely history, as it remains unverified. It's merely speculation. Archaeological findings suggest that 2,000 years ago, the area surrounding Icefield City was devoid of a snow mountain environment. It was once the territory of a relatively advanced Beast Tamer tribe from an ancient kingdom. However, an ice dragon arrived from afar and settled in the surrounding mountains. This powerful ice dragon, even by merely residing in the area, indirectly triggered the onset of a mini ice age, bringing great hardship to the Beast Tamer tribe. Subsequently, the tribe resolved to expel the ice dragon, forming an expeditionary force to engage in a prolonged battle against it in the mountains. It is said that the snow mountain was formed during this time. Shiyu asked, which side emerged victorious? Teacher Zhang replied, it is believed that the Beast Tamer tribe was victorious. There lies a relic of the ice dragon atop the snow mountain, said to contain the dragoness remains sealed within, a task accomplished by the Beast Tamers of that era. Even now, the relic occasionally emanates a dragoness might. Yet after 2,000 years, even that ice dragon should have perished completely. Currently, a speculative theory suggests that the sealed ice dragon has transformed into a spirit, exerting its influence over the ferocious beasts in the snow mountain, causing them to lose their reason and retaliate against the city. Shiyu and his companions gazed once more towards the snow-capped mountains. An ice dragon's undead? This was the first they had heard of such a thing. Teacher Zhang pointed to a stone giant statue not far ahead, saying, do you see that? It is one of the ancient artifacts excavated by archaeologists. It is said that the stone giant serves as the totem of that tribe. As they conversed, they had arrived at a vast garden area. At the center of the garden stood a stone giant statue. This elemental, extraordinary life form, akin to a noble beast, was placed here to enrich the historical essence of the Peace City Association, imbuing the space with a sense of antiquity. Was that tribe indeed the one that harnessed this entity to vanquish the ice dragon? Chen Kai looked at the statue, having previously overlooked it, assuming it was merely decorative. He was astonished to learn it was an artifact from the ancient Icefield City. The group's attention was fixed upon the stone giant, and as they stared, Shiryu's heart suddenly raced. His mind erupted with a cacophony, as if his telepathic talent was involuntarily activated, revealing some peculiar sound. Not like this. Not like this. This sudden voice sent a jolt through Shiryu. However, upon glancing around, he saw that Teacher Zhang and Chen Kai exhibited no signs of disturbance. The statue displayed no signs of life. After all, doesn't telepathy only allow one to hear the thoughts of living beings? If the statue were anomalous, it would not be positioned here. Not like this. Shiryu still found himself able to hear the voice. Chapter 27. Listening to the voice of history, Shiryu was convinced he had heard a voice. A sensation akin to that experienced during telepathy. As he searched, he pinpointed the source of the sound, which undoubtedly emanated from the statue. However, no matter how he looked at it, the statue did not appear to be a being of extraordinary life. It was merely an ordinary stone sculpture crafted in the likeness of the stone giant by ancient people. Could it have attained sentience? Unlikely. If it had evolved into an extraordinary creature, it would have certainly attracted the attention of other beast tamers. The foot traffic here was considerable. In a place like the Beast Tamer Association, senior beast tamers were plentiful, and many possessed the gift of telepathy. A wild, extraordinary being could not remain hidden. And this statue had likely been here for several years. After the sound faded, Shiryu continued to observe. He scrutinized the statue for some time, yet found nothing amiss. It was simply an ordinary stone statue made of common material. By all accounts, inanimate objects could not engage in telepathy, a widely accepted notion, unless perhaps there were unknown applications of telepathy he was unaware of. Let us leave it at that. I have other matters to attend to, he said. You need not worry about the beast tide. Even if the legendary ice dragon were to resurrect, we, the Beast Tamers, would be able to contend with it. Teacher Zhang reassured the group with a smile. In ancient times, dragons were revered beings, but in modernity, dragon tamers had become a profession, though rare. It was no longer an unattainable dream. Thank you, Teacher Zhang, Chen Kai responded. Shiryu echoed his gratitude, and after their farewells, Teacher Zhang departed, leaving Shiryu and the three others exchanging glances. Let us not continue this today. We can discuss it later, Shiryu suggested. I suddenly recalled I have some tasks to attend to. Are you in a hurry? We could grab a meal first. I'm in quite a rush. Originally, Chen Kai and the others had hoped to invite Shiryu to dinner before he left, but as he hurried away, they dispersed without even acquiring his contact information. Unfortunately, Shiryu had not purchased a mobile phone. The cost was exorbitant, tenfold more than on Earth, making it temporarily unaffordable. If they wished to reach him, they would have to leave a message at the Beast Tamer Association. The contrast between the two worlds was stark. On Earth, acquiring pandas, tigers, or elephants was exceedingly challenging, yet procuring commonplace technological items was relatively easy. In this realm, however, a single iron-eating beast cost more than the local real estate prices, and technological items were significantly more expensive. After parting ways, Shiyu headed straight to the library in Pink City to seek some information. Regrettably, even as evening approached, he had not unearthed the knowledge he sought. Nonetheless, despite his unsuccessful search, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. Its history could be broadly categorized into three eras: the mythical era, the totemic era, and the beast taming era. The mythical era was said to be the time when the earliest mythical beings, birthed from the cosmos, ruled the planet. The totemic era marked the emergence of humanity, struggling to survive under the dominion of powerful creatures. The beast taming era began when humanity started mastering the ability to tame beasts. This beast taming era could be further divided into ancient and modern periods, with a pivotal point occurring over a century ago when 7 human-formed nations united to establish an alliance. This simple division of eras belied the complexities of the world's history, which contained numerous gaps for various reasons. For instance, the collective disappearance of the first batch of mythical beings remained a historical mystery. Additionally, the events that transpired in Icefield City 2 millennia ago were evidently still unexplored by contemporary scholars. Do not be curious, do not be curious, do not be curious. Shiyu repeatedly chanted to himself as he exited the library. He forced himself to refrain from contemplating these matters. This was a recurring flaw in his past life. Shiyu was an archaeologist who, due to certain circumstances, encountered an unknown mythical system. His insatiable curiosity led him to transition into a scholar of mythology, traveling to various ruins and ancient sites alongside his mentor to explore this enigmatic system, which ultimately became his daily routine. Tragically, he met his demise during one such expedition, buried alive in a landslide, which subsequently resulted in his transmigration to this world. Curiosity, it seemed, could lead to peril. Shiyu recalled the version of himself that had been engrossed in the study of unknown mythological histories and felt a strong urge to slap himself. Why not enjoy gaming or watching anime at home instead of venturing into dangerous locales for research? Ultimately, now that he had been transported to this more perilous world, Shiyu merely wished to live a more fulfilling life within safe boundaries. He was determined to savor this life to the fullest. Although the history of this world appeared to be shrouded in more mysteries, with a more tangible mythological framework, he, Shiyu, would certainly not tread the same path as before. Absolutely not. In the Ping City Beast Tamer Association, beneath the stone giant statue, the sky had darkened. The park was nearly deserted. Shiyu gazed at the statue in the moonlight and inquired, "Was it you speaking during the day? Were you refuting the history proclaimed by that man?" It certainly seemed as though the statue was countering Teacher Zhang's words, yet this rebuttal was heard only by Shiyu. "Big brother statue, say something." He communicated through telepathy. However, unlike earlier, the statue remained unresponsive. "If you want to speak, I shall take my leave." The statue continued to be indifferent. Shiyu fell silent. Was his mental state somehow amiss? Just then, he perceived a sound emanating from the statue. "Tell me, inform me, and I shall restore the truth to history." At that moment, he was not merely seeking to hear the statue's voice. He yearned to listen to the voice of history. He believed his current state mirrored that of the afternoon. Activating his telepathy once more, he sought the sensation he had experienced earlier. It felt as though a deafening roar resonated within his mind. Boom! The sound erupted, sending a tingling sensation across Shiryu's scalp. This sound, however, was not merely a whisper in his mind, but rather an explosion by his ear. He raised his head, mouth agape, as the sky appeared to tremble momentarily. Crack! Then, Shiyu was drawn back to the statue. This time, it indeed emitted a sound, though it was the sound of cracking. Before his eyes, the statue split from the top to the bottom, forming a fissure. Oh no, this isn't good. Shiyu spun around and fled. He swore he would never again engage in his former profession. Such a vocation was far too perilous, even more so than being a beast tamer. 11. Save me. Chapter 28. The tremor of Icefield City in the year 177 of the Alliance, during the month of July. The recent disturbances caused by the ferocious beasts in the snow-capped mountains have heightened the vigilance of all beast masters associations in Icefield City. Particularly, the professional beast masters of the Pingxing Association have already entered a state of readiness. The beast tide that occurred a decade ago had severely wounded Pingxing. and the immense resources expended to reconstruct the region must not be squandered. This time, the ferocious beasts must not breach the city walls to wreak havoc once more. Under such tense circumstances, the Beast Masters have become acutely sensitive to any external disturbances. Suddenly, a resounding tremor echoed above Pingqing, causing the tension within the hearts of many Beast Masters to snap like a taut string. Was it an assault by the Beast Tide? Why was there no prior warning? Optimistically, one might speculate that it was merely an earthquake. What exactly transpired? The sound was deafening, resonating clearly not only amongst the Beast Masters, but also among ordinary citizens, prompting everyone to instinctively step outside and gaze into the world beyond. However, it was merely a colossal tremor, and no further anomalies followed. On the rooftop of the headquarters of the Pingqing Beast Masters Association, a middle-aged man clad in a gray suit stood in contemplation, gazing at the shattered sky that reflected a mirror-like surface. "President, what was that just now?" he inquired. Other districts and associations within the city had also sensed the disturbance. The door to the top floor swung open as a tall secretary hurriedly approached, clearly agitated by the unexpectedly significant impact that the disturbance had on Icefield City. "I have only heard of such occurrences," the gray-suited president replied, "and I am uncertain whether it aligns with my conjectures. If it does, it may not necessarily be a bad omen." The tremors that rippled through Icefield City were felt to varying degrees, and news of the changes gradually spread beyond the city's borders. 11. Eat more. You need to grow quickly. This world is fraught with peril, and you must become stronger to protect us. The little Iron Eater stared blankly as it received a pile of bamboo shoots. Although it was unaware of the surrounding chaos today, Shiyu was unusually generous. Hooray! Meanwhile, Shiyu remained oblivious to the events outside. However, as he listened to the conversations of passers-by, he sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. The commotion was simply too great. "Ah, Shiyu, you have a loose tongue. What are you chatting with the rock about? Is there trouble brewing?" He resolved to venture out only for groceries and medicine. Just then, he heard a call from the persimmon tree nearby. The silkworm in the birdcage, noticing Shiyu providing the Iron Eater with an abundance of treats, began to emit hungry chirps. "You should eat more too. The fatter you get, the more silk you'll produce." Subsequently, Shiyu fed the silkworm a pile of leftover vegetable leaves, and it eagerly devoured the food. Much easier to care for than 11. After ensuring they were well fed, he decided to rest. The day had been exhausting. Recovering from the after-effects of teaching supervision yesterday, he felt drained after the current turmoil. He planned to take a nap, hoping that tomorrow would dawn with renewed optimism. Once he regained his strength, he would resume teaching 11 new skills to enhance its combat prowess. Name: Iron Eater. Attribute: Gold. Racial level: Intermediate. Extraordinary. Growth level: Awakening level 5 skills: Harden, Mastery, Rapid Healing. Novice, Supervision. Novice. Shiyu was content with 11's current status. Among the 6 skills he had accumulated, he had yet to teach the skills of Intimidation and Absolute Sleep. Henceforth, his focus would primarily be on strengthening the proficiency of the skills already acquired. The following day, Shiyu rested and recuperated. To maximize resource utilization, he released the silkworm from its cage. With a perplexed expression, he assigned it a task. "Today, you are responsible for training with 11. A good practice session will earn you extra treats." In the yard, Shiyu delineated 2 areas, one for the silkworm and the other for 11. Once the silkworm mastered its silk strands to a proficient level, it could perform various techniques, such as the silk ray. This technique involved the silkworm condensing a strand of silk before launching it like an arrow, akin to a hidden weapon. While its current power could not pierce even the clothing Shiyu had purchased from a street vendor, its speed was commendable. Under the silkworm's assault, the silk could swiftly travel from one end to the other. Furthermore, a proficient silkworm could unleash a barrage of rays, akin to a dense rain of arrows. Shiyu's intent was clear: to leverage the silkworm's silk for 11's continued training and supervision. Whether dodging the minuscule, inconspicuous rays or accurately predicting their impact points for localized hardening, these exercises were excellent for skill enhancement, and most importantly, they were quiet. Understanding that the silkworm possessed limited intelligence, Shiyu endeavored to communicate through telepathy and provided various examples. The silkworm responded with an innocent chirp. Ultimately, Shiyu was uncertain whether it comprehended, yet 11 clearly understood. "Let us train together," 11 proclaimed, clearly enthusiastic about the training method. "How can you sleep in the cage every day? The meaning of life lies in training. Let us do this together." The silkworm emitted a plaintive chirp. With a smile, Shiyu set out to buy groceries, during which he inquired about the events of the previous day. Tasks such as the whack-a-mole game were no longer feasible. Shiyu felt a pang of anxiety. The stone statue in the park had collapsed, undoubtedly drawing attention. Would it lead back to him? At the time, there were few witnesses, and this world did not typically employ surveillance cameras, so he hoped for the best. Yet, Shiyu was not willing to bet on certainty. For this was a world imbued with extraordinary powers. Uncertain of the unfolding events, he dared not confess anything. He could only maintain the facade of ignorance. That day, the presidents of the various Beast Masters associations from different districts gathered in Pingqing. In a certain valley of Pingqing, 9 master-level Beast Masters of varying ages gazed at the rift in the sky, which had formed a spatial portal, their expressions tinged with awe. Indeed, it was a secret realm, or perhaps an ancient relic space. In addition to these 9, there was a 10th individual present. The youngest among the 9 masters was over 30 years old, while the 10th was a young woman in her early 20s, with chestnut hair. Clad in a white shirt, a black skirt, and a knee-length white lab coat, she wore a cool expression and observed intently through her glasses. Dr. Lu, what is your assessment? The others inquired with great respect. Lu Qingyi replied, I once attempted to decode the Ice Dragon relic, but regrettably, I failed. The information at hand is still insufficient to reconstruct the truth of Icefield's history. The emergence of this relic may provide us with more insights. By the way, has there been any unusual activity elsewhere in Pingqing since the relic's arrival? The president of the Pingqing Beastmasters Association responded. A stone statue artifact in our association's park has collapsed. That stone giant statue? Indeed. Lu Qingyi's expression remained unchanged, but within her heart, a judgment began to form. It seemed that this relic space was not an accidental emergence, but rather the result of someone having stirred the echoes of history. Was there yet another individual endowed with a unique telepathic ability to perceive the whispers of the past? Who could it be? Chapter 29. Community outreach. Pingqing's activities have been quite noticeable, yet Shiyu strives for discretion, prioritizing steady growth and avoiding recklessness. He had initially intended to master insect silk with Buggy and monetize it, given the ephemeral nature of the green silkworm. However, he has reconsidered, opting to bolster 11's combat prowess, acknowledging the brevity of its existence as well. Financial security is sufficient for the moment. It's tragic to die with unused wealth. Strength prevails. Recovering from the supervision tutorial's after effects, Shiyu promptly employed the skill index on 11 once more, furthering its mastery to the proficient level. This endeavor subtly enhanced 11's mental fortitude. Skill proficiency cultivates the pet's overall development, contingent on the skill's inherent attributes. 11's heightened mental acuity allows for prolonged supervision, perceiving adversaries' movements in slow motion, and an increased tolerance for nocturnal activity. One moonlit evening, Shiyu, resting his chin in his hand, observed 11's diligent training and inquired, 11, what fuels your endurance? Witnessing the iron-eating beast's dedication inspires Shiyu to meditate, fortifying his beast taming space and amplifying his beast taming capabilities. Yet, he lacks 11's unwavering focus, succumbing to distractions after mere hours. Much like procrastination during his academic years, he yearns for exploration, a dynamic pursuit he relishes. Nevertheless, he compels himself to remain grounded. Having overextended himself in the relatively secure environment of Earth, he recognizes the heightened peril of this world, where even urban existence is precarious, let alone the wilderness. Gulu, hearing Shiryu's question, 11 ceased its activity, leaning wearily against a tree before succumbing to exhaustion. Shiryu sighed, acknowledging the inevitability. 11 invariably concludes its training sessions in a state of collapse. Now, with the addition of supervision, which drains its mental reserves, it is even more prone to fainting. Alas, Shiryu lamented, retrieving a supply of bamboo shoots from the kitchen. He pried open 11's jaws and inserted the shoots. Crunch, crunch, crunch. In its slumber, 11 instinctively consumed the sustenance, a testament to its innate talent. Sated, it stirred contentedly, laboriously preparing to resume its training. Halt. Shiryu interjected, ushering 11 toward the bathroom. As for himself, he collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber, lamenting the exhaustion of a beast tamer. The subsequent days unfolded uneventfully. Thus, a week elapsed since Shiryu's barren encounter with the stone statue, during which he remained sequestered near his residence. In addition to supervision, he imparted high-speed healing and hardening to 11, resulting in a formidable repertoire of proficient high-speed healing, supervision, and masterful hardening. Shiryu pondered the prospect of witnessing 11, currently at awakening level 5, unleashing its full potential against a higher-level opponent. However, considering the difficulty of finding a suitable adversary, he dismissed the notion. opting to continue its development. With that, he departed to procure provisions. As a regular patron, the apothecary's youthful physician, accustomed to Shiryu's requests, promptly retrieved the necessary remedies. Your purchasing frequency is alarming, he remarked. At least he hasn't attempted to instruct high-level skills, Shiryu retorted. Indeed, the physician concurred. That individual is far more audacious. As Shiryu secured the provisions, his hand trembled. Boxes? How ruthless. I hope that student isn't named Shinkai. Has the cause of the sky's cataclysmic event been ascertained? Shiryu inquired. The physician smiled. You've come to the right person. While the specifics have not been officially disclosed, there is a high probability that Pingxing is poised for prosperity. Elaborate, Shiryu urged. Having frequented the apothecary, Shiryu knew that the physician was a novice beast tamer who closely followed such matters. Rumor has it that a secret realm has emerged, the physician revealed. A secret realm? What is that? Shiryu inquired. Imagine an alternate dimension, independent of our current space, the physician elucidated. Like your and my beast taming spaces, which are independent dimensions. In essence, secret realms are former beast taming spaces. Continue, Shiryu pressed, eager for more information after a week of anxious anticipation. The physician's excitement allayed his fears of a looming crisis. Legend has it that upon a beast tamer's demise, their beast taming space collapses. However, the spaces of powerful beast tamers may endure, forming independent secret realms under their will, essentially miniature worlds. These realms no longer bind transcendent beings but are fully autonomous, accessible to all life forms. The environment within reflects the beast tamer's development, still conducive to the growth of specific pets, albeit less potent than when it was a beast taming space. Nevertheless, it remains a treasure trove of energy, ideal for nurturing spiritual plants and pets. A powerful beast tamer's beast taming space? Shiryu inquired. From ancient times? Certainly ancient, the physician affirmed. Based on our current ranking system, that beast tamer must have possessed at least legendary level strength. Novice, professional, master, legendary, Shiryu recited, acknowledging that legendary surpasses master. If it is indeed a secret realm, it must contain rare resources or pets. Even if barren, it is a valuable source of resources. Its emergence in Pingxing would greatly benefit us. With proper development, our economy could flourish. What if the pets within are formidable and ferocious? Shiryu questioned, concerned about the potential for monstrous inhabitants. The physician conceded. There is no information on that front, but such matters are beyond our purview. The authorities will handle it. Shiryu departed, reassured by the information gleaned from the physician, indicating that the statue's fissure was not a calamitous event. But how did conversing with an ancient statue conjure a secret realm? He wondered. What does this have to do with historical truth? Or does the secret realm contain information pertaining to the Icefield's true history? Regardless, it was beyond his control. Forgive me. Stone statue. Although I vowed to restore historical truth, I lack the means to approach the secret realm. I apologize for causing your fissure. Exploring the secret realm is out of the question. It sounds perilous. However, having made a promise, Shiryu cannot renege. When he possesses the strength, and if the opportunity arises, he will reconsider. He gazed at the sky with a smile. The weather was fair, perfect for understated growth. Bang, bang, bang. A knock resounded at the door, the community bearing warmth. Suddenly, the door was struck, and Shiyu's smile deepened. There existed genuine affection in the world. Despite knowing he was an orphan, warmth still found its way to him. It seemed no one was around, preparing for an explosion. Shiyu, aged 11, pondered. Chapter 30, The Betrayal of Talent Wait. The community extends warmth, and no one is prepared for an explosion? How heartwarming. A myriad of thoughts raced through Shiyu's mind. Simultaneously, 3 words emerged within him. It's exposed. Most likely, his discussions regarding the peculiar statue had finally come to light. Shiyu had anticipated this outcome. If the secret realm's appearance indeed had significant repercussions, the reason would undoubtedly be investigated. Although there were no cameras in such places, finding an individual in a world of extraordinary powers was not particularly challenging. I despise this. Shiyu lamented his excessively curious nature. With a heavy heart, he approached the door. According to the young physician, this incident did not seem entirely negative. He had not committed any illegal acts, and if evidence pointed towards him, he would simply explain himself. Finally, he opened the door. A cold voice from outside startled him, for the scene was not as he had imagined. Instead of a throng of officials from various departments, there stood merely one individual. Moreover, this person was not the aloof woman from the street committee he had envisioned, but rather a younger, beautiful woman, perhaps in her early 20s. Is this the wind demon lion? Shiyu's attention was immediately captivated by the creature beside her, a restless wind demon lion, seemingly poised to break down the door. The wind demon lion resembled a lion-dog hybrid, standing nearly 2 meters tall, adorned with fluffy white fur and regal blue eyes. Its neck, limbs, body, and long tail were enveloped in swirling black cloud patterns, exuding an air of dominance. Name: Wind Demon Lion. Attribute: Wind. Race level. Skills: due to Shiyu's limited exposure to higher-level extraordinary beings, he had only memorized information about extraordinary-level creatures during his time at school. The Wind Demon Lion, however, was clearly a superior being. He had only seen its image and had not delved into further details. Nevertheless, in the hierarchy of extraordinary creatures, rulers, monarchs, overlords, in myths, he speculated that the Wind Demon Lion belonged to the ruler level. With a smile revealing its teeth, the Wind Demon Lion introduced its companion. I am Lu Qingyi, a PhD in archaeology from the ancient capital university and a member of the Eastern Huing Archaeological Association. She looked up at Shiyu. I wish to discuss certain matters with you and hope for your cooperation. The woman offered a slight smile. A PhD in archaeology? From one of the top 9 universities. No less. Shiyu regarded the young woman with a pang of regret. What a fine lady. Aside from a hint of cunning, why would she choose such an uncertain path? Archaeology lacks prospects. I am Shiyu, an unemployed drifter and an apprentice beast tamer. Please come in. After her introduction, Shiyu was certain of the reason for her visit. Since arriving in this world, the only archaeological matter he was entangled with was the anomaly concerning the statue. He opened the door, mentally bracing himself for the impending interrogation. He led Dr. Lu into the courtyard, where the Iron Eater had obediently stacked the steel plates and was now hiding behind a tree, peeking out. Upon entering, Lu Qingyi and the Wind Demon Lion immediately focused their attention on the small Iron Eater behind the tree and the green silkworm in the cage before returning their gaze to Shiyu. I will be direct. The shattering of the statue at the Beast Tamer Association in Pingqing is connected to you, is it not? I harbor no ill intentions, so you needn't worry. I simply wish to know if you heard the voice emitted by that statue. Shiyu replied, Is that statue a living entity? His question tacitly acknowledged her inquiry. Lu Qingyi clarified, No, the statue is an inanimate object. Your talent is telepathy, which, to your understanding, should only facilitate communication with living beings. Shiyu nodded, having researched this matter further, but found no new revelations. However, exceptions do exist. Some inanimate objects, imbued with the faith, beliefs, will, and emotions of numerous living beings, could undergo the test of time and potentially give rise to a spirit. The concept of spirit is ethereal, unrelated to life, spirit, or soul in archaeology. It is referred to as traces of history. Only a select few individuals with exceptional telepathic talents can hope to hear such traces. Thus, beast tamers possessing this kind of telepathic ability are known in archaeological circles as those who can listen to the voices of history. Shiyu remarked, So, I am that exceptional talent? Lu Qingyi nodded. To be able to hear the voices of history is an extraordinary gift. Throughout the long passage of time, history has experienced numerous fractures, and countless truths have been buried. Ruins are the primary means through which we modern individuals seek to understand history. However, these preserved ruins are often protected by extraordinary powers, making it exceedingly challenging to decipher or locate them. Those who can hear the voices of history are far more adept at uncovering or deciphering critical information about ruins. This time, because you triggered the spirit of that statue, an ancient ruin has surfaced, possibly connected to the truths of the Icy Plains history. Shiyu felt an ominous premonition and inquired, So, your purpose in coming here is? Lu Qingyi stated, You possess remarkable talent. You are a born archaeologist, and I would like to invite you. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I refuse to engage in archaeological work for the rest of my life. Earning a modest income, nurturing a giant panda, finding a beautiful girlfriend to care for a cute cat, and living a joyful, relaxed life in a safe city sounded far better. I'm sorry. I have little interest in archaeology. I do not wish to join any archaeological associations or attend any archaeological universities, Shiyu expressed with sincere regret. Lu Qingyi, puzzled, replied, Who said I wanted to invite you to join the Archaeological Association? Wait, what? Your talent would be wasted in the Archaeological Association. Currently, in the entire ancient kingdom, there are only 11 known individuals who can listen to the voices of history, including you. This number is even fewer than that of legendary beast tamers and domestic guardian-level creatures. Do you comprehend what this implies? The invitation comes from another organization. Moreover, you need not hastily decline. Men are often contradictory beings. Possessing this talent signifies an inherent interest in this field. Otherwise, you would not be able to hear the statue's voice. Lu Qingyi approached the cage, gazing at the green silkworm, and uttered a line that stirred discomfort within Shiyu. Why? Why, after traversing dimensions, am I still entangled with archaeology? This telepathic talent of yours, so rare, how could it betray me? Chapter 31. Joining the organization, Shiyu felt a deep-seated resistance within himself, an overwhelming reluctance. Had it not been for archaeology, he would not have found himself in this predicament, and shadows of doubt loomed over his heart. Initially, he had been indifferent. But the words spoken by the other party piqued his curiosity. Could it be that within the entire Dongwang ancient kingdom, only 11 individuals possessed the ability to listen to the echoes of history? This was rarer than legendary beast masters and more elusive than totem guardians. He glanced at the 11 behind the tree, surprised to realize that the national treasure was, in fact, himself. Yet why was the number 11 so significant? What a curious connection he had with it. Setting aside futile thoughts, Shiyu contemplated the implications of his rarity. If he were to join this organization, might the benefits be substantial? With his identity now exposed and the other party extending a sincere invitation, he felt it prudent to learn more. Where is this place you wish to invite me to? What are the benefits? He inquired tentatively. Lu Qingyi smiled brightly and replied, the benefits are indeed exceptional. Even if you become a legendary beast master, you would not enjoy such privileges. Upon becoming a formal member of the organization, your status would surpass that of a legendary beast master. Should you wish to explore certain ruins, acquiring significant resources and hiring legendary beast masters as bodyguards would not be out of the question. Shiyu's mouth fell slightly open. The president of the Beast Master Association in Icefield City was merely a top-tier master and had yet to reach the legendary level. The legendary level denoted the ability to command supreme creatures, typically holding significant positions in first-tier cities. Was the place to which he was being invited truly that formidable? It certainly made sense, as those endowed with such talents were indeed high-caliber individuals. Even the secret realm he inadvertently summoned held immense value, let alone the skills of seasoned professionals. Considering this, it appeared that joining would not be a loss. With the organization as his backing, he could soar to new heights. The notion of rising from the ashes of his past life, where archaeology had led to his demise, to now thrive in this field was indeed alluring. What obligations would I need to fulfill if I join? He asked. Almost none, Lu Qingyi assured him. The organization operates under a very simple structure, granting each member substantial freedom. Tasks are voluntary, and there is no compulsion involved. She gazed into the sky as she spoke, adding, however, one must consider that beast masters with such talents are rarely idle. Whenever new information about mythical ruins surfaces, those who can listen to the echoes of history will undoubtedly be the first to rush forward, aiding in exploration or even leading it. After all, ordinary individuals do not awaken such unique abilities. Is that so? Shiyu was taken aback. Such leniency? This meant that as long as he did not act recklessly, even after joining, he would not be forced into dangerous missions. Rather, if he occasionally desired to take risks, he could apply for substantial resources, bodyguards, and information. What is the name of this organization? He asked. The Bureau of Territorial Relics Strategic Investigation and Support, which can also be referred to as the 11 Bureau. You might understand it as a specialized unit within the archaeological community, dedicated to handling various significant relics. Once again, the number 11. Shiyu had grown accustomed to this. Names could be overlooked. After Lu Qingyi finished speaking, he fell into contemplation. The name of the organization sounded quite prestigious, prompting him to weigh the decision of whether to join. Given that the other party had approached him, and considering his unique talent, not joining seemed imprudent. Very well. I shall join, he finally declared, releasing a deep breath. Joining posed no significant risk. After all, his freedom would remain intact. The choice to act recklessly still rested with him. He would never admit to wanting to return to his old profession. Dr. Liu, are you also a member of the 11 Bureau? Yes, including you and me. There are currently 11 members in the 11 Bureau. Welcome aboard. From this day forth, you shall be a provisional member of the 11 Bureau. Lu Qingyi smiled for the second time, clearly pleased with Shiyu's response. Talents in this field were exceedingly rare, and she often felt understaffed during explorations. Now, with the addition of a newcomer, she envisioned having a useful ally once Shiyu matured. Provisional? Upon hearing Lu Qingyi's words, Shiyu suddenly felt he had been duped. After all the discussion, the benefits seemed to be reserved for formal members. Indeed. Every new member must undergo an assessment before officially joining the 11 Bureau, she clarified. Sure you felt a pang of regret. But her next words made him nod instantly. Moreover, your current strength and abilities are inadequate. The organization will provide you with initial funding of 10 million. Your primary task is to grow rapidly, at the very least, to become a professional beast master and undertake systematic archaeological training. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. When will the funds be available? Compared to the benefits of legendary beast master bodyguards, the allure of 10 million cash was far greater for Shiyu at this moment. With such funds, he could abandon the notion of nurturing any silkworms. Plans had changed drastically. Farewell, little worm. You are free now. Tomorrow, Lu Qingyi replied. Your credentials and funds will be ready by then. However, unless absolutely necessary, I advise against revealing your identity as a member of the 11 Bureau. Otherwise, foreign intelligence agents may become a significant nuisance. Furthermore, the recent emergence of ruins in Pingqing related to you is known only to the 11 Bureau. Until you become an official member, I will serve as your liaison with the organization. That is all I have to say. Shiyu nodded, reassured. He was not one to seek the limelight. With only 11 individuals in the nation possessing such talents, as someone crucial for unraveling the secrets of the ruins, he would undoubtedly attract attention, especially given his current weakness. One last important thing to mention, your assessment task is to uncover the historical truth of Icefield City. There is no time constraint. Upon success, you will become a formal member. I previously explored the Ice Dragon ruins and the Snow Mountain, but I was unable to decipher the mechanisms due to a lack of key information. Now, with new Icefield ruins emerging because of you, you may very well be the key to solving the puzzle. Though endowed with the ability to hear the echoes of history, it did not mean he could hear everything. A certain opportunity was required to perceive the traces of the past. Lu Qingyi had failed in her attempts, but she believed Shiyu would succeed. Given that he was a native of Icefield, his capacity to hear such sounds was certainly more plausible. His yearning for the truth of Icefield's history would undoubtedly surpass hers. This assessment task seemed tailor-made for him. Am I allowed to access the newly emerged secret realm? Shiyu inquired. Yes, this realm is a special type of relic. Even without using your 11 Bureau membership, you have a high probability of gaining entry. As for what you do next, that will form part of your assessment. Lu Qingyi explained. Lastly, as your recommender, I would like to present you with a gift. In order to facilitate Shiyu's rapid development and enable her to become my assistant, I have decided to advance her salary. As for the monetary aspect, I believe you may forego it for now. Therefore, which would you prefer, the skill manuals applicable to the iron-eating beast, the unique evolution method for the Qingmian bug, or the offspring of a high-tier beast? Chapter 32. 3 evolutionary paths. The iron-eating beast cub should be your initial pet, right? As for this green silkworm, is it an additional pet that you are nurturing? Lu Qingyi's intended gift is based on these two creatures. She has long been aware of the iron-eating beast and the green silkworm. The iron-eating beast is acceptable, as Shiyu's profile indicates that his initial pet is indeed an iron-eating beast, whereas the green silkworm is a discovery beyond the records. She can discern that this green silkworm has likely not formed a contract with Shiyu, implying it remains in a wild state. Nurturing wild pets is not uncommon. Aside from various breeding bases, many beastmasters with telepathic abilities enjoy this approach. Some beastmasters, constrained by their ranks, cannot contract additional pets but still wish to cultivate more. The solution is simple. They refrain from contracting. With telepathic abilities, communication with wild pets is seamless. As long as the relationship is well established, a contract becomes optional. The only downside is the inability to enter the beast space for accelerated growth. In Lu Qingyi's estimation, this green silkworm is likely an additional pet cultivated by Shiyu. Perhaps he wishes to keep it for enjoyment, or perhaps he aims to nurture it into a wind crystal butterfly for future contracting. At least from her current perspective, this green silkworm has been cultivated quite well. Its silk level should be considerable, and successful evolution is undoubtedly within reach. Shiyu is indeed a graduate of breeding expertise. Skill manuals, evolution methods, pet cubs. Originally, Shiyu would have been quite satisfied with the arrival of 10 million. However, now that the other party wishes to present a gift, he finds himself in contemplation. Is it inappropriate to accept gifts frequently? Well, since he has already received the 10 million, what is there to be modest about? The skill manual for the iron-eating beast could be beneficial. Although his own 11 lacks no skills, more is always better. Moreover, Skills from legitimate sources come with no pressure in their application. As for the evolution method of the green silkworm, that too could be advantageous. Sure, you had initially planned to release the silkworm, but now it seems worthwhile to listen to its evolution method. After all, he has taught it silk production so many times and nurtured it for so long. Releasing it now would be somewhat regrettable. He has yet to sell a single strand of silk after all this time, a considerable loss. However, if the green silkworm can evolve into a notable species, it can continue to serve him. He indeed desires a pet cub of a higher species, preferably something extraordinary, akin to mythical beings recorded on Earth. For instance, dragon maidens, flower fairies, or mermaids. Must it be one of three? Shiyu inquired. Luchingi, do you wish to have them all? I must swiftly grow stronger to contribute to the field of archaeology. Shiyu replied. Luchingi, in turn, pondered deeply, scrutinizing Shiryu's face, surprised to find him rather audacious. Very well, Luchingi nodded. Then it shall be considered an advance on your salary. Currently, you cannot contract a high-species pet cub. We shall discuss this further once you ascend to the rank of Advanced Beastmaster. At present, Shiryu is a novice Beastmaster and can only contract one pet. He may contract a second once he becomes a junior Beastmaster. However, despite meeting the quantity requirement, a junior Beastmaster's capability to contract high-species pet cubs remains insufficient, as the beast space's level cannot support the accelerated growth of such creatures. Shiryu. Indeed. Receiving excess pet cubs at this stage would be futile for him. Regarding the skill manual for the iron-eating beast, I am not very familiar with this type of pet, but I have heard that the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall in Pingqing possesses 2 skills suitable for the iron-eating beast. Tomorrow, I will provide you with a recommendation letter. You may go to the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall to learn from the master at your convenience. Shiryu. This was already within his plans. However, his original plan had been to infiltrate and learn without permission. Now, however, he has a legitimate path to instruction from a master-level Beastmaster. The skills and secrets of the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall are taught only to the hall's direct disciples, making the number of practitioners scarce. It is an internal inheritance. Nevertheless, since the 11 Bureau possesses considerable influence, it is not impossible for Shiryu, an outsider, to gain access to learning. Excellent. Shiryu nodded. Having a legitimate avenue for learning is certainly preferable to clandestine replication. Now, regarding the evolution method. By the way, are you aiming to cultivate the green silkworm into a winged crystal butterfly for a future contract? Luchingi glanced back at the green silkworm in the cage and inquired. Not quite. I simply find the green silkworm to be one of the most malleable pets, making it tempting to cultivate. In simpler terms, the silkworm's silk has great versatility, and different cultivation methods attract various buyers. I am in need of funds and could not resist nurturing it. Green silkworm. Shiryu understands one interpretation, while Luchingi perceives another. The green silkworm is indeed one of the most adaptable pets among the known evolutionary paths. It can evolve into a wide variety of species. As a completely metamorphic creature, it can evolve into the majority of moth and butterfly species during its initial evolution. With dozens already documented, almost every researcher studying evolution will use the green silkworm as their initial experimental subject. The reason is simple. The green silkworm has a short cultivation cycle, and the process of metamorphosis is akin to a lottery. Everyone is a gambler, uncertain of what will emerge from the chrysalis, creating an exhilarating sense of anticipation. I shall not elaborate on the extraordinary evolutionary paths. However, I know of 3 commanding level evolutionary routes you may select from. Upon successful cultivation, this green silkworm's potential can surpass that of the little iron-eating beast, making it an ideal candidate for your second pet, Luchingi stated. 11. Amwell. The nearby 11 sensed someone speaking ill of it, seemingly that wicked woman. Chirp. The green silkworm remained blissfully unaware, its intelligence not particularly high. It had no concern for evolution, for it is unreasonable to expect a mere worm to possess the intelligence of a mammal. Perhaps only through evolution could it become more astute. What are the 3? The 3 evolutionary paths represent lower, medium, and higher commanding levels, with evolution conditions ranging from easy to difficult. First is the ice crystal phoenix butterfly, a lower commanding level pet with dual wind and ice attributes, capable of awakening the formidable skill of blizzard. Next is the ghost beauty butterfly, a medium commanding level pet with dark attributes, adept in curse-type skills, and proficient in stealth assassination. Finally, the radiant goddess butterfly, a higher commanding level pet with light attributes, capable of harnessing various light forms and mastering illusions. aside from specific materials and food, to evolve into these species. The minimum requirement is that the green silkworm's silk proficiency must reach the proficient level before it enters the cocoon stage, with perfection being ideal to maximize the potential unearthed during evolution. However, achieving perfect proficiency in silk production is exceedingly challenging, so it should not be overly enforced, considering the green silkworm's limited lifespan and inherent talents. Chapter 33. Breaking the norm. After Lu Qingyi outlined the 3 evolutionary paths, she awaited Shiyu's choice. It was evident that Shiyu could not select all of them, as the Qingmian worm could evolve into only one form: the ice crystal phoenix butterfly, the ghostly beauty butterfly, the radiant goddess butterfly. To be frank, Shiyu found them all appealing, as they were all leader-tier creatures. The potential growth ceiling of leader-tier beings far exceeded that of extraordinary tier ones. If he could contract a leader-tier creature and manage its care, becoming a professional beast tamer would be almost guaranteed. At this moment, any apprentice beast tamer would likely be exhilarated and eagerly making their choice. However, after listening carefully, Shiyu did not immediately express joy in selecting one. It was not due to indecision, but rather because he had gleaned a crucial piece of information. For the Qingmian worm to evolve into a leader-tier creature, aside from certain essential evolutionary materials, it turned out that a mastery level of proficient was sufficient for the silk threads. He had previously assumed that a perfect level was the minimum requirement. Was striving for a perfect mastery of silk threads excessively challenging? What if he aimed for a transcendent level of silk mastery? Would that perhaps unleash the creature's potential by 200? Did any Qingmian worm master transcendent level silk threads before cocooning? Shiyu inquired. Lu Qingyi replied, "It's not impossible. If you can discover a suitable secret realm for the Qingmian worm's growth, or a relic space, and invest a substantial cost in nurturing it, perhaps you could elevate its silk mastery to that level within its lifetime." Essentially, there are these 2 methods. There have been successful cases domestically. One such Qingmian worm has already evolved into the king-tier ice phoenix moth. What, are you tempted? Shiyu chuckled. Just asking, really. Lu Qingyi cautioned, don't be too greedy. If you intend to evolve, remember that a higher silk mastery level isn't always advantageous. While a higher silk level indeed offers greater potential post-evolution, it conversely complicates the process, increasing the risk of a failed cocooning. This is why one need not pursue a perfect mastery level, unless you can guarantee that the evolutionary materials you use will 100% awaken a formidable new racial skill for the Qingmian worm during its evolution, and that this skill will surely break the cocoon. But such guarantees, even the most elite evolutionary planners cannot provide. Shiyu began to comprehend. The mastery level of the Qingmian worm's silk, the cocoon's level, the difficulty of breaking the cocoon, and the potential post-evolution were all positively correlated. To successfully break the cocoon, it was necessary to awaken a powerful new racial skill within the cocoon, utilizing that ability to emerge. As for how to awaken the new racial skill during evolution, it required providing appropriate evolutionary materials before the Qingmian worm cocooned. If the provided materials were unsuitable, the skill awakening would fail, resulting in a failed evolution. After pondering deeply, Shiyu felt a spark of inspiration. If the Qingmian worm's evolutionary mechanism worked this way, perhaps he need not strictly follow the known evolutionary paths. He gazed at the Qingmian worm in the cage, considering whether teaching it a skill from the skill compendium before it cocooned would yield different results. This approach would allow him to bypass the conventional evolutionary route, directly using a pre-evolution skill to break the cocoon. As long as the skill level was sufficiently high, the risk of failure would be eliminated. Simultaneously, he could freely stack the silk mastery to its maximum, allowing the highest level cocoon to nurture the Qingmian worm within. This operation seemed feasible. Initially, Shiyu thought leader-tier creatures were impressive, but now he found himself suddenly eager to cultivate a brand new evolutionary form. He could break the traditional methods and employ unorthodox evolutionary techniques, mastering new skills prior to evolution, with silk threads that could whimsically dictate the attributes of the evolutionary materials. Shiyu suddenly understood the researchers who delighted in exploring new evolutionary forms for the Qingmian worm. The thrill of discovery was truly exhilarating. He nodded, saying, "Then I shall choose the radiant goddess butterfly." Although it might not necessarily evolve into this form, selecting the rarest option was certainly a wise choice. He intended to reference how other evolutionary paths had paired their materials. Lu Qingyi remarked, "As expected, you chose the highest tier. But I just reminded you that the difficulty of evolution for these 3 is ranked from easy to difficult. So you must adequately prepare before attempting to evolve the Qingmian worm. Wasting precious evolutionary materials is minor, but if the cocooning fails, your Qingmian worm might become trapped inside, Upon receiving the evolutionary method from Lu Qingyi, she meticulously recorded it for Shiyu, detailing the quantities and levels of the materials. A method capable of nurturing the once derided Qingmian worm into a high-tier leader-tier creature was invaluable, potentially establishing a lineage of Beast Tamers. Yet, Lu Qingyi casually divulged the method to Shiyu, further instilling his belief in the formidable capabilities of the 11th Bureau. Perhaps a legendary Beast Tamer bodyguard could indeed be arranged in the future. Name Qingmian Worm, Evolution Path, Radiant Goddess Butterfly, Skill Requirements, Proficient Level Mastery or higher in Silk Skills, Evolution Materials, 1 Immature Heart of Light, 1 to 3 years. 10 Mature Sun Petals, 3 Glimmering Cores, 50 grams of Luminous Fungi, a substantial amount of Sunstone Powder, and a large quantity of Mature Light Grass, Evolution Method, once the Qingmian Worm reaches level 9. Soak the light grass in a 9:1 ratio of sunstone powder and spring water as its primary food for 1 hour, until the Qingmian worm reaches level 10. After reaching level 10, within 1 day, it must consume 1 immature heart of light, 10 mature sun petals, 3 glimmering cores, and 50 grams of luminous fungi. Upon completing this meal, it can then use the silk skill to cocoon. The evolution process will take approximately 30 days, if successful. The Qingmian worm will awaken the skill Radiant Light within the cocoon, thereby evolving into the Radiant Goddess Butterfly. This list of materials. The Heart of Light is a special fruit. The sun petals are high-tier spiritual plants. The glimmering cores are energy crystals from glowbugs. The luminous fungi are eukaryotic organisms from the colorful mushrooms. The sunstone is a rare mineral, and the light grass is also a rare spiritual plant. Just looking at the names, Shiyu could already surmise that the prices of these materials would be exorbitant, leaving him feeling overwhelmed. Would his 10 million be sufficient to procure them all? Even the most affordable basic resources were costly. None of these materials were below Tier 3. Perhaps we should explore a more impressive evolutionary path ourselves? Qingmian. High-tier leaders are simply too low. If I'm uncertain later, I can still choose this as a backup. After Lu Qingyi handed over the evolutionary method for the Qingmian worm, she departed with her wind demon lion, leaving Shiyu, the iron-eating beast, and the Qingmian worm behind in the courtyard. Watching Lu Qingyi leave, Shiyu sighed. He was unsure whether joining the 11th Bureau was a wise decision. Although he verbally resisted his former profession, it was indeed, as Lu Qingyi stated, if he truly harbored an inner aversion, he would not resonate with that statue. Enough overthinking. In any case, I shall have money tomorrow. Today, I can indulge a little. Shiyu carefully stored the evolution blueprint and resolved to purchase a mobile phone first. He had long coveted one, and now he could finally treat himself. Chapter 34. The Awakening of the Relics. Having unraveled the mystery behind the transformation of the statue, and with a substantial sum about to be credited to his account, Shiyu felt an overwhelming sense of joy. On that very day, he found himself beneath the towering edifice of the Century Group, eager to indulge in some extravagant spending. The Century Group stands as the preeminent enterprise in the realm of high technology within the ancient kingdom of Dongwon, with a presence in nearly every city of Tier 3 and above. Shiyu intended to procure a smartphone of superior quality here. In fact, he had previously inquired with Lu Qingyi about whether the organization would provide him with a device. He was informed that he could utilize a portion of his initial funding of 10 million for personal purchases, as individuals at his rank had not yet been deemed in need of specialized equipment. This was somewhat disheartening, but nonetheless, even a relatively high-end smartphone would only cost around 100,000, a trivial amount compared to 10 million. Welcome. How may I assist you today, sir? Upon entering the smartphone showroom, Shiyu was promptly greeted by a sales assistant. I wish to select a mobile phone. May I inquire about your basic requirements? I require internet connectivity, energy detection capabilities, and a pet encyclopedia function, Shiyu replied. The sales assistant promptly retrieved a sleek silver smartphone from the counter, presenting it to him. What do you think of this model? It is the latest release from Century Group, the Encyclopedia Machine M30, which catalogs 6,029 species of pets along with their skill data. Additionally, it can accurately detect energy fluctuations in beings of extraordinary rank and below. The price is 99,998 yuan. And should you choose this model today, we will also grant you an additional 1,000 yuan in call credits. May I try it? Shiyu inquired. Of course. The assistant confirmed. Shiyu took the phone and activated the encyclopedia function. This feature was not as extraordinary as he had anticipated. It operated similarly to the scanning function on Earth's smartphones, requiring the device's camera to be aimed at other living beings for it to work. Upon activating the function, he pointed the phone at a grotesquely snarling black and orange dog lying outside the hall. Instantly, The phone began to vocalize information. Name, mechanical dog. Attribute, mechanical species level, intermediate extraordinary, growth level, awakening level 10, species skills, image storage, breath detection, electric bite. Self-destruct, description, an artificial mechanical life form used for surveillance, tracking, and investigation. Not only did the phone announce the details audibly, but it also displayed comprehensive information about the mechanical dog on its screen. The data was quite thorough, and further details regarding skills could be accessed via touch or voice commands. Skill, self-destruct, skill level, advanced, description, detonates all energy within, resulting in the user's demise. Shiyu pondered, this skill level is remarkably high, but if he were to replicate it, would there be a glitch? Seeing as it self-destructs, what use would there be in touching it? He dismissed the thought. After all, neither 11 nor the silkworm would require such a skill. Due to the fundamental energy fluctuation detection feature, the growth level of the mechanical dog was also successfully identified. Level 10 was commendably high, merely a step away from becoming an extraordinary being. Excellent, Shiyu mused internally. He was particularly fond of this encyclopedia function. Although he considered himself academically adept, his knowledge was primarily limited to extraordinary level species, and he could not claim complete understanding. However, with this phone, he would be able to swiftly access pertinent information regarding rare species or skills he might encounter in the future. While aspiring to become an exceptional beast tamer would necessitate further study on his part, leveraging advanced technology would certainly help bridge his knowledge gaps, providing a shortcut toward his goals. Overall, Shiyu found the phone to be splendid, aesthetically pleasing, yet exorbitantly priced. If he purchased it now, his savings would be completely depleted, while the promised 10 million from Lu Qingyi would arrive the following day should it fail to materialize. He and 11 would be left with nothing. Perhaps he should have waited until tomorrow. Shiyu reflected on his impulsive nature. His insatiable curiosity and impatience made him prone to reckless decisions. It was no wonder he had found himself in this predicament. Nevertheless, he had already arrived. With the rare evolution method already provided, he reasoned that the 10 million would surely materialize. Please reserve this phone for me, Shiyu instructed the sales assistant. Certainly, sir. The assistant beamed, perhaps envisioning a delightful bonus for herself that evening. After completing the purchase and attending to the necessary formalities, Shiyu departed with a slight ache in his heart from the expenditure. The Talent Group and Century Group were two of the 5 major conglomerates in the ancient kingdom of Dongwang, boasting extensive distribution networks. The former specialized in rare spiritual plants, minerals, pet food, and nutritional supplements, while the latter concentrated on high-tech products. Having already spent a considerable amount, Shiyu was unperturbed by the prospect of spending a little more. 11 had consumed ample quantities of iron bamboo over the past month. While he enjoyed it, Shiyu decided to procure something superior for him. Ultimately, he purchased a selection of secondary resources, namely iron heartwood, which was also recommended in the nurturing manual for iron-eating beasts provided by Lin Xiuzhu. Iron heartwood, as its name suggests, is wood that harbors metallic minerals within, classifying it as a stuffed spiritual plant and one of the dietary recommendations for iron-eating beasts, with attributes leaning towards metal and wood. It could effectively enhance the hardening abilities and vitality of the iron-eating beast. The nutritional value of this ingredient surpassed that of iron bamboo, and it was typically reserved for extraordinary iron-eating beasts as a staple, lest they suffer from nutritional excess. That said, Shiyu considered the consumption patterns of his own iron-eating beast and concluded that it would have no trouble depleting the nutrients, given his own appetite far exceeded that of a standard iron-eating beast. As for the silkworm, it was growing rapidly, and a periodic use of the encyclopedia skill for teaching would suffice for its nutritional needs. Thus, Shiyu refrained from extravagant spending on it, whatever he consumed. The silkworm would partake in as well, such was the bond they shared, a bond that 11 could not even fathom. Later, Shiyu contemplated seeking out even higher-grade supplements, as he was nearing the point of developing resistance to the mind essence capsules. Moreover, the capsules themselves were not particularly potent. With funds imminent, he resolved to treat himself a bit more generously. His well-being directly influenced that of his pets. However, considering that he still had some mind essence capsules at home, Shiyu ultimately decided to exhaust those before searching for new alternatives. As usual, 11 was engaged in daily training with the silkworm. After casually browsing for a while, Shiyu, registered under his identity as a beast tamer, suddenly received a text notification from the Beast Tamer Association of Pingcheng, directed at all apprentice beast tamers in the area. The relics in Pingcheng have been activated. Those interested in exploration may register for field combat training through the Beast Tamer Association. Successful candidates will gain exploration privileges, and all treasures discovered within the relics will belong to the individual. Chapter 35. Decision: is the access permission truly granted? Was it not said that such ruins and secret realms are filled with treasures, all of which belong solely to the individual? No wonder that individual surnamed Lu claimed that one could enter without the identity of the 11th Bureau. It appears to be more of a recruitment for cannon fodder than a gift of riches. Whether there are actual treasures inside remains uncertain. It may very well be teeming with monsters. Sure, you keenly sensed that something was amiss. To gain entry, one must undergo outdoor practical training organized by the association, suggesting that a certain level of combat proficiency is required from those wishing to enter. And what if one lacks such ability? It goes without saying, they would most likely perish within the ruins. As Shiyu sought more information about this secret realm, a sudden rumbling sound interrupted him. 11. In a disheveled manner, approached, inquiring when the meal would be served. At that moment, the green silkworm lay limply in its cage, utterly devoid of any silk. Don't worry, we have a sumptuous feast today. I will prepare it right away. Shiyu glanced at the time, astonished at how late it had become. During his usual meditative sessions, time crawled by, yet after merely scrolling through his phone for a short while, dusk had nearly arrived. If only his phone could evolve into a mechanical life form, it might awaken a race ability to manipulate time, much like that foolish girl. Not only was 11 hungry, but upon realization, Shiyu also felt his own stomach grumbling. He hurried to prepare food. A moment later, 11 had bamboo shoots, bamboo leaves, and ironwood. Shiyu had cabbage stir-fried pancakes and tomato egg soup, while the green silkworm feasted on leafy greens. The three of them began their respective meals. As they ate, Shiyu turned to 11 and asked, "Are you interested in the outdoor practical training?" This seemed to be the only opportunity to exert pressure on 11. Although this training was termed outdoor practical experience, the safety was relatively assured, as it was organized by the Beast Master Association for local apprentice beast masters. To be honest, Shiyu still felt a bit intimidated by the prospect of exploring the secret realm, as he remained oblivious to what lay within. However, participating in this outdoor training seemed harmless. It would not only continue to hone the combat abilities of both himself and 11, but also provide an opportunity to discern the connection between this training assessment and the secret realm. 11 raised its arms in excitement, exclaiming, "Let us go! Let us go!" Its eyes sparkled, expressing its eagerness to participate. After all, what is the purpose of rigorous training if not to showcase one's results? The ice-armored beast and the group of sand mice could hardly allow it to display its full training achievements. The only source of pressure was that wind demon lion. Yet 11 was somewhat aware that it stood no chance against such an opponent. The wind demon lion was at least a commander-level beast, and the oppressive aura it emanated was formidable for a growing juvenile like 11. The pressure exerted by a king-level beast could even obliterate lower-tier creatures instantly. Once a pet beast reaches the king level, it can autonomously awaken its intimidation ability. This is also why the intimidation skill Shiyu had replicated was deemed a qualification for kingship once mastered. To grasp the special abilities of a king-level beast in advance is akin to possessing the potential of a ruler. "Then let us participate together," Shiyu nodded. Then turned to the green silkworm in its cage, saying, "You too, eh?" The summoned green silkworm displayed a confused and innocent expression. "From what I know, According to my phone's search, the assessment criteria for the outdoor practical training mainly revolve around the creatures defeated or the rare resources collected. Of course, the fighting will be left to 11, but gathering resources would be much easier with your silk." Shiyu chuckled. Those plants growing on steep cliffs? He had no desire to pluck them himself. It was far simpler to leave that task to the green silkworm, or for resources guarded by certain biological groups. Stealthily acquiring them would surely be more efficient than engaging in combat. Chirp! The green silkworm buried its head in its food, relishing its last supper. The following day, Luchingi arrived once more. She brought with her the identification representing Shiryu's status as a prospective member of the 11th Bureau. Simultaneously, she handed over the bank card containing the long-coveted sum of 10 million yuan to Shiyu. As for the recommendation letter from the Zhuanche Martial Arts Academy, it paled in comparison to the first two. Using this identification, you will possess the authority to explore the vast majority of ruins directly. For instance, with this card, you can enter the Pingxing ruins without any hindrance. There is also the Ice Dragon ruins in the Snowy Mountains. However, I advise you to acquire professional strength before venturing there. Otherwise, even with winter gear, your physique may not withstand the temperature. Are there bodyguards available? Shiryu inquired. For the Ice Dragon ruins, you can apply for a bodyguard, but for the summoning incident, that should not be an option. As I mentioned earlier, this ruin is rather special, so regrettably, it is not permitted. Lu Qingyi smiled. The cracked stone statue awaits its truth to be restored, yet if it proves too perilous, it must be postponed until next time. It is prudent to inform you in advance. The original form of the secret realm S-Space was that of a Beast Master S-Beast Space. You are aware of this, correct? Shiryu nodded. Firstly, this ruined space is highly unstable. According to experiments, only apprentice Beast Masters can enter normally. Should a Beast Master of a higher rank try to enter, their beast space will cause a spatial repulsion with the ruined space. Of course, we could forcibly develop it, but that would risk a spatial collapse, which would be counterproductive. As the most valuable aspect is the ruin itself. That makes sense, otherwise. The Pingxing Association would not have prepared to grant access to numerous apprentice beast masters for such an important ruin, Shiryu remarked. Furthermore, this ruin is classified as a challenge-type ruin, likely modified by that beast master to train the new generation of its tribe. Upon entering, beast masters will randomly arrive in an independent environment where they cannot encounter one another. Elemental beast avatars will appear within the environment, and only by defeating them can one progress to the next area. It resembles a level challenge. In fact, apprentice beast masters from the Pingxing Beastmaster Corps have already begun exploration, though their achievements. Lu Qingyi shook her head. The apprentice beast masters in Pingxing are still too weak. Even though no extraordinary beasts have emerged from this ruin thus far, no one has managed to clear all the levels. Were it apprentice beast masters from larger cities, they would undoubtedly uncover the secrets of the ruins more swiftly. However, as this ruin has manifested in Pingxing, the priority for exploration belongs to Pingxing, followed by other districts in Icefield City, and ultimately, if it remains unsolved, it will be jointly developed by multiple cities. Is it dangerous inside? Shiryu posed the question that concerned him most. According to those who have exited, the elemental beasts primarily aim to defeat their opponents rather than annihilate them. However, if the challenger is too weak, danger still looms. Wait a moment. I will provide a website and an invitation code. With your initial funds of 10 million, you can purchase cultivation resources here at a discounted price. In short, focus on investigating this ruin first rather than the Ice Dragon ruins, Lu Qingyi advised. Shiryu replied, that sounds somewhat perilous. My Iron Eater is only level 5, and those skilled combat beast masters from the Corps couldn't prevail against them, so my efforts would be futile. If your intention is to uncover the historical truth of Icefield City, there is no need to clear the levels. Each independent environment should contain some clues. Your listening talent will undoubtedly prove valuable in that regard. Lu Qingyi remarked, this relic has come into existence because of your presence. Naturally, one must possess a fundamental level of self-defense capability. Accompany your iron-eating beast to the Zhu Martial Arts Academy to learn a couple of new skills. Merely having one skill in hardening is rather inadequate. Very well, Shiyu nodded in agreement. Let us continue to develop for a while longer. He had no intention of directly entering as a member of the 11th Bureau, for there was little to gain, and it would only attract unnecessary attention. Indeed, it would be wiser to first participate in the trials organized by the Beastmaster Association, as this avenue would offer a more secure entry. The criteria for passing this assessment should indicate one's ability to survive safely within the relic. If he could not even meet the satisfactory standards of this test, it would be prudent to forego the relic altogether. After all, one's life is of utmost importance. Chapter 36. Trials after investigating the identity and background of Shiryu. The Strategic Investigation and Support Bureau, known as the 11th Bureau, has adopted a hands-off policy regarding this newcomer. Although Shiryu possesses commendable talent and comes from a clean background, he is still quite inexperienced. Even among the 11th Bureau, the least senior member, Lu Qingyi, holds a doctoral title from one of the prestigious 9 academies, namely the Ancient Capital University. This comparison underscores Shiryu's position within the organization. The independent investigation into the historical truths of Bingyuan City serves as a formative exercise for Shiryu, allowing for an assessment of his innate ability to discern the echoes of history. Currently, Lu Qingyi is the most invested in Shiryu's development within the 11th Bureau. After all, she has cultivated connections with influential figures and considers Shiryu her discovery, a gem she has unearthed. Once Shiryu becomes a formal member, he must first serve as her assistant, precluding any competition for talent. She hopes for his success in the upcoming professional assessment in 6 months. After Lu Qingyi departed from Shiryu's home, she silently wished him well. As someone with a discerning perspective, she naturally does not wish for Shiyu to be relegated to the next round of professional assessments, which are the standards for ordinary apprentice beast masters in Pingqing. Presently, she has provided substantial startup funding and facilitated Shiryu's opportunity to study at the Zhushi Martial Arts Academy, all aimed at ensuring he is prepared for the next professional assessment. Only upon becoming a professional beastmaster does one truly enter the grand realm of beastmasters. Every moment is critical. Each step in a beastmaster's growth must be seized without delay. Sigh. In the courtyard, Shiryu gazed at Lu Qingyi's retreating figure and unconsciously let out a sigh. The wealthy benefactor has departed, and now they must rely on their own efforts. He took out his black 11th Bureau identification, admiring his dashing photograph with a mix of nostalgia and contemplation. The 11th Bureau is akin to the ultimate force of the Dongwang ancient kingdom in confronting various relics, its secret weapon, boasting a prestigious status. In his previous life, the field of archaeology may not have been particularly significant, but here, numerous relics are intertwined with guardian totems and mythological beings, concealing a wealth of secrets. Deciphering these relics is arguably the most crucial pathway for beastmasters seeking to breach the realm of myth. As one of the most elite factions within archaeology, it is no surprise that the 11th Bureau employs legendary beastmasters as bodyguards. Alas, Shiryu sighed again. Despite his unfortunate entry into the archaeological field, he has swiftly ascended to such a high-ranking organization within mere months. Truly, Shiryu, even in a different world, your excellence remains unchanged. Can this identification grant me access to the majority of relics? Furthermore, can I apply for bodyguards from the Beastmaster Association while exploring relics using this credential? Suddenly, Shiryu felt the weight of the identification, recognizing its dual nature. While it offers convenience, it also resembles Pandora's box. Its use may lead to perilous situations. Best to keep it secure. After safely stowing the identification, noon arrived, and Shiryu had to prepare meals for 11 and the others. Roar. In the courtyard, 11 howled at the sky, startling the Qingyan worm. It startled me as well. Shiryu was taken aback. 11's growth level had risen, reaching the 6th level of awakening. Today is July 25th, 177, and 11, contracted on July 4th, has grown 3 levels in just over 20 days. This pace is surely enough to bring tears to the eyes of many beastmasters. Under normal circumstances, even if 11 consumes a considerable amount of food and undergoes significant training, such growth is still unscientific. Its rapid advancement is primarily due to the educational benefits gained from the skill compendium. The enhancement of skill proficiency directly influences the growth of the beast itself, which is the essence behind 11's swift progress. One could interpret it this way. The physical and mental exertion that Shiryu expends transforms into the nourishment required for the growth of his beasts throughout the teaching process. At this height, you're nearing a meter, aren't you? Shiryu remarked, carrying the iron basin and looking at 11, who was joyfully waving its limbs. The Iron Eater, perplexed, nodded in response. Congratulations. Now, let us have a meal, Shiryu smiled, promptly preparing food for 11 and the Qingyan worm. He then picked up his phone to check on the 2 beast statuses. Name, Iron Eater, growth level, 6th level awakening name. Qingyan worm, growth level, 4th level awakening, one at level 6, the other at level 4. However, they cannot be regarded as typical beasts of their respective levels, as their skill proficiency far exceeds that of other beasts of the same rank. If Shiryu were to enroll in the field combat assessment organized by the Beastmaster Association, he was curious about the results he could achieve with these 2 companions. This visit was, of course, to register for the field combat assessment organized by the Pingqing Beastmaster Association. What a crowd! Yet upon arrival, Shiryu felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The sheer volume of people was overwhelming. It seemed everyone was here to sign up for the field combat trials. The emergence of a secret realm relic in Pingqing is no longer a secret, and most beastmasters understand what this signifies: opportunity and wealth. The Beastmaster Association has proclaimed that all treasures obtained from the secret realm will belong entirely to the individual, inciting a frenzy among those beastmasters who once shared Shiryu's modest background. A chance to transform one's fate beckons. It seems the association's field combat assessment will filter out those without potential while furthering the promising ones into relic explorations. In a sense, the mere announcement of the relic's appearance has ignited the enthusiasm of apprentice beastmasters in Pingqing. Past field training sessions did not attract such a throng. Before long, it was finally Shiryu's turn. There are 3 locations for the Pingxing Field Combat Trials, and specific sites will be assigned based on the Beast Master's capabilities. The 3 locations will undoubtedly vary in difficulty, and Shiyu estimated that with his current level, he would likely not be assigned to the most challenging area. Hello. Your trial assessment location is Tianmong Mountain. The assessment will last for 3 days, commencing on July 28th and concluding on the 30th. Please arrive at the Tianmong Mountain training base by 9 a.m. on the 28th. Late arrivals will be considered a voluntary forfeiture, and the registration fee will not be refunded. Thank you. Shiyu turned and left. The registration fee for the trial is 10,000 yuan, which is quite reasonable, almost a bargain. Each training site has been pre-assessed for risks by senior beast masters from the association, and throughout the entire process, a professional security team will ensure the safety of the participants. To enrich the training experience, the association will introduce a variety of local beasts not typically found in the area, allowing apprentice beast masters to broaden their horizons. Furthermore, the rare resources within the training grounds will be carefully maintained, allowing participants to collect freely and share in a predetermined proportion with the Beastmaster Association upon completion. Shiryu's goal this time is not to seek profit, but rather to ensure he does not incur losses. Afterward, Shiryu perused the notices regarding the training session at the registration hall. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, just reminders for participants to bring essential supplies. After a brief review, Shiryu returned home. With 3 days remaining until the much-anticipated field combat assessment, he planned to spend his time normally, avoiding any last-minute frantic training, as it might adversely affect his performance. If he aimed for significant victories, he would not have rushed to register. Instead, a steady and measured approach with a substantial investment would suffice for 6 months to achieve all he desired. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Shiryu and his companions maintained their usual training routines and meals. Shiyu spent his days meditating and indulging in his mobile device. Notably, during this period, he utilized the skill compendium 3 more times. He imparted the technique of silk threads twice and the technique of hardening once. Cumulatively, with a prior session included, he was nearing the mastery level of hardening, having received instruction from the compendium on 2 additional occasions. Meanwhile, the Qingyan worm, already proficient in silk threads, was likewise taught twice more by the compendium. However, these supplementary lessons meant that their skill proficiency had yet to reach perfection, and considering their modest daily training regimen against the backdrop of their vast experience bar, it was evidently insufficient. After this, Shiyu pondered a mathematical conundrum. In the absence of any foundational knowledge, when a pet is instructed via the skill compendium, 1 session equates to the novice level, 2 sessions to the adept level, and 4 to the mastery level. The question arose, how many sessions are required for perfection? 8 or 16? The dilemma proved too challenging to resolve. Shiyu relinquished his struggle, deciding to await personal verification. That morning, Shiyu arose early and, with the luxury of funds, summoned a taxi. Upon arriving at the street below the Tianmong Mountain training base, he discovered a throng of Beast Tamers congregated at the entrance, predominantly around the age of 20. Shiyu. As soon as he arrived, he heard someone call his name. Searching for the source, he quickly spotted a figure, reminiscent of a pangolin with dark circles under his eyes. You indeed made it, remarked the diligent student Qin Kai. I knew you wouldn't miss this opportunity. Shiyu responded with silence. Chapter 37. Strange creatures, why are you here? Shiryu raised an eyebrow and glanced at Qin Kai. This fellow was so weak that he couldn't withstand even a single strike from the ice-armored beast before. What was he doing here, trying to join the fray? What is wrong with that? Not just me. Most of the students in our class are here. The teacher even encouraged us. Do you know? After we left that day, the statue in the park exploded at night. It was thrilling. Can you even compare to my excitement? Shiryu scratched his cheek. What else could he say? He couldn't exactly reveal that he was the one who had caused the explosion, including the mysterious ruins that were also his doing. By the way, your training method has proven quite effective. My ice-armored beast has already reached level 7. Qin Kai expressed his gratitude to Shiryu. He had put in the effort and realized just how much potential he and his ice-armored beast possessed. He had long wished to thank Shiryu. During this practical assessment, he had a hunch that Shiryu would definitely come, so he paid extra attention to his surroundings and was surprised to actually encounter him. All in all, this past week had been immensely fulfilling for him. Your situation has spread throughout the pharmacies of the entire city. You should tone it down. He certainly did not want to become the villain responsible for harming the nation's pride. Don't worry, I have it under control. Qin Kai looked up at the sky, determined that this time, during the practical assessment, his performance would be the focus. to find Shiyu. Qin Kai purposely didn't go ahead with the classmates who were also participating in the assessment. On their way to the training base, he mentioned, I heard that each training site has 100 applicants per batch. Teacher Zhang revealed that only the top 20 in each assessment base will have the opportunity to enter the ruins. To be honest, I'm not too confident. A 1 in 5 chance. That's not insignificant, Shiyu replied nonchalantly. Don't fret. You are an exemplary student. If it were a level 6 ice-armored beast, maybe I would worry, but I didn't expect Qin Kai to truly break through. The current environment was indeed quite competitive. Qin Kai's face flushed. Damn. Exemplary student my foot. After witnessing Shiryu's strength, he realized that he could only flaunt his prowess within the school walls, as he was no match for the beastmasters outside. However, despite claiming to lack confidence, Qin Kai still harbored a flicker of hope. His ice-armored beast, though only level 7, was not weak. Shiryu's iron-eating beast couldn't have a lower growth level, yet its strength was equally astonishing. The growth level of awakened pets did not truly represent anything. A level 10 silk moth, without training, might possess combat power inferior to that of a common dog. This growth level was merely a reference. The real test of combat prowess lay in the Beastmaster's training of their pet in various aspects. Otherwise, there would be no need to organize practical assessments. Everyone could simply compare levels. By the way, have you participated in similar events before? Shiryu inquired again. The school organized one before, but it was nothing compared to this. Qin Kai shook his head. What about you? It's my first time. That makes sense. You're in the breeding program, so you've probably never participated before. Shiryu nodded. Since his crossing, this was indeed his first venture into such a relatively dangerous place, and at that moment, even his cells were unconsciously stirring with excitement. It seemed he was still an unsettled spirit after all. After a brief moment, the two arrived at the interior of the training base, where over 50 beast masters had already gathered. Currently, these aspiring beast masters, each with backpacks, were engaged in small groups of conversation. In the distance, 5 individuals clad in green camouflage uniforms were conversing. They appeared to be the leaders of this training expedition. As the surrounding environment grew increasingly noisy, the 11, resting and conserving energy in the beast space, remained unfazed. However, the silk moth in Shiryu's backpack instinctively awoke from its slumber. Peeking out of the bag, seemed to take a breath. Have those 2 girls arrived? Shiryu scanned the area and asked Qin Kai, gesturing towards Zhuangyu and Yu Jingjing. Yu Jingjing had intentions, but her parents dissuaded her. As for Zhuangyu, her iron-eating beast struggles to catch a mouse, let alone participate in the training. Those daring enough to sign up for outdoor training were indeed brave souls, as this expedition was not without its risks. Thus, looking around, it was evident that the proportion of girls was quite low. After all, even without considering the dangerous creatures, the presence of insects and snakes could deter a significant number of people. Qin Kai, come here. What are you doing over there? As soon as Qin Kai's words fell, several individuals in the distance called out to him. He quickly turned to Shiryu and said, those are my classmates. I'll be right back. See you later. Go ahead, Shiryu nodded. With that, Qin Kai jogged over, and Shiryu continued to observe his surroundings. He was particularly interested in the group of beast masters in camouflage uniforms, curious about their identities. Were they hired from a security company? Or were they dispatched from a beast master corps? The former were merely workers, while the latter resembled soldiers on Earth. For ordinary people from impoverished backgrounds who aspired to become beast masters, joining the beast master corps was also a viable option. Upon passing various assessments, they would enter a basic training camp where official organizations would provide them with young pets, followed by closed training for both the beast master and their pet. During this period, all expenses would be covered by the association. After training, they could be assigned jobs by the officials, such as guarding city walls or patrolling the wilderness. This path had been considered by his predecessor, but the rigorous training was challenging for most people to endure, leading Shiryu to ultimately abandon the idea. Silence. While Shiryu was surveying his surroundings, a middle-aged man with a square face blew a whistle with great force, producing a sound that immediately captured the attention of all the aspiring beast masters present. Time's up. Everyone here, maintain silence and form an orderly line to sign the safety liability waiver. This process will involve me explaining the precautions for this practical assessment. First, I am Zhou Wanshan, the overall supervisor for this Tianmeng Mountain practical assessment. Alongside me are 4 professional beast masters and a team of security personnel responsible for your training evaluation. I want to waste my breath. After you sign the safety liability waiver, we will distribute a booklet to each of you. Tianmeng Mountain is home to numerous ferocious beasts and rare resources, all cataloged in this booklet, along with their corresponding points. Hunting ferocious beasts and collecting rare resources will be your means of earning points and improving your assessment ranking. Additionally, before you enter, we will provide you with a positioning rescue device. There are numerous safety points we have established within Tianmeng Mountain where security personnel will be stationed. Should you encounter danger and wish to withdraw from the assessment, you can choose to call for help. Meanwhile, any trophies you collect can be handed over to the security personnel at the safety points, who will be responsible for recording your achievements. Your task is to accumulate as many points as possible within the 3-day time frame. Ultimately, the top 20 Beast Masters in terms of points will gain access to the ruins. The instructor named Zhou Wanshan shouted, ensuring that every aspiring Beast Master understood the key points clearly. The average age here isn't high, and some appear rather plump. Can they really handle this? The instructors grumbled, questioning how such a golden opportunity had fallen to this pampered group of newcomers. Enough chatter. Stay vigilant and fulfill our duties. We must prevent any casualties during this expedition. 5 professional Beast Tamers, accompanied by a cadre of security personnel and technicians, comprised the entire leadership for this trial assessment. As they evaluated the candidates, Shiyu had already signed the safety responsibility agreement and received a wristwatch-like positioning and emergency signaling device, along with a catalog. The device's functions were straightforward. After a brief examination, Shiyu casually donned it on his wrist, his attention drawn to the catalog. Upon opening the first page, he was taken aback to find an old acquaintance recorded within, the Earth Mouse. Capturing one of these creatures would yield 20 points. Flipping further, he noted that this was indeed the minimum score, confirming the Earth Mouse's lack of prestige. However, aside from the Earth Mouse, other creatures such as the Scarlet-Crowned Snake, the Blade Mantis, the Man-Eating Plant, and the Thorned Beast offered only slightly higher points, yet their names sounded considerably more formidable. As Shiyu perused the final pages of the Beast Directory, he encountered increasingly outrageous creatures. Name, Rampaging Python, Attribute, Water, Growth Level, Level 10 Awakening, Racial Level, Moderate Extraordinary, Racial Skills, Frenzy. Torrent Tail Description, residing in the Greenwater Lake and Xiaomong Lake on the map, with a population of 2, it is extremely dangerous and not recommended for hunting. Points for 1,000 Shiyu used, not advised for hunting yet worth 4,000 points? That's equivalent to 200 Earth Mice. While he grumbled, he understood that this was a cautionary note for weaker Beast Tamers. The explicit warning was intended for those confident in their abilities. Continuing to flip through several more pages, he discovered multiple boss-type creatures akin to the Rampaging Python. Truth be told, the Python's frenzy skill was impressive, enhancing strength and speed, albeit at the cost of rationality. However, mastering this skill to perfection could potentially mitigate its drawbacks, right? The Berserker Iron-Eating Beast? The trial base thrived on the wild. Such skills were unavailable at the breeding base in Icefield City. Suddenly, as he continued to peruse the catalog, Shiyu's hand froze. He had stumbled upon a peculiar creature. Name, Electric Slime, Attribute, Lightning, Growth Level, Level 10 Awakening, Racial Level, Moderate Extraordinary, Racial Skills, Multiplication, Electrocution Description, residing in the magnetic zone on the map. With a population of 3, it is extremely dangerous and not recommended for hunting. Points for 1,000 Slime? Shiyu mused that the trial base truly knew how to entertain. Just as the Iron-Eating Beast was a unique creature of the East, the slime represented a foreign specialty absent in the local region. Had the trial base captured this creature to broaden the horizons of the Beast Tamers? Wait a moment, the multiplication skill. Shiyu was suddenly captivated by the slime's abilities. If his memory served him correctly, this skill allowed for the manipulation of size at will. It could shrink or enlarge. In its diminished form, it could maximize stamina preservation and expedite recovery, while in its enlarged state, it expended energy to trade speed for enhanced strength. This skill seemed perfectly suited for 11. He just wondered if it could be learned. The Iron-Eating Beast's size was still rather small, reaching a mere 2 meters at maturity. While it sufficed for now, in the future, facing colossal beasts measuring dozens of meters would pose a challenge. Conversely, if he could indeed learn this multiplication skill, Shiyu envisioned a scenario where a giant iron-eating beast tore apart a colossal dragon, only to shift to a scene of a small iron-eating beast cub being cradled in his hands. This skill effectively granted a pet 3 forms, a diminutive state that conserved energy and accelerated recovery, a balanced form that combined strength and speed, and a maximized form that drastically enhanced power. Chapter 38. Entering Tianmeng Mountain, this doubling ability, I must have. Slimes are amorphous beings capable of enlarging and shrinking. Hence, it is only among the slime race that one can frequently observe the doubling skill. Other extraordinary creatures possessing this ability are exceedingly rare, making encounters quite challenging. Thus, when Shiyu unexpectedly stumbled upon a slime domestically, he had no intention of letting it escape. Even monkeys can learn to manipulate the laws of heaven and earth. It seems entirely plausible for a steel-eater beast to acquire the doubling skill. In any case, this is a universal ability suitable for all companion beasts, and it would be a loss not to record it. Now, everyone listen closely. After flipping through a myriad of innate skills, Shiyu ultimately deemed the doubling skill indispensable. At that moment, Zhou Wanshan, the professional beast master in charge of the training, suddenly exclaimed, "The training would officially commence in half an hour, during which you may still replenish food and medicine at the shop next to the training base. However, once you enter Tianmong Mountain, unless in special circumstances, you shall not exit for 3 days. Each participant has but one backpack. How much one can carry depends on their own arrangements." Naturally, Shiyu had prepared the essentials, but he doubted they would suffice for 3 days. He would need to forage for food upon entering the mountain, and he had also packed a sleeping bag and a tool worm. At this moment, Shiyu felt a tinge of helplessness. If only the Beast Master space could accommodate other items, managing without spatial equipment is quite cumbersome. Speaking of which, does this world possess spatial equipment? That is a thought-provoking question. If it exists, I must acquire one in the future. After all, what boy's desire must be obtained? Ah, the secret realm ruins in Pingqing seem like they could serve as a massive spatial device, perhaps even capable of housing living creatures. Shiyu fell into contemplation. Just as Shiyu was daydreaming about whether the secret realm ruins could be personally owned, Chen Kai suddenly approached. "Shall we form a team? Shall we form a team?" he asked in quick succession. "Our class intends to band together to hunt the python. My ice-armored beast can provide control, and there are classmates with thunder-type beasts that can directly blast fish in the lakes." Shiyu inquired, "Can we form a team this time? How will the spoils be divided?" Chen Kai replied, "Well, the examiner hasn't specified, so it should be allowed. Aren't there rare resources in the lakes around the python? There should be enough to share." Shiyu shook his head. "No, you all go ahead. I have other objectives." He felt that following this group might not be as efficient as venturing alone, and it would also be inconvenient. Well, okay. Although Chen Kai preferred to team up with Shiyu, he could not resist the fact that his classmates had already agreed to act together, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Regarding whether teaming up among candidates is permitted, the training base does not have a clear regulation. However, one commonality stands, whether lone rangers or small teams. All eyes are set on a few small bosses that have a growth level above 9 and are exceedingly rare. Capturing one might secure a spot in the top 20. With ample time before departure, Shiyu chose to continue perusing the illustrated guide. He had only browsed the section on ferocious beasts and had yet to examine the resource portion. Gathering resources also counts towards points. Overall, it was similar to the training assessment models of previous years. Besides the ferocious beasts, the resource section concludes with 2 pages featuring daily outdoor survival tips. Have you learned them? Time passed swiftly, and before long, half an hour had elapsed. The training coordinator summoned everyone once more. It was now precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, and all participants promptly set off, free to ascend through 4 entrances. The perimeter of Tianmong Mountain is cordoned off, with only 4 entry points available, each offering a distinct environmental experience upon entry. All present beast masters had meticulously studied the map and had their hunting targets in mind, thus were somewhat aware of their intended paths. As Zhou Wanshan concluded his words, 100 apprentice beast masters immediately scattered in all directions. Simultaneously, a certain number of sparrow-sized mechanical birds began to take flight from the training base and the safe zone within the mountain, commencing their aerial surveillance above Tianmong Mountain. Name: Mechanical Bird, Attribute: Mechanical, Species Level, Low-Level Extraordinary, Species Skill, Image Storage, Acceleration Description: Artificial Mechanical Life, used for tracking, investigation, and monitoring. As the mechanical birds ascended, the screens in the monitoring room of the training base and various monitoring rooms in the safe zone began to vividly display the conditions at various locations within Tianmong Mountain. Particularly, those ferocious beasts with higher growth levels were under close scrutiny. This measure not only ensures the safety of the trainees, but also allows for a direct observation of their performances, providing a rare source of entertainment for the examiners. Simply awaiting the assessment results would be dreadfully dull otherwise. At the foot of Tianmong Mountain, at a midway point near the entrance to the magnetic district, Shiyu along with approximately 20 apprentice beastmasters, chose to enter from this location. Meanwhile, Chen Kai and his group proceeded from a different direction, preparing to hunt the python. 11. Come forth. The outermost area of Tianmong Mountain had surely been cleared, as there were virtually no ferocious beasts lurking about. Thus, the majority of beastmasters opted to summon their companion beasts here for close protection. Shiyu followed suit. He had noticed that this mountain harbored numerous rare spiritual plants, and there was no need to worry about 11 exhausting its energy. It could graze and walk simultaneously, maintaining its basic stamina. At this moment, upon emerging from the Beastmaster space, 11 looked around in confusion. Is this it? Where are the opponents? Where are the opponents? I'll lead you to find them. Shiyu reassured, confident in the strength of his Steel Eater beast. The ferocious beasts here could be regarded as untrained wild creatures. Their combat capabilities were likely inferior to those of the meticulously nurtured companion beasts of the Beastmasters. Although his Steel Eater beast was only at level 6, its proficient supervision, rapid healing, and mastery-level hardening placed its combat power at the pinnacle of the food chain. As long as they did not encounter a horde of ferocious beasts, they would be invincible. Roar. 11 swung its paws, following closely beside Shiyu. By the way, keep an eye on the surroundings, Shiyu added. Unlike vision, the Steel Eater beast possesses a keen sense of smell, and 11, with its supervision, boasts both sharp sight and acute olfactory senses. With this assurance, they could rest easy, confident that they would not encounter any sudden dangers. Thus, the time had come for 11's training, with the ultimate destination being the Magnetic District to find electric slimes. After a brief delay in summoning his companion beast, Shiyu set forth with a clear objective towards the Magnetic District. He glanced at the map and the illustrated guide. To reach the Magnetic District, he first needed to traverse the Wild Boar Forest. The Wild Boar Forest is home to a ferocious beast known as the long-spined wild boar. Renowned for its immense strength, fearsome appearance, sharp tusks, tough hide, and spiny protrusions akin to a hedgehog that serve as formidable defenses. Its meat is delectable and juicy, making it a medium-level extraordinary creature that would frighten even a child. Shiyu, still young, could not help but let a tear escape. The long-spined wild boar was likely no easy adversary. Its combat prowess was commendable, and thus its points would be substantial. However, the greater the challenge, the more delighted Shiyu became. 11, I will take you to hunt boars. Roar. In the wild boar forest, long-spined wild boars are social creatures. However, they typically forage separately within a defined area, providing beast masters with an opportunity to strike. Facing a group of wild boars would undoubtedly be daunting. Yet most of the beast masters participating in the assessment would likely feel confident in tackling a solitary one. Shiyu and 11 traversed a narrow jungle path, arriving in close proximity to the wild boar forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, yet none piqued Shiryu's interest, as they were merely worth a handful of points akin to the common pocket gopher. The prospect of dragging along a multitude of burdens for a meager score was simply too cumbersome. He held even less desire to spare a glance at creatures that offered no rewards, such as the silken worms. At last, they found what they sought. However, upon nearing the wild boar forest, Shiryu spotted a spiny wild boar foraging at the edge. Name: Spiny Wild Boar. Attributes: Earth racial level, intermediate extraordinary, racial skill, petrifying tusks. Description: a mutated evolution of the wild boar, adept in charge attacks, possessing immense strength. Upon striking, its tusks can induce a petrification effect in foes. Not only did Shiryu and his companion discover the spiny wild boar, but the boar also became aware of their presence. The natural enemies of the spiny wild boar include wolves, bears, leopards, and raptors. Necessitating a vigilant stance against any sudden threats, it is both astute and ferocious, with a keen sense of awareness. Sensing danger, it lifted its head, its spines bristling menacingly, emitting a series of guttural warnings. Living frequently in the wild, the spiny wild boar understood that it might have become the target of a hunter. With cautious eyes, it began to scan its surroundings. However, upon spotting the frail Shiryu and the even smaller iron-eating beast cub, 11, it was momentarily taken aback. Is this all? The spiny wild boar's eyes brimmed with tears of shock. As an omnivorous creature, it consumed both flora and fauna. At that moment, it felt as if the tables had turned dramatically. The hunter was, in fact, itself. Food had presented itself willingly. Chapter 39. The Wild Boar Slayer. Upon spotting Shiryu and 11, the long-spined wild boar had already contemplated which part of their bodies it would feast upon first. Drool dripped from its mouth, and its eyes gleamed with excitement as its powerful limbs stomped the ground in anticipation. The boar charged forward. This was not a skill. It was a sheer, reckless onslaught. The long-spined wild boar initially targeted the unknown bear cubs, perceiving them as a greater threat, and savagely brandished its tusks as it barreled forward. One must be cautious not to be struck by its tusks, lest one be petrified. Its primary mode of attack was a headlong rush. Utilizing telepathy, Shiryu quickly instructed 11 and then retreated to the side of a tree, intending to observe the spectacle. The wild boar, nearly 2 meters in length, was a formidable presence compared to the nearly 1 meter tall 11. As the boar charged, 11 experienced a sensation entirely different from that of battling the ice-armored beast. The speed of the long-spined wild boar's charge was no slower than that of the ice-armored beast, and in terms of strength and size, it posed an even greater threat. Just a week prior, 11 might have had to rely on hardening its body or evasive maneuvers, but now, with its legs firmly planted, 11's black and white fur swayed in the wind, and its focus sharpened, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in its eyes. Mid-tier skill, enhanced vision. Under the mastery of this skill, 11's visual acuity reached its zenith, granting it an astonishingly superior dynamic vision. To 11, the world seemed to decelerate. The once feared charge of the boar, along with its petrifying tusks, appeared to slow considerably. With clarity, it could now perceive the enemy, affording itself ample time to react. Bang! The long-spined wild boar's reckless charge made it difficult to alter its trajectory mid-movement, which presented a perfect opportunity for 11 to evade and counterattack. As the boar charged, 11 deftly sidestepped, successfully avoiding the assault. Huh? Where did the prey go? In an instant, the boar sensed the absence of its target, left bewildered after missing its charge. The next moment, the agile little Iron Eater swiftly launched a counterattack, having mentally rehearsed the boar's attack pattern since its appearance. Its paw, now encased in hardened armor, struck towards the boar as it rushed past. Crack! The hardened paw met the long spines of the boar, snapping them instantly. Following this, a tremendous force from the side overwhelmed the boar, stirring a tumult within its body and signaling impending doom. Gah! With a pained howl, the inertia of the boar's charge combined with 11's impact sent the massive creature rolling sideways. Awoo! 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 After being toppled, the disoriented long-spined wild boar rolled helplessly on the ground, unable to rise due to the pain, its expression one of sheer terror. The prey had turned predator. 11. Deliver the final blow. As a proficient beast master, Shiryu instilled commendable qualities in his companions. At his command, 11 transitioned to all fours, its left front paw and right hind paw moving in unison, charging at the boar with an intensity that surpassed its earlier assault. Hardened head, impact. Harnessing its momentum, 11 solidified its head and collided intimately with the boar's skull. With a resounding thud, the wild boar's eyes glazed over, rendering it utterly unconscious. Green silkworm, bind it. Shiryu unzipped his backpack, and a reluctant green worm emerged, spinning silk to ensnare the massive boar. Soon, a long-spined wild boar, valued at 350 points and at growth level 7, was effortlessly hunted by Shiryu and his companion. Indeed, combat prowess is not all on the same tier. Observing the now-bound long-spined wild boar, Shiryu gained a renewed appreciation for 11's combat capabilities. It seemed that the only beings capable of posing a threat to 11 in its current state were perhaps a select few level 10 mini-bosses. Such a singular attack pattern as that of the long-spined wild boar was easily countered by enhanced vision and hardening. However, Shiryu speculated that if it were the ice-armored beast belonging to Shinkai, even if he could defeat it in a one-on-one, it would require considerable effort. Awoo! At this moment, 11 reveled in its triumph over the long-spined wild boar, as Shiryu bent down to toss one end of the silk to 11. 11. Oh, a winky face. It had assumed that the battle with the wild boar signified the end, completely unaware that the boar's body could serve as a training tool. Truly, its beast master was astute in thought. Excitedly grasping the silk, 11 began to drag the boar, its expression brimming with anticipation and curiosity about what lay ahead. Let us delve deeper. Having confirmed the combat capabilities of the long-spined wild boar, Shiryu confidently led 11 into the wild boar forest, intending to traverse through. It was then that a staff member in the monitoring room of the nearest safe zone, perusing the surveillance footage, suddenly sensed something amiss and promptly magnified a particular screen. Brothers, we've got action here. A novice beast master has already taken down a long-spined wild boar and has entered the wild boar forest alone. Alone? The nearby security personnel leaned in to catch a glimpse. The aerial view from the mechanical bird revealed a young Iron Eater dragging the body of a long-spined wild boar. Following alongside Shiyu, a lone human and beast, audaciously entering the forest marked as hazardous on the map. That Iron Eater, judging by its size, seems to still be a cub. Its growth level should not exceed 7. How did it easily conquer the long-spined boar? The term easily was apt, as 11 now leisurely dragged the boar along. If the victory had been hard-fought, sure you would have prioritized taking the safest route marked on the map to enter the safe zone, exchange the boar for points, and rest, rather than dragging a wild boar deeper into its territory. How could he have initially evaded their notice? One security personnel mused, observing closely. Entering the wild boar forest alone carries certain risks, but as long as they are clever enough to climb trees, the long-spined boar cannot harm them. Shiyu and his companion were among the first assessment participants to achieve significant gains, prompting heightened attention from the security personnel at the nearest safe zone. Soon, under their watchful gaze, Shiyu ventured deeper into the wild boar forest and stealthily located a group of long-spined boars gathered together. Hiding behind a distant tree, Shiyu and 11 observed the 4 long-spined boars foraging within the thicket, each displaying distinct expressions. Shiyu pondered whether 11 could confront 4 foes simultaneously, while the young Iron Eater contemplated why Shiyu had yet to command it to charge. 11, shall we give it a try? With your advanced hardening skills, you can engage them while fully hardened. They should pose no threat to you. With proficient hardening combined with enhanced vision, Shiyu felt confident. After all, these wild boars exhibited simple attack patterns and were of low growth level. Oh whoa! 11's wild spirit emerged. 1 versus 4. How thrilling it sounded. Very well. I shall cheer for you from behind the tree with the green silkworm. It's all up to you now. Shiyu encouraged. 11, feeling somewhat deflated, agreed. Subsequently, 11 relinquished the boar it had been dragging and strode towards the group of long-spined boars. Goodness, how audacious. This move immediately drew the attention of the security personnel monitoring Shiryu's side in the safe zone control room. What is happening? The apprentice beastmaster, accompanied by his iron-eating beast, charged recklessly towards 4 spiked wild boars. What? Did he intend to triumph over one and then float away? The nearby security personnel glanced over, astonished at such reckless participants. Even a level 10 pet would find it exceedingly challenging to confront 4 spiked boars alone. Subsequently, under their watchful surveillance, 11 entered the perception range of the 4 wild boars. Humph, humph, humph. An unknown creature approached, resembling a natural enemy, bear-like beings. The 4 wild boars immediately exhibited wary expressions. However, upon realizing that 11 was merely a diminutive creature standing under 1 meter tall, their internal reactions shifted dramatically. Akin to the earlier boar. What was this? Where did this fellow come from? Were they being offered a snack? Suddenly, the iron-eating beast in the distance stretched out its hands, pulling back its lips to make a ghastly face in provocation. Tactically mocking, 11 engaged in a bold taunt. The security personnel were left aghast. Was this a death wish? Humph, humph, humph. All 4 spiked boars charged forward simultaneously, their sharp tusks aimed directly at 11. As the boars approached from different directions, 11's enhanced vision had yet to reach a comprehensive 360-degree awareness. Hence, it did not dare to underestimate the threat and immediately hardened its entire body. In an instant, a metallic sheen enveloped its form. The black fur exuded a profound metallic texture, while the white fur shimmered with a silvery brilliance. Once fully armed, 11 let out a fierce howl and, mirroring the earlier encounter with the boar, executed a sideways strike to send the first approaching boar flying. In the next moment, the second boar collided with 11. But it felt as though it had crashed into a massive block of steel. The adversary's experience remained unknown to it. All it knew was that its tusks felt as if they might shatter. The second boar let out a horrendous cry while 11, having sustained no injuries, merely accumulated a bit of inconsequential dirt on its hardened surface. However, the tremendous impact did cause 11 to stagger slightly, propelling its body backward. Fueled by the encounter, 11's wild instincts surged forth, and with a fierce expression, it lunged at the nearby boar, knocking it over with a powerful blow. Subsequently, it scanned the area for the remaining foes. The last 2 spiked boars, having initially kept their distance, failed to engage with 11 immediately, thus allowing the combat zone to be dominated by the first 2 boars. They clearly witnessed how their 2 companions were toppled by this suddenly transformed steel-like creature. In that moment, they had no desire to continue the fight. The reality of wilderness survival was stark, if not cornered. Their instinctual reaction to encountering a formidable foe was to flee. Nonetheless, 11 was determined to deny them an escape. Locking onto one of the retreating boars, it charged fearlessly, causing the boar to emit frantic cries as it leapt away in panic. Goodness! This was the third exclamation of disbelief from the security room. The 4 personnel surrounding the monitor observed the screen with incredulous expressions, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. Wait a moment, did they see correctly? A mere iron-eating beast cub, facing 4 spiked boars, had downed 2 in mere encounters and sent the other 2 fleeing in terror? A veritable boar slayer. Was this participant truly proficient in hardening? Who was this contender? One of the security personnel suddenly wore a grave expression. Chapter 40. Temporarily first, the proficiency of a level 40 skill, when attributed to a juvenile iron-eating beast that appears to be merely 2 years old, is evidently implausible. Iron-eating beasts are not particularly fond of training, which typically results in a low skill proficiency among them. They predominantly rely on their formidable physical attributes to overpower opponents rather than employing technique. Even if this iron-eating beast had been trained since its embryonic state, it would still seem absurd. If it were an adult, it might make sense, but the crucial point is that it is a mere cub. Shiyu. Is that the name? Do you know him? I recall you studied at the Zhu Martial Arts Academy. Is he affiliated with your school? An individual holding a list inquired of the security personnel who had asked about Shiyu. I do not know. I have not heard of him. The security officer replied. At that moment, an exasperating scene unfolded. On Shiryu's side, 11 had successfully defeated all 4 spiky wild boars. Now, it was the turn of the silkworm to take action. It emerged from Shiryu's backpack, exerting all its strength to spin silk and bind the wild boars. Isn't he just an apprentice beast master? How does he have a second pet? The sight of the silkworm stirred further astonishment among the onlookers. Perhaps it is merely an uncontracted pet he is caring for? It is not unheard of for beast masters to do such a thing, albeit it is exceedingly challenging for most. While raising a pet cat or dog is manageable, cultivating a battle pet that comprehends commands and is willing to fight without a contract is immensely difficult, akin to the disparity between a household dog and a police dog. It seems that Shiryu possesses a telepathic ability that enables the silkworm to grasp his intentions. Otherwise, the creature would not be so obedient. What an extraordinary candidate. Not only does he possess such a formidable iron-eating beast cub, but he also has an additional silkworm. The observers noted that the silkworm's silk level appeared quite high, and its evolution into a wind crystal butterfly seemed inevitable. Brothers, I bet a cigarette that they will rank among the top 3 in this assessment. The security personnel in the monitoring room chattered excitedly. Enough. Let's not dwell on them. Someone has already been injured. However, the discussion ceased almost immediately as a diligent security officer reprimanded them. Although the trial had only just begun, there were already beast masters and pets sustaining injuries, necessitating prompt attention. In the wild boar forest, Shiryu and his companions were blissfully unaware that their achievements had caught the attention of several security personnel. At that moment, he was cheerfully observing the wild boars bound together, feeling pleased with the haul of 1750 points. The acquisition of points did not appear overly challenging. Yet, Shiryu was more tempted by the prospect of consuming the wild boar meat. Previously, he had enjoyed spicy stir-fried wild boar meat at the cafeteria of the breeding base in Icefield City, and he wondered how it would taste if he prepared it himself. By the way, the spoil should be edible, right? Shiryu glanced at 11, who simply shook its head. Roar. I don't know. Don't ask it. It only focuses on fighting and has no interest in wild boar meat. Compared to wild boar meat, 11 was more preoccupied with the bamboo shoots in Shiryu's backpack. Growling. Following the battle, 11's stomach growled. Despite its fierce demeanor, it was still a cub, and such exertion took a toll. Concurrently, Shiryu placed the silkworm on a tree trunk, saying, Go find some leaves to nibble on. It seems there are no spirit plants in this wild boar forest. The silkworm, having exerted considerable energy, was equally fatigued. After resting for approximately 20 minutes, Shiryu and his companions resumed their expedition. This time, dragging 5 wild boars proved somewhat strenuous, even for 11. Shiryu lent a hand, considering it a form of personal exercise. Next, they needed to navigate through the wild boar forest to reach the nearest safe zone. Beyond that safe zone lay the magnetic mountain region, home to electrical slimes. As they progressed, Shiryu and 11 pulled 2 ropes woven from silkworm silk, while the silkworm reclined in the backpack to regain its strength, anticipating that it might need to bind more wild boars soon. After approximately 5 minutes, 11 suddenly halted. Are there wild boars? Shiryu inquired. 11 nodded. Soon after, Shiryu heard a cacophony in the distance, but upon listening closely, he found the sound peculiar. It resembled the anguished cries of wild boars, yet bore a closer resemblance to human screams. Ah, run. There are trees ahead. Hurry, climb the trees. What the heck? How did 10 wild boars appear out of nowhere? How do we fight them? Before long. Shiyu discerned that a group of wild boars was in pursuit of 2 individuals. Accompanying them was an icefield hound of level 6 and a snow-patterned ferret of level 7, both fleeing, utilizing the terrain and their skills. The icefield hound and snow-patterned ferret intermittently interfered with the wild boar's speed to create an opportunity for escape. Given that the wild boars averaged a growth level of 6 or higher, the odds of success in a 2 versus 10 scenario were dismal. It was no wonder the 2 beast masters were frantically fleeing. The nearby trees were robust, and the wild boars could not easily topple them. As long as they could climb the trees, they would be safe from the boar's onslaught. Wait, there seems to be someone ahead. One of the fleeing beast masters suddenly spotted Shiyu in the distance. Humph, humph, humph. Not only did they notice him, but the herd of wild boars also caught the scent of their companions. 10 of them, Shiyu and 11 stood their ground as Shiyu calculated the probability of 11 overcoming 10 wild boars. Generally, wild boars could not breach 11's hardened defense. And even if they did, its rapid healing would compensate. Thus the true test lay in 11's stamina. Why am I even calculating this? Shiyu quickly shook his head. For the wild boars, upon witnessing their fallen comrades bound together in a heap, immediately scattered in panic, showing no inclination to fight. Humph, humph, humph. They fled. In the rear, the wild boars dispersed, leaving the 2 apprentice beast masters and their companions, the icefield hound and snow-patterned ferret, momentarily bewildered. They're running? Not pursuing? Then they beheld Shiyu and the juvenile iron-eating beast leisurely approaching, dragging a haul of wild boars. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. My word! Exclaimed the icefield hound's beast master, incredulous at the sight of Shiryu's spoils. At that moment, the snow-patterned ferret's master understood why the wild boars had fled. Shiyu and 11, dragging a multitude of wild boars, exuded an imposing presence that intimidated even him. Seek out solitary wild boars on the outskirts. Do not venture deeper into the forest. Shiyu casually advised as he passed by, continuing on his way with 11, who was still hauling the wild boars. Understood. Thank you, esteemed one. The 2 expressed their gratitude hastily, yet having just evaded the wild boar chase, they temporarily abandoned their hunting intentions, opting to rest at the safe zone before proceeding. After catching their breath, they chose to follow Shiyu from a distance. For the path he traversed was the only route through the wild boar forest leading to the safety zone, due to the burden of dragging 5 spiky wild boar trophies. The wild spiky boars regarded Shiyu and his companions as elite hunters. Despite Shiyu and 11's seemingly vulnerable appearance, none of the boars dared to approach them. At that moment, Shiyu had no inclination to seek out trouble with the spiky boars, as it was nearing afternoon and he had yet to enjoy a leisurely lunch. Thus, he decided to place the boars in the safe zone first. After some time, they finally arrived at a small safe area surrounded by wooden fences and thorny brambles, resembling a quaint outpost. By the time Shiyu reached this place, 5 or 6 individuals were already present, though it was unclear whether they had traversed the wild boar forest or taken a safer route. The safe zone lacked extensive buildings, containing only a monitoring room and a medical station, forcing the participants to rest briefly under the grass shelters outside. Among this group, half appeared relatively normal, while the other half bore the marks of their trials, their faces smeared with dirt. Shiyu noticed a young man whose clothes were stained crimson and whose arm was wrapped in white bandages. Had he been gored by a boar? Additionally, there was a beast master with a scabbed face, resembling a knife scar. Had he been disfigured by a large blade and subsequently healed? It was a grim sight that dampened Shiyu's enthusiasm for continuing the hunt for the level 10 boss. As Shiyu entered the safe zone, his gaze swept over the gathered participants, who were also observing him. Upon seeing Shiyu and the Iron Eater dragging in 5 spiky boars, their eyes widened in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They were not mistaken, were they? 5 in total. A closer inspection confirmed that Shiyu was the sole hunter to have entered with such a bounty. Who was this remarkable individual? Although the spiky boars were not the fiercest beasts of Tianmong Mountain, hunting 5 in quick succession was no small feat, especially considering the limited stamina of 1's beasts and the brevity of time that had passed. You finally arrived, remarked a security officer in a blue uniform, stepping out of the monitoring room. We've been watching you for quite some time. Your Iron Eater is quite formidable. Would you like me to register your points? Shiyu nodded in agreement. Yes, please register me. By the way, may I consume these wild boars? The officer paused. How do you intend to eat them? Roast the boar? I advise against it. While the meat is indeed delicious, it requires extensive preparation. Disheartened, Shiyu realized he would have to settle for the braised beef instant noodles in his backpack instead. He had hoped to enjoy a proper meal before further honing his replication and amplification skills. At the Tianmong Mountain Training Base, the central monitoring room operated differently than the individual safe zones, as it needed to oversee the entirety of Tianmong Mountain. Consequently, the tracking of specific participants was not as precise. However, with the real-time updates of scores being transmitted from the safe zones, the 5 professional beast masters stationed there could quickly identify outstanding performers. Currently, the leaderboard displayed a trainee beast master named CFA in first place with 1,500 points, having successfully hunted a level 9 rockback lizard shortly after entering Tianmong Mountain, maintaining his lead for quite some time. At that moment, the scores shifted once more, as Shiyu's name suddenly surged to the top with 1,750 points. Chapter 41. The Thunder Cultivation Path of the Iron-Eating Beast. Finally a change of personnel. In the main control room, 5 professional beast tamers, comfortably cooled by air conditioning, engaged in real-time commentary on the scores. They were not directly responsible for security work, generally. The personnel from security companies handled the rescue of exam candidates. It seemed that 5 spiny wild boars had been hunted. Remarkably, this indicated a rather vigorous combination of beast tamer and companion beast. After a brief discussion, they shifted topics, not overly concerned about this change, as only a few hours had passed since the examination began, and there was still plenty of time before its conclusion. The professional beast tamers undoubtedly possessed extraordinary beasts. Yet those security personnel who had not yet passed their professional assessments were not to be underestimated either. For a beast tamer, reaching a level 2 beast space, where the crystal wall changes from colorless to gray, and having a companion beast growth level reach the extraordinary level, formed the basic requirements for participating in the professional assessment. The so-called professional beast tamers are the elite selected from those who meet these criteria, excelling in theoretical knowledge, wilderness survival, practical skills, and various other aspects. Thus, those who qualified for the professional assessment but did not pass were not necessarily inferior to most apprentice beast tamers. The title of quasi-professional beast tamer would better suit them. One such security personnel, Yin Qi, was a quasi-professional beast tamer. He met the level requirements himself, and his companion beast level was adequate. But he simply could not surpass others in the assessment, resulting in his failure to obtain that certification. Yin Qi, a native of Ping City, had an iron-eating beast as his initial companion. He had studied at the iron-eating beast's main base, the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, thus he had some understanding of the creature. Upon seeing the performance of Shiryu's iron-eating beast on the monitor for the first time, he realized that both Shiryu and 11 were exceptional. During his time at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, he had never encountered an iron-eating beast that mastered proficient hardening at such a young age, which was absurd. His own extraordinary level iron-eating beast had taken him 5 or 6 years to cultivate, and it had only recently reached proficient hardening. In summary, Shiryu was undoubtedly remarkable. Out of curiosity, during his break, he used his personal phone to call the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, reaching the hall's master, Lin. Master Lin, do you remember me? It's Xiao Qi, the one nicknamed Little Bear. On the other end of the line, a voice replied, Are you the Little Bear Yin Qi who has yet to pass the professional assessment after 2 years and is now working at a security company? Yin Qi chuckled ruefully. I'm sorry for bringing shame to our Zhushi Martial Arts Hall. Master Lin, I'm currently responsible for security work at the Tianmong Mountain Training Base, and I've encountered a rather intriguing beast tamer. His iron-eating beast appears to be around 2 years old but has mastered proficient hardening. This is quite extraordinary. Is he perhaps a new disciple of our Zhushi Martial Arts Hall? I don't recall anyone like that, Lin replied thoughtfully. What is his name? His name is Shiryu. In a quaint, serene room surrounded by mountains and water, a middle-aged man with an earnest expression fell silent momentarily. A 2-year-old iron-eating beast with proficient hardening? Are you sure Yin Qi is not joking? How could that be possible? It was well known that the iron-eating beasts in the entire Icefield city originated from the Taiju breeding base. If there was such a gifted beast, he would have certainly known. What did you say his name was? Shiryu. Shiryu. Is it him? Lin Hongyan suddenly recalled that just a few days ago, Dr. Lu from Ancient Capital University had visited him at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, mentioning that he had entrusted him with the cultivation of a distant relative. That relative was named Shiryu? Because Shiryu's initial companion beast was an iron-eating beast, he had sought him out. Moreover, he had offered a valuable resource obtained from a relic as compensation. Lin Hongyan had also looked into the pet collection situation at the Taiju breeding base. Discovering that Shiryu's profile was rather ordinary, with his beast bought on credit, being a native of Ping City, Lin was baffled as to how Shiryu had connections with the exceptional Lu Qingyi. However, he could not refuse Dr. Lu's favor, especially since the latter had provided a sufficiently precious reward. The iron-eating beast that Shiryu had claimed was just over a year old, and he had only picked it up less than a month ago. Proficient hardening? Lin Hongyan's expression turned serious as he recognized a blind spot. Could Dr. Lu have assisted him with a special cultivation method? Otherwise, he could not fathom how an apprentice beast tamer could elevate the racial skill of a young iron-eating beast to proficiency in such a short time. Perhaps Lu Qingyi had given Shiryu some rare cultivation resources. Master Lin. Noticing the prolonged silence on the line, Yin Qi spoke again. Yin Qi, you mean Shiryu is currently training at Tianmong Mountain, right? Yes. Understood. Understood? So is he currently our disciple at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall? Not yet. But he might be in the future. By the way, since his iron-eating beast has reached proficient hardening and is presently at Tianmong Mountain, and you are also there, guide him to the magnetic mountain area, allowing him to focus on training there and laying a foundation for learning the hall's techniques. Huh? Yin Qi was momentarily taken aback. In the safe zone, Shiryu finished a quick meal of instant noodles and 2 sausages, barely staving off hunger. He planned to rest for a while before heading straight to the magnetic mountain area to play with the electrical slime. As for the 5 spiny wild boars, he no longer needed to carry them around and could leave them where they were. As Shiryu quietly meditated in a corner of the grass shed, the security personnel responsible for recording his scores approached him again. What is it? Shiryu opened his eyes and turned to face him. Yin Qi chuckled. Nothing much. Just wanted to introduce myself. My name is Yin Qi. Do you plan to continue hunting this afternoon? Shiryu nodded. Then I suggest you head to the magnetic mountain area. There is a type of electrical ore there, classified as a primary energy iron or resource, which is one of the iron-eating beast's dietary options. Compared to Taiju, it does not significantly contribute to hardening skills or growth. It merely fills their stomachs. Follow me. Yin Qi beckoned to Shiryu, intending to lead him to a relatively open space to speak. What does he want? Shiryu wondered momentarily, but decided to follow, curious about what the security personnel had in mind. I am actually a disciple of the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall, and my initial companion beast is also an iron-eating beast. By the way, do you know what the 2 major secrets of the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall are? After leaving the grass shed, Yin Qi began. So he is a disciple of the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall. No wonder he is so interested in me and my iron-eating beast. Shiryu realized that the iron-eating beasts trained at the Zhushi Martial Arts Hall were renowned for their abilities to master fire and lightning, with their signature skills being Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist, which Shiryu is well aware of, considering he would also be attending the hall for study. Yes, the Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. Through special cultivation methods, iron-eating beasts have a chance to awaken the ability to control fire and lightning. For instance, to master lightning, one of the basics is for the iron-eating beast to consume certain electrically charged metallic ores, like electrical ore. Why are you telling me this? Sure, you understood that for a companion beast to acquire skills beyond their natural abilities, targeted cultivation was necessary, with diet being a crucial aspect. Relying solely on consuming electric minerals is undoubtedly insufficient. Otherwise, it would not be regarded as a unique skill manual of the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School. Although the process of evolution from the azure silkworm to the goddess of light butterfly is intricate, it is improbable that one type of sustenance would suffice. I have heard from Master Lin of the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School that you may soon embark on your studies there. So I merely wish to offer you a preliminary greeting. The minimum requirement for consuming electric minerals is that your Iron Eater's hardening must reach a proficient level. Your Iron Eater has already attained mastery, making the perfect absorption of the electric minerals' nutrients undoubtedly achievable. Should you decide to pursue your studies at the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School, the most suitable training environment for you at Tianmong Mountain would be the Magnetic Mountain region, abundant in electric minerals and home to numerous lightning-type creatures. Consuming electric minerals while subjecting the body to continuous lightning strikes is, in fact, the fundamental training for mastering the skill known as Thunder Palm, and I believe you could benefit from early exposure to it. Skill, Thunder Palm, skill level, intermediate, description, a lightning-type skill that gathers intense electric current in the palm, rendering it as piercing as a blade, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. Yin Qi smiled cheerfully, yet inwardly he sighed, for his Iron Eater had reached the extraordinary level, yet he had not successfully mastered Thunder Palm. only managing to conjure a trivial current that failed to form a proper skill. Had he been able to master Thunder Palm, he would have long since passed the professional assessment. The power of Thunder Palm alone is formidable if it were combined with hardening techniques. The might would be awe-inspiring, and Yin Qi felt a pang of longing. Is that so? Thank you. Shiyu was taken aback to find that even before visiting the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School, an apprentice from the school had already recognized him. Could this be the first lesson imparted by Master Lin? He had intended to go to the Magnetic Mountain area to replicate the duplication skill, and it seemed he now had additional compelling reasons to do so. As for sustenance, Shiyu mused that the electric minerals from the Magnetic Mountain region would not easily be exchanged for points if the upcoming practical training and intensity were excessively demanding. He feared that within 3 days, they would all end up in the belly of 11. Chapter 42. Electric Mind. Xiao Xiong Yinchi did not converse with Shiyu for long, as he had work to attend to. 11. Let me treat you to something delicious. In the afternoon, Shiyu summoned 11 from the beast space. The fatigue from the morning's battles had mostly dissipated after a brief rest in the beast space, showcasing its remarkable power. Shiyu, having taken a short respite, felt sufficiently invigorated. With a new objective in mind, he did not wish to linger and decided to set off with 11 once more. Upon emerging into the outside world, 11's form gradually materialized. Upon hearing the word eat, it instinctively wiped its mouth with its arm. Due to the skill catalog, Shiyu's physical prowess was notably superior among his peers, the Beast Tamers. As he prepared to set off again, the other contenders, whether they had arrived at the safe zone earlier or later, were still resting. They exchanged glances at Shiyu and the iron-eating beast as they departed the safe zone. Hadn't they just hunted 5 spiky wild boars in the morning? How could they already be off hunting again? Were their livers still intact? In the Magnetic Mountain region, a unique electromagnetic field envelopes the mountainous terrain, giving rise to a variety of magnetic ores known as electric mines. These electric mines are perilous, occasionally discharging electricity. Yet this very energy is a favored delicacy among many lightning-type creatures. The map in the atlas designates the Magnetic Mountain area as one of the most treacherous zones of Tianmong Mountain, inhabited by ferocious beasts of level 10, notorious for their skill-based attack power and destructive capabilities. Moreover, the peculiar magnetic field, while not overly intense, is unsuitable for weak-bodied apprentice beast tamers to linger in for too long. Extended exposure may adversely affect their liver and brain, potentially inducing hallucinations. However, despite the dangers, Shiyu deemed it worthwhile to venture here, as it was far more hospitable than ruins and even provided sustenance. Is that the electric mine? With a clear goal in sight, Shiyu and 11 skillfully circumvented several ferocious beasts, conserving unnecessary energy, and reached the edge of the Magnetic Mountain area in just half an hour. At the juncture where the mountain met the ground, 11 quickly spotted a peculiar blue-white mineral and let out a sound to alert Shiyu. The electric mine appeared as a prismatic mineral, jutting from the earth and the Magnetic Mountain, occasionally emitting sparks of electricity. Judging from the charred black marks surrounding it, the intensity of the discharge seemed considerable. Shall we try to break off a piece to taste? Shiyu encouraged. To be honest, 11 had never sampled electric mines before, much like it had never encountered silkworm larvae. Thus, when faced with such an unusual delicacy, it instinctively questioned its edibility. A true gourmand is rather discerning. After all, one cannot eat just anything. Should it risk an upset stomach, it might hinder its training. Rest assured, it's edible. The basic requirement for the iron-eating beast to consume electric mines is a proficient level of hardening, and you have mastered it, so digestion will pose no problem. Hesitantly, 11 approached the electric mine, hardening its paw and exerting force to break a piece off. Bang! As the electric mine was severed, a brilliant discharge erupted, startling 11 and causing it to tumble onto the ground. How clumsy! You are fierce in battle yet managed to explode a mine on yourself, Shiyu remarked. Feeling embarrassed, 11 hastily stood up and retrieved the fallen piece of electric mine. At that moment, the electric current coursed through its body, sending tingles across its fur, leaving it quite unsettled. Previously, whether consuming iron bamboo or iron heart wood, 11 had always sensed the enticing aroma of food beforehand. However, this time, there was none. Instead, it appeared and felt exceedingly hazardous. Could it truly be eaten? 11 turned to Shiyu, contemplating if perhaps the beast tamer should sample it first. Not to worry. You go ahead. If you end up unwell, it won't matter. Your high-speed healing is proficient enough that any internal electric burns can heal on their own. Shiyu's reasoning was sound. The prerequisite for the iron-eating beast to consume electric mines was indeed to ensure that the electric currents would not harm its delicate internal cells. However, even if it were to sustain some damage, it would be inconsequential. With entry-level high-speed healing, external injuries could be mended, and with proficient high-speed healing, even internal wounds could be healed. Hence, there was no cause for concern, and Shiyu felt reassured. In fact, with such a healing skill, 11 could indulge in electric mines in abundance without fearing physical repercussions, thereby awakening its lightning-type talents more swiftly. Proficient high-speed healing. This was precisely why Shiyu believed 11 could consume an entire mountain's worth in 3 days. With Shiyu's encouragement, 11 displayed a resolute expression. Crunch. It fully hardened its body and bit into the piece of electric mine. Pop. As 11 diligently chewed, the electric current made the experience akin to eating popping candy. Completing the chewing, it then worked to swallow the fragmented electric mine. As 11 ingested the electric mine, a wave of electricity surged through its body, eliciting a delightful tingling sensation, reminiscent of lightning bursting within. The experience was rather unique. It did not recoil from the sensation, but rather found it akin to the comfort experienced during intense training, leading it to believe that perhaps it could indeed be consumed. Releasing a soft sigh, 11 expelled a faint arc of electricity and patted its belly, looking at Shiyu with anticipation. Is there more? Well, it seems there are no issues, so let us continue our quest for more electric mines to consume, Shiyu replied. According to the apprentice from the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School, consuming a significant quantity of electric mines would foster a certain affinity for lightning and accumulate lightning talents. During this process, being struck by lightning could also expedite the development of lightning-type abilities. These were the fundamental prerequisites for mastering lightning skills. In truth, Shiyu held a keen interest in lightning skills. Had the area been filled with flame mines or cold iron mines, he would not have been as invested. Given the limited capacity of the skill catalog, he was more inclined to have the iron-eating beast learn lightning-type skills over fire-type ones. The rationale was simple. Gold and lightning types complemented each other far better than gold and fire types. For formidable beast tamers, singular skills were merely foundational. The true mastery lay in combining various foundational skills to create composite techniques, marking a significant step in the cultivation of beast companions. However, for the average beast tamer, crafting composite techniques posed considerable challenges, as it demanded a high degree of proficiency among the disparate skills. Should one lack sufficient mastery, the skills would fail to intertwine seamlessly. Given the difficulty in honing skill proficiency, only a select few beast tamers, primarily those of master level, could achieve the synergistic effects of combining two skills into a greater whole. Yet for Shiyu, it might not prove as daunting, for he could rapidly enhance his proficiency. For instance, he could elevate the hardening skill to an extraordinary level, allowing it to form remote composite techniques with lightning skills. The hallmark of perfected hardening is fluidity and layering, while the hallmark of extraordinary level is external manifestation and application. It was said that only one iron-eating beast in the entirety of Icefield City had achieved such a level. This meant it could use hardened substances to forge weapons that detach from its body or apply a layer of hardening to external objects. Shiyu found this effect exceedingly intriguing. Thus, Shiyu contemplated the prospect of mastering the art of advanced hardening. He envisioned condensing a metallic projectile before his palm, subsequently accelerating it through electromagnetic force to launch it with formidable violence. The close-range hardening skill would seamlessly transform into a dual-type high-destructive remote combination technique akin to an electromagnetic cannon. The primary cultivation route for his iron-eating beast would predominantly focus on the metal and lightning elements, while most pet beasts possess a singular primary attribute. Adept beast tamers often imbue their creatures with skills from secondary attributes to forge powerful combination techniques. This supplementary attribute is typically referred to as the secondary attribute. Shiyu planned to focus primarily on metal, with lightning as a supplementary element, as these two attributes lend themselves well to synergistic techniques. Unlike the less compatible pairing of metal and fire, was that an electromagnetic scorpion? During their pursuit of electrical mines and electric slimes, Shiyu and his companions were the first to uncover a new electrical mine, not a solitary one, but a cluster of 3 or 4. However, unlike previous encounters, this electrical mine was guarded by ferocious beasts. 2 small electromagnetic scorpions, roughly the size of an arm, were absorbing the electrical energy leaking from the mine. Their purple bodies adorned with lightning patterns. Name: Electromagnetic Scorpion. Attribute: Lightning, species level. Low-level extraordinary, species skill. Electric Sting. The electromagnetic scorpion can absorb lightning and store it within its body, then inject a toxic electric current into its foes through its tail sting, ultimately leading to their demise. Although classified as low-level extraordinary, comparable to the silkworm, it posed a significantly greater threat. Hiss. Upon noticing the approach of other beings, the two electromagnetic scorpions, at around level 5, perceived a formidable challenge. Yet, before they could react, they found themselves grasped effortlessly in Shiyu's hand, their electric stings utterly ineffective against his hardened form. Roar! Shiyu swung his arm like a windmill, casting the electromagnetic scorpions far away. With their attention diverted toward 3 level 10 electric slimes, he deemed these minor adversaries unworthy of further concern. Having dispatched the competition, Shiyu commenced the excavation of the electrical mines, their objective, to consume every last electrical mine in the magnetic mountain region. The registration fee had already been paid, rendering resource conservation unnecessary. Undoubtedly, the Beast Tamer Association of Pingxing was not lacking in these electrical mines. Chapter 43. Duplication and Multiplication. What are these two individuals up to? It is evident that the magnetic mountain region is under significant scrutiny. In the headquarters of the training base, within the monitoring room, as Shiyu briefly attained the top score through the 5 spiky wild boars, he became the focal point of attention among the 5 professional beast tamers. On a whim, one of the professional beast tamers began searching for Shiryu's figure on the monitor, and to his surprise, he found him. However, Shiryu's current actions were truly baffling. On the screen, Shiryu and the Iron Eater were behaving like bullies, invading the territories of Thunder-type ferocious beasts. Subsequently, the small Iron Eater swiftly toppled the Thunder-type beasts. And then the turning point arrived. Shiryu and the Iron Eater exhibited no mindset of participating in a training assessment. Instead, they carelessly tossed the ferocious beasts far away, appearing utterly unconcerned about the points they represented. Moreover, although they had excavated the electrical ore, they had no intention of exchanging it for points. Instead, the Iron Eater opened its mouth and devoured everything in a single crunch. It was as if they were plundering every step of the way. With its mastery level hardening, this Iron Eater was indeed peculiar. One professional beast tamer leaned closer to observe the screen, slightly agape, and remarked, "What a monstrous newcomer." Truly exceptional beast tamers and their companions cannot remain concealed. Shiryu and his companion effortlessly dispatched the obstructing ferocious beasts, relying on their mastery level hardening and proficient level supervision. Invincible and unassailable. The group of professional beast tamers quickly recognized the extraordinary abilities of Shiryu and 11, exclaiming in astonishment, "No wonder they could hunt 5 wild boars. When I was an intern, I was nowhere near their level." This contender clearly seemed disinterested in trivial points, with the evident goal of targeting level 10 creatures. Judging by the performance of the Iron Eater on the monitor, confronting a level 10 creature was certainly within reach. The level 10 creatures in the magnetic mountain region. Could they be those 3 electrical slimes transported from outside? The head of the training program, Zhou Wanshan, commented, "Indeed, they are slimes. I wonder if they can handle them. However, even if they cannot, escaping should be no problem. Slimes are remarkably slow-moving creatures. As long as one passes the high school physical test, they should not be caught by the bouncing slimes. Conversely, even if Shiryu and his team can defeat the electrical slimes, they will likely have to pay a price. The primary concern lies in the electrical slime's discharge. A Thunder-type skill renowned for its penetrating power, compounded by the 4-level difference, meaning that even with mastery-level hardening, they may not emerge unscathed as they would against lower-level ferocious beasts. At Tianmong Mountain, in the magnetic mountain region, within the electrical cave, after consuming a plethora of electrical ore, 11 successfully imprinted the taste of the ore into his memory, utilizing its keen sense of smell. Shiryu and 11 located this place. Finally, they encountered the first electrical slime. Outside the small cave, Shiryu wore an excited expression, having finally discovered an electrical slime. The electrical slime, a bluish-purple, mud-like creature, resembled the electrical ore, with currents sporadically surging around its body. At that moment, it lay in a reduced state amidst a pile of electrical ore, seemingly unbothered by the surrounding discharges, instead appearing quite content. After all, given their attributes and constitution, they are immune to weak corresponding elemental forces. For them, electricity serves as nourishment rather than harm. They had found the electrical slime. Shiryu and the Iron Eater finally arrived at the electrical cave, drawing the intrigued gaze of the professional beast tamers. Although this Iron Eater appeared nimble and powerful, it evidently lacked ranged skills. In any battle, contact with the slime was inevitable. Since the slime was enveloped in electricity, any touch would result in being struck by its discharge, rendering it quite problematic. Thus, they anticipated that this battle might prove to be an intriguing spectacle. A thrilling contest of equals. Inside the electrical cave, upon sensing an approaching enemy, the electrical slime jolted awake from its meal, bouncing cautiously to observe Shiyu and his companions. A fierce battle was imminent. At that moment, an unexpected development unfolded. Shiyu quickly opened his backpack, tossing a pair of high-voltage insulated rubber gloves to 11, instructing, "Put these on, catch it, and drain its electricity." Roar. 11 skillfully donned the insulated gloves, clearly indicating that this was a prearranged tactic between Shiyu and 11. Immediately, to the astonishment of the professional Beast Tamers, the small Iron Eater charged towards the electrical slime, adorned with the insulated gloves. Simultaneously, the electrical slime, its body crackling with electricity, lunged at 11. Discharge is a low-tier skill that can only be activated through contact, and its mastery over the current is limited, making it easily countered. Undoubtedly, while the slime's strength is minimal, the intensity of its electrical current is formidable. However, facing a high-pressure insulated rubber glove, the electrical slime's thunder-type skill faltered as if a child were confronted by a parent, immediately extinguishing its charge. The jumping creature was caught by 11 as if he were catching a baseball. Sizzle. The electrical slime continuously discharged midair, bewildered. Meanwhile, 11, clutching the slime with the insulated gloves, turned his head sideways, unable to bear the sight of the currents erupting from the slime's body. This is terrifying. It seems I cannot consume it like the electrical ore. Oh my. This development left the professional Beast Tamers in the central monitoring room with their eyes wide open. What is happening? Can this be done? Are insulated gloves available in the base shop? Surely. Yet, no Beast Tamer had previously exhibited such a creative approach of equipping their companion to challenge Thunder-type ferocious beasts. Typically, they would don the gloves themselves. The electrical slime's strength lies primarily in its discharge and defense. Its other attributes are rather ordinary, making it vulnerable to the insulated gloves. Who captured the slime and set such a high point value? The professional Beast Tamers were left dumbfounded. The highest scoring level 10 creature. The slime was so easily subdued? This is disastrous. The other two slimes might also fall victim to this uniquely ingenious Beast Tamer. 12,000 points, practically a gift? Do not worry. It is not that simple, Zhou Wanshan remarked with a complex expression. 11, keep holding it. Let it continuously discharge. While 11 battled the slime, Shiyu fanned the flames of excitement. The electrical slime, aside from its discharge, had minimal physical strength, posing no chance of escape. Its strong defense stems from its soft, gooey body, which can withstand immense impact. Even a hardened punch might not deliver a killing blow. However, there was no need for Shiyu and his team to waste energy fighting it. They simply needed to hold it with the insulated gloves and wait for it to release the electrical energy from its body. This is called a strategy. Huff. The electrical slime felt frustrated and enraged. The discharge intensified, yet it still failed to affect the insulated gloves. In truth, facing a level 10 boss, attempting to exploit a loophole is not so simple. Even in this countered situation, the slime still had a chance to resist. However, unless pushed to the brink, the electrical slime was reluctant to employ this skill. High-tier skill, duplication. Should it use duplication, its strength would increase, and the internal current could be maximally stimulated. However, the side effects, it would likely lead to a prolonged energy depletion. The philosophy of the slime species is to minimize and appear cute whenever possible. Under normal circumstances, they would never resort to duplication to transform into a slime overlord. Yet now, the electrical slime, confronted with a desperate situation, clearly faced a unique circumstance. Roar. It roared in unbridled fury, its size expanding exponentially. At this moment, even with immense strength, 11 could no longer grasp it with both hands and was compelled to retreat. Suddenly, during the rapid enlargement of the electric slime, a spark ignited in Shiyu's eyes. I am unafraid of your growth. This is precisely what I awaited. 11, harden your body, Shiyu commanded without hesitation. As the electric slime increased in size, 11 completed the hardening process. In the next instant, the now uncontrollable electric slime launched a counterattack, colliding with Shiyu using its discharging, electrified form. The colossal electric slime, now measuring 1.5 meters in diameter, exhibited significantly greater impact force and electrical intensity than before. With a resounding bang, 11 countered with a powerful slap, resulting in a moment of stalemate. The massive electric slime was sent flying, but due to its malleable nature, it sustained minimal damage. Although 11 wore insulated gloves, The overwhelming discharge of electricity from the gigantic slime was too much to handle. After all, gloves could not provide the same protection as a full insulated suit, allowing some electrical currents to breach and affect other parts of the body. The combination of amplification and discharging had begun to take shape as a formidable technique. The tide had turned. While the electric slime was expending vast amounts of energy, the iron-eating beast was undoubtedly suffering as well, leading to a likely scenario of mutual destruction. Professional beast tamers watched the unfolding spectacle with great interest. Yet again, a reversal occurred. The adept healing ability was at last harnessed by 11 in the heat of battle. Although imperceptible from the outside, the areas within 11, scorched and paralyzed by electricity, were immediately enveloped in a wave of green vitality, restoring them. Roar. Rejuvenated, 11 charged forth with renewed vigor, akin to a bear undeterred by pain, dashing towards the enormous electric slime. This spectacle shattered the perceptions of the professional beast tamers. How formidable was the advanced hardening skill? Could it truly withstand such a massive discharge? Or perhaps the iron-eating beast's willpower was so strong that it endured the electric stimuli and retaliated fiercely. After all, 11 had previously consumed electric minerals as if they were mere candy. Meanwhile, the slime was left in a state of bewilderment, for after that last encounter, it had completely exhausted its energy. Initially captured, it had squandered an excessive amount of electrical energy, leaving it powerless to counterattack after its amplification. Seize it. Continue to drain its energy, came Shiyu's malevolent command from the side. Outside the electric cavern, the electric slime, having drained all its energy, appeared considerably dimmer, devoid of any electrical charge, and returned to its normal size. It was embraced by 11, who was exhilarated and panting, causing the slime to drift into a deep slumber. At that moment, Shiyu approached with a cheerful demeanor, gently stroking the slime with affection. With the initial 5 skill slots in the skill compendium filled after contracting his first pet, 11, an additional 5 slots were now added. The compendium was set to record its 7th skill, amplification. Discharge was deemed inferior due to its low skill level, falling short compared to Thunder Palm, leading Shiyu to forego it. In the next moment, the 7th page of the stone compendium unfolded in Shiyu's mind, revealing the image of the medium-tier, lightning-type creature. The electric slime. Skill. Amplification, skill level. Advanced description. A special ability that allows the body to shrink or enlarge. In a shrunk state, strength diminishes while energy recovery accelerates. In an enlarged state, energy consumption increases while strength amplifies. The universal skill was finally within reach. Hooray! As Shiyu toyed with the level 10 electric slime as if it were mere clay, the entire monitoring chamber of professional beast tamers fell into silence. Not only had he defeated it, but he also dared to personally manipulate a level 10 creature? How terrifying this was for both the beast tamers and their pets. Was he truly just an apprentice? Chapter 44. The skill pictorial next, without a doubt. The electric cave occupied by the electric slime has fallen under the dominion of Shiyu. This place is rich in electric ore, ample enough for 11 to feast upon. Moreover, Shiyu has not hastily exchanged the electric slime for points. Each day, it provides 2 pieces of electric ore as sustenance, yet no matter how much is consumed, energy must be released. Shiyu communicated telepathically with the drowsy electric slime. This creature serves as a remarkable generator. Its discharge ability can enhance 11's resistance to lightning, thereby augmenting its affinity for electric type. It is akin to physical conditioning through electricity. Generally, such training would be impossible for most pets, but 11 is an exception. With a hint of innate electrical talent, coupled with a proficient level of rapid healing, it can swiftly recover from the injuries inflicted by electrical stimulation, allowing 11 to train with reckless abandon using electricity. The electric slime mused, "I may not be human, but you are certainly not human either." Thus, the drained electric slime became the second training tool following the green silkworm. Upon comprehending the new training regimen from Shiyu, the Iron Eater danced joyously. 11 found this innovative method of training quite intriguing. Consuming electric ore while enduring a weakened discharge seemed to yield training results comparable to the rigorous methods of jumping off buildings. However, this training regimen left 11's fur noticeably fluffier, giving it a somewhat plumper appearance. In the safe zone, the little bear Yinchi, who had informed Shiyu about the possibility of training at Magnetic Mountain, fell into contemplation, observing the scene where the Iron Eater jogged alongside the discharging electric slime. He was left bewildered. Although he had mentioned to Shiyu that allowing the Iron Eater to undergo a baptism of lightning after consuming electric or could enhance its electrical affinity, He had not anticipated that Shiyu would repurpose the electric slime as a mere tool. The telepathic ability is astoundingly powerful. Shiyu's unorthodox methods continued. In utilizing insulated gloves, they swiftly procured a companion for the first slime. Another electric slime residing in a different electric cave at Magnetic Mountain was captured. The following day, a third slime also fell prey to Shiyu and the Iron Eater. Ultimately, the situation evolved into 3 slimes assisting 11 in its training. The 3 energy-depleted electric slimes were arranged in a triangular formation around 11, who stood at the center. Shiyu provided a piece of electric ore. Each slime that absorbed a bit of energy had to discharge some electricity, allowing the Iron Eater in the middle to undergo physical conditioning. Though the slimes were reluctant, they had no choice but to yield to the overwhelming presence of Shiyu and the Iron Eater. Shiyu's management was impeccable, ensuring that the slimes received minimal food, keeping their combat abilities at the level of electric putty, rendering them utterly incapable of resistance. With the experience he had gained from managing the green silkworm, Shiyu's control over the slime's sustenance was torturous for them. Thus, through the abundant electric ore and the slime's discharging exercises, Shiyu and his companions reaped rewards after merely a day spent in the Magnetic Mountain area. On the 29th, at noon, after a day of exploration, all easily accessible mining spots in the Magnetic Mountain had been thoroughly scoured by Shiyu and his team. As 11 endured its lightning training, it consumed voraciously. And then, a problem arose. Oh woo. After being electrified, the fluffy 11 extended its palm. In the next moment, a surge of blue-white electricity erupted from its palm, swirling wildly. Mid-tier skill, Thunder Palm. What the? This sudden change nearly caused Shiyu, who was resting nearby, to topple over. What is happening? 11. Has autonomously comprehended Thunder Palm? He hastily sought out Yanqi to register this development, calling out to 11. Mr. Yanqi, is this the Thunder Palm you mentioned? Crackle. The Iron Eater extended its palm, its expression one of utmost seriousness. A second later, dozens of blue-white arcs of electricity burst forth from its palm. Look, the skill pictorial. Perhaps it should not exist at all. What the heck? Yanqi was utterly flabbergasted. How is this possible? This defies logic. He stared in astonishment at the Iron Eater Cub 11, whose palm now crackled with electricity, lost in contemplation about life. How could it awaken its lightning affinity so rapidly? Nearly after one day? Currently, his Iron Eater seems to have less control over lightning than this little cub. This is absurd, according to general theories. Merely relying on electric, ore, and being shocked should not lead to such a swift awakening of electrical talent. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few Iron Eaters in the Zhushi martial arts school capable of mastering Thunder Palm. There must be additional steps involved. How could Shiyu and his companions complete all the training in just one day with such simple materials? Perhaps it is because we worked diligently? Shiyu pondered. Yanqi suddenly found himself speechless, for whenever he observed Shiyu and this Iron Eater, they were invariably engaged in combat, training, or eating. Rarely did they take breaks. And when they did, it was only for a moment before they swiftly resumed their activities. He couldn't help but wonder if he had stumbled upon a fake Iron Eater. Are you certain this is an Iron Eater and not a hyperactive canine creature? It still seems unscientific. Yanqi gazed at the Iron Eater cub. Even so, this talent is astonishingly monstrous. So this is Thunder Palm, Shiyu chuckled. Indeed, it defies science. The wood-type skill Rapid Healing pertains to the application of one's life force, representing growth. In the 5 elements and 8 trigram system, lightning corresponds to wood. Thus, the injuries resulting from physical conditioning with electricity, when healed by wood-type skills, not only enhance training efficiency, but likely create some wondrous reactions between the two, thereby accelerating 11's mastery process. This may defy logic, but it is undeniably fantastical. Yanqi still questioned the meaning of life. Although it appears somewhat weaker, it is indeed Thunder Palm. Yes, the intensity is still insufficient. It barely meets the entry-level standard. True mastery of Thunder Palm will only be achieved when the palm can withstand high-intensity electric currents, allowing the concentrated lightning to possess a strong, paralyzing, piercing effect. I understand now. Shiyu nodded, feeling elated within. This is an effortless gain. Initially, he thought he would have to go to the martial arts school to replicate the technique for 11 to master Thunder Palm, yet it learned it on its own, which was a delightful surprise for him. It seems that there is indeed a certain correlation between different skills. Once one skill is mastered, learning another becomes significantly easier. For instance, Thunder Palm can be seen as an advanced skill derived from discharging. If one can wield Thunder Palm, it is tantamount to being able to use discharge. However, Even though 11 has autonomously learned it, Shiyu still decided to include Thunder Palm in the pictorial. In Shiyu's view, the pictorial's functionality for honing skill proficiency is exceedingly important. A mid-tier skill maxed out may yield effects that rival those of super-tier skills. So, Mr. Yinchi, could you assist me in registering the slime's points? Are you heading back to Magnetic Mountain? No, there aren't many electric ores left there now. Yinchi, you beast. The points accumulated from that heap of electric ore must surely exceed those of 3 slimes. Have you consumed them all? After Shiyu departed, Yinchi remained in a state of disbelief, stiffly dialing the number of Master Lin from the Zhu Martial Arts School. Yinchi here, what is the matter? Master Lin Hongyan inquired from the other end. Master Lin, it is true that Shiyu followed my advice and went to Magnetic Mountain to train. Oh, how were the results? The results were excellent. His Iron Eater consumed an entire mountain of electric ore, and then they captured 3 electric slimes to aid in training. They have now successfully mastered Thunder Palm. Lin Hongyan. Huh, are you seriously joking with me? Chapter 45. The trial concludes once 11 had mastered the Thunder Palm. Shiyu felt it was time to seek new grounds for his training. Although remaining in the Magnetic Mountain could allow him to continue searching for electrical ores to enhance 11's newly acquired lightning skills, it seemed rather futile. The exposed electrical ore deposits in the Magnetic Mountain area, such as those in the 3 electrical caves, had nearly been exhausted. What remained were elusive and hard-to-find sources, making further searches inefficient. Instead, it would be wiser to utilize the remaining time to gather other resources. 11. Let us assist the Qing Mian worm in finding some nutritious food, Shiyu suggested. Contemplating that the Qing Mian worm had been with them for quite some time and had yet to consume anything substantial. Over the past few days, the Qing Mian worm had been quite helpful, and it deserved a reward for its efforts. Sure. 11 nodded nonchalantly, agreeing that it was indeed appropriate. After their daily training, the worm often appeared utterly exhausted, and 11 feared losing this little companion. The Qing Mian worm in the backpack looked teary-eyed. Generally, preparations for the Qing Mian worm's evolution materials were reserved for levels 9 and 10, as it approached its cocooning stage. At this juncture, Shiyu began to ponder the direction in which he should nurture the Qing Mian worm for its evolution. Determining the evolution path for a pet beast is crucial. For 11, Shiyu had adhered to the standard battle pet template, focusing on versatility and combat prowess. However, for the Qing Mian worm, he desired a departure from the traditional battle pet mold, especially since he possessed a skill compendium that made customizations relatively straightforward. He contemplated selecting rare and more practical evolution paths. Perhaps a healing butterfly? An auxiliary butterfly? For instance, a radiant goddess butterfly, endowed with light manipulation and illusionary abilities, could serve as an excellent personal bodyguard for a beast master, possessing a wide array of capabilities. Alternatively, could he pursue a mythical evolution? Traditional mythical creatures, such as dragons and phoenixes, are inherently noble beings. The ice phoenix moth, the first known case of a Qing Mian worm mastering ethereal silk at a national level, underwent evolution by integrating the ice phoenix bloodline during its transformation, thereby ascending from the lowest tier of the pet hierarchy to that of a prestigious monarch-level species. Moreover, if compatibility were sufficient, he could select some rare attributes like spatial or temporal affinities. The idea of having a pet capable of instantaneous movement would be invaluable for escaping perilous situations, allowing for a sense of invulnerability. Furthermore, these rare attributes would not necessarily imply weakness in other respects. As Shiyu mulled over these possibilities, he realized the evolution routes for the Qing Mian worm were indeed overwhelming, leaving him bewildered. The key factors remained skills and materials. Acquiring rare skills and materials was no simple feat. For instance, where could he find the evolution materials needed for the ice phoenix moth? It seemed he could only rely on the channels available to 11. Never mind, it is too early to fret over such matters. I shall see what materials I can encounter along the way, he concluded. For now, the priority was to elevate the worm's silk to its highest potential. Flipping through a compendium, Shiyu discovered a type of spiritual plant perfectly suited for the Qing Mian worm, dragon whisker grass. This first-tier spiritual herb, named for its resemblance to the whiskers of an eastern dragon, was favored by beasts that mastered silk techniques, effectively enhancing the resilience and sharpness of their silk. Thus, he set forth on a quest for dragon whisker grass, intending to challenge formidable feral beasts along the way. The ensuing day unfolded with this objective in mind. Collecting dragon whisker grass proved to be a relatively low-difficulty endeavor, as the arachnid beasts near the grass were not particularly formidable. The most formidable among them was a level 10 awakened beast, the phantom-faced wolf spider, valued at 4,000 points. Ultimately, however, it was subdued by 11. While the battle was somewhat more challenging than the encounter with the electric slime, it indeed showcased 11's combat prowess, which surpassed that of these untrained wild level 10 beasts. The reasoning was quite simple. Despite their higher growth levels, these wild creatures lacked skill proficiency, relying primarily on instinct, with few engaging in self-training. For instance, the slime's electrical discharge and duplication skills were merely at the novice level. Similarly, the phantom-faced wolf spider possessed only one proficient-level racial skill, rendering the level disparity less significant when faced with 11, who boasted multiple proficient and even expert-level skills. In truth, Shiyu hoped for tougher spider-like beasts nearby, preferably ones that possessed premonitory skills akin to spider's sense. That would indeed delight him. Shiyu envisioned 11 embodying the renowned three-color haki from the globally acclaimed manga One Piece, with the armed color solidification and the conqueror's color intimidation acquired. He merely lacked the perceptive color. However, if it were not to be, possessing enhanced vision would suffice as a substitute. Proficient-level enhanced vision would grant 11 exceptional dynamic sight, allowing it to clearly lock onto targets even in extreme conditions like dense fog, a remarkable ability. As it progressed to expert and perfect levels, according to the information Shiyu had gathered, it might even achieve a 360-degree perspective and perceive the flow of energy. As for the ethereal level, the specifics remained unclear, but the effects would undoubtedly be more potent. With fully maximized enhanced vision serving as a reconnaissance skill, it would be anything but ineffective. In summary, during this final day, the Qingmian worm was quite pleased, feeling that this training session had not been in vain. The dragon whisker grass was far tastier than Shiryu's leftover meals. In less than 3 days, Shiryu, 11, and the Qingmian worm had each made significant gains. Shiryu gained the duplication skill, 11 autonomously mastered the thunder palm, and the Qingmian worm enjoyed a sumptuous feast. It was evident who had reaped the most rewards. In the blink of an eye, the 3-day training expedition at Tianmong Mountain was drawing to a close. At the training base, 5 professional beast masters scrutinized the final scores displayed on the large screen. First place, Shiyu, 20,000 points. In addition to 4 level 10 creatures and 5 spiky wild boars, Shiyu had also casually collected some resources along the way, amassing a total of 20,000 points. As expected, he was the first, although there had been a degree of cleverness in hunting the slime. The subsequent solo hunt of the phantom-faced wolf spider undeniably validated their true capabilities. Zhou Wanshan, the chief supervisor, listened to the evaluations of his teammates while silently observing Shiryu's profile. The average pet level of the apprentice beast masters at this training base was relatively low. None of them had a pet that reached level 10. Level 10 represented the strongest feral beasts currently inhabiting Tianmong Mountain. The fact that he could command a level 6 iron-eating beast to triumph over 4 level 10 beasts was truly remarkable. First place was indeed well-deserved. It was rare to encounter a beast master capable of battling above their level in Pingqing. One could only wonder how he would perform in the upcoming ruins. With Shiryu's current achievements, he undoubtedly secured his qualification for entry into the ruins. It's finally over. Thank heavens it's over. I've consumed tree fruits for 2 whole days and nearly vomited. I long for a bath. If I cannot bathe soon, I shall perish. Am I somehow attracting mosquitoes? In less than 3 days, I've been bitten 49 times. After the mechanical bird at the training base announced the conclusion of the assessment, the apprentice beast masters of Tianmong Mountain descended the mountain, lamenting their experiences. Meanwhile, Shiryu walked calmly, gazing at the sky, reflecting on the hardships he had endured during this trial. The potential 10 million points were enticing. Perhaps he should allocate a portion of the rewards for himself and acquire some high-quality supplements. Chapter 46. Acquiring supplements at the Tianmong Mountain Training Base. A vast playground was filled with weary beast tamers. Initially, 100 individuals entered the mountain, yet only 73 remained standing here at the end. The 27 who had withdrawn were, unsurprisingly, those who could not endure the harsh outdoor conditions or were injured during the trials, necessitating their exit. Zhou Wanshan, the head of the training, stood at the podium and spoke bluntly. Below, the trainee beast tamers remained silent, acknowledging his authority. However, rather than engage in idle chatter, the aspirants were far more eager to discover their scores and rankings in this assessment. Although they could roughly estimate their own points during the trials, the scores of others remained a mystery, leaving them unaware of their specific standings. Now, If you wish to know your exact scores, you may check for yourselves. The results have been posted on that wall, Zhou announced. The top 20 would gain the opportunity to explore the ruins, and in a week's time, they would be led into the relics. Further details would be communicated via the association's notifications. With this, the training assessment concluded, and after exchanging their points, they could depart. Following this brief announcement, Zhou Wanshan turned and left, leaving the crowd in a cacophony of excitement. As anticipated, everyone surged towards the wall beside the podium. The training base had printed 10 copies of the score rankings, affixed them to the wall, allowing everyone to see clearly. Among the throng, Shiyu moved with the crowd, scanning the list from top to bottom. First place, Shiyu, 20,000 points. He pondered. Who was Shiyu? He did not recognize the name. Evidently, he was not from their school. The majority of the present trainee Beast Tamers were indeed students, given the generally low average level of participants. The older cohort of trainees, whose Beast companions average level 10, had been assigned to a different training base. As the crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the identity of the first-place Shiyu, the man himself, upon seeing his name, simply turned and departed, modestly concealing his achievements. Winning first place in a mere assessment is hardly remarkable, he thought. However, after Shiryu's exit, he found himself the subject of envy. Wow, Shiryu, exclaimed the exemplary student Shinkai. Staring at the name at the top of the list, a wave of complex emotions washing over him. Despite knowing Shiryu's strength, seeing him take first place stirred a tinge of sadness within him. 20,000 points, equivalent to 5 awakened level 10 ferocious beasts. He glanced at his own ranking, feeling as though, despite a week's effort, he was only drifting further from Shiryu. Do you know this person? Shinkai's classmates began to inquire, surprised by his reaction. Who is he? They wondered. Realization struck. No wonder Shinkai's ice armor beast had recently advanced so quickly. He must have received guidance from a master. Is it the Mingshin capsule? The one Shinkai often consumes during training? They speculated. Subsequently, Shiryu proceeded to redeem his points and encountered a familiar face. Xiaoxiong, Yanqi, greeted Shiryu with a cheerful smile. Let me help you with your exchange. By the way, I informed Master Lin about your mastery of the Thunder Palm with your Iron Eater. Oh, what did Master Lin say? Shiryu inquired. Yanqi chuckled inwardly, already envisioning Master Lin's incredulous expression. He probably questions his teaching abilities at this point. Master Lin has asked you to visit the martial arts hall when you have time. They have some special nutritional supplements and insights on the Thunder Palm skill to share with you. All right, Shiryu nodded. He pondered whether Master Lin, the father of that panda senior, possessed any other advanced skills that could benefit him. After all, he was among the most formidable beast tamers in Ping City and surely had some expertise to impart. At that moment, he yearned for home, missing the comfort of a soft bed, hot showers, and normal food. The wilderness was truly an inhospitable place. He resolved that once he had the means, he would contract a mechanical life form, perhaps something akin to a transformer, capable of transforming into a giant robot for battle, as well as an aircraft, a car, or even a house for habitation. This way, in the desolate wilds, he could still enjoy a semblance of modern life. Upon returning home, Shiryu indulged in some self-care before reclining. He flipped over, picked up his phone, and logged on to the website suggested by Lu, who claimed it was the go-to place for purchasing resources. There were discounts and home delivery, which would save him the trouble of venturing out to shop. With a week left before he was to lead the successful candidates into the ruins, he felt pressed for time. Shiryu longed to focus on steady development. Yet his reckless spirit was also stirring restlessly. Darn it, I can't control myself. I'm so tempted to take a look. He decided to heed Lu Qingyi's advice that the ruins posed little danger, being a trial-type site. He would merely observe and refrain from recklessness. Regardless, he resolved to splurge on some resources first. For the sake of his family's happiness, it was best for the Qingmian worm to autonomously explore its evolutionary path. If all went well, he might even find suitable evolution materials within the ruins. This was a reasonable investment. Shiryu sought not resources for his beasts, but rather for beast tamers, potent supplements designed to sustain them through prolonged battles. However, as they advanced beyond the apprentice level, the advantages of those with combat-enhancing talents became increasingly evident. A telepathic beast tamer and a combat-enhanced one would, as their levels rose, find the latter gaining a significant edge in practical combat. Nonetheless, the cost of such battles would also be higher for the combat-enhanced beast tamers, necessitating precisely the type of supplements he sought. Unlike the Mingshin capsule, which was synthesized from low-grade materials, The resources available on this particular website were primarily all natural. While the prices were higher, Shiyu deemed it a worthy investment if the effects were substantial. Plant-based extraordinary life-form root fibers, Queen Bee royal jelly, frog oil from the Alone Clan's sky-swallowing frog, the divine beans from the sacred tree's realm. Capable of restoring a Beast Tamer's vitality and energy in the shortest time possible, bringing their bodies back to peak condition, these peculiar yet oddly familiar supplements caught his eye. The divine bean, while effective, cost a minimum of 100,000 per piece, which was somewhat steep. Nevertheless, he decided to purchase one to test its efficacy, hopeful that it might facilitate his exploration of advanced skills such as doubling, absolute sleep, and intimidation. It seemed prudent to make an arrangement for one. Refined Text Chapter 47. First advanced skill uncertain of each supplement's precise effects, Shiyu hesitated to purchase excessively. After careful deliberation, he selected 3 supplements, acquiring a modest quantity of each. 5 strands of ginseng baby's whiskers, 250,000 yuan, minimum purchase of 5. A small vial of 100-flower Queen Bee's royal jelly, 300,000 yuan. 5 somewhat lackluster divine beans, 500,000 yuan, minimum purchase of 5. Shiyu spent 1,050,000 yuan in one fell swoop, depleting nearly 1/10 of his initial capital of 10 million. He felt a pang of regret, questioning his extravagance. However, the prospect of imparting advanced skills to 11 with these supplements, while simultaneously maximizing skill proficiency, assuaged his remorse. After all, wealth is meant to be expended. Moreover, this million yuan might prove more beneficial in acquiring supplements for himself than purchasing food and nutrients for 11. And these were merely the most economical supplements available. Shiyu sighed and drifted back to sleep after placing his order. He awoke again in the evening, aware that late-night meditation or phone usage might impair his daytime condition. Shiyu resolved to continue sleeping. However, after an afternoon nap, he was no longer particularly drowsy. Consequently, after preparing dinner for his 2 pets, Shiyu resorted to teaching the silkworm skill to the green silkworm in the aviary. Only after his stamina waned did sleepiness return. This skill index seemed to possess the added benefit of alleviating insomnia, which was quite advantageous. The subsequent day dawned bright and clear. Shiyu arose refreshed. He initially intended to visit the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts Hall, but a text message prompted him to reconsider. The supplements he had purchased the previous day were en route, having already arrived in Icefield City, and were scheduled for delivery that day. The efficiency was truly remarkable. Therefore, he decided to remain at home. In the morning, 11 practiced Thunder Palm in the courtyard. The green silkworm continued its slumber, and Shiyu meditated. Around midday, as Shiyu was about to prepare lunch, a knock echoed at his door. "Delivery for you." "Coming," he replied, opening the door to find a young man in a blue delivery uniform standing beside a 2-meter-tall, fully armored giant bird. The bird possessed powerful muscles, resplendent golden-brown plumage, and keen eyes. Despite its imposing appearance, it currently served as a mere transport animal, bearing a large delivery box. Name: Skywing. Attribute: Wind, race level, high transcendent, race skills, Wind Wing, Rend, keen sight. Windblade. The young man extracted the box containing the supplements from the delivery box suspended on the Skywing and handed it to Shiyu. "Please sign here." Shiyu was astonished that a transcendent-level creature was being used for deliveries. The Skywing was among the most prestigious and formidable avian pets of the transcendent race. "Are you a professional beast tamer?" Shiyu inquired casually as he signed. "Yes, I'm a recent hire. Please excuse any shortcomings," the young man replied. After receiving the goods, Shiyu was disheartened. Had the standards for the delivery industry risen so dramatically? However, the salary must be substantial, considering the high-end resources delivered by that website. After signing, Shiyu returned the delivery slip. The delivery man accepted it and then turned to Shiyu. "This young patron is an apprentice beast tamer, correct? I'm curious as to why you purchase so many advanced supplements. Even I, as a professional, don't require this many." "Oh well, never mind. I suppose he wouldn't want to be lacking at this level. Have a pleasant day." "Thank you," Shiyu replied. After exchanging pleasantries, the delivery was complete. Subsequently, in the courtyard, Shiyu meticulously removed the supplements, handling them with utmost care to avoid scratches or damage. He first retrieved a bottle containing 5 small green beans. After consulting the accompanying instructions, Shiyu summoned 11. 11, come here quickly." "Ing?" 11, who had been playing with electricity in the courtyard, trotted over eagerly. Now possessing more advanced supplements, Shiryu was filled with anticipation. Skill, size manipulation, skill level, advanced, description, a special ability that allows the user to shrink or enlarge their body. In the shrunken state, strength is diminished, but energy recovery is accelerated. In the enlarged state, energy consumption increases, but strength is augmented. Status: teachable. Shiryu planned to teach 11 the size manipulation skill first. As for why he didn't choose the intimidation skill, which could grant 11 the qualities of a king, or absolute sleep, which could enhance his and 11's training efficiency. The reason was simple: size manipulation was more intriguing. In any case, with so many supplements, teaching all 3 advanced skills sooner or later was inevitable. Shiryu opted for the more appealing size manipulation skill first. In its enlarged state, 11 could augment its combat prowess, while in its shrunken state, it could accelerate its stamina recovery. Learning this skill first was not a loss. Shiryu extracted a divine bean and placed it in his mouth. Index: teach. As Shiryu initiated the teaching process, his right hand once again emanated a white aura. Upon witnessing this familiar scene, 11 was momentarily stunned. It panicked. Was its Beast Tamer about to bestow effortless gains upon it once more? Having just independently mastered Thunderpalm, its Beast Tamer was already attempting to corrupt its spirit with external aids. It was simply, 11 proactively extended its head. If it couldn't resist, it would choose to indulge. Thus, the white light, representing the experience of the size manipulation skill, flowed into 11's body, while Shiryu's legs began to buckle. Cooldown time: 168 hours. The cooldown for the skill, Silkworm, was approximately 8 hours. For low-level skills, it was about 24 hours, and for mid-level skills, it was around 48 hours. Shiryu had anticipated a 72-hour cooldown for advanced skills, but it had more than doubled. In a state of extreme weakness, Shiryu felt as though he were about to expire. He hastily swallowed the divine bean. Immediately, a surge of energy coursed through Shiryu's body. As the description indicated, the divine bean unleashed vast nourishment to revitalize Shiryu's body in an extremely short span of time. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A surge of power erupted from Shiryu's body. Cooldown time: 48 hours. Although it didn't fully restore Shiryu, it drastically reduced the depletion to a manageable level. Suddenly, Shiryu felt as though he had taught a mid-level skill rather than an advanced one. Based on his seasoned experience with the exhaustion of teaching mid-level skills, Shiryu immediately recovered. It seemed that advanced skills were his current teaching limit. Without a significant leap in physical constitution, he absolutely could not attempt super-level skills. Even with more potent supplements, it was utterly perilous. Shiryu exhaled a long breath and, disregarding the dirt on the ground, plopped down where he stood, gazing at 11. At that moment, 11 was slightly closing its eyes, assimilating the experience of the advanced size manipulation skill. "Have you mastered it?" Shiryu asked. 11 nodded vigorously. "Then show me how you enlarge yourself." Upon hearing Shiryu's words, the rotund 11 nodded earnestly and solemnly initiated the size manipulation skill. In the next moment, ripples seemed to emanate from 11's body. Accompanied by these ripples, its body began to tremble slightly. Subsequently, as the amplitude of the transparent ripples increased, its body began to expand in circles. Rather than an abrupt enlargement, its physique gradually expanded proportionally. Limbs, torso, head, and fur all underwent transformation at this moment. Moments later, a still plump and seemingly unchanged creature, yet now towering and doubled in size, appeared before Shiyu. At this moment, the creature, known as 11, slowly waved its unfamiliar arms, feeling the energy within it rapidly depleting. However, simultaneously, it sensed that its strength had magnified significantly, akin to the disparity in power between a juvenile panda and an adult one. In this state, 11 believed that if it were to encounter those spiky wild boars again, it could effortlessly swat them away for several meters. Its gaze brimmed with combativeness. Yet, the rumbling of its stomach betrayed that spirit. 11 thought, "Oh dear." Within a mere 10 seconds, dizziness began to set in, as the recent training had already sapped considerable stamina. All right, let us revert to a smaller size. This phenomenon, termed doubling, could manifest as 1 times, 2 times, 3 times, and conversely, half times and quarter times, leading to what is known as a diminutive state. Upon sensing 11's newfound power as a beast master, Shiyu promptly instructed it to shrink and restore its energy. In the next instant, 11 began to deflate rapidly. First shrinking in a swift spiral to its normal height of approximately 1 meter. Then it continued to diminish, quickly transforming into a half-meter tall, round and squat version of itself, a true embodiment of cuteness. In this state, it resembled its younger self more closely, appearing harmless, with large eyes that conveyed innocence. With a soft whimper, 11 patted its belly, expressing its grievances. Although reduced in size, it was still hungry. Ahem, it seems that the entry-level doubling, increasing to double size, and then shrinking to half, is already at its limit. It was evident that Shiyu's envisioned colossal iron-eating beast, akin to the size of Ultraman, along with the miniature iron-eating beast that could perch on his shoulder, required a bit more proficiency. Nevertheless, this was quite satisfactory, considering it had only just begun learning. Well then, let us have a meal, Shiyu said cheerfully, looking at the diminutive iron-eating beast. We shall dine like this from now on. I reckon it will save quite a bit on food expenses, he joked. 11, taken aback, responded. What? Chapter 48, The Joy of Continuous Investment. After much anticipation, 11 finally mastered its first advanced skill, a moment that brought great satisfaction to Shiryu. Although the rumored super skills with the ability to move mountains and drain seas, as well as the mythical god-level skills capable of altering the very fabric of reality, remained a distant dream, this was nonetheless a significant advancement. However, upon observing the cooldown time of 48 hours, Shiryu fell into deep contemplation. Instead of promptly preparing lunch for 11 and the others, he reached for the bottle containing the divine beans. One single divine bean could negate a 120-hour period of weakness. If he consumed another, would it not restore him to full health, perhaps even better than before? The instructions indicated that divine beans could be consumed repeatedly during a state of weakness until perfect recovery was achieved. He had purchased the lowest grade of divine beans, so there was no concern about overdosing. Consuming 2 or 3 at once should pose no problem. How wonderful! This was a pleasure unattainable through the synthetic medicinal capsules. Yet, just as he was about to consume the second divine bean, Shiryu hesitated. The effects of the divine beans were evidently far greater than the 48-hour weakness period. Consuming them outright would be a loss. The instructions did not specify whether they could be halved, and if he continued to consume them whole, he would be wasting a considerable sum of money. The cost of a divine bean was 100,000 yuan per piece, while the whiskers of the ginseng baby were 50,000 yuan each. Perhaps it would be wiser to consider alternative supplements. No, even the ginseng baby's whiskers were not a guarantee. Shiryu then retrieved the royal jelly from the bee queen, which was also contained in a small bottle. Although the term queen suggested a regal status, it was merely a leader-level creature. This creature thrived by absorbing the nectar from various exotic flowers. The so-called royal jelly, known by many names, including bee pollen and bee royal jelly, was a tonic even in his past life. In this world, its restorative properties were even more pronounced. Shiryu fetched his goji berry water cup, emptied its contents, and prepared to brew the new supplement. This small bottle of royal jelly, valued at 300,000 yuan, could be utilized multiple times and simply needed to be mixed with warm water for internal consumption. Thus, theoretically, starting with this supplement allowed for better control over the dosage, ensuring nothing went to waste. In a large cup, Shiryu mixed 1/3 of the royal jelly. After thorough blending, he took a small sip and waited. The onset of effects was considerably slower than that of the divine beans. It took several minutes for his body to react. Cooldown time, 46 hours after just a sip. The weakness period was reduced by 2 hours. Shiryu was immediately elated. How delightful it was to have wealth. It must be said that one gets what one pays for. The medicinal capsules available at local pharmacies could not possibly match such efficacy. The capsules merely forced a temporary restoration of his spirit, and their cooldown times were not comparable, offering only minimal assistance. What a stark contrast it was to witness the cooldown time visibly decrease, as though he was witnessing a rebirth. He resolved never to return to that pharmacy again. Freeing himself from the peculiar gazes of the staff. Gulp, gulp. Shiryu took another swig, carrying the water cup with him. He intended to eliminate the cooldown time today and teach the skill once more that evening. The joy of investing was unparalleled, significantly enhancing his teaching efficiency. It seemed that the initial investment of 10 million yuan for 11 and the blue silkworm would not allow for excessive indulgence. It was better to save for more cost-effective supplements. An adept beast master capable of harnessing such effects from these supplements was likely only him. On the night of the same day, Shiryu had consumed nearly half a cup of his joyful elixir. His teaching cooldown had finally reached 0. While he was certainly happy, a twinge of caution lingered. The concoction had cost him 1/3 of his royal jelly, amounting to approximately 50,000 yuan for half a cup. In contrast, the divine bean, valued at 100,000 yuan, had restored 120 hours of weakness. The cost-effectiveness was immediately apparent. However, this comparison was not entirely fair, as divine beans primarily restored physical and mental stamina, while royal jelly, in addition to similar effects, could also prevent illness. Shiyu found it tedious to calculate further. The pressing issue was that after a day of supplements, he felt slightly overindulged and suspected sleep would elude him. That evening, it was clear that the first choice for teaching skills should be the silkworm thread. The 8-hour weakness period it induced was perfectly suited for sleep. Shiyu decisively sought out the blue silkworm for the 4th lesson on silkworm thread after achieving mastery. While proficiency increased, there had been no qualitative transformation. It appeared that attaining perfect mastery of silkworm thread would require further teaching. No matter, he would rely on nightly lessons to master the silkworm thread, and soon he would reach full proficiency. This approach not only improved silkworm thread mastery, but also helped prevent insomnia, promoting restful sleep and ensuring physical and mental well-being, a truly profitable endeavor. August 2nd, early morning. Shiyu took out a divine bean and the remaining half bottle of his joyful elixir, intending to teach 11 another advanced skill. 11, after its morning exercises and breakfast, was once again summoned by Shiyu, feeling a twinge of anxiety. To be precise, it sensed a foreboding. As anticipated, under 11's gaze, Shiryu's right hand glowed once more. What now? The little iron-eating beast covered its eyes. This time, it was a skill designed to enhance training efficiency. Skill, absolute sleep, skill level, advanced, description, a mental type skill that enables the user to enter a super deep sleep, rapidly restoring various states. Status, teachability at first glance. The absolute sleep skill may not seem impressive, yet it harbors immense potential. When a creature enters the Beast Master's space, its state resembles this absolute sleep. It could be said that if a wild creature mastered this skill, it would essentially carry a portable version of a Beast Master's space with limited functionality, a highly valuable asset. Generally speaking, even a novice-level absolute sleep would surpass the recovery effects of a Beast Master's space. Unless, of course, Shiyu could elevate the level of his Beast Master's space. However, Shiyu felt that his pace in upgrading the Beast Master's space might not match 11's speed in mastering absolute sleep. In essence, once 11 learned this skill, as long as Shiyu ensured an adequate supply of food and nutrition, combined with absolute sleep, 11 could train independently, achieving high efficiency. Simultaneously, without reliance on the Beast Master's space for rest, Shiyu would have more time and energy to enhance the Beast Master's space, thus elevating his own status as a Beast Master. This was precisely how it should be. The Beast Master should grow alongside their beast. Otherwise, if 11 reached an extraordinary level while he remained a novice Beast Master, it would be quite awkward. Upon completing the skill introduction, 11 opened its eyes. This skill is excellent. Moreover, once proficiency improves, it can also be utilized in combat. At low mastery levels, absolute sleep restores stamina at a slower pace. But at high mastery levels, it might only require a brief nap to recover substantial stamina. When that time comes, encountering an enemy would allow for a swift activation of doubling, hardening, and then charging in with powerful strikes. If injured, one could use rapid healing for treatment. When stamina runs low, simply shrink and sleep, waking to continue the battle. Do you understand? 11 nodded fervently, instantly grasping the concept. I've learned it. This tactic is truly remarkable. That day, Shiyu, sustained by divine beans and invigorated by elixirs, observed 11's autonomous training. Recuperating and summarizing a life lesson, consistent investment yields consistent rewards. With newfound affluence, both Shiyu and his pets flourished. 2 advanced skills were imparted within a mere 2 days, and nightly enhancements with insect silk became a reality previously beyond Shiryu's aspirations. By August 3rd, Shiyu contemplated replicating the previous day's routine by teaching intimidation. However, despite the restorative supplements, the physical strain of consecutive days began to take its toll. Acknowledging the psychological impact, he decided to proceed with a less demanding, lower-tier skill to unwind. Furthermore, he recalled his promise to visit the Bamboo Stone Dojo. Despite his intentions, 2 days had elapsed without action. Considering the training resources potentially available for iron-eating beasts at the dojo, he resolved to visit. As the Bamboo Stone Dojo was within Pingching, a taxi ride would take less than half an hour. Before departing, Shiyu sought to obtain the dojo's contact information to arrange a visit, ensuring the person in charge would be present. Bamboo Stone Dojo, a stronghold for iron-eating beasts in the ancient kingdom of Donghuang. The master, Lin Hongyan, a rare Grandmaster-level beast tamer in Icefield City, while not achieving his title through iron-eating beasts, nor having them as his strongest pets. His representative pet was undoubtedly an iron-eating beast. It was the first pet Lin Hongyan contracted, and due to this connection, he always sought improved breeding methods, even evolutionary paths. However, the species limitations made breakthroughs difficult, even with two specialized skills tailored for iron-eating beasts. Despite contracting stronger pets, Lin Hongyan persisted in his pursuit. Ultimately, he established the Bamboo Stone Dojo, building upon his family's iron bamboo breeding base to attract disciples. Beast tamers who contracted with iron-eating beasts were welcome to join the dojo. Talented apprentices could even access secret manuals for skills like Thunder Palm and Cannon Punch. His aim was to cultivate more skilled iron-eating beast tamers, hoping someone with more talent could discover better breeding paths. Inside the training grounds, 10 apprentices of varying ages trained with their iron-eating beasts, following basic training regimens. Apprentices graduated upon becoming professional beast tamers, though some, like Xiong Yinchi, failed the professional assessment. For exceptional apprentices, Master Lin Hongyan would accept them as personal disciples, imparting knowledge without reservation. However, aside from his daughter, no iron-eating beast tamer had received such tutelage. Despite producing numerous professional beast tamers, Lin Hongyan hadn't found a disciple worthy of his full attention. That was until Lu Qingyi approached him, entrusting him to mentor someone. Regardless of the individual's talent, Lin Hongyan intended to teach them wholeheartedly, considering his 2 intermediate skill manuals insignificant compared to someone like Dr. Lu. Soon after, Xiong Yinchi informed Lin Hongyan about Shiryu's mastery of hardening within a month. A prodigy. Connected to a prodigy like Dr. Lu, his future was boundless, potentially elevating iron-eating beasts to the monarch level. Lin Hongyan initially thought he would teach such a talented beast tamer with all his might, even without Lu Qingyi's involvement. However, upon hearing from Xiong Yinchi that Shiryu and his pet learned Thunder Palm in a day, Lin Hongyan reconsidered. He deemed him unworthy. Curious about how they managed to learn Thunder Palm in a day with an electric slime and an electric ore. Father, Lin Xiuzhu said softly, looking at her father who was gazing at the training ground below from the high platform. Let's eat out for lunch. At Dragon Palace Fish Village. Lin Hongyan frowned. Have you completed your daily training? Lin Xiuzhu was speechless. Lin Hongyan looked at his disobedient daughter, regretting his choices. Lin Xiuzhu had passed the professional beast tamer assessment at the age of 18 under his guidance, with a promising future, possibly surpassing him and elevating iron-eating beasts to the monarch level. However, she chose to major in breeding and evolutionary research, aiming to study iron-eating beast evolution. He regretted agreeing, as Lin Xiuzhu failed in both aspects, her strength stagnating, and no breakthroughs in evolution research. We'll talk after you finish your training. Lin Hongyan was strict and serious. But Mom wants to eat fish, Lin Xiuzhu said, not me. Lin Hongyan paused. Just this once, don't neglect your training in the future. Lin Xiuzhu. As the father and daughter discussed lunch, a dojo apprentice rushed over. Master Lin. A beast tamer named Shiryu said he might visit today and asked if you have time. Chapter 49. A visit to the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School. Shiryu? Yes, that's the name, the apprentice replied. Let him come over, Lin Hongyan said. This kid has finally decided to visit the martial arts school. Meanwhile, Lin Xiuzhu felt a vague familiarity with the name. Do you know this Shiryu? Lin Hongyan asked his daughter first. I remember you mentioned that a very disciplined iron-eating beast was taken by someone named Shiryu, Lin Hongyan noted. This was the first time he heard the name from Lin Xiuzhu rather than from Lu Qingyi. However, since Shiryu was merely a novice beast master, he had made a point to remember it. It wasn't until Lu Qingyi brought it up and he conducted his own investigation that he realized they were indeed referring to the same individual. Is it really him? Father, do you remember? What is going on? Is he intending to join the martial arts school? Lin Xiuzhu asked, a hint of surprise in her voice. Lin Hongyan shook his head and replied, No, I was merely entrusted by someone to guide his development. By the way, do you know how the iron-eating beast has been doing since he left? Lin Xiuzhu also shook her head. I'm not sure. But I did inform them that they could reach out to the iron bamboo breeding base for any inquiries. Since he hasn't come back, everything should be fine, right? How could it be fine? It's utterly abnormal, Lin Hongyan said after a moment of silence. Shiryu and that iron-eating beast participated in the Tianmong Mountain training assessment organized by the Beast Master Association a few days ago and secured first place. Lin Xiuzhu was taken aback and momentarily speechless. Soon, her beautiful eyes widened as she exclaimed, Impossible. That iron-eating beast just awakened to level 3 a month ago. At that level, it might not even be able to defeat a wild boar. Even though I held high hopes for that disciplined little creature, believing it could achieve greatness. I clearly find it hard to believe what you're saying. Such a growth rate is indeed hard to fathom. However, he will be arriving soon for a visit, and we shall see for ourselves, Lin Hongyan remarked, glancing at the group of inept apprentices on the training field. If only they possessed half the excellence rumored about Shiyu. Level 6. Mastery of the hardening skill. Mastery of Thunder Palm. It's simply astonishing. Then what about the fish? Lin Xiaozhu posed another critical question, setting aside the absurdities for the moment, as mealtime was a priority. I won't be going. Let us wait for Shiyu, Lin Hongyan responded, although I have yet to meet him. I find this talented beast master more pleasing to the eye than my own daughter. It was akin to some parents who constantly speak of other people's children. He was eager to discover the true nature of Shiyu and that iron-eating beast. But I already told my mother that you would be joining us, Lin Xiaozhu said. Lin Hongyan turned away nonchalantly. Where to? She inquired. Inform Shiyu to come back in the afternoon. I suddenly feel a bit hungry. In the afternoon, Shiyu. Upon hearing from the martial arts apprentices that Lin Hongyan would be at the school, stretched with anticipation. Good, I can find a nice place for lunch on the way. Upon reaching the vicinity of the martial arts school, he casually selected a seemingly upscale restaurant and ordered an array of dishes, including the wild boar meat he had missed out on last time. After satisfying his hunger, Shiyu glanced at the time, realizing it was getting close, and proceeded directly to the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School. Outside the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School, he knocked on the large door. Excuse me, is anyone there? A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a familiar figure. Shiyu looked up and instinctively remarked, Panda Academy. No, Lin Xiaozhu the breeder? The one who opened the door was indeed Lin Xiaozhu, dressed in matching panda-themed shorts and t-shirt. Hello, it's nice to see you again. Lin Xiaozhu greeted him with a smile. Indeed, Shiyu nodded. When he purchased the iron-eating beast, he sensed something unusual about Lin Xiaozhu, only later to discover she was Lin Hongyan's daughter. All in all, yet another privileged offspring of a beast master. Sigh. He had just received 10 million from Lu Qingyi, and now would need to seek nurturing resources from Lin Hongyan. It seemed he had a penchant for relying on others. Speaking of which, his loan still wasn't fully repaid, as he had planned to pay it monthly, so now, did it still need to be paid? Follow me. Father is inside, Lin Xiaozhu said, leading the way. After a brief moment, Shiyu was invited into the guest room of the martial arts school. At that moment, he finally met Lin Hongyan, the master who was referred to by Chen Kai and Zhuang Yu as possibly the top beast master in Pingqing. Please. Take a seat, Lin Hongyan gestured, dressed in a gray martial arts uniform. Feeling the aura of Lin Hongyan, Shiyu thought to himself, he is undoubtedly a master. I wonder if he possesses any rare skills among his other pets. Shiyu sat down with a sense of apprehension, while Lin Xiaozhu naturally took a seat opposite him. Lin Xiaozhu still found it hard to believe Lin Hongyan's earlier claims about Shiyu's achievements, considering she had raised 11 and was fully aware of its capabilities a month ago. Dr. Liu has already informed me, Lin Hongyan continued. If you intend to study at the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School, I will impart all my knowledge without reservation. However, based on my understanding, I seem to have limited insights to offer regarding the nurturing of iron-eating beasts. The most precious methods for nurturing iron-eating beasts at the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School undoubtedly included the skill manuals for Thunder Palm and Cannon Fist. Additionally, while specialized nutrition products and food were quite expensive, they paled in comparison to the value of skill manuals and had many substitutes. Shiyu and his companions had already self-taught the Thunder Palm skill, which explained why Lin Hongyan felt he had little left to teach. You are too kind, Shiyu humbly replied, acknowledging his novice status. How about this? The 3 training grounds at the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School are all open to you, and you may freely use the training equipment. As for the nurturing resources for the iron-eating beast, the school will provide everything. Xiaozhu should have given you the basic nurturing manual for the iron-eating beast. Later, I will provide you with an advanced nurturing method for your reference. If you encounter any issues with nurturing, feel free to consult me anytime, and there is no need to follow the unified training regimen like other apprentices. What do you think? Lin Hongyan asked, believing that geniuses should be treated with special consideration. Since Shiryu's iron-eating beast had mastered hardening at the proficiency level in Thunder Palm, there was no need for him to undergo the routine training that ordinary apprentices did. Thus, Lin Hongyan granted Shiryu many conveniences that even his own daughter had not enjoyed initially. Thank you, Master Lin, Shiryu responded. This arrangement suits me perfectly. With meals and facilities covered, and no restrictions on my freedom, along with the opportunity to consult a master beast master at any time, this treatment is simply impeccable. It seems that 10 million can be entirely spent on supplements. This resolves the nurturing resources for 11, although I worry about 11's appetite. I hope the school can accommodate it. Normally, it should be fine. I'm just concerned if 11 develops a voracious appetite and goes overboard. As for the food for the Qingmian worm, aren't there plenty of options outside? It appeared that joining the 11 Bureau was indeed a wise choice. Otherwise, he might still be recuperating at this moment. If I am not mistaken, your iron-eating beast has already mastered Thunder Palm, right? Additionally, the proficiency of the hardening skill has reached the mastery level. Shiyu nodded. Indeed, Lin Xiuzhu. You two are becoming increasingly outrageous. Let us prioritize the cultivation of the Thunder Palm technique, as its learning curve is notably less steep than that of the Cannon Fist. One must not be overly ambitious. It is prudent to master the Thunder Palm before venturing into the complexities of the Cannon Fist. Shiyu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of not overextending oneself. He realized that with his Iron Eater, he could barely allocate points to all its skills. As for the Cannon Fist, it seemed unnecessary. While an ordinary Iron Eater might lack this skill, his own was already well equipped. The Thunder Palm sufficed, rendering the addition of a fire-based Cannon Fist superfluous. Any future need for such a skill could be addressed when more advanced techniques become available. Records concerning the Thunder Palm are scarce in the outside world. Therefore, I shall take you to the training ground where I will elucidate the intricacies of this technique. Before that, allow me to introduce you to the other apprentices, as you will inevitably interact with them upon your visits to the martial arts school. As for familiarizing yourself with the various training facilities, let Xiuzhu guide you in that regard. Lin Xiuzhu had many questions but dared not interject while her father spoke. The hierarchy within their family was quite evident, mother above father, and father above her. Speaking of which, Master Lin Hongyan turned his attention to Shiyu. Although he had heard from Yin Shi about your circumstances, I still find myself lacking a comprehensive understanding of your situation. Would you mind engaging in a sparring match with one of our apprentices? This would allow me to better grasp your abilities. Let the battle commence. Shiyu remained remarkably composed, declaring, I am invincible. You may proceed at your leisure. Chapter 50. The might of the Thunder Palm. The Bamboo Stone Martial Arts Academy is quite expansive, boasting 3 training arenas the size of a sports hall. However, at present, the number of apprentices within the academy is rather sparse. Typically, only those at the apprentice level reside here for rigorous training. Lin Hongyan led Shiyu to a rooftop training area, stating, this is the basic training ground, designated for apprentices and their iron-eating beasts to engage in post-meal activities. Below, various beast masters and their accompanying iron-eating beasts were warming up with a leisurely jog on the faux grass. The beast masters appeared unfazed, while the pandas, with expressions of reluctance, emitted soft whines. Having just finished lunch, it was indeed their nap time, and the abruptness of the run seemed rather unfair to the pandas. Yet, under the authoritative commands of the beast masters, they had no choice but to comply. The iron-eating beasts have a naturally lazy disposition, which must be gradually corrected during training. Otherwise, it could lead to significant issues when the time for actual combat arises, Lin Hongyan remarked. Lin Xiuzhu interjected, but 11 should be quite self-disciplined, right? Shiyu nodded. Indeed, generally speaking, it refuses to eat unless it has completed a certain amount of training. Otherwise, it feels uneasy while eating. Lin Hongyan raised an eyebrow. Glancing at Lin Xiuzhu, is there truly such an iron-eating beast? Lin Xiuzhu turned her head in surprise, thinking that this sounded even more absurd than during its time at the breeding base. She cast a questioning look at Shiyu, pondering what he had done to 11. Clearing his throat, Shiyu wore an innocent expression. Perhaps I've inadvertently stimulated it with too many enhancements? Once the warm-up concluded, they would proceed with basic hardening trainings, pairing up to practice with one another. Lin Hongyan looked down again, noting that hardening against hardening would save a fortune on steel plates, unlike 11, which could only rely on gravity and steel plates to train its hardening intensity. Their iron-eating beasts generally range from level 8 to 10. I shall select one amongst them who possesses the greatest strength, Lin Hongyan continued. Select one of the strongest at random? Is this a joke? At that moment, the 10 apprentices in the training ground below had just completed their warm-up and were about to begin basic hardening training in pairs. Under the guidance of a tall, crew-cut youth named Jiang Rue, they quickly organized themselves into groups. Jiang Rue, Lin Hongyan called out. The tall youth, who had just finished organizing the other apprentices into pairs, looked up. We shall head down, Lin Hongyan instructed. A moment later, they arrived at the training ground below. Master Lin, what brings you here? Jiang Rue and the other apprentices turned their attention toward Lin Hongyan, and then quickly shifted their focus to the panda senior sister. Yay! The panda senior sister has returned to the academy. Training has suddenly become invigorating. As Lin Hongyan's daughter, Lin Xiaoju was renowned for her talent and striking beauty. Coupled with the eye-catching panda-themed t-shirt she wore, she was the goddess of all apprentices. Even among the two young girls within the group, there was an unspoken envy as they glanced at Lin Xiaoju's figure, glancing down at their own and feeling a pang of sadness. Pause your training for a moment, Lin Hongyan declared. Allow me to introduce Shiyu, who will be joining the academy for training. With that, all eyes turned to Shiyu. The apprentices, who had been curious about his identity, now realized he was a newcomer to the academy. Welcome, newcomer. Now that we have a fresh face. The Master's scoldings will be directed at the new recruits struggling to adapt to the training intensity, rather than at us, they thought, feeling a sense of relief. This shift in focus instantly elevated each apprentice's standing within the academy. Hello, everyone, Shiyu responded warmly. The group nodded in acknowledgement, and Jiang Rui spoke up. I'm Jiang Rui. Feel free to reach out if you have any questions. Jiang Rui, hold off on organizing training for now. Engage in a spar with Shiyu, Lin Hongyan instructed. As the most outstanding apprentice among the 10, Jiang Rui typically led the basic training sessions in the absence of Lin Hongyan and the other instructors. Me? Jiang Rui pointed to himself in surprise. Yes, you. Should you lose, both you and your iron-eating beast will have to double your training, Lin Hongyan stated. A sudden jolt of apprehension coursed through Jiang Rui, but he quickly reassured himself, recognizing that he was merely guiding a newcomer. There was no way he could possibly lose. All right, he replied with a swift nod. The other apprentices exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting envy, as they understood Lin Hongyan's intention was to give the newcomer a reality check regarding the apprentice's strengths. At the same time, they were eager to showcase their training accomplishments before their master and the senior sister, feeling frustrated that Jiang Rui was seizing the opportunity. Due to the impending spar between Shiyu and Jiang Rui, the apprentices and their iron-eating beasts momentarily halted their training, secretly relieved by the reprieve. At Lin Hongyan's signal, those not involved dispersed to the sidelines, creating space for the two to engage in combat. Shiyu, summon your beast, Jiang Rui said amiably. After speaking, the iron-eating beast beside him stepped forward, having been warming up prior. It was a robust creature, approximately 1.45 meters long, with a growth level likely surpassing 11's considerably. All right, Shiyu nodded, establishing communication with the beast space. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, causing a gentle breeze that stirred the faux grass beneath. Before Shiyu, a translucent summoning array materialized, revealing 11, who emerged in a dazed manner from the shimmering surface. Upon stepping outside, it gazed up at the imposing figure before it. Standing at a normal height of just 1 meter without any augmentations, 11 appeared considerably smaller compared to Jiang Rui's iron-eating beast. An adolescent? As 11 manifested. The apprentices who had raised iron-eating beasts immediately assessed its growth level, concluding it was likely around level 6 awakening, certainly a novice. Jiang Rui's beast, having achieved level 10 awakening and mastering proficient hardening, would undoubtedly find the match rather effortless. You may attack first, Jiang Rui suggested after a moment of contemplation. By allowing the newcomer to initiate, it would provide Lin Hongyan with a better opportunity to evaluate Shiryu's capabilities. 11. Shiryu commanded without hesitation, instructing it to launch an offensive. With a fierce cry, 11 charged toward the opposing iron-eating beast. Block it, Jiang Rui confidently commanded his creature to stand firm. While the young iron-eating beast appeared to possess considerable explosive power, it was still merely an adolescent. Jiang Rui's beast, showcasing its prowess, remained stationary, opting for full-body hardening in anticipation of the oncoming attack. With such a disparity in strength, Jiang Rui was certain that the smaller creature's attack would not inflict any damage. Indeed, despite the certainty of 11's hardening strength surpassing that of Jiang Rui's beast, Shiryu harbored doubts about whether 11 could deliver a significant blow to its opponent. The reason lay in the fundamental attributes. While 11's skill proficiency was high, its raw power could not compete with that of the level 10 beast. Without sufficient strength, even a hardened attack would fail to cause substantial harm. However, 11 possessed more than just hardening to utilize in combat. As Jiang Rui and his iron-eating beast brimmed with confidence, prepared to assess the newcomer's strength, 11 approached. Not launching a hardened claw attack or a head, but as everyone had anticipated. As it approached its opponent, it immediately drew its arm back, and in the next instant, a dazzling burst of intertwined blue and white light erupted from its palm. A surge of high-intensity electricity enveloped the iron beast's hand, forming a chaotic and violent mass of energy. The sound was akin to 1,000 birds singing in unison. This was a mid-tier skill, Thunderpalm. Under the illumination of the lightning, the entire figure of the Iron Beast appeared to be engulfed in a radiant glow, exceptionally striking. This spectacle rendered Jiang Rui momentarily incapable of thought, and the other apprentices were similarly stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. For such a skill could not possibly manifest in an Iron Beast of lesser than extraordinary rank. The concentrated high-voltage current endowed the Iron Beast's palm with a penetrating power akin to that of a blade, making it far more suitable for offense than mere hardening. At that moment, due to the immobilizing effect of the advanced hardening state, Jiang Rui's Iron Beast could only watch helplessly as the electrified Thunderpalm pierced through. It was too late to cancel the hardening to evade the attack. With a resounding crash, amidst the thunderous roar, the intertwining blue and white lightning surged over Jiang Rui's Iron Beast, penetrating through the hardened exterior and wreaking havoc upon its body. Bang, bang, bang. The next instant, as the currents erupted, the Iron Beast was rendered completely paralyzed, its body instinctively tilting downwards. Though it had not yet lost its combat capabilities, it was evidently gravely injured. Except for the silent Lin Hongyan, all the apprentices in the martial arts hall, including Lin Xiuzhu, stood with their mouths agape, gazing incredulously at the cautiously retreating Iron Beast. Chapter 51. The Profound Truth. Is it really? Thunderpalm. Lin Xiuzhu stood beside her father, incredulously gazing at Shi. Witnessing the event with her own eyes was far more astonishing than merely hearing it from others. The Thunderpalm skill. Had it truly been mastered by a level 6 juvenile Iron Eater? Remarkable. Lin Hongyan nodded, noting that it was a Thunderpalm of initial potency. It appeared that this Iron Eater had diligently honed its skills after acquiring the Thunderpalm, although it had not lost its combat capability. If Jiang Rui's Iron Eater were to take this blow directly, it would likely be rendered completely numb. Lin Hongyan surveyed the arena, assessing the situation. Crackle. Jiang Rui's Iron Eater crackled with electric sounds. At that moment, Jiang Rui was engulfed in confusion and disbelief. How could this be? It defied the laws of science. Just as he was bewildered, his numb Iron Eater let out a roar, snapping him back to reality. The battle was not yet over. Hardclaw. Jiang Rui finally reacted and swiftly issued the attack command. Losing to a newcomer was one thing, but given that his opponent had unleashed the Thunderpalm, who could possibly regard this as a mere rookie? However, should he lose, the training regimen would double, which would truly be disastrous. Determined to avoid additional training, Jiang Rui's Iron Eater, despite its paralysis, erupted with an indomitable fighting spirit. With a roar, it unleashed a surge of electric energy, lunging toward Shi. Crackle. Opposite, Shi, maintaining a safe distance, was locked onto by Jiang Rui's Iron Eater with its enhanced vision, revealing numerous vulnerabilities in its attack. Do not evade, take the hit, and then counterattack, commanded Shiyu, deliberately denying the chance for Jiang Rui's enhanced vision to exploit any advantage. Shi was perplexed. Although it could easily dodge the incoming attacks with its enhanced vision, Shiyu had not lost sight of the battle's objective, to demonstrate to Lin Hongyan the proficiency of Shi's hardening and mastery of the Thunderpalm, rather than showcasing the prowess of enhanced vision. With the Beastmaster's command issued, Shi had no choice but to comply. It took a stance similar to Jiang Rui's Iron Eater moments prior, solidifying its body. Proficient hardening. At this moment, onlookers from the Martial Arts Academy gasped in astonishment. Not only had it mastered the Thunderpalm, but its proficiency in hardening appeared remarkably high as well. After all, one of the prerequisites for learning the Thunderpalm was proficient hardening. While the crowd marveled at the extraordinary talent of this juvenile Iron Eater, Jiang Rui's Iron Eater lunged with a claw aimed at Shi. Creak. Jiang Rui's Iron Eater had primarily trained its claw's hardness, and during regular training sessions, the hardened skin of other Academy students' Iron Eaters had often been torn by its formidable claws. But these were merely minor injuries. How could this be? Jiang Rui found it utterly absurd. In the next moment, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. After taking a solid hit, Shi maintained its hardened state and collided forcefully with Jiang Rui's Iron Eater. Due to the limited electrical energy accumulated within, Shi found it difficult to unleash another powerful Thunderpalm, and thus opted for hardening in the confrontation. Boom. Underestimating the opponent's hardened proficiency, Jiang Rui and his Iron Eater were completely unprepared, resulting in them enduring the full brunt of the impact. Thud. Jiang Rui's Iron Eater was sent flying, succumbing to the combined force of the maximum potency Thunderpalm and the full damage of the hardening collision, losing all combat awareness. My apologies, Shiyu said sheepishly. At this moment, Jiang Rui and the other martial arts students felt their worldview shatter. Mastery level, hardening. This was a level 6 juvenile Iron Eater that had awakened? Even the Iron Eaters nurtured by senior students who had passed professional assessments could hardly compare. Roar. Meanwhile, witnessing its opponent fall, Shi let out a triumphant roar. However, it still felt unfulfilled. The disciples of the Zhushi Martial Arts Academy seemed limited in their capabilities. Currently, among awakened beasts, only those of species rank above the commander level could pose a threat to Shi. Jiang Rui felt utterly baffled by his defeat. This, newcomer? He stared blankly at Shi and Shiyu, then turned to Lin Hongyan and Lin Xiuzhu, harboring doubts that this might be the illegitimate child of Master Lin. How else could one explain such strength? The other martial arts students were equally perplexed. But with the battle reaching this point, Lin Hongyan deemed it sufficient. Jiang Rui, take your Iron Eater for treatment. The rest of you continue training. Shiyu, come with me. Understood. Lin Hongyan turned and departed, leaving Shiyu to call for Shi to follow. As for Lin Xiuzhu, she remained in place, lost in thought. Was this truly the Shi she knew? Senior sister Lin, that individual is. Other students gathered around Lin Xiuzhu. After speaking, she hurriedly caught up with her father and Shiyu, leaving a group of bewildered students behind. This was no mere rookie. It was evidently a monstrous prodigy capable of stirring up trouble. Inside the Zhushi Martial Arts Academy, in a spacious training hall, Shiyu was led here by Lin Hongyan. Following beside Shiyu, she observed the peculiar uncle leading the way, feeling an odd sense of familiarity. Upon Lin Xiuzhu's arrival, she called out to Shi. Turning at the sound, Shi felt a surge of joy upon seeing Lin Xiuzhu. It's big sis. In Shi's eyes, Lin Xiuzhu, who often donned a panda costume, was akin to a kindred spirit. Shi, it's been a while. Lin Xiuzhu affectionately patted Shi's head, hugging it closely for inspection. Shi is still the same, but what on earth happened? How did it suddenly become so powerful? You've nurtured this Iron Eater exceptionally well. It is the most outstanding one I have ever encountered, Lin Hongyan praised without reservation. Roar. Shi, freed from the confines of uncertainty, clenched its fist in affirmation. Of course, it also recalled where it had seen this uncle before, vaguely remembering an encounter at the breeding base, though the specifics eluded it. Thank you. Shiyu responded with a slight bow to the compliment, acknowledging that it was indeed due to his nurturing. In any case, your futures are boundless, Lin Hongyan sighed. Unfortunately, there is little I can teach you. Next, I plan to demonstrate the training direction following hardening in the Thunder Palm, which you may find beneficial. With that, a blue summoning array materialized beside him, from which emerged a 2-meter-tall adult Iron Eater. This Iron Eater bore a fierce expression, its muscular physique exuding immense strength. Entirely devoid of the usual lethargy characteristic of Iron Eaters, and certainly not cute in the slightest. It seemed that under Lin Hongyan's guidance, this beast had overcome some of its inherent traits, transforming into a formidable combat pet. The different proficiency levels of hardening were clearly documented in the foundational nurturing manual. As for the Thunder Palm, Lin Hongyan turned his gaze to his Iron Eater and nodded. In the next instant, under the watchful eyes of Shiyu and Shi, the Iron Eater's palm crackled with intertwining blue and white high-voltage currents. Crackle. As the lightning danced around its palm, the powerful Iron Eater radiated electric energy, shining brilliantly. The proficiency of your Iron Eater's Thunder Palm currently rests at the introductory level. Upon a successful strike, the chaotic high-intensity electrical surge can induce a state of severe paralysis in the enemy. However, its penetrating power remains insufficient. Otherwise, it could have shattered the hardened layer and eliminated the opponent in an instant. The hallmark of proficiency-level Thunder Palm lies in its piercing and penetrating effects. Crackle. As Lin Hongyan's words fell, the chaotic blue and white lightning on his iron-eating beast's palm began to dance and converge, appearing to intensify remarkably. The beast casually swung its arm, and in the flash of lightning, it seemed as though a blade of electricity had formed, visibly enhancing its piercing power and causing the air to hum ominously. At this level of proficiency, even the hardest steel could be pierced and shattered by the electric force. As for the mastery-level Thunder Palm, if I am not mistaken, after your iron-eating beast delivered a strike with the Thunder Palm, it seemed to lose some momentum. Right? Shiyu nodded in acknowledgement. The hallmark of the mastery-level Thunder Palm is the ability to wield it as a constant state. After Lin Hongyan spoke, his iron-eating beast moved again, this time with both palms enveloped in lightning, sustaining this state continuously. Not only could it maintain the electric aura like an armored gauntlet over its hands, but it could also unleash the Thunder Palm with both hands simultaneously. A true sign of mastery. Then, he gazed at his iron-eating beast. This is the epitome of perfecting the Thunder Palm. Roar. The robust iron-eating beast let out a roar as the lightning began to envelop its entire body, penetrating deep within. Crackle. With the surge of electricity. It appeared as though lightning flickered from its mouth and eyes. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a charred ground. With perfect proficiency. The high-intensity electric currents of the Thunder Palm stimulated its entire being, generating a tremendous burst of power at an incomprehensible speed. Once the Thunder Palm reaches perfection, the synergy of the lightning's piercing power and the beast's speed could even slice through true lightning. The sense of déjà vu was overwhelming, Shiyu thought to himself. After Lin Hongyan's explanation, Shiyu remained composed, while the nearby Shi stared at him with fervent excitement. This looks incredibly impressive. Shiyu, add some more. Strive for more. However, Lin Hongyan continued, stating, but this is merely the beginning. What you should aspire to is this. The ethereal Thunder Palm, what effects could it possibly yield? Clearly, he was overreaching. Even a master beast tamer like Lin Hongyan had not trained his iron-eating beast Thunder Palm to that level. At that moment, the lightning dissipated from the iron-eating beast, and its entire body transitioned into a hardened state. Next, it lifted its head and clenched its hands tightly. Boom. With a metallic aura enveloping its form, it unleashed an even more potent electric current, the black and white intertwining, while the blue currents flickered, resembling the iron-eating beast clad in a lightning armor. Boom. Boom. In this state, the iron-eating beast exuded an overwhelming sense of power, with its attack, defense, and speed all reaching their zenith, the crackling of the lightning armor seemingly capable of shattering the will of its foes. A combination technique of hardening and Thunder Palm? Shiyu slightly gasped in astonishment. Yes, but it is far more formidable than an ordinary combination technique. Lin Xiuzhu, standing nearby, was equally astonished that his father had demonstrated such prowess. The successful integration of two ordinary skills is termed a combination technique. However, both the hardening proficiency and the Thunder Palm proficiency of his father's iron-eating beast were at the mastery level or above. In the realm of masters, Beast Tamers refer to a perfect combination technique formed by two skills of mastery level or higher as an essence. At present, this is one of the essences mastered by his father's iron-eating beast, known as Thunder Armor, which enables it to briefly contend with sovereign-level beings. Chapter 52. Do not aspire beyond reach. The complexity of combination techniques. It is a misconception to believe that a single Iron Eater can effortlessly master both hardening and Thunder Palm simultaneously. Nor can it easily combine the two skills. Even the act of layering hardening and Thunder Palm on its palm is no trivial feat first and foremost. One must consider whether the creature possesses the ability to utilize both skills concurrently. Secondly, potential energy conflicts between the two skills must be taken into account. Resolving these contradictions undoubtedly requires an enhancement of skill proficiency. Only when a creature achieves a sufficient level of mastery over a particular skill can it coordinate and combine that skill with others. The higher the proficiency, the greater the success of the combination technique. In the realm of beast taming, there exists a saying, while combination skills may not be the strongest, the most potent skills are invariably combinations. On this premise, seasoned beast tamers have coined the term essence for combination techniques formed from two or more perfect level skills. The ability of a creature to master the essence, along with its potency, is often a pivotal factor in assessing a beast tamer's cultivation level in higher realms. However, for Shiyu, who has yet to embark on a professional path as a beast tamer, the concept of essence may indeed be premature. Even among professional beast tamers, it remains a distant goal, as not every tamer can train their creatures to achieve perfect proficiency in their skills. Nevertheless, Lin Hongyan, recognizing Shiyu's talent, chose to provide him with an early glimpse of this concept, hoping to inspire him to strive in that direction. Nearby, after Lin Xiuzhu had introduced the Thunder Armor essence, Lin Hongyan discreetly observed Shiyu's reaction, anticipating a look of astonishment. While genius is indeed remarkable, it is clear that even a seasoned veteran like himself still has much to learn. This wisdom may serve as a reference for Shiyu and his peers. However, Shiyu's next remark caused Lin Hongyan to feel a pang of concern. This Thunder Armor, I feel it could be improved. Shiyu had identified a flaw in the Thunder Armor. Lin Xiuzhu was perplexed. Why do you say that? Given that the Iron Eater's vision is not particularly sharp, could it effectively maneuver in such rapid circumstances? The robust Iron Eater beside them appeared taken aback. Lin Hongyan was similarly astonished. Is there such a thing as a perfect essence? Having this technique to counter large, slow opponents is already commendable. Shiryu continued. If there were a perception-based skill to predict the enemy's movements or to accurately detect their positions, the effectiveness of the thunder armor could potentially be enhanced. He glanced at 11. Perfect level hardening, perfect level thunder palm, and perfect level supervision could represent the ideal thunder armor essence. However, this essentially requires the essence of 3 skills. Regarding large opponents, wouldn't a combination of perfect level hardening, perfect level thunder palm, and perfect level amplification be even better? The challenge is that the Iron Eater finds it difficult to learn perception-based skills. Lin Hongyan's expression darkened. Do you think learning skills is that simple? It is not as easy as you imagine. Nonetheless, your line of thinking is commendable. No essence is without its flaws. And integrating new skills into combination techniques can enhance their effectiveness. That said, you are still far from this goal. Your current objective should be training the Iron Eater to elevate its proficiency in Thunder Palm, followed by a preliminary attempt at a simple combination of hardening and Thunder Palm. Elevating proficiency in Thunder Palm is no simple task, given that this skill does not inherently belong to the Iron Eater's repertoire. Progressing from novice to adept requires the palm to possess exceptional endurance and resistance to electricity. Mastery necessitates the creature to have formidable energy control and sufficient physical stamina. Achieving perfection in this skill is perilous. A single misstep during training could leave the creature severely injured, making the process exceedingly dangerous. Each step is crucial. In summary, if you encounter any difficulties in your training ahead, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Understood. I will strive to improve. Shiryu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, 11. The small Iron Eater sensed that the two were not on the same wavelength. It was correct in its assumption. Lin Hongyan envisioned guiding Shiryu to refine his skills in hardening and Thunder Palm to create a local, basic combination technique, sufficient for Shiryu to pass future professional assessments. Conversely, Shiryu dreamed of achieving divine mastery in hardening, Thunder Palm, and amplification to unlock the Thunder God Armor mode, a single strike capable of obliterating a city. The skill compendium is indeed a marvelous tool. Subsequently, Senior Sister Panda began to familiarize Shiryu and his companions with the facilities of the Martial Arts Academy. There were various specialized apparatuses available for honing the foundational qualities of the Iron Eater. However, 11 felt something was lacking. It seemed less intense than the rooftop training methods. Among the rooms was one dedicated to enhancing the Iron Eater's resistance to electricity, equipped to deliver extraordinary electrical shocks. Nearby, there was an electrified swimming pool that not only trained the Iron Eater in aquatic combat, but also bolstered its electrical resistance. This particular facility delighted 11. Additionally, there were standard amenities such as a cafeteria and a medical room. After surveying the premises, Shiryu nodded in approval. Utilizing the Academy's equipment would indeed be more scientific and comprehensive than the Iron Eater's solitary training. Most importantly, they could eat and drink for free. To explore the Academy's culinary offerings, Shiryu deliberately lingered until mealtime. Lin Hongyan was preoccupied summarizing his insights on nurturing the Iron Eater, intending to share his findings with Shiryu before the latter departed. At that moment, Lin Xiaozhu knocked and entered. Have they finished eating? Lin Hongyan inquired. Was it to their liking? Lin Xiaozhu contemplated. It should be suitable. Shiryu seemed fine, and that little Iron Eater consumed a significant amount. Lin Hongyan chuckled. If it truly exhibits such self-discipline and engages in substantial exercise, then eating a bit more is entirely normal. Lin Xiaozhu added, electrical ore, iron bamboo, iron heartwood, golden spirit mineral water, along with our Academy's specially crafted growth packages rich in both gold and thunder attributes. This one consumed the equivalent of a double portion for a standard Iron Eater after training. Lin Hongyan raised an eyebrow. That is indeed quite a lot, but still reasonable. However, this was after just one battle in the afternoon. Without any additional training, he fell into contemplation, feeling that the Academy would need to prepare more food resources in the future. However, it was not a significant concern. Food is plentiful, and an awakened Iron Eater, regardless of its nutritional needs, could hardly exceed the demands of a commander-level creature. Meanwhile, Shiryu strolled through the Academy. In high spirits. With absolute sleep and the accelerated digestion of the beast's space, he need not worry about 11 overindulging. The nourishment could be adequately absorbed. At this pace, he was confident he could cultivate 11 to the extraordinary level within a few months. In this world, the average lifespan of an Iron Eater is around 35 years. Typically, in ideal conditions, a wild Iron Eater may take approximately 10 years to naturally reach the extraordinary level. At this age, Iron Eaters are usually mature adults. representing a normal growth rate for their kind. However, with a Beast Tamer's guidance, this process can be expedited. For instance, 11 seems poised to reach extraordinary status before the age of 2. As for professional assessments, Shiyu need not worry about 11's level. But his own level Shiyu paused, realizing he needed to seek out training resources suitable for Beast Tamers. Mere supplements would not suffice. In the evening, prior to his departure, Lin Xiaozhu presented Shiyu with a manual on advancing the cultivation of Iron Eaters. After Lin Xiaozhu handed the skill manual to Shiyu, she waved her fist. She had realized that her father had placed all his hopes on Shiyu, trusting that he would nurture the iron-eating beast to transcend its racial limits. Shiyu took the skill training manual, glanced at Lin Xiaozhu, and said, "Rest assured, as long as the food at the martial arts gym is sufficient, 11 will not disappoint everyone's expectations. Otherwise, it would be troubling for 11 to eat." Unlike him, 11 could not easily accept everything. It is said that a beast master and their contracted beast influence each other's personalities over time, and Shiyu was curious about who would influence whom. This creature, aside from eating, only slept, even more so than 11. Since it was sleeping, Shiyu decided not to feed it. After a quick shower, Shiyu prepared some supplements and called for 11. 11 obediently ran over to Shiyu, having spent the afternoon at the Zhu martial arts gym. It was quite an eye-opener. The demeanor of Lin Hongyan's iron-eating beast deeply captivated little 11. "Come on, Beast Master, let me see where your limits lie," 11 exclaimed. "You seem to be more accepting," Shiyu muttered, speechless. However, in 11's view, this was merely an early harvest of results, a form of overdrawn consumption. Training and sweat would come later. Was there a problem? No problem. Skill, Thunder Palm, skill level, intermediate, description, a thunder-type skill that gathers high-intensity electric currents in the palm, giving it formidable piercing power akin to a blade, with a paralyzing effect. Status, teachability available. Today, Shiyu decided to take a day off, planning to teach only an intermediate skill. Buzz. As Shiyu allocated his points, 11's proficiency in Thunder Palm immediately advanced from novice to proficient. Meanwhile, Shiyu drank less than half a cup of honey milk and fell asleep. 11 glanced at Shiyu, dragged him onto the bed, covered him with a blanket, and then dashed toward the courtyard. The long night approached, but with its absolute sleep, did it care? Not at all. Tonight, it would diligently practice, combining Thunder Palm with initial hardening. Thus, it would be every night. Chapter 53. Panda King 11. On the morning of August 4th, hunger roused Shiyu from his slumber. His body felt weak. Missing a meal left him famished. He required ample sustenance 3 times a day. After a yawn and a stretch, Shiyu rose from his bed, donned his cat-themed slippers, and stepped outside. In the courtyard, he was uncertain whether 11 had managed to sleep through the night. As he exited, he spotted 11 seated beneath a tree, deep in contemplation about the life of a bear. Above, in a cage, the green silkworm gazed at 11. Having been disturbed from its slumber by the restless creature, the silkworm shed tears, having witnessed the steel plates of 4 in the morning, and now the sleepless electric iron eater. Under the moonlight, the thunder crackled like a chorus of 1,000 birds. How could one possibly find rest in such chaos? "What troubles you?" Shiyu inquired casually. "Ugh." 11 turned, extending a paw, expressing the difficulty of combining hardening and Thunder Palm. Mastery of hardening and proficiency in Thunder Palm made the initial combination seem rather daunting. After a night of relentless experimentation, the desired technique remained elusive. "It appears your skill proficiency still requires some work. No matter, let us first have breakfast, and I shall assist you later." What a compassionate beast master he was. During breakfast, Shiyu instructed 11 and the silkworm to consume all remaining food resources in the house. Afterward, they could dine at the martial arts hall. However, the hall was rather distant, and daily visits seemed a waste of time, as he might not require the training equipment every day. "I should inquire whether they offer takeout or delivery services." That day, Shiyu returned to the martial arts hall. Yet this time, not only was the Panda Senior absent, but also Master Lin Hongyan was preparing to leave. This was to be expected, as the Panda Senior often devoted her time to the breeding base, and Master Lin, being a Master Beast Master, could not remain confined to the hall. "You participated in the Tianmong Mountain assessment. You must be eager to explore that relic," Master Lin remarked just before his departure. "Indeed," Shiyu nodded. According to feedback from the apprentice Beastmasters in the Beastmaster Corps, the relic was indeed an excellent place for training. Given your strength, you might stumble upon unexpected treasures. Jiang Rue and the others will also explore the relic. It would be an opportunity for a friendly competition. In his haste, Master Lin left before Shiyu could inquire about the martial arts hall's delivery services. With no other option, he ventured to the cafeteria to ask. Inside. The delivery man assured him, certainly. Most of the nutritional products and food for Iron Eaters in the entire frozen city, indeed, across the vast expanse of the icebound city, are ordered from here. We certainly provide delivery services. Master Lin mentioned you could freely utilize the martial arts hall's breeding resources. Just tell me the quantity, address, and delivery time. Thank you. Upon learning that delivery was available, Shiyu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He decided to order 3 times the usual amount of food for an Iron Eater. This indicated that the Panda Senior's household was even more affluent than he had anticipated. After all, how could an ordinary family afford to run a private breeding base for giant pandas? Having arranged for 3 days' worth of food resources, Shiyu departed the martial arts hall. Only 3 days remained until the relic exploration organized by the Beastmaster Association. On August 7th, he would join the main group to enter the relic. Knowing it was a trial-type relic, Shiyu resolved to dedicate these 3 days to vigorously enhancing 11's strength through the skill encyclopedia. With an abundance of supplements and food, 11's power was poised for a significant surge. Upon returning, Shiyu prepared all the supplements and commenced teaching 11 the skill of intimidation. He intended to teach all high-level skills first, then assist 11 in increasing proficiency in hardening and thunder palm to complete the combination technique. 11 shielded its eyes, leaving a slight gap, silently bearing the weight of this instruction. Skill. Intimidation skill level. High-level description. A mental type skill that instills fear through presence. Capable of stunning and commanding creatures significantly weaker than itself, symbolizing the potential of a king. Status. Teachability at a certain threshold. The intimidation skill could be considered quite common. Extraordinary beings of the monarch level and above could awaken it autonomously. However, within the awakening period, if an extraordinary or commanding pet could master intimidation, that would be remarkable. To grasp intimidation without having reached the monarch level nearly signifies that the pet possesses monarch level potential. The breeding base in Icebound City, being the largest official breeding facility, indeed harbored hidden talents. It seemed the owner of that snow wolf was no ordinary individual. Shiyu had limited knowledge regarding the intimidation skill. He was aware of the effects associated with the first 3 proficiency levels. Beginner, Dieter's opponents, diminishes their fighting spirit, enhances one's own will, and exerts a degree of command over the same species. Proficient, directly shatters opponents' will, causing them to faint and inflicting mental damage. Mastery, facilitates widespread intimidation. With a mere glance, one can render countless creatures unconscious. As for perfect proficiency and transcendental mastery, he had yet to find that information on his phone, but he could venture a guess. In any case, being categorized as a high-level skill undoubtedly implied significant potential. From this day forth, you shall be the Panda King, 11. Shiyu declared, extending a hand to pat 11's head. As the light flowed in, Shiyu struggled to swallow the divine bean, finally catching his breath. At that moment, in the spacious courtyard, as Shiyu concluded the teaching, 11 closed its eyes to absorb the experience, and time seemed to stand still. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Moments later, 11 opened its bright eyes, and the leaves on the ground began to tremble without a breath of wind, yet they rustled in unison, creating an extraordinary scene. Boom. In that instant, 11 appeared no longer as a mere cub, but emanated an immense aura with every movement. The young king of beasts remained a monarch in spirit. With radiant eyes, 11's every gesture exuded an innate majesty, revealing the fierce wildness of a formidable beast. Is this it? However, 11 soon faltered, faced with skepticism from its beastmaster. Shiyu regarded the adorably awkward Iron Eater before him, perceiving no semblance of intimidation. The cub's appearance was far too harmless. Even with the mental intimidation enhancement, the effect was currently limited. It seemed that 11 needed to grow a bit more. Or perhaps evolve, to instill genuine fear in their adversaries. Ugh. 11 retracted its uncontrollable intimidation skill, revealing a look of grievance. The skill did not seem as effective as anticipated. It struggled to comprehend its impact. Nevertheless, just as Shiyu and 11 were lamenting the need for further upgrades to the intimidation skill, the green silkworm, which had been observing from the tree, fell to the ground. Its eyes glazed over from the intimidation wave. Gazing at the fainted silkworm nestled among the leaves, Shiyu and 11 fell into contemplation. Intimidation skill. Doesn't it require proficiency to exhibit a certain mental shock effect? Shiyu pondered. But the silkworm. His lips twitched as he came to a realization. It was no surprise that such a weak creature could be frightened. The new book period will conclude soon after being released on August 1st, and I assure you that I shall endeavor to increase updates thereafter. Therefore, I kindly seek your support in advance, requesting recommendations, monthly subscriptions, and initial orders when the time comes. Thank you all. Chapter 54. The Emergence of Combination Techniques at Present for 11. The practical value of deterrent skills is temporarily overshadowed by the absolute sleep and duplication skills of the same tier. Of course, when compared to the combination techniques of hardening and thunderpalm, its value is also comparatively lesser. Thus, after some contemplation, Shiyu resolved to adhere to the original plan and assist 11 in perfecting its first combination technique. According to the standards, the combination of two perfect level skills is referred to as a profound art. This benchmark is somewhat premature for 11, primarily due to Shiyu's physical limitations and possibly insufficient supplements. Therefore, they intended to pursue an ordinary combination technique for the time being. Theoretically, as long as both skills exceed the proficiency level and exhibit compatible affinities, there exists potential for the formation of a combination technique. The curator, Lin Hongyan, informed Shiyu of the minimum threshold for the combination of hardening and thunderpalm, mastery level hardening, and proficiency level thunderpalm. Currently, 11 meets this threshold. However, even among skills of the same proficiency level, disparities are inevitable. Despite meeting the minimum standard, after a night of diligent effort, 11 recognized that it still lacked the necessary finesse to successfully execute the combination technique. What could they do? Continue training? No. Enhance their skills further. Shiyu was determined. After completing the instruction on deterrence, he swallowed a divine bean and consumed a significant portion of the joyous beverage left from the previous day. Consequently, only 2 divine beans remained, and a third of the joyous beverage was left. As for the 5 tendrils of the ginseng baby, they remained untouched. By the evening of the 4th, Shiyu had recuperated and planned to teach 11 Thunderpalm once more. In the courtyard, Shiyu and 11 stood facing each other. After engaging in self-training for half a day, 11 took a small step back, wary of Shiyu's current condition. Although it was eager to explore the limits of the Beastmaster, the sight of Shiyu left it apprehensive, fearing an abrupt collapse. The frequency of skill instruction had surged compared to before. With another small step back, 11 turned away, deciding to practice on its own for a while. It was capable of enduring. After all, having external support without effort bore no distinction from being a sloth. Thanks to the reinforcing feedback from the skill compendium, each recovery felt substantial. Therefore, as long as supplements were available, it could persist. The skill compendium served not only as a means to enhance its beast, but also as a tool for Shiyu's own empowerment. Throughout the prolonged instruction, Shiyu sensed himself gradually growing stronger each time he emerged from a state of weakness. It was not merely the attributes within the Beastmaster's realm that were strengthening, rather, he felt his own physique fortifying. Each recovery from weakness imbued him with vigor. Although the enhancements were not as pronounced as the feedback from a beast's level up, their frequency compensated for it. After all, leveling up a beast was no easy feat, yet teaching a skill and recovering from weakness could transpire within a day or two. It seemed that after every skill lesson, Shiyu was merely resting, but in truth, the exertion was not negligible. Hence, his frequent use of the skill compendium and supplements did not solely benefit the beast's advancement. He was also fortifying his own body through the process. Though the current effects of this reciprocal growth were modest, and his physique had yet to undergo a qualitative transformation akin to that of a professional beastmaster, every little bit contributed to the whole. After all, it had only been less than a month. Shiyu's ultimate aspiration was to emulate the protagonist of a certain animated series, capable of physically enduring beast skills. At that point, he could transform into a superhuman, significantly enhancing his safety during reckless endeavors. Why then? Did he subconsciously contemplate such reckless thoughts? Shiyu fell into contemplation, perhaps because, despite the danger, there was a certain exhilaration in it. Regardless, with an abundance of supplements at hand, neglecting the skill compendium would be foolish. Not only was it to hasten 11's growth, but also for Shiyu to cultivate a robust physique. The cost of this physical enhancement, however, was initially succumbing to weakness, which was somewhat disheartening. With a soft sigh, Shiyu reopened the Thunderpalm page and selected the teaching option. With a resounding slap, he struck 11's head. Instruction completed, Shiyu's eyes sank into his skull, fatigue enveloping him. He yearned for an uninterrupted slumber, far more than after instructing the silkworm. Alarmed, he hastily chewed on a tendril of the ginseng baby to alleviate the shock. This remedy was notoriously slow in recovery. Upon completing the instruction, Shiyu stared at the cooldown time displayed. feeling as though time itself was crawling slower than the joyous beverage's effervescence. Truly, it was a supplement of the lowest price he had acquired. However, even at its modest cost of 50,000 yuan, when compared to the divine beans and bee nectar, it seemed the ginseng baby's tendrils should at least restore over 40 hours of weakness. Now, all that remained was to patiently await his body's return to peak condition. Shiyu glanced at the sky and resolved to wait in slumber. At that moment, 11 had nearly absorbed all the Thunder Palm experience. Previously at the proficiency level, it was now poised to advance further. If Shiyu's assessment was correct, during the next instruction, it could elevate Thunder Palm's proficiency to mastery. At this instant, infused with newfound comprehension of Thunder Palm, 11's eyes sparkled with vitality, eagerly anticipating the attempt at a combination technique. Yet, another creature appeared distressed. In the courtyard, the birdcage perched on a tree revealed the beleaguered Qingmian worm, recently revived from its stupor, gazing plaintively at 11. "Don't come over here," it cried. All it desired was a peaceful slumber. Was that too much to ask? Tears welled in its eyes as it looked towards the round moon, casting a desperate glance at Shiyu. Shiyu. Ahem. Shiyu made a decision. It seemed 11 had indeed been overzealous. Although ample food and the absolute sleep skill could swiftly restore physical strength, one's mental state should not be subjected to constant training. Tonight, you shall rest. Coincidentally, he yearned for a slumber upon the panda pillow. With gratitude shining in the Qingmian worm's gaze, Shiyu led the bewildered 11 indoors. Inside, Shiyu deftly groomed the fur of the panda 11, shaking his head as he instructed it to shrink through duplication. Once more, he patted 11's fur, noting its enhanced softness and fitting size. That night, he rewarded himself with a restful night on the panda pillow. In due time, he would treat himself to a night on the enlarged panda bed post-duplication. Initially, 11 intended to resist and train, yet Shiyu was already fast asleep, sprawled atop it. Momentarily taken aback, 11 realized training was futile for the night. Consequently, to avoid awakening the weakened beast master, it gradually relaxed its body, allowing itself to soften, ultimately succumbing to slumber. The following day, at 4 in the morning, I despise this. Shiyu glared at 11, who was poised to rise for training, resting his chin on the bed while silently watching it. 11 looked at Shiyu with utmost seriousness. It's time to train. We've rested enough. What a plight. Shiyu rubbed his eyes. While 11 no longer needed to enter the Beastmaster space, it had ironically become his alarm clock. However, feeling sufficiently restored, he sighed and decided to rise alongside it. On August 5th, Shiyu instructed 11 once more on Thunder Palm. 11 stepped into the realm of mastery-level Thunder Palm, now capable of executing it with both hands and adeptly manipulating electrical energy. However, limited by its growth level, its stamina still fell short, preventing it from maintaining the Thunder Palm for extended durations. Shiyu pondered. Perhaps it was time to find a skill to enhance 11's stamina. As if he had heard the entreaty of Shiyu, the skills did not manifest spontaneously. However, on this day of the 11th, a remarkable transformation occurred, culminating in the attainment of level 7 awakening. In merely a month, his growth surged from level 3 to level 7, an astonishing rate of development. Yet, these feats were not the most significant gains. The true treasure lay in the fact that once the Thunder Palm reached mastery, it required minimal additional practice for Shi. The fusion of hardening and Thunder Palm effortlessly coalesced into a combined technique. Crackling and sizzling, Shi gazed in delight at the blue-white currents of electricity dancing upon his hardened palm. The sheer strength of the hardening, combined with the penetrating power of lightning, represented a dual assault of both physical and elemental forces. In terms of destructive capability, the unfinished, unpalatable steel plate in the household became the subject of his experiments. With a resounding crash, Shi could now effortlessly pierce through the steel plate with a single strike. Behold, as he surveyed the debris scattered across the ground, a triumphant roar escaped his lips. He had grown in might. Should he encounter that elite Iron Eater beast again, he was certain he could obliterate it in an instant. The Panda King was indeed a force to be reckoned with against elites. They call him Jiang Rui, not elite. Devour it, waste not. The inflated round figure, aggrieved. JPG. Chapter 55. Departure. On this day, Shiyu once again revived his life using a tendril from the ginseng baby. In the afternoon, he effortlessly conducted another lesson on hardening. This session marked the third teaching on hardening, building upon 11's mastery level. Following this, Shiyu temporarily reduced the intensity of his teaching. He acknowledged that mere physical prowess was insufficient. He felt exhausted. Being a beast master was indeed a demanding endeavor. After replenishing himself with some refreshing beverage until evening, Shiyu introduced a new technique involving silk threads before finally succumbing to slumber. August 6th. Shiryu's teaching frequency slowed once more. He only conducted a single lesson on hardening during the day. In summary, following the conclusion of the Tianmong Mountain Training Assessment, Shiryu spent a week primarily at home, focusing on enhancing his abilities. Apart from a few visits to the Zhushi Martial Arts School, he did not venture elsewhere. The achievements he garnered during this period were nothing short of remarkable. Name: Iron-Eating Beast, Growth Level, Awakening Level 7 Skills, Hardening, Mastery 4, Thunder Palm, Mastery, Enhanced Vision, Proficient, Rapid Healing, Proficient, Intimidation, Entry Level, Absolute Sleep, Entry Level, Doubling, Entry Level. Name: Green Silkworm, Growth Level, Awakening Level 7, Skills, Silk Thread, Mastery 6 to date. 11 has mastered 2 skills at the Mastery level, 2 at the Proficient level, and 3 entry-level advanced skills. Among these, 1 Mastery level skill is of intermediate rank, while the other, though of lower rank, is a unique racial skill of 11. Moreover, it has undergone instruction 4 times to meet the Mastery criteria. One could assert that despite 11's growth level being only at Awakening Level 7, its combat prowess could rival that of the young of extraordinary beings at the King level. As 11's Beast Master, Shiryu found himself contemplating a strategic retreat. What does it truly mean to be invincible at the same tier? At this rate of enhancement, it would not be far-fetched to anticipate that before 11 attains the extraordinary level, its combat strength might already be comparable to that of the young of extraordinary beings at the sovereign level. As for comparisons to divine beast offspring, Shiryu refrained from indulging in such fantasies, as he remained unaware of the true capabilities of divine beast younglings. Truth be told, he possessed only a vague understanding of both king and sovereign level beings young. Regarding the green silkworm, having undergone extensive instruction on silk threads, its growth rate was naturally swift. After reaching mastery in silk threads, it could elevate its growth level approximately once every 2 lessons, its growth trajectory far outpacing that of 11. Of course, this is partly due to its nature as an insect. Although its growth level has risen, its combat strength is well understood. Consequently, Shiryu did not closely monitor its growth level changes, for prior to evolution, the green silkworm's growth level held little reference value. Upon entering the ruins, Shiryu intended to search for suitable evolution materials, if there were any fruitful discoveries. On the morning of August 7th, Shiryu addressed the lethargic green silkworm, contemplating that if he made any gains, he could find time to nurture the little creature. After all, if he could cultivate a green silkworm into a sovereign level evolved form, he would have a solid candidate for his second contracted beast, and together with 11, they would form a formidable duo. Today marked the time when the professional beast master Zhou Wanshan, from the Tianmong Mountain Training Base, had mentioned unifying the successful candidates for entry into the ruins. Over the past 2 days, Shiryu inquired further and, combined with previous insights from Lu Qingyi, he gained a deeper understanding of the ruins. This particular space could only be stably accessed by apprentice beast masters with a beast space level of 1. Apart from this tier of beast masters and their contracted beasts, any other creature attempting to enter would either destabilize the ruins or find themselves unable to perceive or interact with the remnants within. Having gathered intelligence about the ruins, Shiryu contemplated, deciding against bringing the green silkworm along this time, unlike during the previous training. This was primarily due to the lack of connection to the beast space, leaving him uncertain about the green silkworm's ability to enter the ruins and remain by his side. In essence, this ruins felt peculiar, almost as if it were tailored for Shiryu, prompting suspicions that someone might be orchestrating events from behind the scenes, waiting for him to explore. It seemed as though an unknown life form was manipulating the ruins, eager to test Shiryu. This was merely Shiryu's speculation. After all, the ruins were, in any case, awakened by him. Of course, it was also possible that it was not a living entity, but rather the spirit mentioned by Lu Qingyi, a conscious remnant of history. The nature of such spirits remains an enigma that no one has yet fully deciphered. Regardless of the secrets concealed within these ruins, Shiryu, the mythologist, archaeologist, and apprentice beast master, was resolute in his exploration. The ruins he summoned would be thoroughly investigated, even if he had to weep through the process. Finally, the day had arrived. The archaeologist's spirit within Shiryu stirred with vigor. That morning, at the designated location of the Beast Master Association, approximately 80 individuals gathered. These 80 were the elite among the apprentice beast masters in Pingqing. Their contracted beasts generally held a growth level of awakening level 7 or above, with notable racial rankings and proficiency in racial skills. Most of these individuals were gifted talents who had passed the assessments organized by the Beast Master Association. In addition to those who secured their spots through the assessments, there were also candidates directly recommended by local martial arts schools. For example, Jiang Rui and other apprentices from the Zhushi Martial Arts School were recommended to participate directly in this exploration. This exploration represented the third large-scale endeavor organized by the Pingcheng Beast Master Association. The first exploration occurred shortly after the ruins emerged, attracting beast masters of all levels to study them. This investigation revealed that only apprentice beast masters could effectively uncover the secrets of the ruins. The second exploration involved the assembly of elite soldiers from the local Beast Master Battalion, who were dispatched to further investigate the ruins. This endeavor allowed the association to grasp the essence of the ruins. The third large-scale exploration was the current one, organized by the Pingcheng Beast Master Association, which gathered outstanding apprentice beast masters from various fields. This exploration served as both a trial and a gift for the apprentice beast masters of Pingcheng. Based on previous exploration experiences, it was evident that the ruins housed rare resources, albeit difficult to obtain. Seizing this opportunity, every explorer had the potential to enhance their abilities. It remained uncertain whether any among this cohort of beast masters possessed the capability to unravel the mysteries of the ruins. At the headquarters of the Beast Master Association, the president, clad in a gray suit, silently observed the latest batch of explorers assembling below. The arrival of these ruins in Pingcheng granted the local Beast Master Association the priority to explore. However, if the association could not decipher the ruins within a specified time frame, the exploration rights would gradually be open to nearby districts and cities. Currently, the priority exploration rights still belong to Pingcheng. However, if they fail to decode the ruins within a month, apprentice beast masters from other districts and cities would be permitted to explore, sharing in the bounty. As such, the association president hoped for a candidate capable of deciphering the ruins to emerge from within Pingcheng, as this would yield greater benefits for both the association and the city. If this opportunity for rapid advancement was missed, it might be a long time before such a chance arose again. 3 acquaintances in total? With only 80 individuals present, it was relatively easy to recognize them upon closer inspection. Outside the Beastmaster Association, Shiyu spotted the distinguished student Chen Kai, who had fortuitously managed to secure a place among the top 20 in the assessment. Alongside Chen Kai, he also recognized Jiang Rui from the Zhushi Martial Arts School, as well as 4 other apprentices. Having previously sparred with Jiang Rui, he felt a certain familiarity with him. Beyond these individuals, Shiyu noticed a young physician from the nearby Baikatang pharmacy, who was also a trainee beastmaster. It was he who had shared the news regarding the ruins with Shiyu, and he was surprised to see him there as well. Notably, there remained one acquaintance of a somewhat ambiguous nature. The referee from the day of his competition with Chen Kai, Bai Shi. Bai Shi appeared to be in his 20s, suggesting that he too was a trainee beastmaster. However, given his role as a referee at the combat arena, it was clear that his skills were commendable, likely backed by a degree in referee or venue management. As the time approached, a bespectacled man in a gray suit emerged from the association's interior. Upon his arrival, the chatter among the 80 trainee beastmasters ceased abruptly. He was none other than the president of the Pingcheng Beastmaster Association, a master-level beastmaster. "Let us depart," he said, squinting at his secretary beside him. Shortly thereafter, the engine of a large vehicle stationed at the outskirts of the Beastmaster Association roared to life. "Please board in an orderly fashion. We will guide you to the entrance of the ruins," he announced. Among the crowd, Shiyu boarded the vehicle, and Chen Kai and Jiang Rui, upon noticing him, greeted him briefly, as they were accompanied by others. The young physician from the pharmacy, however, approached Shiyu and took a seat beside him. "Goodness, you're here too? How's your health holding up?" he inquired, his concern evident. Although Shiyu had purchased supplements from him for nearly half a month, the young physician still remembered him quite well. "My health is perfectly fine," Shiyu replied. The young physician smiled, evidently skeptical. "Is perfectly fine reflected in your frequency of purchases?" Nevertheless, he was surprised that Shiyu had qualified for entry into the ruins, recognizing him as an inspiring trainee beastmaster. "It's curious. I wonder why the Mingxian capsules have been flying off the shelves lately. Even our pharmacy has faced a shortage. And I was worried you might come by and find none available," the young physician mused, recalling that there had indeed been a slight shortage a few days prior, coinciding with Shiryu's absence. Shiyu was at a loss for words. Flying off the shelves? It couldn't possibly be because of Chen Kai this time. It was unrelated to him. Just as Shiyu contemplated saying more, he was abruptly interrupted. The president of the Pingqing Association boarded the large vehicle alongside the trainee Beastmasters. Positioned at the forefront, he assumed a guiding role, his demeanor warm and welcoming as he addressed the newcomers. We will need approximately 40 minutes to reach our destination. During this time, I shall share some important considerations for exploring the ruins. You are all esteemed trainees within our Pingqing Beastmaster community, and I sincerely hope you achieve remarkable success in the ruins. Chapter 56. Entering the ruins in the outskirts of Icefield City, within a secluded valley. Formidable barricades have been established, guarded by the Beastmaster Corps, along with several professional Beastmasters stationed to safeguard the entrance to the recently uncovered ruins. Outside the Silent Valley, soldiers stand sentinel like immovable rock formations, their attention only shifting upon the approach of vehicles. Upon recognizing a vehicle dispatched by the Beastmaster Association, an officer issues the command, "Clear the way." In an instant, the blockade parts, allowing the vehicle carrying Shiyu and his companions to enter the valley unimpeded. After a bumpy ride, the group finally arrives at their destination. Shiyu gazes out the window, feeling an unfamiliarity in the environment. Although he has never visited this place before, it appears to be untouched by human hands, unlike Mount Tianmong, which bears signs of artificial alteration. Such a locale often harbors greater dangers. Excitement stirs within Shiryu's companion, the young physician Chaoyang. The ruins. I never imagined I would have the opportunity to explore them. I had resigned myself to a life of selling medicine, but perhaps fortune has favored me after all. If I leave here empty-handed, I might as well abandon the notion of becoming a professional Beastmaster and settle down with my fiancée, he reflects. Glancing at her photograph in his wallet, he turns to Shiryu and asks, "You surely don't have a partner, do you? Given your frail condition, what girl would be interested?" Shiryu shoots him a sideways glance. "Are you aware of what you're doing? Back in my hometown, we would call this stacking buffs, displaying affection to the point of involving me. Do you not realize that archaeologists are often overwhelmed?" It seems that the physician has unwittingly erected a flag too high, and a hint of self-doubt creeps into him. Well, the association has confirmed that the ruins pose minimal danger, so it should be fine, right? He muses, hastily changing the subject. The strength of the Beastmaster Corps lies in teamwork, but this time, exploring the ruins must be done independently, hampering their effectiveness. It's no wonder they struggled to conquer the ruins. Xiaoyang observes the rookie soldiers of the Beastmaster Corps stationed in the camp, noting, while they possess decent individual qualities, in terms of nurturing their beasts, they may not surpass us. Nowadays, the Beastmasters entering the Corps often come from less fortunate backgrounds. They are bound to the beasts allocated by the association, undergoing standardized training and utilizing limited resources. Though they excel in cooperation, field experience, determination, and execution, the resources provided by the association are inherently limited. In comparison to those Beastmasters who invest significantly in their beasts, certain deficiencies become apparent. Of course, there are exceptions. Some affluent Beastmasters endure rigorous training in the barracks, and such individuals are indeed formidable. However, those elites typically enroll in specialized training camps within the city, not in a small town like Pingqing. If the rookie Beastmasters of the Corps could easily overcome the ruins, the Pingqing Beastmaster Association would not be pinning their hopes on these carefully selected trainees. Perhaps, Shiryu begins to respond, but is interrupted. "All right, we have arrived at our destination. Let us disembark." As the vehicle reaches the center of the blockade, the president rises and speaks, igniting a wave of anticipation among the trainees. Following protocol, the Beastmasters begin to exit the vehicle. Earlier, President Feng had briefed everyone on the valley's environment and shared insights gleaned from the core experiences within the ruins. Thus, as they step onto the ground, they possess a degree of mental preparedness. BRR, it's cold. Despite this, the atmosphere within the valley causes many trainees to shiver. It feels as though sunlight has been banished, replaced by a pervasive chill. The environment is shrouded in a misty haze, with the only glimpse of sunlight appearing as a feeble orb on the horizon. Surrounding mountains, trees, and plants are adorned with a delicate layer of frost, a testament to the heating facilities in the nearby camp. Otherwise, the cold would be even more biting. According to President Feng, the elemental creatures within the ruins are predominantly ice-based. The spatial overlap between the ruins and the Blue Star Realm has influenced the external conditions. It's not merely the temperature that has been affected. As they gaze upon the 6 towering stone giants encircling a central formation, the group falls into contemplation. This is the manifestation of the ruins' preliminary overlap with the Blue Star Realm. The 6 stone giants guard the central formation, which serves as the gateway to the interior of the ruins. The giants appear to be sentinels of the ruins, yet they possess an unmistakable lifelessness. Upon sighting the stone giants, Shiyu feels a pang of anxiety. After all, these giants bear a striking resemblance to one he had previously encountered in the association's grounds. The one he had inadvertently damaged in conversation, could they be related? Observing the 6 giants, it is evident that the first 2 radiate a luminous glow while the remaining 4 remain dim. President Feng steps forward, stating, based on our conjectures, these 6 statues may represent the progress in deciphering the ruins. Our beast masters triggered responses from the statues during the first 2 trials within the ruins. Thus, we surmise that there are a total of 6 challenges, and as you can see, we are currently stalled at the 3rd. Although President Feng had shared this information on the ride over, the sight of the 6 statues stirs doubt within everyone. If the Beast Master Corps could only overcome 2 challenges, how many could the trainees hope to conquer? Given that they had heard about the challenges en route, most felt uncertain about even passing 3, let alone the subsequent trials, of which they were entirely unaware. With a reassuring smile, President Feng addresses the group. Do not feel overly pressured. Each challenge completed yields certain rewards from the ruins, presenting an excellent opportunity for personal growth. Moreover, this is not your only chance to enter. You may return within the next month for repeated challenges. The nearby camp is equipped with a medical facility, a resting area, and comprehensive amenities. The Pingqing Beastmaster Association will ensure all necessary preparations are made. Your task is to challenge the trials and strive to grow stronger. Tell me, do you have confidence? President Feng's eyes widen suddenly as he raises his voice. Excellent, he exclaims. Take a moment to prepare. Once ready, you may apply for entry into the ruins. Remember the precautions I mentioned during our ride. Your safety is paramount. As he finishes, the newly arrived trainees nod in agreement. Nearby, the soldiers stationed within and outside the blockade remain silent and expressionless. Though they do not voice their thoughts, they harbor doubts about whether this eclectic group of trainees can truly surpass their own capabilities. Amidst the crowd, Shiyu quietly listens, continuing to cultivate his focus, his gaze shifting among the stone statues. Occasionally, he concentrates, hoping to catch a glimpse of some historical resonance, yet it seems nothing stirs the air. After observing for a considerable time, he ultimately relinquished this endeavor and resolved to venture into the ruins to explore further. Alas, he had hoped to awaken the Giant of Light in one fell swoop, thereby claiming allegiance from the 6 giants, but such aspirations were overly ambitious. As for the final 3 trials, I am uncertain, yet I believe I might conquer the presently insurmountable 3rd trial. With clarity in his mind, Shiyu relaxed his demeanor and proceeded to register, determined to enter the ruins at once. Not only he, but nearly all the newly arrived Beast Tamers also decided to embark on the exploration of the ruins immediately. Successfully passing the trials would yield rewards and the honor representative of one's prowess, a most enticing prospect that stirred excitement in everyone. This individual certainly seemed poised to achieve remarkable results. Perhaps he might even triumph in the 3rd trial. Amidst the crowd, Chen Kai searched for Shiyu's figure among his classmates, silently affirming that this prodigy could undoubtedly surpass the 3rd trial. The likes of Jiang Rui from the Zhushi Martial Arts Academy also cast their gazes toward Shiyu. It was rumored that the 3rd trial of the ruins involved a frost stone giant with a growth level of awakening tier 10 and a racial rank of low commander. The frost stone giant, an elemental extraordinary creature, possessed formidable power and had several racial skills mastered to a proficient level. Although this strength may not pose a significant challenge to the new generation of talents from large cities, it certainly presented a degree of pressure for the apprentice beast tamers from a small locale like Pingqing. Shortly thereafter, someone completed their registration and stepped onto the illuminated platform, only to vanish in a blur of motion. Shiyu wasted little time and soon completed his registration, ascending the stage to stand amidst the 6 stone giant statues. Upon his arrival, several eyes turned towards him, including that of President Feng from the Pingqing Association. This individual had excelled in the Tianmong Mountain trials, and the iron-eating beast he possessed was reputed to have mastered the skill of hardening. Lin Hongyan had advised him to keep an eye on this one. Claiming he would unveil a surprise, Shiyu was eager to discover what that surprise might be. As Shiyu's figure vanished from the platform, President Feng gazed toward the direction of the snow-capped mountains, reflecting on the tumultuous events of the year. With the beast tide preceding the ruins, he pondered whether there was a connection between the two. This time, in addition to the 80 newly arrived explorers, the apprentice beast tamers from previously entered Beast Tamer Corps would also re-enter. The association had meticulously selected a group for focused training, resulting in a transient enhancement of their abilities. In preparation for this exploration of the ruins, the Pingsheng Beast Tamer Association had resolved to invest significantly. Meanwhile, as Shiyu stepped onto the platform, enveloped in radiant light, he felt a disorientation wash over him. Completing the 6 trials grants ownership of the ruins and the key to history. In his dazed state, Shiyu was uncertain if he had heard the new voice. The next moment, it felt as though he experienced a cosmic shift, transitioning into another realm. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself upon a vast, snow-white glacier. Modest in size and encased by crystalline spatial barriers. Before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, from afar, countless ice elements coalesced, forming a giant-like being. Name, Froststone Giant. Attribute, Ice. Racial level, High. Extraordinary racial skills, Ice Hammer. Cold Breath. Description, a mutated variant of the Stone Giant, an ice elemental creature. Its icy arm hammer possesses immense power, and its cold breath can effortlessly freeze all it encounters. The first environment of the ruins is an icy expanse, where only Shiyu stands alone, while within lies a Froststone Giant of growth level 8, a formidable first trial. Beside Shiyu, the small iron-eating beast emerged from the beast space. Its expression invigorated as it faced the enemy. The Panda King's roar echoed. Awoo. Chapter 57. Historical images upon a vast expanse of glistening glaciers. Shiyu gazed into the distance. 100 meters away, a Froststone Giant floated towards him. Though referred to as a giant, this being bore no resemblance to a human. Lacking a lower body, its form resembled an irregular cylindrical shape, plump like a small hill. As an elemental creature, it was capable of levitating just above the ground, with its most striking feature being its colossal arms, which were primarily used to execute its icy hammer skill. It was Shiyu's first encounter with the Froststone Giant. A smile graced his lips as he locked eyes with the creature's singular eye, resembling a crystal of energy embedded in its enormous mouth. With sincerity, he addressed the creature. Dear friend from another race, we have no intention of fighting. Rather, we have been invited by your elder brother statue to uncover the truth of history. Fighting is unnecessary. If there are any rewards, we would appreciate them directly. Beside him, 11, eager for a confrontation, was momentarily taken aback. No fighting? Indeed, 11 was still quite young, when matters could be resolved through dialogue. Why resort to conflict? However, as Shiyu attempted to establish a psychic connection, the approaching Froststone Giant launched an unprovoked attack, displaying a distinct lack of martial decorum. From dozens of meters away, it opened its mouth and exhaled a frigid breath. In an instant, a wave of icy mist, reminiscent of concentrated frost, swept toward Shiyu and his companions. The glacier beneath was once again coated with a thicker layer of ice. Its expressive display could be likened to an enhanced fire extinguisher. The icy blue breath expanded like a radiating beam. Fortunately, the giantess' icy breath was merely at an introductory level. Its speed was slow, and its frost power was not particularly formidable. Had it been any stronger, many would have found themselves overwhelmed at the first hurdle. Cut it. Communication is futile. 11. Deal with it directly. As Shiyu took a small step back, he issued the command, leaving 11 exasperated. Why not just start with this? 11 lifted his head, focusing his mind as his supervision activated, causing the external world to seemingly slow down. The range of the icy breath was limited, its potency only threatening within a few meters. The dissipating energy outside of that radius was akin to standard cold air. With his robust physique, 11 did not even need to harden. He chose to dash straight through it. As the Froststone Giant continued to exhale while floating closer, 11 lunged forward like a fierce beast, and as they drew near, the threat of the icy breath intensified. In the next moment, utilizing his supervision, 11 easily dodged the concentrated icy breath and maneuvered to the side of the giant, denying the sluggish creature any chance to react. Boom. 11 suddenly leaped, channeling his mastery of hardening into a powerful strike against the Froststone Giant. With a single blow, the 3-meter-tall giant shattered, disintegrating into countless ice elements before vanishing from Shiyu's sight. Simultaneously, a blue energy crystal fell from the giant's disintegrated form. Not far away, a glowing teleportation array appeared on the icy ground. As Lan Qingyi had mentioned, the creatures here were indeed not true life forms but rather semblances of elemental manifestations. Watching the Froststone Giant disintegrate, Shiyu remained still, gazing at the ice elements suspended in the sky. He surveyed his surroundings, never forgetting the primary purpose of entering the ruins. What profound message did this place wish to convey to him? In the most widely circulated tale of the snow after an ice-filled city, it spoke of an ice dragon descending nearby, which triggered a mini-ice age. Subsequently, the ancient Beast Tamers residing in Icefield City waged war against the ice dragon. Did the environment within the ruins simulate that which followed the dragon's arrival? As he mused, a cacophony filled his ears, a medley of battle sounds, voices and conversation. His mind erupted with noise, reminiscent of the voice of the statue he had previously heard, awakening echoes of history. In that instant, Shiyu envisioned fleeting images, a group of young men and women clad in ancient attire, standing resolute against a horde of beasts from the snow-capped mountains. The visions were ephemeral, almost vanishing in an instant, leaving Shiyu silent and introspective. What was that? Shiyu could not help but ponder. Was that a glimpse of events long past? If his judgment was correct, his talent for hearing the echoes of history had activated once more. He had witnessed the ancient Beast Tamers commanding the Froststone giants and battling the fierce beasts of the snowy mountains. Beyond that, there was naught else. Once again, Shiyu fell into deep contemplation, piecing together the fragments of history he had glimpsed. He reconstructed a narrative of Icefield City's past. An ancient tribe of Beast Tamers lived harmoniously in the vicinity, until the arrival of an ice dragon instigated a mini-ice age. This climatic shift altered the landscape, disrupting the tribe's way of life, compelling them to confront the dragon. Though they succeeded in sealing the dragon, they could not reverse the environmental changes that had ensued. The tribe had to adapt to the new conditions, leading to the transformation of their faith's totem, the stone giant, into the froststone giant. Concurrently, the extraordinary creatures around the snow-capped mountains evolved due to the changing environment, resulting in a significant increase in ice attribute beings. Influenced by the sealed ice dragon, the mountain beasts grew increasingly volatile, frequently inciting beast tides. Thus, for a century, this tribe tirelessly defended against the relentless waves of beasts. Even now, the ice dragon's ruins and the beast tides persisted, though the tribe itself had vanished for various reasons. The current ruins were a training ground designed by a legendary beast tamer, nearing the end of his days, to prepare his kin. Consequently, the environment within these ruins leaned heavily towards icy conditions. Ah, loot! 11 exclaimed with exuberance. This was something he had encountered before. The nutritional meals provided for the iron-eating beast at the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts Academy included gold and lightning dual-attribute energy crystals. These energy crystals, formed from concentrated elemental energy, served as universal resources for enhancing the attributes of tamed beasts. However, they were exceedingly rare. The higher the quality, the scarcer they became. Although they offered less potent effects than most singular food sources, their efficacy was unparalleled, thus commanding a high price. What 11 had consumed was a first-level energy crystal, and this ice attribute energy crystal appeared to be of the same grade. Was this indeed the expected reward? Temporarily setting aside thoughts of whether he had truly seen or heard the earlier visions, Shiyu turned his gaze toward the energy crystal. It was acceptable, had it been before. Finding an ice attribute energy crystal would have filled him with joy. While the attributes did not quite align, selling it could yield a significant amount of iron bamboo. However, they were not currently in need of such resources, considering this was merely the first trial and that almost everyone could obtain one. Shiyu felt reassured that the subsequent rewards would surely be more substantial. After all, the widely recounted tale of the ice dragon had been refuted by the statue once before. Ignoring that, the background of the ruins might genuinely be a trial ground designed to withstand the beast tides, yet the lack of crucial information remained a significant hurdle. Shiyu glanced towards the nearby teleportation array, resembling a summoning array, contemplating a challenge for the second trial. However, before proceeding, he retrieved the energy crystal from 11's hands, cautioning, "You shouldn't consume this. It may upset your stomach." 11. Chapter 58. My nephew possesses mastery. The second trial space is once again situated upon a glacier. The overall environment reminiscent of the previous one. However, the energy level of the adversary has evidently escalated. It is a frost stone giant of level 10. Unlike the prior foe that only possessed rudimentary skills, this creature has mastered advanced techniques such as frost breath and ice hammer, making it considerably more formidable. The froststone giant's icy physique is inherently harder than steel, and combined with its ranged frost breath and the devastating ice hammer, this second challenge likely represents the limit for most challengers. Even though the froststone giant's avatar lacks intelligence and exhibits sluggish movement, the odds of victory are slim. Yet, this assessment is clearly tailored for the average individual. For Shiyu and 11, the distinction between a level 10 and a level 8 froststone giant is negligible. Confronted with the more powerful stone giant, 11 simply employed enhanced vision and hardening to vanquish it. The difference from the previous encounter being merely a matter of a few additional strikes. This time, the froststone giant dropped an energy crystal, which, judging by its quality, appear superior to the last, being a level 2 energy crystal, promising a greater monetary return. Has talent become irrelevant? Changing the environment. Shiryu once more attempted to transform into a historical listener, yet regrettably, the previous visions did not materialize. Never mind, he resolved to continue progressing through the trials, postponing the pursuit of historical truths in favor of gathering rewards. While a level 1 energy crystal may hold little significance, a level 2 crystal, particularly of perfect quality, could fetch a six-figure sum. As Shiryu began to savor the potential riches, he pondered the treasures that awaited in the third trial. No one had yet succeeded in overcoming this challenge, leaving the nature of its rewards uncertain. Surely, it would not merely yield energy crystals again? While these items are indeed valuable at their respective levels, what he truly covets are rare resources, preferably those unobtainable in the outside world, such as those pertaining to space or time. Only then could the evolution of the Qingmian worm become truly unique. Should the subsequent rewards be predominantly ice-related resources? Unless the Qingmian worm were to evolve into an ice crystal phoenix moth, they would hold little utility. Shiryu chastised himself for his limited vision. Even the ice phoenix moth, or ice dragonfly, seemed somewhat lackluster to him, prompting him to press on. The familiar glacial surroundings remained unchanged, yet this time, they were confronted not by a froststone giant, but rather by an ice-armored giant formed from concentrated ice elements, resembling a humanoid figure clad in crystalline armor. Name: Ice Armored Giant. Attribute: Ice Species Level, Low Tier Commander. Species Skills: Ice Hammer, Ice Armor, Ice Regeneration. Description: Possessing extraordinarily high defense and an impenetrable icy form. It can recover from bodily damage by consuming energy from a distance. The emergence of the 3-meter-tall Ice Armored Giant instilled a sense of pressure in Shiryu and 11. This adversary would undoubtedly prove challenging. Roar. 11 instinctively unleashed a deterrent skill, heightening their battle spirit. According to the intelligence gathered, all 3 skills of the Ice Armored Giant are of advanced proficiency. Although its growth level is merely 10, the trainee Beast Masters of the Beastmaster Corps are no match for it. This is to be expected. Even a level 10 Iron Eater with proficient hardening may struggle against such a foe. Its defense is formidable, and even if breached, it can swiftly regenerate. To defeat it, 2 methods exist. Either exhaust its energy entirely or inflict a grievous wound, preventing regeneration, as the advanced ice regeneration has its limitations. This marks Shiryu and his companion's first encounter with a creature of commander-level species, whose skills surpass those of extraordinary beings substantially. Shiryu covets the ice regeneration skill. Should the worm evolve into the ice category, it would serve as an excellent complement, though he remains uncertain if such skills can be replicated here. 11, Shiryu called, prompting 11 to harden completely and cautiously approach the opponent. In response, the Ice Armored Giant prepared to charge, its entire form encased in ice armor, lunging towards 11. As it neared, it suddenly swung its massive arm, employing the Ice Hammer. With its unrivaled defense and layered enhancements from the Ice Armor and Ice Hammer, the Ice Armored Giant's arm effectively bore 3 layers of buffs, imbued with overwhelming force. Bang! The Ice Armored Giant's arm struck the ground, causing the glacier to shatter, sending ice shards flying. Meanwhile, 11 adeptly rolled to the side, utilizing advanced hardening to strike at the Ice Armored Giant's leg. Crack! The ice armor dented slightly, though the defense was not fully compromised. The surrounding ice elements quickly coalesced, allowing the Ice Armored Giant to recover from the damage, and it retaliated by lifting its leg to kick. 11. Surprised, 11 recognized they were finally facing a worthy adversary. Conversely, Shiryu noted the creature's remarkable hardness and its cunning combination of skills, which proved more troublesome than anticipated. Shrink! Shiryu commanded instantly. The Ice Armored Giant's casual kick, due to the close proximity, would have been difficult for 11 to evade. But Shiryu's timely instruction allowed 11 to dodge effectively. Double, hardening, thunder palm. Shiryu issued further commands, aiming for a swift resolution. In the next moment, 11, originally half a meter tall, dramatically surged in size to over 2 meters, closing the gap with the Ice Armored Giant. Roar! With the increase in size, 11's strength surged, unleashing an impressive aura as it launched a counterattack. Starting from its massive palm, it hardened its entire form, emitting a brilliant blue-white light across its hand. The combination of advanced hardening and thunder palm, coupled with the doubling effect, proved formidable. The doubling technique is an incredibly versatile combination, synergizing well with most skills. 11's hardened thunder palm pierced toward the Ice Armored Giant's abdomen. However, the giant was quick to react, swinging its ice hammer in retaliation. Boom! In the following instant, 11's hardened thunder palm penetrated the ice-armored giant's body, creating a gaping wound in its abdomen. Such an injury would render it nearly impossible to recover. Whimper, whimper, whimper. On the glacier's surface, 11, disregarding the pain from its injuries, hastily rose to observe the ice-armored giant beginning to crumble from the abdomen outward. Well, it has completely disintegrated. Hooray, victory. 11. Shiyu exclaimed, observing 11's performance. Your first choice should have been to utilize rapid healing to address your injuries. Alternatively, in a formal battle, you could have feigned unconsciousness to execute an absolute sleep tactic. I will alert you to any changes in the enemy's condition. 11 nodded fervently. Understood. Let me replenish my energy. Shiyu neglected to examine what the ice-armored giant had dropped, hastily retrieving an energy crystal from his pack to feed 11 while pondering the encounter. While they had successfully vanquished the foe, the battle had proven more arduous than anticipated. Without the combination of doubling, hardening, and thunder palm, it would have been challenging to eliminate this opponent instantly. Lacking the ability to defeat it in one blow would have led to a drawn-out exchange, placing the lower tier 11 at a disadvantage. Although the opponent was 3 levels higher, it was merely a low-tier commander species with proficiency levels below mastery. It seems a bit exaggerated to say that 11's combat prowess can rival that of the young monarch-class creatures of the same tier. However, there is still room for 11 to improve. Meanwhile, the group of aspiring Beastmasters has largely entered the arena. The professional Beastmaster officers are predicting the outcome of this event. Do you think there is anyone who might defeat that ice-armored giant this time? It's a daunting challenge. As the creatures of our Beastmasters and Pingqing are predominantly of the extraordinary tier, which pales in comparison to the commander tier beasts, it is a well-known fact that under the same growth level, a higher racial tier corresponds to greater overall combat strength. When faced with disparities in racial tiers, the hope for victory may hinge on attribute advantages, skill advantages, and proficiency in skills. Ah, yes, Beastmasters are also permitted to bring restorative items into the arena. Using potions to overcome opponents is indeed a valid strategy. At the edge of the camp not far from the arena, President Feng of the Pingqing Beastmaster Association gazed at the 6 stone statues and remarked, all participants have entered, within approximately an hour. We may know if anyone can pass the 3rd trial. President, I recall that among the challengers, one is your nephew, correct? Inquired the secretary, who stood nearby with a folder in hand. No sooner had the president finished speaking than, with a sudden hum, the 3rd stone giant statue unexpectedly illuminated. This change left the Beastmasters in the surrounding camp in stunned silence. What has occurred? Has someone already passed the 3rd trial? Yet. It has barely been 20 minutes since the earliest Beastmaster entered today. Who could be so formidable? Chapter 59, Breaking Records President? As the 3rd stone giant illuminated, the secretary cast a glance at the association's president. The record has been shattered? President Feng paused momentarily. The 3rd trial, which had eluded the trainee Beast Tamers of the Beast Legion for so long, was conquered in less than half an hour by this new batch of tamers. Perhaps it is time to consider increasing the training regimen for the Beast Legion. At that moment, He Biao, the vice captain stationed at the Beast Legion in Pingqing, rushed out from the camp and approached President Feng and his secretary. What is happening? He boomed. It is evident that among the Beast Tamers I brought, someone has already passed the 3rd trial. Our Legion's standards truly need enhancement. Enough of this nonsense. He Biao retorted sharply. You want the horse to perform well but refuse to feed it. How can one expect such outcomes? The secretary of the president remained silent, accustomed to the banter. The two were sworn friends, having shared life and death experiences during the Beast Tide a decade ago, and it was not unusual for their discussions to escalate into arguments. President Feng fell silent, as he too wished to contribute more funds. After all, was Pingqing not impoverished? President, could it be your nephew? The 2nd trial features the 10th level Frost Stone Giant. The 3rd trial, the 10th level Ice Armored Giant. President Feng squinted and shook his head. I am well aware of my nephew's capabilities. His talent is commendable, and he may potentially succeed, but certainly not at such a rapid pace. There must be another contender. Having trained his nephew beforehand, he was quite certain of this. The president's secretary cleared his throat and suggested, what if it is indeed your nephew? Perhaps he performed exceptionally this time? Impossible. If it were him, I would. What would you eat? Fried blue silkworms? He Biao interjected, looking at him suspiciously. Trying to deceive me into providing sustenance? I maintain my denial. President Feng retorted while adjusting his attire. But who could it be? Is it the 3 Beast Tamers ranked first in the trials? Or those recommended by various martial arts academies? In that moment, even President Feng found it difficult to ascertain. His gaze deepened as he looked towards the stone statue, curious if the fourth would illuminate. Within the ruins, in the third trial space, Shiyu picked up a translucent stone shaped like a pebble that had fallen from the ice-armored giant, lost in contemplation. This is not an energy crystal. Intriguing. But what is it? Beside him, 11 displayed a puzzled expression. This object, it had never seen or consumed anything like it. With no internet access on his phone, there was no way to search for information. Shiryu's mood soured. Forget it. I will put it away for now and inquire about it later. He stowed the transparent stone in his backpack and surveyed his surroundings, using mental perception to sense the environment. Good. Apart from the first trial space, which reacted, the second and third trials remained unresponsive. Let us proceed. Would you prefer to take a 10-minute nap here before we tackle the next trial? Shiyu regarded 11 with suspicion, especially considering the ice-armored giant's earlier blow had sent 11 flying several meters. Adjusting his state was essential to avoid mishaps in the next trial, allowing for a better investigation of historical truths. Rewards were secondary. The primary concern was to prevent history from being obscured. It seems I did not articulate this quite right. Never mind, it is close enough. In order to avoid being struck in the next trial, 11 obediently nodded. Its philosophy was straightforward. Injuries sustained during training were acceptable, but injuries in battle were not. Such outcomes would render all its training futile. Next, 11 shrank in size and fell asleep, swiftly recuperating its energy. After a brief delay, they stepped into the teleportation array for the fourth trial. Has the environment changed? Upon opening his eyes, Shiyu found himself atop a mountain peak in a snowy landscape. 11 was beside him, and as they looked down, a fierce blizzard began to swirl below. Countless ice elements coalesced, forming a wolf-like creature. Name: Snow Wolf. Attribute: Ice. Race level: High Transcendent. Race skills: Ice-shattering fangs, ice-cracking claws, cold breath, snow veil. An old acquaintance. However, Shiyu and 11's expressions soon soured. Even 11, who was eager to test their training outcomes through battle, displayed a troubled countenance. The Snow Wolf was merely the first creature to appear, as 9 more soon followed, along with 10 ice tusk boars of medium transcendent level, 10 ice-armored beasts, and 10 ice-scaled serpents, followed by 10 snow monkeys. The snowy mountain space Shiyu occupied was vast, with these beasts scattered throughout, but from their vantage point atop the peak, they had a clear view of all 50 creatures. Do not tell me the fourth trial requires us to defeat all these creatures. Shiyu lamented. Ruins. How could you possibly expect us to handle such a challenge? 11 felt immense pressure as well. If the fourth trial was this daunting, what awaited them in the fifth? Fortunately, unlike the previous trials, these fierce beasts currently did not harbor animosity towards Shiyu and 11. They had ample time to devise a strategy and contemplate how to pass through. What a blunder! Shiyu cursed atop the snowy peak. Upon closer inspection, he noted that these beasts' growth levels seemed relatively low, none reaching the 10th level. Nevertheless, the difficulty was undeniably greater than the previous trial. Shiyu regretted not having allocated points to master his intimidation skills beforehand. Had he done so, a single advanced intimidation sweep from 11 might have dispatched all 50 beasts instantly. Even maximizing his points could have allowed the colossal 11 to trample a swath of them. Now, he found himself in a predicament where engaging in battle was fraught with complications. 11 stepped forward. The iron-eating beast fears nothing. Shall we fight? Shiyu felt that a confrontation was not impossible. However, with their current strength, even if they succeeded, it would be a formidable challenge. The sheer number of adversaries made coordination difficult. If you maintain hardened form, they likely lack the means to penetrate your defenses. The challenge would lie in stamina. In this regard, you possess absolute sleep and can shrink to maneuver, so there remains a glimmer of hope for passage. Shiyu analyzed slowly. Shall we give it a try? 11 nodded. Before long, 11 slid down the mountain peak, rolling like a snowball. Oh no. If this is a trial, it surely appears to be an incredibly brutal battle, starting by using a rolling steel battering ram to crush a multitude of foes. Outside, a considerable time had elapsed since the third stone statue glowed. At this moment, participants began to emerge one by one. Thus, as long as the Beast Tamers did not recklessly venture too deep, they generally faced minimal danger. Shinkai only cleared the first trial. Emerging from the trials, the Beast Tamers were required to answer soldiers' inquiries and register their achievements. The top student, Shinkai, felt quite dejected. Having only passed the first trial, most individuals present had only succeeded in the first trial. The second trial, featuring the Frost Stone Giant, was already quite challenging, let alone the third trial. Upon reflection, The ruins were likely a powerful beast tamer tribe capable of sealing dragons and such formidable creatures, designed for the training of young clan members. The difficulty level was certainly not something everyone could navigate easily. After all, Pingxing was merely a Tier 3 small city. By sure, 2 trials cleared. Xiao Liang Erguan, Jiang Rue, Erguan. This group of individuals had triumphed over the formidable level 10 Froststone Giant, only to be subsequently vanquished by the Ice-Armored Giant. Initially, their shared achievement seemed inconsequential. However, as those who emerged noted that the third statue had illuminated, their minds were suddenly engulfed in a haze. Could it be that someone had defeated the Ice-Armored Giant? The illumination of the third statue signified that someone had successfully passed the third level. Who could that be? A beast master inquired of the soldier who had registered him. The soldier glanced at him and shook his head, replying, "How would I know? The person has yet to emerge. The third statue lit up over half an hour ago. That individual is likely engaged in the challenge of the fourth level now." The gathered beast masters collectively expressed their disbelief. Had this individual truly bested the Ice-Armored Giant over half an hour ago? As more beast masters emerged, even among those who had claimed the top positions in the assessment organized by the Beast Master Association, none had managed to pass the third level. This left Chairman Feng, He Biao, and others in a state of disappointment. Gong, the third level. Just then, a beast master with a rather grim expression emerged, instantly captivating the attention of everyone present as he registered. "Did you conquer the third level?" inquired the registration personnel, looking at the pale-faced beast master. "Yes," Gong replied, casting his gaze towards the illuminated third statue and the astonished expressions of those around him, feeling a swell of satisfaction within. Although he had faltered at the fourth level, he had nonetheless set a new record. Surely, he hadn't brought shame upon Chairman Feng. He began to search for Chairman Feng's figure. "Bro, that's impressive," a soldier exclaimed, unable to restrain his admiration. "You connected 3 levels in just over 10 minutes. Amazing. But why did it take you so long to come out? Was the fourth level particularly challenging? By the way, what is the fourth level like?" "The fourth level is simply not something a novice beast master can conquer," Gong retorted, but suddenly he sensed something was amiss. When had he connected the 3 levels in just over 10 minutes? The third level had taken a considerable amount of time. In his confusion, the fourth statue suddenly hummed to life, illuminating brightly. All eyes turned in bewilderment, first pausing in shock, then erupting in exclamations. The fourth statue had also illuminated. Everyone understood the significance of this. Outside a certain camp, Chairman Feng was equally astonished. Had the fourth level truly been conquered? He had a hunch as to who it might be. The chairman's secretary and the vice commander exchanged surprised glances, directing their attention to the registration area near the stage. Was it truly not Chairman Feng's nephew? Meanwhile, the sole local elite student who had witnessed the difficulty of the fourth level, Gong, was in utter disarray. How could this be possible? Was the fourth level truly something a person could pass? It was a 1 versus 50 challenge. Chapter 60, The Ethereal Stone. At this moment, although Gong claimed to have passed the third trial, the gathered crowd was not deceived. Through the changes in the statues, they discerned that the record had been shattered by another. As for Gong, the president of the Pingxing Association's nephew, he stood lost in thought. Just then, President Feng and He Biao approached him. "Gong, what is the fourth trial? Having passed the first 3, surely you have seen the conditions of the fourth?" President Feng inquired directly. The beast tamers and soldiers surrounding them perked up their ears in anticipation. Indeed, if the third trial was so formidable, what manner of demons awaited in the fourth? Taking a deep breath, Gong replied, "It is a new environment resembling a snow-capped mountain, vastly larger than the icy plains and glaciers of the previous trials. Upon entering, the trial space conjured 50 ferocious beasts of the snowy mountains, 10 snow wolves, 10 ice-armored beasts, 10 ice-toothed boars, 10 ice-scaled snakes, and 10 snow monkeys. Based on their growth levels, none appear to be below level 7, and their skill proficiency is notably high. I had intended to let my Moonfire beast contend, but there was no opening." As Gong finished, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering. 50 beasts? He Biao, the vice captain of the Pingxing Beast Tamer Corps, widened his eyes in disbelief. The first 3 trials had only 1 opponent each. How did the number increase so drastically in the fourth? This is nearly equivalent to a minor beast tide. The others, who had failed to clear the second and third trials, also found the fourth trial's difficulty absurd. Under the restriction of being a novice beast tamer, how could anyone possibly face 1 versus 50? Suddenly, the crowd recognized a blind spot, their gazes shifting to the illuminated fourth statue. A hushed silence fell over them, It seemed someone had indeed succeeded. Who could it be? Well done, you have performed admirably. There will be another opportunity. President Feng encouraged his nephew and then turned to the recorder. Please check how many have yet to emerge. Yes. The recorder swiftly compared the information, and within moments, he declared, currently, it seems only one person has yet to come out. No one expected the revelation to come so swiftly. Indeed. Regardless of whether they succeeded in the first 3 trials, a 1-versus-1 battle would not consume excessive time. However, attempting the 4th trial would undoubtedly require a significant investment of time. Leaving just one person remaining was only natural. Who is it? Despite suspecting he already knew, President Feng instinctively sought confirmation. Meanwhile, among the crowd, the Beast Tamers strained to identify who was missing. At that moment, Chen Kai, Jiang Rui, Chao Yang, and others exchanged uneasy glances as they searched, yet they found no one. No way. It's Shiyu, he called out just as the recorder's words faded. And a flash of light erupted from the center of the 6 statues. Another figure emerged from the ruins. A young man, donned in a deep blue adventure outfit, with a casually slung backpack, stepped forth, clearly displeased. If the 4th trial is this difficult, so be it. Even with all my cards on the table, it's not insurmountable. Indeed, it was proven that although the journey was arduous, they ultimately succeeded. However, upon glimpsing the 5th trial, Shiyu found it utterly uninteresting. This was clearly not designed for ordinary beast tamers. The 5th trial featured a total of 100 ferocious beasts, an increase in both quantity and variety, with the overall growth levels being significantly higher, even including beasts at level 10. While there were no leaders among them, the sheer task of defeating 50 was enough to exhaust Shiryu's team. He doubted they could conquer this trial, and thus chose to withdraw. As Shiryu's thoughts raced, he suddenly became aware of the numerous eyes fixated on him from the outside. Under such an unusual scrutiny, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Are you Shiyu? Inquired the recorder nearest to the teleportation platform. I am. Is there an issue? He replied. You passed the 3rd and 4th trials? Yes. Such matters were impossible to conceal, nor was there any need to do so. Shiryu nodded. He glanced toward the statues. Indeed, where there had previously been 2 illuminated, now glowed brightly. This. Beside him, Chunggong, who had felt the pressure of the 4th trial, found it difficult to believe. He could hardly fathom how a novice beast tamer could manage a 1-versus-50 scenario. Even more incredulous were those who were familiar with Shiryu. Chen Kai, Bai Shi, Jiang Rui, and others, their mouths agape in disbelief. While Shiryu was undoubtedly powerful, that little iron eater seemed to be of a lower growth level. Far from level 10, a low growth level implied limited physical capacity. How had he passed the 4th trial? They were unaware that Shiryu's iron eater possessed the ability to shrink, allowing it to kite its opponents while recovering its stamina, coupled with the absolute sleep skill, exploiting the low intelligence of these non-sentient beasts for brief rests. Goodness! Yet the most baffling of all was the young doctor, Xiao Yang. In his memory, Shiryu was merely a somewhat fragile rookie with a bit of tenacity. How could he possibly be the one to break records by clearing 4 trials? Excellent work. While unsure of how Shiryu had accomplished this feat, President Feng recognized that any advancement in the exploration of the ruins was a positive development. With a smile, President Feng addressed Shiyu. You are a disciple of the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School, correct? Master Lin had mentioned you to me before. He said you would surprise me, but I never anticipated such a remarkable surprise. Heroes emerge from youth. President Feng clapped his hands and asked, Can you share with us the circumstances of the 5th trial? Master Lin Hongyan had spoken of him to President Feng. Shiryu was taken aback but replied. In the 4th trial, there were 50 ice-type ferocious beasts with growth levels ranging from 7 to 9. The 5th trial consists of 100 ice-type ferocious beasts with growth levels from 8 to 10. Their species levels are all extraordinary, with variable skill proficiencies. Given the difficulty of the 5th trial, we merely took a glance before withdrawing. We did not delve deeper. As Shiryu finished, the surrounding crowd fell into a state of shock. The 4th trial was already outrageous. Was the 5th truly passable? President Feng fell momentarily silent before addressing everyone. Since you have all entered the ruins, I have an announcement to make. Over the next month, the Pingqing Association will allocate resources to enhance everyone's strength. Anyone who can clear 2 trials will be eligible to claim nurturing resources for their beasts. The resources will increase with each trial cleared. To expedite the progress of this ruins exploration, the Pingqing Association cannot afford to neglect the training of those who challenge it. Otherwise, we will truly make no progress. That said, you can all rest for the day. Those whose beasts are injured should remember to visit the infirmary for recovery. Shenggong, Shiyu, right? Do you need to go to the infirmary? Afterwards, please follow me. President Feng called upon these two novice beast tamers who had passed the third trial. Within the beast taming space, while minor injuries to beasts would gradually heal and cease to worsen, healing-type skills remained the most effective for recovery. All right, Shenggong nodded. I'll pass. My beast is uninjured, Shiyu replied. As 11 fought, it simultaneously recovered. It merely lacked stamina and was currently sleeping in the beast taming space to recuperate. The crowd was taken aback. Is this even humanly possible? Shenggong beside him felt a pang of irritation, his jaw dropping in disbelief. You're telling me, after facing 1 versus 50, you didn't sustain any injuries? Huh? Oh, in that case, you can come with me for now. President Feng's lips twitched. The Bamboo Stone Martial Arts School had already been fortunate to cultivate an 18-year-old professional beast master, Lin Xiuzhu. What then? Was the situation with Shiyu? In any case, President Feng found the data incomprehensible. Subsequently, under the silent gaze of everyone present, Shiyu followed President Feng into the camp, accompanied by Deputy Commander He Biao. Little brother, you truly passed the 4th level? He Biao exclaimed. His curiosity piqued as he stole a glance at Shiyu's pet data. How on earth did you manage that? By the way, I am he, the Deputy Commander of the Pingqing Beast Master Corps. His bewilderment was palpable. Not only was he confused, but President Feng also harbored numerous questions. At this moment, Shiyu produced the reward for passing the 3rd level, a transparent stone, alongside the reward for the 4th level, which consisted of 3 transparent stones. The rewards for both levels were identical in nature, differing only in quantity. President Feng, Commander He, these are the items I obtained from the 3rd and 4th levels. What is this? President Feng inquired, intrigued. Is it a cultivation resource for pets? The two men's attention instantly shifted to the rewards Shiyu displayed. Upon seeing them, President Feng was momentarily taken aback. Void stones. The rewards for the 3rd and 4th levels are not energy crystals, but rather void stones. He Biao was equally astonished. What are void stones? Shiyu had never heard of such a resource before. Goodness, you've struck gold. This is a rare spatial resource. He Biao exclaimed bluntly. It is even rarer than energy crystals, money can't buy it, and its availability is extremely limited. Most people never come into contact with it. This indeed originates from a relic, a secret realm that tends to yield such treasures. Spatial resources? Shiyu was taken aback, glancing at the 4 transparent stones in his hand. Well, is this what I have been searching for, the rare attribute evolution materials? He thought of his pet, Chong Chong. This time, I truly risked everything for you. Yes, spatial resources are indeed coveted by all beast masters, as utilizing such stones can expedite the enhancement of their beast's spatial capabilities. President Feng nodded, acknowledging. This is an excellent item for elevating a beast master's level. Can this be used to strengthen the beast master's space? Shiyu asked, his astonishment evident. Both men nodded in affirmation. Well, Shiyu again examined the stones, concluding that all was well. Chong, let's see if there are even better resources in the 5th and 6th levels. Spatial resources may not be worthy of you. For now, he intended to make do with these stones as a beast master. It seemed that Shenggong had also obtained void stones, which was splendid news. With these, their beast master space could be upgraded to level 2 earlier, allowing for the contract of a second pet. However, this relic could only accommodate novice beast masters for the time being. I understand, Shiyu nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his comprehension. He knew he wouldn't be upgrading too swiftly. As long as his beast master space reached the required standard before the professional assessment, he would be fine. With this understanding, he felt reassured that he wouldn't fall too far behind 11's upgrade pace. Meanwhile, Shenggong's recovery was swift, and within just 2 minutes, he arrived at their location. This was expected, as the military doctors stationed nearby were all professional beast masters. And healing a pet in the awakening phase was merely a matter of skill. President, Commander He, Shenggong greeted, striving not to reveal his relationship with President Feng. He wished to avoid the impression that his success stemmed from family connections rather than his own efforts. Shenggong, what was your reward for passing the 3rd level? President Feng inquired, turning to him. It was a void stone. Shenggong promptly produced a transparent stone identical to Shiyu's. President Feng and Commander He exchanged glances, nodding in mutual understanding. Make sure to keep your spoils secure. You have rightfully earned them. In this relic challenge, you two are the only ones to have passed the 3rd level. Shenggong, you have cleared 3 levels, while Shiyu has cleared 4. both demonstrating remarkable performance. You have heard that the association will allocate funds to enhance your capabilities. Given your exceptional performance, the association will prioritize your training and within certain limits. Feel free to express any needs you may have. President Feng had pinned his hopes for conquering the relic on these two individuals. As for the other beast masters outside, they were merely supplementary trainees, investing some resources to help them achieve greater growth within the relic, thereby nurturing more professional beast masters for Pingqing, was certainly not a loss. The main focus would undoubtedly remain on Shiyu and Chen Gong. Good. Chen Gong appeared mentally prepared, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Shiyu pondered, wondering if such fortunate opportunities truly existed. As for his needs, he concluded that at his current level, money was indeed more beneficial. Everything else felt rather superfluous. By the way, you two haven't met, have you? Allow me to introduce. This is Chen Gong, a resident of Pingqing, but he studies in the city. Yes. At the Ice Plain No. 1 High School, majoring in beast cultivation, Shiyu introduced himself. Chen Gong, commander he? The two stared at Shiyu in disbelief. You defeated a commanding level ice armored giant, 1 versus 50 successfully, and you dare to tell us you are majoring in beast cultivation? Don't let them know. Shiyu entered the relic and surrendered the fierce beasts with food. Chen Gong's eyelids twitched. Then he extended his hand towards Shiyu, saying hello. To pass the 4th level, you are quite impressive. I have an unusual request. Once our pets recover, may we engage in a battle? Intrigued by Shiryu's prowess and curious about how he had cleared the levels, Chen Gong could not resist issuing the challenge. Beside them, President Feng raised an eyebrow, neither stopping nor feeling it necessary to intervene. His nephew was naturally competitive, feeling a sense of inferiority after being surpassed was normal, and he wanted to understand the gap in their abilities. While the circumstances within the relic were invisible, battles outside were certainly observable. Chen Gong's proactive challenge presented an excellent opportunity. A battle? Shiyu extended his hand and shook Chen Gong's. The latter was, apart from Shiyu, the only one who had bested the ice-armored giant, indicating his strength was not to be underestimated. All right, Shiyu did not decline. It was essential for beast masters to engage in mutual sparring to foster growth. Chapter 61. Monstrous talent, are you going to battle? I'll call someone to clear the arena for you. It's a perfect opportunity for those young soldiers to witness this. One is a relative of Old Feng, and the other is a remarkable newcomer who has just astonishingly passed the 4th challenge. Both of them are extraordinary in their own right. I am eager to see their strength as well. Moreover, it could serve as motivation for the new recruits under my command. Youth is truly wonderful, President Feng chuckled, squinting his eyes with an expression that seemed less like nostalgia and more like anticipation for the spectacle. Let us wait until after lunch. You should rest well and eat before the match, Chen Gong replied nonchalantly. Shiyu was even more indifferent. Outside, the officers of the Beast Tamer Corps were addressing the batch of apprentice Beast Tamers. The gist of their message was that over the next month, everyone could repeatedly challenge the ruins, but only once a day. I've decided to stay here until I pass 2 challenges, said Chen Kai, a top student from Pingqing No. 1 High School, feeling a wave of shame wash over him for only having passed 1 challenge. But do you still have enough mind capsules? Asked a close classmate who had also passed the assessment with him. Damn it, we all consume mind capsules, yet his effects are far superior to mine, he thought, recalling how their strengths had seemed fairly equal during their previous battles. Yet, in such a short span, one had passed 1 challenge while the other had surpassed 4, an insurmountable gap in strength. Could it be that Shiyu upgraded his supplements? I need to prepare some as well, his classmate mused, also a contender from Tianmong Mountain. As the two conversed, not far away, the physician Xiao Liang from Baichao Hall wore an unusual expression. How is it that even here at the ruins, people are discussing supplements? He pondered, including Shiyu, a seemingly frail beast tamer who consumed supplements daily yet had transformed into a formidable powerhouse. Could it be that these supplements possess hidden effects? The physician, educated in the relevant fields, felt a flicker of doubt. Perhaps I should give it a try as well? However, at that moment, a squad of soldiers began marking out the arena, causing quite a stir among the onlookers. Once the area was demarcated, a curious beast tamer approached to inquire further. Upon receiving the answer, his astonishment quickly spread throughout the nearby camp. Not only did the stationed Beast Tamer Corps learn about it, but all 80 newly arrived Beast Tamers became aware too. Incredible! Chen Gong, who passed the 3rd challenge, is set to battle Shiyu, who conquered the 4th. President Feng and Commander he have permitted everyone to spectate. This revelation instantly invigorated the crowd, dispelling their fatigue and hunger. A battle to witness? I'm staying. I want to see the gap between myself and the elite. Count me in. The newly arrived Beast Tamers echoed the sentiment. While the veterans of the Beast Tamer Corps remained eerily silent, the professional-grade officers were better off, yet the apprentice soldiers felt a mix of emotions. After all, none of their group had passed the third challenge, while these two had excelled, one at 3 and the other at 4, making it all too evident how superior they were. Many wondered just how powerful they truly were. The vicinity of the ruins buzzed with excitement. At noon, nearly everyone chose to dine at the barracks. But no one could locate Shiyu and Chen Gong until after lunch. The two had been summoned by Commander He for a special nutritional meal that could hasten the recovery of their beasts in the beast space. After consuming it, both were restored to their peak condition. For Shiyu, however, it made little difference, as he already benefited from the dual recovery buffs of absolute sleep and the beast space. As they emerged, the disciplined soldiers maintained their composure. But the newly arrived Beast Tamers erupted in chatter, clearly anticipating the event. Under Commander He's invitation, the apprentice soldiers gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. In an instant, Shiyu and Chen Gong became the focal point of the gathering. Chen Gong felt a surge of anxiety. He merely wanted to challenge Shiyu to gauge the difference in their strengths. Yet here he was, thrust into the limelight by Commander He. If he were to lose, it would be quite embarrassing. Shiyu too felt the atmosphere was overly grand, but it was too late to back down. The two took their positions on either side of the marked arena. Commander He, grinning broadly, approached the edge of the arena, declaring, "I shall serve as your referee." "Thank you for your assistance," both Shiyu and Chen Gong replied. Commander He nodded, adopting a rare serious demeanor. "You two, summon your beasts together, and upon my command, engage in battle." With those words, silence fell over the crowd as all eyes fixated on the two. After all, not everyone was familiar with their beasts. Moonflame Beast. A massive summoning circle materialized as Chen Gong's beast emerged from the shimmering portal. With a thunderous roar, it unleashed a wave of scorching heat. This creature, over a meter long, boasted fiery red fur resembling flames, adorned with crescent-shaped markings along its flanks. It resembled a weasel bear hybrid, possibly an evolved form of the latter. Name: Moonflame Beast. Attribute: Fire. Racial level: High Transcendent. Racial skills: Explosive Flame, Flame Strike. Fiery Claw. This was not an ice type, but rather a rare fire-type creature from the Arctic city. In contrast, Shiryu's Iron Eater was far more familiar to the audience, being a signature beast of Pingqing. At this moment, 11 was quite displeased. Having failed to clear the ruins in one go had made it feel that its training intensity was insufficient. "I must train harder to live up to Shiryu's enhancements," it resolved, eyeing its opponent. "Let us start by swiftly defeating this adversary. If I fail, I'll double my training." As 11's thoughts were conveyed, Shiryu's expression turned complex. "Be a bear, 11. With that, 11, standing at 1 meter tall, stepped from the summoning circle, causing a brief moment of silence among the spectators. Its diminutive size made it appear like a mere cub. Being residents of Pingqing, they were well aware that adult Iron Eaters typically reached nearly 2 meters, making this size disparity quite stark. "Is this one barely 2 years old?" Chen Gong gazed at the Iron Eater in disbelief. "Is this how sure you passed the 4th challenge?" "Impossible." Apprentice Beast Tamer, Chen Gong. Beast, Moonflame Beast. Growth level, Awakening level 10. Chen Gong introduced himself first to gather information on Shiyu. Apprentice Beast Tamer, Shiyu, Beast, Iron Eater, Growth level, Awakening level 7. Shiyu readily divulged his beast's information as well. Upon hearing this, many were left agape. Awakening level 7? Are you joking? They knew Shiryu's prowess in overcoming for challenges was impressive, but surely there must be some logic to his strength. If his Iron Eater were at growth level 10, they would have understood. But to realize that not only was his beast a cub, but its growth level had yet to reach its peak? Just days ago, it had been at level 6. Had it truly surpassed that? The discussions among the apprentices from Zhushi Martial Arts Hall struck the surrounding crowd like a heavy blow. MMP. Even the nearby President Feng found it hard to believe, let alone these novice beast tamers. According to the records, during his assessment at Tianmong Mountain, Shiyu's iron-eating beast was only at level 6. This is precisely the reason for his confusion. A creature with a growth level of less than 10, even with proficient level hardening, should not be able to pass the 4th or even the 3rd trial. Many beast tamers present were perplexed, including Captain He, who opted for the most direct method of clarification. "Damn it, let the battle begin." As he spoke, Chen Gong immediately issued his command. "Mu Flame Beast, Inferno." The Mu Flame Beast, displaying a ferocious demeanor, roared as its fiery red fur flared up, conjuring a massive fireball of nearly 1 meter in diameter, pulsating with explosive power. Inferno, a mid-tier fire skill capable of generating explosive flames, possessing tremendous lethality. As the Moonflame Beast unleashed its attack, the surrounding frost melted away instantly, and the attending Beast Tamers felt a surge of heat. The proficiency demonstrated in this Inferno was undoubtedly at the proficient level. Captain, he mused. No wonder it could defeat the ice-armored giant. This fire skill was lethal against ice-type creatures. No. It was not only deadly to ice-type creatures, but to all living beings. Boom. The explosion from Inferno made many Beast Tamers realize the vast chasm between themselves and Shenggong. However, what left everyone in disbelief was that, in the face of such a formidable attack, Shiyu and the iron-eating beast appeared utterly unperturbed. 11. Harden, Thunderpalm. As the flames surged toward them, 11 stood firmly in place, its fur billowing in the heat, but in the next instant, it became as immovable as a mountain with its hardening. The low-tier skill, Hardening. Observing the iron-eating beast, now exuding a metallic sheen, the crowd was not unfamiliar with this move. Yet to not evade, instead, to rely on hardening to withstand the skill, they were baffled. Zzzzzzz. In the next moment, the onlookers noticed a new transformation on the iron-eating beast. Countless blue and white electric currents surged vigorously along its right arm, exuding an astonishing presence. The terrifying electricity enveloped its metallic limb, a sight that might have puzzled the novice beast tamers but caused the professional ones to pale in shock. A combination skill. All professional beast tamers exclaimed. It was a skill of differing attributes. At that moment, Inferno struck. 11 executed a combination of proficient-level hardening and proficient-level thunder palm, delivering a direct blow. Zzzzzzz. The sound of thunder echoed like a chorus of birds, as 11's arm became a lance of lightning, creating an overwhelming impact. This action left Shenggong wide-eyed. Boom. Amidst a thunderous roar, 11 seemed to be engulfed by the Inferno, yet the spectators witnessed a remarkable scene. The fireball split in two upon contact, creating a passageway through the center. The proficient-level mid-tier skill, Inferno, was cleaved apart with a single strike. But that was not the end, since Inferno contained explosive properties. Its abrupt destruction led to a significant decrease in power, yet the remnants still detonated. At that moment, 11 had already advanced to the front of the severed Inferno, and with its entire body hardened, it harnessed the explosion's force, surging towards the Moonflame Beast like a tempestuous beast of thunder and flame. Its speed so swift that the Moonflame Beast was caught off guard. Roar! The Moonflame Beast's pupils constricted in disbelief at this creature that could slice through its Inferno. This was entirely reasonable, after all. The perfect-level Thunder Palm could pierce through even the lightning of nature. Although 11's proficiency was not yet sufficient, the enhancement from hardening made its power nearly comparable. Though the Inferno was formidable, its intensity was evidently inadequate. Flame Strike. Fire Claw. Faced with the oncoming iron-eating beast, Shenggong felt a strong sense of pressure. Yet the only option was to retaliate. Flame Strike, a mid-tier fire skill that causes internal flames to explode, converting into kinetic energy for enhanced speed. Shenggong intended for the Moonflame Beast to win through speed, as the iron-eating beast had provision. Boom. The Moonflame Beast erupted in flames, transforming into a fiery afterimage. Its proficiency in Flame Strike clearly reaching the proficient level, surpassing mere entry-level skill. Swish. The Moonflame Beast aimed to avoid a head-on clash with 11. Its claws enveloped in searing flames, its form weaving unpredictably as it charged towards the approaching iron-eating beast. Moments later, the two brushed past each other. However, Shenggong and the Moonflame Beast were utterly misguided. Their chosen tactic of speed disruption had no effect on 11, who possessed superior vision. Bang! The Moonflame Beast's fiery claw, poised to strike, halted in midair, its body suspended as 11's palm struck its abdomen. The scene seemed to freeze, and the next instant, the Moonflame Beast was propelled backward by a tremendous force. Bang, 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 bang. It tumbled for several meters before finally coming to a stop. The venue fell into an immediate silence. In this stillness, Shiyu was the first to speak. At the moment of impact, 11 had cancelled the combination skill and merely used hardening against the enemy, thereby inflicting minimal damage on the Moonflame Beast. Otherwise, a single strike from the combination skill would have left the Moonflame Beast grievously injured, if not dead. Aside from Shiyu himself, no one realized that 11 had mastered the proficient-level Thunder Palm. At this moment, witnessing the Moonflame Beast being hurled away, Shenggong remained bewildered. How could this iron-eating beast possibly keep up with the Moonflame Beast's speed? His face turned pale in an instant. even during their battle with the ice-armored giant. They hadn't felt such immense pressure. What kind of monster was facing them? Level 7. What a joke. Roar. At this moment, 11 stood in scathe. Its gaze fixed on the rising foe. Although it did not actively instill fear, the aura it exuded left a shadow in the hearts of its opponents. Kid. You've lost. Captain He, who had remained silent throughout, finally addressed Qin Gong. After speaking, his tone turned incredulous as he inquired of Shiyu, articulating the question that everyone wished to ask. Not only proficient level hardening, but your iron-eating beast has also mastered proficient level Thunder Palm? Moreover, you've flawlessly combined them into a combination skill. And this iron-eating beast possesses an extraordinary combat awareness and experience. It somehow managed to find an opportunity to strike the Moon Flame Beast's vital point amidst the acceleration of Flame Strike? What kind of monstrous combination are they? This was the first time Captain He had encountered such an impressive newcomer. In response to the inquiry, Shiyu nodded. As he did so, the crowd fell into a moment of silence, soon erupting into astonished whispers. Is that the esteemed Bamboo Stone Martial Arts Academy's signature Thunder Palm? Such astounding power. Cleaving through flames with a single strike. Are you foolish? That is not an ordinary Thunder Palm. It is a combination skill. At least enhanced by the power of proficient level hardening, requiring exceptionally high skill proficiency. Someone questioned a disciple of the Bamboo Stone Martial Arts Academy. The disciple stood there, utterly stunned, having no idea what had transpired. Yet, everything unfolding before them confirmed the truth. Jiang Rue remained dazed, unable to comprehend whether Shiyu had made significant progress during this time or if he had merely been holding back in their previous encounters. Each level of Beast Tamers has its own areas of study. At the novice level, honing a pet skills to the proficient or even expert level is already quite commendable. Combination skills, however, are typically the domain of professional Beast Tamers. As for mastery, it represents the profound essence derived from the pursuit of perfection and skill. This is the path that a true beast master should traverse. However, in the case of Shiyu and this little iron-eating beast, even the likes of Qin Kai, Bai Shi, and Xiao Yang, who are merely apprentice beast masters, along with professional beast masters, were left utterly astonished, unable to comprehend how such a level 7 iron-eating beast was cultivated. I concede defeat, faced with such a formidable creature. Qin Gong found his voice reduced to a mere whisper. His unwillingness to yield was rendered futile. The others also understood why Shiyu was able to swiftly surpass the first 3 challenges. That particular combination attack could likely overwhelm even the ice-armored giant in a single blow. In a distant corner, the secretary of the Pingqing Association gazed at the silent president, finally awaiting his evaluation. Should one speak of this iron-eating beast, or of its beast master? The innate talent displayed is nothing short of monstrous. Verging on the realm of the extraordinary, he remarked gravely.